It's the factory of the manufacturing giants, aircraft manufacturing giants, Airbus, in Toulouse, France. You can't see anything bigger than this. Now look at, this is the aircraft for Nigeria. This is the jack of all trades for Nigeria, the A220 family, right? We have also this, okay, the A220, but this one is the Nigerian aircraft, what you see all the time in Nigeria. Now look at this. This is the mind-blowing one. This is the A350, okay? If you get into this aircraft, you will see heaven on earth in this aircraft, right? Come on, let me show you. Now, this is the big one here, this one. This is the A380. This is the proper Star Airbus. This is the A380. Look at it. Double decker. This is the double decker. Look at it. You see? It can't get bigger than this. It can't get bigger than this. Come on. Why not just start watching? Now this is the A330. This is the A330. Look at it. The A330. Look at it. Right? Awesome. Look at it. The A330. And here, come on, let me show you. Thank you. Now this is the A320 family. So these are the models. These are the models of the Airbus. And it can't get bigger than this. Awesome. Awesome aircraft. And we're trying to get some of these into the country with our private airline operators. We want to make the conditions conducive enough for the aircraft leasing companies to have faith in us to bring these aircrafts into Nigeria. But this is the major factory of Airbus in Toulouse. Thank you.
This is what is happening in Benue. This is the level the Chinese people are raping our economy here in Kwande. And this is on daily basis. This happens on daily basis. What they are taking outside, nobody is aware yet, because there's nobody to check what they are conveying out, what they are carrying out, and where they are selling it, and the value of what they are carrying. The entire state is just looking at these people and what they are doing. This is the level the Chinese people are raping our economy on daily basis. This is what they pick out of only Kwande local government on hourly basis. And nobody is looking at this. We don't even know the value of what they are carrying out of this place. We don't know the content of what they are carrying, because they did not allow anybody to take analysis of the natural resources they are taking out of Kwande local government. And this is so appalling. It's so alarming that they are doing this on daily basis, taking this to China on daily basis. This is what is happening in Benue. This is the Chinese people conveying mineral resources from Benue State, Kwande local government, down to Lagos, exporting this on daily basis. There are more than 30 to 40 trailers coming out of only Kwande local government on daily basis. This is what is happening, and the government needs to be aware, and we need to know the content of what they are carrying out of this place. This is so terrible. This is terrible. They have more than 20 trucks just this morning in Ediko market today, conveying this on daily basis out of this local government. This is what is happening. This is what is happening. I think Benue people who are enlightened are supposed to be aware of this, because what is happening here is beyond what you are seeing. This is Kwande local government, Adiko, this morning. We don't even know the content of what they are carrying outside. They are doing this on daily basis. Look at them. Look at this. This is Adiko this morning. This is Adiko this morning. evacuation of raw materials to Asia on daily basis. This is Adiko this morning. Content of lithium, meteorites, gold, everything. They're carrying it out of this place. This is Adiko, headquarters of Kwande local government. And this is only Adiko. Jatoka is there, Oboma is there, all these places are there. This is just Adiko this morning. It's so alarming.
An individual issues concerning what came to our various constituencies. If we want to go into those issues, all of us are culpable. Some senators here, so-called senior senators, got 500 million each. I am a ranking senator, I didn't get. Did I go to the press? Most of you got. And yes, if we want to go into those issues, excuse me, if we want to go into those issues, yes. So I think that Senator Ningi,
I'm seeing about I know somewhere. Let me turn to my bag.
Where that press man?
Only
Who can himself come back?
go there.
Say go that place, see get waiting in us now.
Eh?
The other camp, see get waiting in us now.
So they don't snap. They don't snap. Kai come out for this.
His Excellency President Bola Tinubu has by his most recent directive, approved a massive cost-cutting exercise that will cut across the entire federal government of Nigeria and the offices of the president himself, the vice president, and the office of the first lady. It will be conducted in the following fashion. 1, the official trips that will be undertaken within the country, that is, when Mr. President or the Vice President travels to any state within the country, the massive bills that accrued due to allowances and ESTA code for security detail coming from Abuja, going and traveling into those states, will be massively cut due to the directive of the President that the security outfits within states, whether it be police, DSS, or branches of the military, will frontline his protective detail when he travels to those states, a major cost-cutting initiative. That will affect the office of the Vice President as well as the office of the First Lady.
And it's very important the whole world knows that that is not going to be possible in this country. Thank you very much.
Leader of the Senate. Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Chairman, for the very first time, I stand up to speak not as the leader of the 10th Senate, but as Senator Michael Okpeyemi Bamidele, CON, representing the people of Ekiti Central Senatorial District. 4 quick issues to raise. Number one, I stand with due respect to say that what my big brother, distinguished Senator Abdul Ningi, who I respect so well, planned to do or set out to do was tantamount to a civilian coup, which has failed. And in doing this, he wanted to use the platform of Northern Senators Forum. God bless all those who have dissociated themselves as members of Northern Senators Forum. Number 2, I pay glowing tribute to His Excellency Senator Tambuwal, Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, and to His Excellency Senator Ahmad Lawal. Why am I doing this? They had very peaceful tenure, and I was one of those instrumental. I'm also speaking as a Southerner for the first time. The attempt to take the election of the leadership of this Senate beyond June 13, 2023 must stop. 60-something senators voted for Godswill Akpabio. 40-something senators voted against Godwin Akpabio. The will of the majority. Every day, there have been a few, just a few. And that's one of the reasons I will pay tribute to Senator Tambuwal. He didn't pretend about where he stood. But after that, some of them got up on the floor of this Senate and said, election is over. Let's work together as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. A few have refused to do this. And that's why it's always about Akpabio, never about the Senate, never about the House of Reps, never about the Office of DG Budget. All of us pass this budget. Never about Mr. President who signed this budget. It's always about Akpabio. We have a momentum. This is a defining moment for all of us to say, if we're going to have a stable Senate, let us have one. It is not about North and South. It's about our rules. It's about the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's about our people who are hungry and deprived. Mr. President, sitting as chair, make no mistake about it. A few people who feel they will not give you more than 1 year to spend in this chair
want to do everything possible before the 13th of June to remove you. And I am...
Here is what Akpabio did in the last few weeks that got some senators mad. Now, Akpabio gave each senator $30,000 in a brown envelope during the budget process. You know the budget. Oh, yes. Now, these days, it's not just journalists that collect brown envelope. No. Nigerian senators, they do the same. Yes. For senior senators, like those who head the powerful committees, you know them. Akpabio gave them up to $1 million. Some said $2 million to some of them. Take $2 million. We're not talking naira, my friend. We're talking dollars. Akpabio told the senators that the dollars came from the presidency. He informed them that the presidency wanted the budget approved without serious review. Just put your thumbprint here, sign there, and go to Dubai and enjoy your life. That was it. Now, each senator collected. And by the way, the that includes the Labour Party senators. They all collected. They took the envelopes and placed them inside their big shokoto. You wonder why they all wear that big shokoto. Over at the House of Representatives, Akpabio, working with the leadership there, gave each member $20,000. My friend, stop calculating how much it is in naira. Stop. Don't even calculate how much Akpabio gave in all, spent through that period. Stop. You will go crazy. You go mad. They all collected, chopped, and washed their mouths. You didn't hear pim from any of them. Now, when the content of the budget became clear, some northern senators discovered that, the budget was lopsided. Most of the money went to 3 southern states, Lagos, Ogun, and Rivers states. Yes. Now, these northern senators were not happy. Of course, I won't be happy if I were them. They went to Akpabio to complain. They told the Senate president that the 3.7 trillion naira, the padding that he added on top of the budget, that he should bring it out. Can you imagine that? Knowing Akpabio, he must have laughed at them. But these northern senators, they were very serious. Very serious. They told Akpabio that since he did not assign any project to the 3.7 trillion he cornered for himself and his friends, that he should channel some of the money to projects in northern Nigeria. Smart people, thinking about them, their people, That was all that they said. That was all they asked for, considering that they have collected $30,000 each. If you have that money, you can't talk much. Now, Akpabio did not like that demand at all, not one bit. He and his boys already had plans for the money. Now, it came out in the open when Akpabio could not resolve the issue with northern senators in private. He couldn't. That was when this happened on the Senate floor. Watch. Now, we'll be right back.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
Senate to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my Senate.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're coming to you here in New York City. I hope you're doing well anywhere in the world you're joining us. This is Have Your Say 247 for Saturday, the 16th of March 2024. How are you doing? It's an interesting day. We are looking at several issues taking place across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. And the big story today is trouble in the Senate, Nigerian Senate. So we all have been following this story about money given to senators in dollars by the Senate president. There's so many controversial issues going on at the Senate. Apart from the money, we are hearing that the SUV that they were budgeting for, they budgeted for 180 million for each senator, and they were getting some of them were getting second-hand SUVs. So many things. Padding of the budget, 3.7 trillion naira added to the budget, and the senators all approved it without looking at it, without complaining. So we're going to talk about that, the era of Akpabio, Godswill Akpabio as Senate president. A lot of people think that it should come to an end. I think there are people who are pushing for him to go. The presidency is trying to protect him for obvious reasons. So we talk about what that meant. There are some stories about electric pole. Is it electric pole or solar panel, solar lights, and how much they budgeted for? Billions that they were budgeting for this. It's unbelievable what's going on in the National Assembly. But we're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to talk about the kidnapping. The kidnapping, the kids that were kidnapped, school children that were kidnapped, they are still not seen. But the president is traveling, going to open airport named after him, Nigeria. So people are beginning to wonder if we're serious. I'm talking about people outside the country, not just people in the country, worried about this country called Nigeria. If we were serious, where you have about 280 kids from primary and secondary schools kidnapped, and the president basically is living his life as if nothing happened. The security chiefs, everybody's doing their own thing, as if nothing is happening. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about there's something going on in the southeast that is of interest. So we have seen in the last few days or weeks, Alex Otti, governor of Abia State, getting a kind of people paying attention to him and people praising him for what he has been doing. We're now seeing the governor of Anambra State essentially copying similar things that the governor of Abia State has been doing or presenting, the way he's presenting himself. So there are several videos, some say these are propaganda videos coming out of Anambra State in the same fashion as that of Abia State. So we're going to talk about, because that's where the next action will be. Soludo is running for re-election next year, and looking beyond 2027, when they expect that someone from the Southeast may run for president. As of today, it may look as if it's going to be between Soludo and, if you go down to 2031, between Soludo and Oti. So some of these things people see, these politicians think ahead, think beyond where we tend to see things. Let me show you a little bit of that video.
You stop it, you come and bulldoze it down. If I come here again and I see any of these rubbish, I'll sack you publicly. I'm incompetent. They began it and you are watching it going on and you didn't bring it down. Where is the walkway? Come and show me the walkway. Right, show me. Bring it down. You stop it and it's going on. Look at it, look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Coming out on the road. Who changed it? Who changed this? This is not here. This is supposed to be there. So what? Don't say, okay, you tell me the person, tell me the officer, and I'll kick him out. Let me tell you, we must regenerate. This chaos must end. See, all these shops, all these shanty shops along this road that is attached to the wall, this fence, the fence must go back and you have at least 1 meter where people can walk. No, that's...
All right. Meanwhile, in Kaduna State, Sheik Gumi is offering to go and negotiate with the bandits that are holding the kids. Sheik Gumi, if you know his history, he thinks that the government has to do something to calm the bandits down and that he is the right person to go and negotiate. So we're going to talk about that. Also, this is a very interesting story. Ned Nwoko, the senator from Delta State, I know he came out to say that he explained, because people have not understood what is going on really with him and his wives, and he just explained to everybody that I can't marry a woman who is not a virgin. He said a lot of other things, and he's a very controversial senator from that area. So when we have time, we touch on that. We also touch on the founder of MFM, Mountain of Fire Ministry, Olukoya, and the issue he has using the police to intimidate a member of his church, which is similar to the issue of that guy, I forgot the name, making tomato juice, so tomato paste, intimidating someone that reviewed, a lady, Shoma, I believe is her name, that reviewed the product. So we're going to talk about this kind of intimidation by the elites or people who are rich. Anybody that said something they don't like, they use the police to go and arrest them and put them up in prison. So we're going to talk about that and everything. So if you want to join us, please come into the studio. When you come in, turn on your camera and we will let you in and we will begin the conversation. So thank you for joining us.
I love the man, hey, of Galilee.
Can you hear this? Can you hear this?
He has done so very much for me. He has forgiven me of my sin and sent the Holy Ghost in me. I love the man of Galilee.
My God.
I love the man of Galilee.
You hear this?
He has done so very much
for me.
Oh, the major. He has forgiven me all my sins.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
And sent the Holy Ghost.
I love the man
of Galilee.
Oh, my God.
And how excellent is your name, oh Lord. How excellent is your name, oh Lord. how excellent is your name, how excellent.
All right, let's welcome our people. I want to say that the only person I think having fun in that country is Odumeje, and I don't care about what you say. Odumeje is the only person in Nigeria who's having fun. So, Nigeria don't pafuka. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
All right.
Will you not agree with me for choosing that header?
Oh no, that's good. That I agree with you. It's finished.
Paulo, you don't go agree.
It's finished. with Akpabio and Tinubu and the Chief Justice. What is that guy's name? Nigeria is finished. All right, Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and thank you for using the right intro about my pastor Odumeje, because he's complaining that people are using him wrongly and every other thing. But I'm so happy you are using the right intro. That's my pastor. That's Daddy the Lord.
He is a man of the moment. He's enjoying his life.
I'm telling you.
And he's a big star.
Doctor, if Odumeje comes to Arizona, I promise you I'm going to draw 5,000 crowds for him.
Arrange it now. Be our reporter and tell us what's going on.
So, good morning, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Olumide, this song that you came so early, are we safe today? You know, I'm Paul. If you like say you don't join RNG, now wanna be the RNG miracle workers.
Nigeria, they hurt my body. Now you make me come.
Maxi, I don't see your old age now. You don't take it directly. The yap me now.
What a prestige at Wale for you. At the greet well. At the greet.
Good morning. Good morning, Mazi, and good afternoon, Dr. Damage. I know you're in the east, and the Paul, you're in the west with me, so it's good morning. Olumide, Canada, afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. We had that Adeyinka grandson has been released from prison in the UK. So it's an interesting development. So we want to, hopefully we'll hear from him soon. I spoke to him once and I wanted to bring him on the show. And we'll continue to try and see if we can get him. But
wait a minute, Doctor. Are you going to bring that big god here?
Yeah, anybody who's in the news. We don't have, we don't select, we don't condemn.
Wow. Yeah, okay, that would be good. So we can interrogate him.
Yeah, want to hear
where his bigotry prism is coming from. Thank you.
We want to hear from everybody. So let me go around and then hear what you guys think. If there's anything I missed, of course, I know I missed some things, but Olumide, you're first.
Thank you, Rudolph. Hello, fellow panelists, and good day to everybody on the platform. So I think you've added all the current trends going on back there. I mean, except that for me, I think until the people kidnapped in Kaduna are released, the young children and whoever they kidnap among with them are released, I think we should talk about it every day to put pressure on the government to do the needful. Because I mean, they should let us know what their policy. We know what America's policy is. We know what UK's policy. We know what some other countries' policy are as regards terrorism and kidnapping. So, do they want them to pay ransom so that we know that we don't have a government, or they want to rescue? They want to. I mean, do they want to negotiate with criminals, as Gumi suggested? Why do we have law enforcement agents for? Will people go and sell all they have? Where do they start from when they do that? There are so many people who have been, made penniless because of all this happening, because of Nigeria happening to them. When we say Nigeria happening to you, you understand what that means now, you know? And I don't know, maybe it's the part of the country where these activities are taking place that is making everybody nonchalant. The people living in the city don't feel safe and secure. They think all is well with them, and those in remote areas can You know, that is what we're talking about. I mean, we don't know if we are really one country, and it surprises me that, I mean, I want the whole world to know, Nigerians particularly, to know that these are the worst of Yoruba people in the National Assembly, in the position of power leading the country. Can you imagine the appropriation committee chairman of the Senate defending the brigandage they committed, trying to justify it? This is not Yoruba, please. These are criminals. That is why we are saying that the minimum target, the minimum level, or the minimum standard for democracy. We are saying that the Constitution, they forced on us. We don't want it. We want a new one. But be that as it may, we know that to get it changed, we need people. We need people who we need people that will truly represent the people to go make that change. But they won't allow true representation take place. They would rather force criminals on us because they don't mean well for the country. What they mean well, what they want to do is to continue to rig themselves, rig criminals from every ethnicity, you know, that is all they have in common. They don't mean well for the people. These are not Yorubas. These are not people that mean well for anybody, not even the Yorubas. These are just criminals and crooks. I mean, where in the world will you legalize stealing? Where in the world do you justify brigandage? Where in the world?
We're just adding topics. We're not analyzing yet.
I think for me, I think Rudolph has said everything. The only thing that I think we should keep talking about is those innocent kids who are in the dens of these crooks. How do you want to deal with it, government? Do you want people to contribute money and or do you want to pay the money, or let's know how you want to deal with it, or you want to rescue these people, you know, so we know what kind of country that we truly have.
All right, thank you, Amide. Paul, before I come to you, I just want to say that I play this video so that people can probably imagine, replace these people you are seeing with small kids, primary school kids. In your mind, imagine that in a forest like this, and some bandits holding them. Hardly do they get food. It's more than a week now, getting to a week now, and the president is not acting as if this is urgent. Security chiefs, nobody. I mean, and people are moving along, doing the things they want to do. So that's something to think about. And I agree with Lumide that we have to constantly put it on the front burner so that people don't forget. Yeah, they're kids, other people's children. All right, Paul, go ahead.
Just on the soft side, you'll be so shocked when you talk about we should constantly put it. You just discover that you put it, this APC propaganda, they'll say you are working for Peter Obi and then for that. That's the type of country we come from. Here, serious thing, we just joke with it, and it's kind of funny and every other thing. So I'm trying to make arrangements to take my kids to the White House. You understand? I like not going to the White House, stand on the gate and take picture, go inside the White House. So I was talking, I'm doing it. So my cousin heard about it. He said it's not possible. I said, oh, it's possible. Just apply it to your senator or your congressman, and they're going to approve it. Then you can go inside the White House. He was shocked. You know, this just brought conversation. Just imagine the kind of revenue that DC is making for people just try to arrange their family member to go inside the White House. We'll fly there, we'll book an hotel, we'll eat, we'll go around and everything. Think today, as we're talking, Aso Rock is still mystery to many of us Nigerians. Some people say Aso Rock is underwater. Some will say Aso Rock is on top of the rock. Who don't even know how Aso Rock looks like? Meanwhile, the most powerfulest building in the world, they are using it as a tourist destination to generate revenue. So let me just go to some of the things that I think we should talk more about. The military make nonsense of themselves with those outcomes that they said that they didn't inform you. Are you waiting for these guys to inform you for you to carry out your duty. And when I say the military, I'm not talking about only the military in as much as they come outside. I'm talking to the so-called police, to the so-called DSS, whatever. It's laughable. It is so shameful for them to do all those type of things. Doctor, I just think technology, when it comes to the hands of our military, it's just like the way I will buy my son very nice computer, only for him just to use it to play game. That is how it is. We just buy all these, give them, supply them with all this technology. They use it like what I call adult toy. They don't use it for the right reasons. It is so shameful. I just can't explain what is going on. They use bike to kidnap these numbers of people, and nothing can come out of it. And the government will stand so tall and said, we don't give ransom to terrorists. Yes, the America that said so. There is a reason why they said so. You understand? Because the America will, first of all, prevent these things not to happen to the barest minimum. And even though if it will happen, they already put so many things in place. Nearly every street in America, we all know that there is street camera. There is all type of thing. For it to be easy for them to trace these people, they've already put all these things in place. So which means they can swing into action and something will be done. You understand? That's why they say you can run, but you can't hide. But in our own case, you can run, you can hide, and you don't even need to run, but you'll be safe. Because there's not one person in jail, so you don't even need to run. You still will be safe. So it's so painful. So I would just employ the government. If they can put things in place, please go and pay those people, because look at that school, doctor. It is simple. When you look at the school, you understand. The government did not put anything in place. And the people who kidnap those kids, these kids come from a very poor home. So they are not dealing with the kids' parents or the kids' loved ones to bring money. It's a show of strength to the government. They are using those kids as a pawn to deal with the government. You understand? And if the government can't fight this battle, like they claim, oh, they didn't inform us, so we didn't train. It's like Francis Ngannou don't train to fight Anthony Joshua. That's how it looks like now. You understand? So they didn't train. So go and pay the money, because you didn't train, you didn't prepare. Just go and pay the money. It's not about these kids' parents. It's about the government, because these kids come from poor home. So the government should go and pay that ransom to release those innocent kids. This is my take for now.
And thank you, Paul. Master Prince.
Paul, before you talk about Francis Goa, whatever it is, Kim Kardashian is eyeing him now, and he's kind of like being excited that Kim Kardashian is looking at his Twitter or whatever it is. Probably is a troll or some scam. He's trying to scam him, but he's already on top of the world. Oh, Kim Kardashian, and some people are telling him, run for your life. What first, my addition to what we are saying is, I would say the fresh, in as much as I don't really care. Do I really care about Labour Party? I don't know. But then it's just a new revelation that's just been exposed. So it just came out a few hours ago that Abure was planning a convention. A kind of like a secret convention that he was gonna have. I don't know how he planned to have, to have carried that out. It seems to me it's kind of like a haste, but we'll keep our hands crossed until we hear from those who are supposed to be the leaders and all that stuff. In contribution of the kidnapping, so many people have asked some pertinent questions, and I just sit down and I try to not believe in conspiracy. My thing is this: who is the person whose job it is to be counting how many people are being kidnapped, especially the school children? So somebody really had time, sat down somewhere saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 200, 260, 200, whatever. And then Sokoto, and then the person counted it. Wow.
No, no, Prince, no, it doesn't work that way. There are non-government organizations whose job it is, they gave it to themselves to take note of all these things happening. Where it happened, they document it. So it's not as if somebody is counting. And of course, any school where there is an incident, at the end of the incident, they find out how many people came to school today, how many people are left. You know, it's easy to know.
But then we're not seeing a corresponding, number of parents or relatives. You understand? You expect if it's 260, at least you should be able to see about 100 parents crying. Or so I'm just saying I don't want to believe conspiracy.
Prince, hold on. You saw the environment. Have you seen any media, Nigerian media go there? You know that your eyes, what you know and what you see, depends on whether the media went there to tell you. If there's no press there, it didn't happen. So if people didn't go there to talk to the parents, you're not going to see the parents on TV. Interestingly, there's a foreign TV channel that actually went and talked to people in their locality. Now, these Nigerians.
I praise the media that actually do,
So, Mazi, I don't mean to cut. See, people cried.
No.
People cried, though. The parents cried. There are videos online, they cried.
You saw them crying. 200 crying.
They will, but that is Nigeria, okay?
Okay. And then my thing is this. I know the CNC, the commander-in-chief, of which, like I said before, he's not my president. He's Nigeria's president.
Whether it's a last-second bake sale,
Said he's not gonna pay ransom. But do I believe him? No, I don't. Because there has been, as a matter of fact, series of events that have happened, and they keep lying and lying every time. The same way they told us, that subsidy was removed, only for it to be revealed that they were paying some subsidy. But they lied to the people, and they still increased, the amount people pay at the pump. I don't believe him. I believe they're going to pay that. And at the end of the day, Gumi, the negotiator in chief. Now, wow, he's supposed to be given a rank. He should be the negotiator of the year, or the negotiator in chief for Nigeria, for the kidnappers, so that he will be negotiating everything. Some people will say arrest that man, but I will say no, don't arrest him. Just let him go and negotiate, and let's see what he's gonna come up with. What time is going?
Thank you, Mazi. We haven't started the conversation, so I want to make this clear. There's a story that I left out, which is about the Accountant General of Nigeria sending
going to London
commissioners of finance from 36 states to London for a conference. Now, what that story tells you is that the people who are actually running that country, they don't even care. They don't know what we're talking about. They have no idea what's going on. How can you, in this environment, if I'm a civil servant in Nigeria, I will conceive the idea and even mention it to somebody and go ahead and implement in this. You see, they're so far away, detached from everything we are talking about. And that frightened me more than any other story in the news today, that someone did that. Even if I had planned it a year ago, and then I will cancel it. I will not miss. It's unbelievable. And nothing is going to happen, just like everything else. All right, man of prestige, what are we missing? Big story that we're missing.
Yeah, thank you. Let me proceed. You see, Nigeria, there's an illusion of change being marketed to us pre-election that Tinubu built Lagos. Up to today, I've not seen either of whatever he has done. That will change the country. Because why am I saying this? Nigeria has never been far from greatness. than we are today. And I'm not optimistic about the trajectory of Nigeria. I mean, I had a little bit of hope initially, but things are just falling apart. So I'm going to leave that to, for now. But anyway, we're talking about Nigerian military. You'll see what happened in, I don't know what particular city in Delta State happened. The military claimed that IPOB, they busted a camp, by IPOB. But why are they creating such a delusional something, that fiction that is not true? Because that's not what happened. It was a family that was building, that was repairing gun. I think they make gun too. The son and the parents, they were there. But when they come here, they play abracadabra on us, propaganda. I mean, you can't really solve the problem, go to where the military is. So I'm just tired of Nigerian military because they are not doing anything. I mean, they are not doing nothing. I mean, look at the budget. Don't they get the highest budget? So this has to do with the problem we're having right now. Nigerian military is a dismal failure. I think what is happening, I'm not blaming the lower rank people. It's the upper nonchalant people that is doing this. I think they are in for this kidnapping stuff. So they are benefiting from it. They are not pushing people to go. Look at people in IPD camp that you just did. So having said that, maybe we're going to talk about that, But anyway, Akpabio is like the gift that keep on giving. I mean, this guy, when he was at Migwe, when they was burying him, I mean, the only thing he could concentrate that Obi got more, ovation than he did. What a moron. I mean, that's who we appointed as leader. But anyway, I don't really have that much to add. So, during this section, we can, I can have my say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. AJ.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I think you basically captured everything I wanted to, talk about. You have captured all. And maybe the only politics you left out is that of the US, where Funny Williams, coming up and bringing up all kinds of. I want to throw a jab to my brother Prince. Your governor is like he's asking now for they should find votes for him more. Maybe he's the next person we should look for now. He has just talked that we should find votes for California to make up the numbers he needed. I think that should be taken up also because that's the same statement.
Which you're talking about news? You're talking about news, and Newsom is fine.
Anyway,
yeah. I mean, California. Don't be coming here.
Hold on, man of Priscilla. I didn't interrupt you. Now it's my turn. Let me talk. So, Rudolph, maybe I don't know if you listened to the general who was addressing the press on the same issue of the children and was blaming, the kidnappers for being, cowards. They're looking for So it honestly it blew my mind. I mean, I didn't think I could hear a general in Nigerian army blaming some ragtag army. Okay, for not attacking their barracks. They seem to forget history that even the Nigerian Defense Academy have been taken down and their officers taken away. So now he's holding a big press conference and blaming the terrorists for taking children, and running away. So when we get to that point, I will tell the reason why it is what you said totally is true. The government don't want to deal with it. I mean, they know how to deal with it. They know. Look, a simple video guy, I'm not saying military guy, video guy with just a small drone can actually give us a picture of where these people are, their movement and everything. You don't even need to be there. It will send you a live feed to whichever place you want it to be. So it's totally, they're playing politics and nobody wants to do anything about it. And I'm sorry, many more is going to come. We have said it on this platform. So we're even repeating ourselves. We've said this before. We have said it many times, and it's still going to be happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At the top of the hour, we have a guest that will join us briefly and talk about some products they think that will be of interest to some people in the platform or the Africans abroad. So they will join us from England. When they come, we will welcome them. Well, let's continue. I think the next person is the flagship. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. Hope you had a good week.
Yes, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. And good afternoon to everybody on the platform. Hope you did the same too. With respect to headlines, I think you covered just about the major ones that made the news this week, with the exception of
Wike, who told the Nigerian people and the press that the military and the security team in Nigeria doesn't have what it takes to combat these kidnapping issues and the menace that's going on in Nigeria. And he specifically mentioned drones and tactical equipments that they don't have them. And it brings me to what Man of Prestige said. He took one of my headlines that I think we didn't mention, the so-called burst in Delta State of the family who were making drones. They actually make drones and also repair guns. I think that would have been a good source for us if Wike thought that the military or whatever it is doesn't have what it takes to combat this issue we're dealing with. Lastly, the customs mentioned during this week, I think on Thursday or Friday, that they intercepted a shipload of guns, military equipment, and gear at the seaport in Lagos, but they cannot identify who it belongs to. So that kind of sounds very awkward to me and strange to see that you will get that and nobody's able to dig in deep and see where it's coming from and to whom it's going to. So those three actually stood out for me that I think we need to, if we have time.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. And maybe there's a connection, talking about family and IPOB is a family, and maybe they are confused. The military got confused, a family making drones, and they think this is IPOB. Maybe that's the confusion. All right, CM, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I think there's a new franchise in town in Nigeria. It's a game. That is, you kidnap some terrorists, you negotiate on their behalf and collect some reward, and then you go back again. I think that is the only thing. I don't really think anything worth my time, except the new franchise in town. And then, what was it? Okay, you said something about the Senate. What is panning out in the Senate? Well, I don't really think there's any more thing I need to add until when we get to discussing them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Sure.
Yes, good afternoon, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to the rest of the panelists and the chat gang and the viewers as well. Two things I would like to add. Miyetti Allah spokesman sort of threatened the Nigerian state or the president, or give them an ultimatum to release their boss. And those guys walked free. No one, they were not arrested, but they said, you must let our boss go. And to an extent, you can understand why, because if it's rule of law, it's rule of law. You picked up the guy, you failed to charge him to court. You're just locking him up indefinitely. You can't keep doing that to everybody. Yes, I might not agree with Miyetti Allah. Yes, some people might say, security issues and threat, but that's the same song you sing all the time. You can't just pick people up, lock them up, don't charge them to court, and just keep keeping them. So that's something, that might be worth discussing. Some people might not find it worthy, but, it's good to highlight that's going on. And I would like to see what would happen if they don't release their man, because, as we've been told by Ndume, that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. So it's in plain sight. Also, the second thing is handicap, as we'll say, student loan was signed into law in June last year. It was meant to commence in September, October last year. It was pushed back to January. Now they've pushed it indefinitely. 5 billion, they can't even fix that. And you see the amount of money they spend on nonsense, where our senators have been reduced, our lawmakers have been reduced. Sorry, they've reduced themselves to borehole diggers, solar panel, streetlight installers. That's what they do now. And each borehole will cost Nigeria $125,000 to dig. Whereas if you know Mr. Beast, there's this Oyinbo guy, did a lot of work in Kenya and some Zimbabwe and African countries, where he's, doing some crowdfunding all over the world and giving them water. He dug boreholes in Kenya recently for $5,000 for a borehole. and Nigeria is going to dig one for $125,000. Nigerians are not ready. When they're ready, they know where to go. They know the people they need to go after. You go after them like your life depends on it, and they will fix up. But until then, we'll come every Saturday. We'll gist. I've told people there's no anger. I'll come, I'll banter, I'll go about my life. But yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. The student loan thing is also important. I know. Do we know the details? We'll talk about that. I think it's important to talk about it because what I think they are trying to do is to appease some segments of the society so that there won't be any cohesion, just in case people want to rise up. So they negotiate with different people, try to appease them. Maybe they throw something to students, and hopefully students will calm down if something is about to happen. All right, forefathers, welcome to the show. We can hear you. Not yet.
He has taken over from CM.
Just in case you want to intimidate us with that equation behind you, I can actually.
Can you hear me
now? Huh? Okay, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
oh, no, you can hear me. Sorry. That's crazy.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, you should be hearing me though.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. I think I forgot I changed my system a bit. Let me just get my stuff back up. Sorry, go ahead. Let me just get my stuff back up. I just got carried away. Sorry about that.
No, I'm actually asking if you have anything to add to what we are. Oh, he's gone. All right. But that equation he had at the back.
I was gonna tell him to take that equation out. He's giving me trauma. It makes him remember that, yeah.
Trauma. Why? Because you did not do well in math.
When I did it in computer science, it kind of gave me some problems. So yeah, it gives me trauma.
Okay. All right, let's hear from someone in Nigeria. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, we thank God we are alive. Nigeria is what it is, and will remain what it is. It's a challenging moment. Since about 3 days now, you can't do successfully bank transfer. The internet has collapsed. Just a little while we began to receive a signal. You know, Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said the internet collapse has been a problem. You can't do bank transfer, and the apps are not working unless by accident, you know, you just click and then goes off again. That's what we have been facing in the last 3 days in Nigeria here, and they keep promising us they're working on it and they're doing something about it, and we have not seen a significant improvement. That's what has befallen Nigeria right now. And the issue of the Senate, the padding of the budget, is really on the airwaves of Nigeria. It's been a topic to be discussed, both television and radio and print newsstand. You know, it was a shocking revelation, and the worst the Nigerian Senate could do was to suspend this man who opened up the can of worms. In fact, they didn't allow him to open up the can of worms because the man wanted to let the world know what was going on and what had happened previously before that day. And but our major disappointment comes from Abaribe. Abaribe is claiming that he did not receive 500 million naira, but he received 200 and something, and with the seen as a cent, and people are asking you questions. You received 215 million and you didn't open up. All this while you have been in the Senate, this money are being shared. There is what they call constitutional project. I mean constituency project. If you go to the various locality or constituencies, you will not see any relevant project that these people executed. You know, so it's a terrible thing. When the head is corrupt, what do you expect from the tail? Those people, I don't know. I have asked questions in radio programs if the money was shared also to Labour Party senators and House of Rep, but no relevant response was given to me. You know, one of the radio programs, I called in and asked this question, because if that should be the case, that Labour Party members participated in sharing the money of the people when they are asking us to tighten our belts. There is no electricity, no road, no medical, there is no food. Inflation is at the highest level in 25 years. And these people are sharing constituency project and money, padding the budget to the tune of 3-point-something trillion. I mean, we're in a bigger trouble than we thought. Nigerians are asking for Buhari to come back. I tell you, some offices where I was during the week, immediately I entered there, they say, is it not better we call Buhari to come back? I said, yeah, Buhari said we will miss him. And Nigerians were lamenting that, what are we going to miss him for? But now it's clear the man knew what he was saying, that actually we have missed him because life is becoming more difficult than ever been. You know, there is no aspect of the economy that you will look at and say, okay, this is good. You know, but that is just what it is, and we are trusting that something will happen that will change the equation. When it will happen, I don't know. Will it happen? I guess it will happen. Because if you push goat to the wall, the goat that does not bite will suddenly develop teeth to bite. And that is what we're expecting to happen. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Janaba.
Good afternoon, Rudy and fellow panelists. I think it's prophecy coming to pass that they're all of the same, just like righteous man say, whether LP or PDP, they're all of the same. And the next thing, are we missing Buhari already? Was what I asked you guys much earlier on the show. So I don't think your hand is full already. Since KJ here is a news is a pillar, then see my brother righteous man. All of these people have more to say. I'm just watching you guys. I'm a senior citizen. I don't talk too much again.
Janaba, thank you. There's a video I played earlier, Janaba, at the beginning, where I showed something happening in Benue State, in a local government, where they were the person that made the video talking about them Chinese companies taking minerals, raw materials from the ground, and nobody is aware of what they are taking and how many and to where. So, but maybe down the road we can get back to that. For fathers, do you have anything to add to what we're talking about before we start the conversation on? I want us to start with the kidnapping.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for having me. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I think that truck one is very interesting because the amount of goods that are leaving Nigeria is quite a lot, and if it has anything to do with some form of illegal activity, that is another industrial level of theft going on in Nigeria. And we've seen this happen with crude oil, and in Zamfara is happening. Most of all these massacre you hear about and insecurity, they say it's tied to some of all these activities so that people can normally. So that one stood out for me. And if it's the Chinese that are doing it, we need to be watching out for all these people. Every foreigner, they should be suspected. And one other thing that stood out from what you said, you presented, was that they gave this House of Assembly or senators $30,000. All that signals to me that these people, they are just criminally, how do I put it, criminally compromised. That's all I can say. Some of these our leaders that we call leaders, they are just awful set of human beings that don't seem to understand their job. They don't seem to understand the job. Because if you, as a law enforcement, an official of the state, is giving your own national foreign currency, can you imagine American president giving House of Assembly members this in Naira? It's like It's like the UK government giving fellow Nigerians people naira. It doesn't make sense. Now look at, is this from kidnapping or something? I don't know what this one is about.
Yeah, this is about kidnap, but not this current. We don't have videos of from the kids that are kidnapped, but this is one of those incidents in the past.
You see that, and that's another one that happened again with the industrial scale kidnapping that is going on in Nigeria now. The level of insecurity is not even being dealt with, and everybody pretends as if they don't know what they need to do. There's some people talk about technology. Some people say they've got president not ordering people to do it. How do they not know that we don't have enough people to secure the country? When one of the security people that people that were kidnapped, when he escaped, he said he was working for hours before he saw the first person. He was working for hours before he saw the first person. That tells you there's a lot of places there are no human beings in Nigeria. We don't have. By the time they protect River State, protect Delta State, protect this in Akwa Ibom, Edo, Lagos, how many is left? Abuja, how many people are left to go and chase these people down? And when you tell Nigerians that these your leaders are not telling you the truth, you don't have enough security officials. And the funny thing is that all of them, all these our political leaders, from Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, all of them agreed during the campaign that they needed more people. Are there any of them doing anything about it now? Is the press asking them, why are you not recruiting people? Look at how people are getting kidnapped. You said you were going to do this, you're not doing it. Yeah, who is nobody? Even us here, we hardly hold them accountable that they promised us that they're going to recruit. We don't do that. So what do you expect from them? And look at this one now. Look at this one on the chart. This is the uselessness of Nigerians. He said, forefathers, keep short. What kind of people are these? Nigerians are mad. They don't want to protect themselves, and they wonder why there is insecurity. Man, I'll leave it there. It's just stupid. I hear this nonsense all the time. What is wrong with our people?
All right, thank you. So in the last 1 week, I've had a lot of people say that if we're not careful, Nigeria will be like Haiti. The situation in Haiti is a serious situation, and it should concern all Black people anywhere in the world. If you know the story of Haiti, how they fought and got their independence from the people who basically they were the first group of Africans abroad, enslaved Africans that fought and got their own independence. And since then, they've been kept in systematic plan to make sure that Haiti will not stand on its own, and there are people also helping them. But what's going on there is an example of what could happen to any failed state. And when we say failed state, people think it's so far off for a country like Nigeria. It's not. All right, let's talk about the kidnapping of the school kids. The fact that we haven't had much. There is a story that they were demanding 1 billion naira for the release of the kids. We're not very sure if it's accurate, but the point is that more than a week after, the government has not been able to make any inputs in securing them. Just think about it. You live in a country where you could be kidnapped, not you, 200 and something of you will be kidnapped, and the government cannot reach them in a week. Well,
Doctor, you see, something just makes me laugh when I just think some things that I see and the things that happen in Nigeria. Just on the soft side, forefather, do you want to break the king of maths record, Leora? You want to break his record? Come on, Dad. Forefather. Doctor, I watch National Geographic. I see where they plant cameras everywhere in the forest. They use it to study animals. We can't even plant camera just to help ourselves for security, for human life. Even when we know we are having all this problem. You see people plant camera everywhere. They studied animal, the way animal operate and everything. We are having all this problem. In this age and time with technology, what technology can do to us. That's why I call it the other time. I said, all these gadgets in the hands of security men in Nigeria, they become adult toy. They play with it. These are kids who turn men today, but when they were kids, they were not privileged with toy. So when they become adults, they started using adult tools, gadgets as toy. It just makes me laugh when you see people hold guns.
They use it to generate revenue in the street of Nigeria. They intimidate the bike man. They intimidate people who are traveling. They talk all type of things. They tell people on the road, do you know they've not paid me my salary? Do you know my salary is 50,000? Do you know that man that's traveling from Lagos to Warri? Do you know whether it's a family member that bought that bus ticket for him to even travel to the village to probably go see his loved one? Do you know? They don't even care. Do you know how Nigeria is when you say people get government job? People pride themselves that I'm working with the government, which means I have more security with jobs and everything. Then you see people who work in the government who intimidate people in the streets. That's why. I just can't explain it. But I don't want to hold brief for the government. The government has failed us tremendously. The government has failed us tremendously in all ramifications. The government failed on this one. Like I said the other time, doctor, look at the school that these kids, just look at the school building. Look at the location. In fact, look at the kids. Even look at teachers who can even speak English. No training and retraining, no nothing. What do you expect? Do you think somebody want to kidnap these people and go tell them, go bring 40 trillion naira, go bring $1 billion, go bring all this money? Of course, it's a show of strength. They are dealing with the government and everything. They are not dealing with the parents They're dealing with the government. And they know they're going to get what they are looking for. You understand? The government may say whatever they want to say, but behind the scene, they don't have any option. When this humiliation will keep pounding and pounding and pounding, they're going to give these guys this money. You understand? They're going to give these guys this money. You understand? And for politics' sake, again, you say, okay, if we come out hard on these people again, we're going to lose our election. So for their own greed, like the way American politicians will do, for their own greed and the likes, they won't do nothing. They won't do nothing. The ordinary man just going to suffer. Doctor, you are talking about Haiti. We that lives in the West, are we not seeing Haiti from the lives of our family, our friends? These days, they force us to give them money. It's like my force. You understand? You see family member, people will lie in all type of illness, all type of project, all type of thing going on just to take money. Things are tough. Things are hard. We lost our dignity. We lost our pride. You understand? People who live that you've been in the West for a long time that never ask you for any favor. These days they swallow their pride. They tell you their mind. Do you want to leave me die? Things are tough, and we know. Doctor, I have an app on my phone that I have 50,000 radio stations. I listen to radio anywhere whenever people tell me anything, so I know what I'm talking about. This is really, really hard in Nigeria. The government is not doing anything, and they are not willing to do anything. Just look at the first time in the National Assembly, where we have APC, where we have PDP, where we have Labour Party, where we have NNPP, and the likes. Did you see one? Can you find one Omoyele Sowore there? Just let's say one abnormal human being there. Because the people who do the right thing in Nigeria, they look more abnormal. Can you see any one of them there? No, none of them. You understand? Can you even see Peter Obi to even talk down on them that they are laughable, they are shameful? Like the way Trump will talk down on anybody who don't want to go the way he wants. You understand? Trump will promise that you are not coming back again. You lose your primaries. Do you see Peter Obi condemning his own? Oh, they said they need the motor. They got the motor. You understand? Do you see Ovie Onku? Do you see him talk to his own NPP people? Do you see Atiku? It's just to do condolence every day on Twitter. You understand? Condolence every day on Twitter. They don't call their people. They don't attack the other side and everything. Doctor, we are just very laughable people and everything. Like I said, sometimes when I see this dollar just trigger, it just makes me happy for all those girls that don't want to talk to me those days. Okay. Let me use my money now and intimidate you. This is how Nigeria looks like. You understand? I say, where your husband put out for video, make I say, don't worry, I'll send you money. More natural good food. I'm telling you, this is how the country is. We use our words to oppress. We don't think about the greater good of the nation. It is painful, but this is just the truth.
Wow, I almost off the mic. All right, Mazi Prince.
So sometimes honorable off the mic now. Jesus Christ. And when you want to talk about Donald Trump is not speaking truth to power. He's just bullying people. Okay, he's bird of same feather. In as much as I don't know, he's always, trying to hold people with one thing or the other. That's what he has done to Republican Party, and that's why they're gonna fail, and they will fail woefully. Coming to something that you just said, Paul just said about cameras being installed, in the forest to study animals. I love watching documentaries, and there was a documentary I was watching a few days ago. It's about China. In China, there is a place called, I think they call it Latani. Litani is Litani. And from Litani to Himalayan is kind of like close to Tibet, where they have that temple and all that kind of a thing. It's like going up the hill about I believe they said it's about 270 kilometers. Some people go up there with a bicycle. It takes them weeks to get there. But there's one funny thing. Despite the terrain to that place, they were able to build a road, with cement or whatever it is. That was what they used in making the road to the place. Why am I saying that? If those people could think about doing such a thing, and people still go there for tourism, they still go there just for physical exercises and other kind of thing. You think, what is wrong with Nigeria? The military the other day, yesterday, was it 2 days ago, was saying that where they kept the kids is a difficult place, that they cannot, guarantee going in there, that it's a difficult place. And I said to myself, is it that they are trying to say that they've been defeated? They are, not that they are not capable, or they are just, I don't know. I don't get it. Why they being paid? They can even perform a simple task to carry out an operation, and they keep talking about non-kinetic. For those of you who is in the comment section that don't know what non-kinetic is, it's about giving money, buying their way out. So they just using those English to confuse people. Non-kinetic and kinetic. They just want to buy their way. And then somebody's asking me if Donald Trump bullied me. Yes, he bullied me. And if you don't know, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Let me know if you look at that. And then it's just so, righteous man, for your internet, a submarine, kind of like they said, the submarine kind of cut you guys wires. So sorry. Sorry. It's not nobody's fault. It's the submarine's fault. Except all those powerful people you guys have. They can go inside the water and at least command the money water or whatever to put it back, and all that stuff. So, on a serious note, it's just so shameful that children will go to school. Mama, Papa, I'm going to school, and they will not be seen again. I try to put myself in their shoes years ago when I was just like that. Does it mean that one will just go to school and you will never come back? And then you'll be taken into the bushes and all that? Well, what are they eating? Nobody even knows what the condition is like in there. The mosquitoes, the other rodents, and everything. Doctor, let me rest here.
All right, thank you. Man of prestige.
Thank you. Let me start with my brother, Mazi Prince, in reference to what he said about Trump before. Just a minute on that. I think the problem with some Nigerians, even righteous man here, because I saw a vote that came out the other day. I think it was like about 70 to 25 Nigeria supporting Trump. So I'm beginning to wonder in my head, what's going on with Nigerians? You need to worry about what's going on in your country. And you're here supporting somebody similar to what you have. Because if you let Trump rule, he's going to implement all kind of corruption. He's going to be dictatorship. Putin is like a child, when it comes to what he would have done. Because American system has a structure. That is what's holding him back. And you're here, and my brother over here on my right-hand side, all of them turn to MAGA, So sometimes I'm beginning to worry about Nigerians, That's why we're having a problem in Nigeria. Because you don't see truth, or what is right for you. But anyway, that's it. Sorry for another day. I just want to support my brother over there. So on the current issue going on in Nigeria, leave me what's short about where we are today. If people don't know, as of February, going up to date, about 700 people, it was compilated, that's the data, had been kidnapped in the Northeast and Northwest. We know about 280 something, from Castina to Borno and everything. If you compile all of them, it's 700. What could have been worse? How can we live, in this manner? And I think, in my own opinion, if I have to really speculate, there's people behind this. It's not just because of the unemployment, the poverty level, or whatever is going on in the north that we have. I know there's kidnapping in the, in the south, but it's not anything comparable to what's going on. They are our brothers and sisters. I sympathize with what's going on over there. It's not helping the country. And you're going to go to Qatar or wherever you are, you try people to invest. Are they stupid? The foreigners, they do their research. They're not going to come here, they may promise you or whatever, you say, come and tell me if anybody's trying to bribe you. What an utterly nonsense is that? All these people, they just think we are fool, or the foreigners, they are fool. They're not going to invest in your country. People, no investment is coming from, it's going to come to Nigeria, mark my word. Not even a single. Because, they are building for the next generation, like the Qatar Prince said, if I'm going to invest, it's going to be for my next generation. He didn't say it's going to be for me. It's going to be for the current generation. That's how they, they think futuristic, But Nigeria, we just kind of docile, to cut the story short, I think the military is in Kabul with what's going on. Let's not just miss word, because I'm not talking about the lower rank people. They are doing their job. Of course, they're not being paid. What are they paying? 50 naira or whatever they are being paid. So it's the top notch, even I thought they have a new person in charge right now. But the real people.
Man of prestige, 50,000. 50,000.
Okay, 50,000, whatever it is. What is 50,000? Oh my God. But anyway, having said that, whatever is happening, perpetuating in Nigerian territory right now, the military is involved with it, even the politicians. So I don't see it. I'm praying, I hope he abate very soon, but I don't see it abating because nothing is happening, And Jonaba, my brother, you have your Gowan, he don't even talk. Was he, he's supposed to be talking about what's going on over there in Benue and Plateau. He never speak. So, some of these leaders, they don't just speak. At least some people are speaking, even not in the government. But you have just some people, they're just like lame dong. They don't do nothing, to speak because you need to speak, whether they're going to do something or not. That's why we're here to speak about, the calamity going on in Nigeria, So, there's nothing I can do from here, but you just have to speak. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Man of Prestige. KJ, before we come to you, I just want to remind people that Putin won the election yesterday. It appears as if you guys didn't.
By how many percent? 90% or whatever? What is it?
Landslide.
Okay.
Just
yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
that's what you all wanted. That's what you all want. All these Trump supporters.
And we will get. I think every week we touch on American politics and international politics because it's important, especially with this Trump and people like Man of Prestige and KJ. And when we talk about that, maybe towards the next topic, we will talk about the fact that the vice president, his own vice president, is not supporting him to be the next president. All right. So, KJ, what do you think about this kidnapping of kids and the fact that we are not getting any information with all the drones? Remember the last time when Jonathan was president, they bought some drones and they showed us, demonstrated the military how to use it. No matter the terrain, is it difficult for them to use this? What's this problem? Why is it that they cannot give us information? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. You see, what's going on in Nigeria is a well-organized crime. It's a government-led, and I repeat, government-led organized crime. You see, I have never heard in modern history that an army can open their mouth and say that a ragtag, unorganized set of criminals have overpowered the army. Okay, now let's systematically follow the story. You see, even with the leadership of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu was more interested in going to commission an airport, that have been renamed after him, than to taking the seriousness of what is facing his government, which is to recover those children. And let it be clear also, maybe for those who didn't know, these children were marched from their assembly ground. This kidnapping was not done at night. It was in the early morning when they were at their assembly ground. They were marched from the assembly ground into the forest. Now, how big? All of us are Nigerians. You know how big the forests are in the north. You know how big the forests are in the south. This is not a southern forest. It's not Olumo Rock Forest. It's not the mangrove of Port Harcourt. It is the north, somewhere in Kaduna, Kano, Sokoto, Zamfara. If they go far, maybe towards Bauchi, which is where you probably get a more stronger or more a bigger forest. Now, to match the number of people plus their teachers into the forest, obviously anybody can watch in fact, even the satellites can pick up that kind of movement. So it is totally true that our people are not concerned about what's happening to the ordinary man in Nigeria. Talk more of children. So what happened here? You talked about the military has their own military drones, but I'm not even talking about a military drone. I'm talking about the ordinary drone, drone guy that you can use to do your documentary. Okay, if you get that, they call it DJI drone, the DJI drone that carries a 4K camera on it. It will give you an area view of every movement in that area. If you wherever you are standing, take off that drone up, it will give you the movement of the people. It will even, if you wanted it to even come as low as giving you, some, precise location, it will give you. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it because everybody's benefiting. When the 10 billion comes in, it will go around everybody. Everybody will be laughing, and then they organize the next set of people. Okay, so are we surprised at what is going on? No, we all said this. You see, that is why we are afraid of criminality, because like they say, once crime starts behind your backyard, you don't know where it will be in the next distance. It will be everywhere. We said this, and in fact, in this platform, we shouldn't even be discussing it because we discussed it earlier. What is going to happen when Bola Tinubu comes into government? Now, is it so difficult? The general in the army, Buhari, couldn't take care of it. Tinubu, who said he wants to come in, Shetima will be in charge of security. They have not been able to take care of it. Who is going to take care of it? Nobody is going to continue. And you heard the statement that Tinubu made to the governors. That means that, look, this is beyond me if you don't give me land. If you want me to solve the insecurity problem, give me land, which is going back to the Ruga. So it's another way of demanding for Ruga from governors in the state, because he's saying now security is predicated on the fact that there is no land for the Fulanis. Okay. So if that be the case, then it means that we still have a long way to go, because I don't know which part of Abia State they're going to give as land to Fulani people. I don't know which part, because you already people know that we're landlocked. Like you have said here many times, especially my brother Paul. We are very small, and in the southeast, there's no land for anybody. In fact, if all of us go to the southeast, we will stand land by line. If we stand in line, we'll cover the whole land in the southeast. So there's nowhere we can give land to anybody. Talk more of now giving you a land, of that magnitude where you can build Ruga. What am I saying? I'm simply saying, my brothers, let us open our eyes. What is going on is it's deliberate. It's deliberate. It's just deliberate to make sure that the system is ungovernable. People are no longer and see, Rudolph, you are saying that what's happening, Haiti can't come to Nigeria. Haiti, no, we can't. It's not going to happen. In fact, look, if they push us to the wall, we will break the wall and continue to move backwards. That is why they keep doing what they're doing. It's not now. It's not now. And so that's my take. And I'm sorry to say, I have no confidence in the fact that anybody is going to do anything about it. So I'm waiting for my brother. When we get to the case of Akpabio, I will know whether we want to also say Akpabio. You see, the whole system is broken down. Everything is joined together, and nothing is going to come out of it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. Well, this is what I say when I think about this kidnap situation in Nigeria. I agree with you, KJ. It's a deliberate, well-planned, and orchestrated event. And I will not be surprised if we find out that from the presidency down to the least person in the chain of command, that they are all aware of it. That's why they will not do anything about it. I've recently started paying attention to the final statements of the last few presidents in Nigeria that we've had. And I think from Jonathan, I would say, I can't remember categorically if Obasanjo made the same comment. Yaradua, I don't think he did because he fell ill and died. But Jonathan said, "You will miss me and you will wish that I come back." Buhari came in. He said the same thing. And now here we are with Tinubu. I'm looking at the whole thing, and this is how the picture I get from it. There is an agenda in the back, the other side of the curtain, behind closed doors, that we are not privy to yet. It's playing out itself. And all this kidnapping thing, they are just like distractions to what the real agenda is. That's what I really would like to know and talk about. The plan that they have. Where are they taking us to? Where are they leading us to? What are they up to? When I look at the indices, everything has checked out for what would make a sane country blow up. We've gone way very far. KJ is saying, and I think somebody else mentioned it, that when you push a goat or someone to the wall, I think it was a righteous man that said the goat will suddenly develop teeth and bite. That's a goat. Yeah, maybe that would happen. And KJ said that we will carve a hole in the wall or break it down and keep moving. It seems like that's where we are right now. The Nigerian situation and the deterioration that we're seeing is planned. It's written down. It's a script. It's being played out. And we all are just looking. They are hoping that maybe the people will push back. And then if they do, here's plan B for what the agenda is that we're trying to achieve. But in case they don't, well, good. We'll keep it playing. It is sad to see that the what do you call them? The military chieftains and those in command are saying that some guys who are not trained, not even in guerrilla warfare, will come, take 287 kids. And I think the stats now is at 500 if you include the other states, and just march them into the forest. And then the military that we have invested billions of dollars on training them, equipping them, giving them the latest technology, I hope, will come and tell us that, you know what, the terrain is so rough. We can't get in there. They are cowards. Why don't they come and attack us in our barracks? Why would they go get children? It's like a baby that has a cookie in her hand that you take it out of, and she just sits there crying, knowing that she cannot fight you. And yes, I agree with the person that just spoke, that said, how about they tell us that these guys have overpowered them? That's where we stand right now. And if we know that they have overpowered us, come on, Nigerian government, there's no shame in this. Call for help. The US government has a base in Ghana where they fly their drones all over West Africa, and they monitor everything that goes on there. They see them, they have videos, they have pictures. And I learned from a friend of mine who's in the US Air Force, was telling me that a lot of the war they fight in Afghanistan and the drone battles and pictures and surveillance they do it from the state of Seattle. The pilot goes to work from home every day, dresses up, kisses his wife, good day, and says, I'm going to war. Gets in his car, drives maybe about 30 minutes into the base, sits on the console, and is operating a drone all the way in Afghanistan. The technology is there. If we can't get it, let's ask them for help. If we really care about solving Nigeria's problem. But do they really care about solving it? The answer is no, which leaves me or brings me to this other question. And I think I said it the last panel sitting we had. Are these guys really Nigerians? Are they from Nigeria, really? Or do they just have the names and try to claim affiliation to whatever state they say they're from? Because it's only a man who doesn't belong to a place that will sit down and watch that place ravaged to the ground and do nothing about it. And I know each of us here sitting out on this panel will not sit down and watch your neighbor coming to your house and turn it upside down, and you join them in doing so without having to push back and say, stop, we can't go on with this one. So in my opinion, I think they've checked out. They have shown a strange level of insolence and disconnect between themselves and the people. They really don't care. They may not live in Nigeria. They may fly into Nigeria every morning and show up at work, and in the evening get on their private jets and take off to wherever they leave. If Nigeria lights up in flames, their kids are not there, their families are not there. It doesn't bother them. I will end with this. And I speak to the Nigerian government because I know they are listening. I saw someone on Arise News that made mention that, yeah, they do listen to us and other platforms. And when they hear stuff, they send it down to those in the presidency and say, hey, maybe we should consider this. Hey, here's what they're saying. Then I can back that up when they were talking about the 6-month pay of 25,000 naira to the Nigerian civil servants. And I think Bajamia, whatever his name is, came on to the press and said, oh, well, chatter on Twitter is so much that we're not going to bump up the pay to 35,000 naira for 6 months. So what we're doing here has effect on these people. So here's my counsel and advice to them. Get some help. There are private security companies that have drones. They can do the job. If the military cannot do it, they can at least give you intel, where these people are, what their location is, if they are moving, where they are moving to next. And we know that you can do the job. You are trained for it. We spent money on you to get you the tactical knowledge you have to deal with situations like this. So get some help. There are good equipments out there that can give you surveillance in the day and at night time, however you want it. This problem can be solved. Let us not sit down and watch the country go in flames Unfortunately, I know you guys have mortgaged the future of Nigeria, that it doesn't bother you anymore. You have stolen so much that your generations 10 from now will not need to suffer or do anything because they are well taken care of. So please, get some help. There are people out there that are willing. There are companies out there that are looking at us and say, just call on us. It's only a fraction of the cost of what you're stealing, and we'll get you what you need and help you solve this problem. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. While you were speaking, something crossed my mind. Maybe once every Saturday, we give everybody a chance to come out full screen and talk to the Nigerian government. Since they are watching and they are listening to us, maybe they will gain something from that. Before I call CM, let me play this video. It's embarrassing to me to say that a foreigner looking into Nigeria had this outrage over what's going on. Something that some of us may not have. Let me play
that. Last week, we told you about a kidnapping. Almost 300 students were taken from their school during morning assembly. This was last Thursday. The children still haven't been found, and no group has taken responsibility yet, but the kidnappers are expected to demand a large ransom for their release. Now, if this was happening on your watch, what would you do? Send out the army? Go meet the families of the victims? Set up base in the affected town until the children are found? All good options. But Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has different ideas. He did fly out yesterday, but he landed about 150 kilometers south of the affected village. He went to a different state. Why? To inaugurate an airport that has been renamed after him. So amid a spree of kidnappings, Nigeria's president chooses to inaugurate the Bola Tinubu airport. A crisis is unfolding under his nose, but Tinubu is busy cutting ribbons, which begs the question, how tone deaf can you be? How can you ignore the plight of your citizens? These are some families from Kuriga, the village where the children were kidnapped.
We plead with the government to help us. We don't have any security in this community, no police outpost, no military presence, and no local vigilante. We are responsible for our own security, so anytime they want, they will invade the community and do whatever they feel like doing.
We don't know what to do, but we believe in God. We don't have security, no soldiers, no police to protect the school.
This problem we are facing, we are crying, looking for help from the government and God. But it is the gunmen that will decide to bring the children back.
They say they haven't received any help from the government. They're at the mercy of the bandits, and they're anxiously waiting to get their children back. In this situation, inaugurating an airport seems absurd. Now, the Nigerian government will say that they are on top of things. They have reportedly deployed the army. They're apparently working with the Air Force and local vigilante groups as well. But so far, there have been no updates on the whereabouts of the children. Meanwhile, there have been more kidnappings. On Saturday, 15 more school children were taken, this time in the country's far north. In another case, kidnappers have come out with their ransom demand. This is for 16 people who were kidnapped on the 28th of February. The kidnappers allegedly want 14 trillion naira. That's about 25 billion US dollars. Of course, that's a ridiculous amount, but it shows the impunity of the kidnappers. They've been getting bolder over the last few months. Since Tinubu came to power last May, an estimated 4,500 people have been kidnapped across the country. This is according to a consultancy based in Lagos in southern Nigeria. 4,500 kidnappings in the last 9 months on Tinubu's watch. It adds to his growing list of scandals. He's appointed his son-in-law to a high government post. His economic policies have caused the naira to crash. The people have been suffering with rising inflation, and now kidnappings are rampant again. Amid all this chaos, Tinubu chooses to put his name on an airport. It shows his misplaced priorities and utter lack of tact.
So that's foreigner getting outraged for us. What's going on yet? Most of
Doctor,
yeah.
Please, for just 10 seconds, I'm so sorry. If anybody don't follow that lady, please follow her. She reports almost balanced news. It's called First Post, Vantage News. I follow her on my lunch every day. First Post. She reports news around the globe. She is very, very grounded.
All right.
It's called First Post.
Yeah, thank you. So, but that should tell us something. When I watched it, I was embarrassed for our own media, because she could see things that most of our media operate as if we're in a normal time. These are not normal times, especially when you have school kids kidnapped and the whole country is still operating the same way. There's no sense of urgency, you know. All right, Sim.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. An utter lack of tact, TACT. That's what the lady said. Well, it's for people to make of it what they think. You see, in this insecurity or what, or this kidnapping, I think it's a franchise. That is why I see it, because I'm trying to look back. Let me take a helicopter view. Once upon a time, Muhammadu Buhari visited Washington. Trump asked him about the kidnapping and all these things. He said those people doing it are not Nigerians. That they are terrorists that left the Sahel, the fall of Libya, and all those things, wandering around. Okay. They are fighting us. Luckily for us, we got hold of them. All we hear again was they are repentant Boko Haram. They've repented. I'm not making anything up. I'm like, because I believe in taking what is in public domain, sort of puzzle, fixing it together, and then we arrive at a conclusion. Let's just juggle our memory. He said they are repentant Boko Haram. They are now part of Nigerian army. Hey, Jesus Christ. And then these are the army you want to deploy to go and catch Boko Haram. No, please follow me, because you know why I like all these things is that I'm not there. I'm only judging you. A high court judge will say from the evidence before this honorable court, because he wasn't there when the thing was done. Maybe you committed a crime in Enugu and they are trying you in Lagos. He said from the evidence before this honorable court. So from the evidence, from what we know in the public domain, now how do you think? How do you think this? Because this army are repentant Boko Haram. It's not like the normal army you see from high school, maybe where, or maybe Abeokuta, you finish, you join the army with all the patriotic zeal. No, they've been infiltrated by Boko Haram. They say it's repentant. That is by the way. Now, how do you now reckon that the military, no matter what they are doing, no matter how badly trained or how badly they are claiming, like somebody said here, that a ragtag army are better equipped than them. Okay, follow me on my trajectory again. The kidnappers are asking for ransom. 40 trillion, like I was made to know. And Nigeria's budget, 28.7 trillion. And they're asking us. Imagine, before they used to ask for bags of beans, bags of rice, all those food stuff, vegetable oil, and all those things. You had the sugar now. I mean, and that same Kaduna, when they kidnapped the Federal School of either forestry technology, all this, it happens. Now they've upgraded. They are now asking for hillocks, probably the one made by Enosin, I don't know. Motorcycle. See, at this point, I don't need to burn it because all these stories we know it. Let me drop my line. The government should come clean. It's now obvious to even the blind or the deaf. Our insecurity is not beyond us. The government should come clean. When I say government, I do not just mean maybe the money, the CNC only. All of them, those in position of authority, they should come clean. They have informant. Even if there's a meeting in Aso Rock on what to do, they have informants who will tell them. They are doing it because they've been empowered. Sheik Gumi, who always fronts, come, let's go and negotiate with them. What is his interest? That is the issue. If you pay this, they will kidnap another one. So there are a lot of things left. So many loose ends people should tie. That's why I'm not being prescriptive. I want people to make their own mind up as adults. These children they are kidnapping every time 200 and Chibok girls 200, Dapchi girls kidnap. Before you know, kidnap, and they are paying ransom. Some are rescued. Some we've married them off. How can we be hearing this? I mean, the people concerned, they should come clean. You know, this game, that's why I call it franchise. It's a game. It's a game. If they say, look, this should end, commit Nigeria resources, it will end. But it's a game. I think Showore said it in one of his campaigns. He said, what is it called? This Boko Haram something, people are gaining from it. The budget, even if it's only 10 naira you put for defense, they don't even use that 10 naira for what it is. As small as 10 naira is, 10 naira may be a tiny drop in the ocean, but what can you account for what you use it for? 24th and 25th December last year, they were slaughtering people in Benue State. And even wrote a letter that they are coming on 28th. We all are aware of this. What are they doing? Professor Osman Isuf said they've done it in Borno. They did it. That is kidnapping. They came in Nasarawa, Kaduna, Katsina, and then he named another state, and Benue also. He said, we are next. So these are the facts are so open that if you want to be honest, you conjecture it, you know where it's coming from. It's a case of when you find yourself in a hole, you stop digging. It's as simple like when you because when this is like this had just been since they removed Jonathan. This is the way those that want to Fulanize Nigeria want it to be. I mean, all these things, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. If you doubt me, by May, June, another thing will happen again. Which military are you sending? What is it called? Repentant Boko Haram are in the military. Protecting whose interest? Nigeria's interest or Boko Haram's interest? I mean, people should, Nigerians should wake up and reason. As for me, that's why I call it a franchise. People, you just to make money. Okay, if you now negotiate, maybe instead of 40 trillion, where will you get the trillion? 28.7 trillion budget is being borrowed for funding. Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, and all this is happening. This is a failed state, we know. But let them come clear. Let them say enough is enough. That they've eaten, they have taken to the extent that the owner will know. That is the issue. I don't believe when they talk of there is no highfalutin, one type of solution that we can. Let the military come out and say the truth. They are complicit in all these things. They should not be wasted. They are even if the only 5 of them or 10, they are complicit. If you are in the military, then you have people who said these are repentant Boko Haram. They are not part of our military, and they look at the kidnapping escalating every day. No, you can only tell a blind man that soup you are eating, there is no oil in it. You can't tell the person there is no salt because they know. So this game, I think it has gone full circle. Nigeria, we should be ashamed. Maybe that is what is even making Tinubu not to talk. But then in whose interest? So it's not the best. Let them come clean. Or whether Gumi also, let them say the truth. Because it's becoming so obvious. I don't want what are you going to do? Okay, you deploy the military you are going to deploy. They don't want to go. They do not want. If the military want to go, let them go. What is the chief of army staff there for? If they want to go, let them do it. Somebody said somewhere, I don't know, I can't be quoted, I don't know the veracity, that Tinubu must have signed the secret agreement, either with the caliphate or Tinubu, that is why we are handing you over. Don't anything about all these things, remove your eye. What sort of nonsense? I mean, why are we a sovereign country? Why are we? These are not another country like Benin Republic or maybe Togo or Ghana fighting us. This is internal. Somebody we kidnap. Okay, Kaduna is not a border state. Kaduna is bordered by Kano, bordered by Niger, bordered by Federal Capital, bordered by Plateau, bordered by either Zamfara. So many states surrounded, I think up to 6 or 7 states, and they will just be there taking people. And Kaduna is the headquarters of Nigerian Defense Academy. So many military installations, even civil aviation training center, everything. What makes Nigerian military? Our defense capabilities, everything is in Kaduna. It's not Anambra, it's not Imo, it's not Cross River. Everything that makes Nigeria militarily is in Kaduna State. And yet we are talking about all this type of thing. There's this man, let me now help. This Lawi that gave an interview one time and saying that when the bandit or whatever went to Defense Academy and did what they did, Nigerian Defense Academy. Oh man, look. See, Nigeria, we should be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Righteous man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph and the rest of the panelists. Once again, I bring good tidings from here. I'm in touch with Kandu, and he also said I should extend greetings to you all. He's in Nigeria, he's in Lagos, and the hot sun of Lagos is really hitting hard on him. Though he says he's a city boy, he doesn't feel it. So I'm in touch with him, and I believe very soon both of us will appear as a joint panelist. From Lagos here to the rest of the world. Let me start by saying, when Trump was the president of the US, we had peace all over the world. Existing wars were stopped.
About Nigeria now, but
hello.
Nigeria.
Mazi, let him finish now. Mazi, come on.
I had the privilege to. You mentioned Trump. And also you mentioned me when you were referring to Trump. When Trump was the president of US, the whole world had peace. The issue of Boko Haram was put on the table. When Trump was the president, existing wars were stopped. Immediately Sleeping Joe came into power. Wars that were stopped were renewed.
Okay, I didn't want to stop you, but you went on, and when you repeat, it's like Trump talking. Repeat things that are not true. TV stations have difficulties letting it go, and it's just someone to. When you say that the war or the conflict stops, it's not true. You know that because he was president.
Okay,
hold on, let me finish. And when he left, that all the conflict that were stopped started again. It's not true. Why do people say things like that? I don't get it. Anyway,
Doctor, can you mention the wars that were ongoing?
Righteous man, I'm not going to go on that part with you to talk about which one stopped, which one didn't stop. If you don't know, you just say that.
Okay, Doctor. The truth is this: when Trump was the president of America,
can you address
there was a really peace.
Hold on, my righteous man, can you address the topic we're talking about, which is the kidnapping of kids?
But you allowed others to mention Trump. You allowed others to mention Trump.
So, righteous man, you don't have all the facts on the matter. That's what he's trying to let you know. Those of us on this part of the world are letting you know you don't have all the facts of the matter. Don't talk on what you don't have.
How?
Especially with somebody else's country. You are in Nigeria.
I don't understand.
All the facts of the matter. Talk about what you know.
Excuse me. My question is this: when they were referring to Trump, Doctor did not say any word. He kept quiet. And when I mentioned, no, I think Nigeria, you are not in Nigeria, but you mentioned the issue of Nigeria based on information given to you. As much as you read and listen to news, that's the way also read and listen to news. So you can't come here and you make a reference of me concerning Trump, and when I want to also reference you, you now shut me up and said I shouldn't say anything. What are you trying to achieve? It's a global world. As much as you're in the US or in Germany or in Canada, and you are mentioning the issues that are happening here based on information you are getting, that is the way also I'm connected. I have families in the US, I have families all over the world. That's the way they are feeding me with information of what is going on there. So if you say Trump is not going to be elected, I want to tell you that it's a lie. Trump will be the next president of the USA. Simple.
Okay, we
will
win. He will win.
Yeah, back to the kidnapping issue. As a doctor said, I should go back to the topic. Yeah, you see, the issue of 40 trillion, those students, those people that were kidnapped, it's not bandits. The Nigerian army came out clean yesterday and said nobody should address them as bandits. They are terrorists. If you listen to news yesterday, the Nigerian army came out clean and said they should not be referred to as bandits, but terrorists. Now, these terrorists that have kidnapped people and were asking for 40 trillion, it's not the same. It's not the same terrorists that kidnapped the 280 plus students and their teachers. This is a different terrorist entirely, a different gang of terrorists entirely. The one that is asking for 1 billion naira, as at this morning, the news broke, is those ones that kidnapped 280 plus students. They are the one requesting for 1 billion naira. But the one that kidnapped 15 students and thereabout, they are the one demanding for 40 trillion naira. So I just want to make the clarity. Then, the question is this. Just like everybody have submitted, the question is this. What is the solution to Nigerian problem? Because there is one local comedy on radio then when we were growing up in the East. Chibo Anozo means each day that breaks, you hear a different story. Nigerian issue has become like Chibo Anozo. When you are trying to tackle this, the next morning you are hearing a different story. So what is the solution to Nigeria as a nation? And what is the solution to our problem? Is it that the center cannot hold again? Or is it that the Nigerian nation has been sold out and we cannot redeem the country back from where it is being sold to? Like I saw at the profile background of forefather, he put a mathematical this thing there. I don't know whether he was using it to solve Nigerian problem or he's using it as a picture to reflect how bad the situation is in Nigeria, and we're going to put equation to solve it. Because you guys that are there, just like somebody was referring to, he said I'm not in US, maybe where he is, so I can't talk much about US. I'm in Nigeria. And when I come here on this platform to give you details of the inflation figure, somebody at the comment section will say I have brought propaganda again. But it's very clear, even the inflation figure they are giving to us, which is 31 point something, is fake. It's more than. It should be about 45 or 47. The inflation in Nigeria today, because as at last Sunday, a bag of rice was sold at 92,000 imported. Nigerian breed rice is sold at 87, 85. But as I'm talking to you today, Saturday, 16th of March, 2024, a bag of rice, foreign one is 100,000 and Nigeria own is 90,000. So what is the solution to our problem? What can we do? Someone said sometimes ago, he said Somalia will be better than Nigeria. Is that prophecy coming to fulfillment? Because the Somalians, we are not hearing 200 and something students being kidnapped, 400 and something thousand having been kidnapped within 1 year. We are not hearing it in Somalia. Is it that Somalia is better than Nigeria today? Can center still hold? Do we still have an existing government that will stand up and say, I am standing for Nigeria? Imagine it's an embarrassing something for the president to go and commission a renamed existing airport while the citizens who voted for him, and he is the commander-in-chief, he left them behind. He couldn't even go to visit the governor of that state. He couldn't even commiserate with the parents of that student that were kidnapped. Neither the teachers whose life is at risk. Even when the children are released, we are not sure of the teachers being released. So can the center still hold in Nigeria? Do we still have a country called Nigeria? Have we met the standard of calling Nigeria a failed state or not? What should be the next line of action? That is what I personally, living in Nigeria, facing what we are facing here, that is the question I'm putting across to the panelists in this platform today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Righteous Man. Janaba, you're next.
In those days, after all those people before me, I'll go to church and shout 21 hallelujah for even getting to me, because it's a lot of thank you for having me once again. My heart goes to the family of those children that have been carried as a bargain chiefs between those that are using the life of their citizens as to negotiate or to take ransom. It is shameful. We ask ourselves, where are all the military? How did this happen? And you will not have to go too far to realize that this is all organized crime. But those caught in this mess, that is what is so disheartening, especially little children. And history is watching all of us. Those that speak true to it, those that use it as a mocking, those that allow it to happen, those that are presiding over us presently. It's a matter of time. There was a time that David Mark made a comment, and he said that phone is for the rich people. Today, it's not like that. History unfolded in its own very eyes. And like I say in summary to that, may all of them be returned to their family in health, in good health. That's my prayer. But there is a responsibility that those that are living in denial, turning blind eyes, deaf ear, they will be held accountable through the history. And I hope they realize that anyone that have a vital role to play, that take oath in Nigeria to preserve this life, that now kept quiet, that they don't want to give or to help in the processes of recovering these innocent children, will not go well with them. History will judge them harshly. And to all as I summarize, because I'm going to quickly run out, that's why I couldn't wait before. I thank God for Righteous Man. I was thinking it's going to go on for 38 minutes, but Holy Spirit help me. Those things is happening all over Nigeria today, the taking of resources. And Benue is not as unique as the one happening all over. Benway, I told you guys, it's a case study of what Nigerian represents. The only thing that they have working for them, where they generate their resources, that the only way they can even help their citizens or the origin of Benue State was Benue cement. They sold it to Dangote. So those are not a serious people that have understanding, and they are very close to Enugu. So this is how people think around there. So there's no anything there that is not happening around Nigeria, and they don't have that sense of sovereignty.
John, I hope you're gonna stay because I came in because I want to ask you about these kidnappings, right? And
John,
this
I
stuff.
feel like sleeping when you're talking. I feel like sleeping. Please.
So please don't go until it's my turn. I want you to talk to us about this kidnappings that's going on with your people, kidnapping our people over there.
Rudolph, will you allow this man to be talking like this?
No,
I'm just for now. Can you just go, for God's sake? You are a senior citizen like me. Respect it, my brother. What you are wearing today is black and white. It's a sign of retirement.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much. Let's
You
go.
see, you cut me. You see, justice will not prevail. But I take your cutting me off. I got to run. God bless you. Pansat, I'll be back and we'll talk later. I got to run to go and pick my family. I want you to know we talk it. We are here all night. All right.
All right.
All right. Yeah, try to come back because I just want to ask you with my time. I'm gonna yield you my time to talk about it.
I will come back.
When IPOB is doing something, you're here to talk about IPOB and ask good questions, right?
I will come back, brother.
Please,
we'll
Pastor,
talk about
it's not your turn, please.
Yeah, Henry, shut up your mouth, okay? Shut your mouth. You didn't. Janaba was here. You didn't ask him about the kidnapping.
If somebody talk to you like this, you'll be crying like a little child. Next, please.
All right. So I'm still controlling this. So please, can you allow me, everybody?
All right, Rudolph.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So, I mean, I don't know where to start from. I mean, it is very obvious to everybody that even those who kind of believed that we should all forget about the way the elections were held and give this new government a chance, they will do well. They were kind of optimistic, even when the rest of some other people like me were saying, you know what, you can't build something on nothing. I mean, it's very obvious to us. And see, it's for me, it is little surprise that nothing is happening. That the people are not getting the kind of help, or they're not seeing the kind of improvement or the kind of changes they want in their lives. Because, like I said, you can't build something on nothing. The elections that brought this man in, it wasn't free and fair. So are you then surprised with the caliber of people that he formed in his cabinet? These were people with known debt. You're talking about the Minister of Defense, a known supporter of Boko Haram. I mean, they are giving Tinubu the same Jonathan treatment. You understand? The kind of treatment they gave Jonathan to discredit his government, maybe because he's not doing what they kind of agreed behind closed doors. He's not moving as fast as they want him to move, not fulfilling or trying to complete the agenda. So for me, I'm not surprised. The people, what the people should be doing right now, I believe, is how to remove. They're a deep shit. I mean, sorry for my use of language. The country's in a deep shit because these guys are fraudsters. You understand? We know the caliber of debt that was dug up about this number one man, whether you like it or not. Is he a kind of man that you can even say, you know what, let's work together, come and help me run my company? Can you hand over your company to somebody like that? talk less of a country, of a whole country. So for me, I think our politics is very fundamental to what is going on. The only way, what we should be crying out for those who don't want violence or those who don't want fracas, what we should be crying out to the world is, I mean, the world who gives them the legitimacy, the West, the United Nations, all the foreign bodies who give them legitimacy, what you should let them know is that, see, our problem stems from the fact that we're not able to choose people who mean well for us. They force themselves, they rig our elections, give us a free and fair election. I mean, that would be a beginning point. Otherwise, we'll keep going in circles, you know. And the Fulani ethnic group, they have an agenda to perpetuate themselves. You understand? Because when Jonathan was there in 1999, we got a snippet of, I mean, when he left, we got a snippet of what transpired and why these kidnappings and killings are going on. We got a snippet. They invited them to come and help fight a war they would have started if peradventure Jonathan did not concede. Now, these people came, they don't know where to put them. Maybe they promised them land, you know, all over Nigeria, you know, the choice of their land, their own local government, and all the rest of it. Because come to think of it, people were saying that former Vice President Oshibajo, oh, he couldn't talk, he's a pastor. He had to be quiet, he had to be gentle. Otherwise, those people wanted to kill him. The helicopter crashed, the helicopter this. And I said, oh, okay, really? When this guy left after doing his 8 years, the first thing he went to do was to go and do Thanksgiving in church for God sparing his life with his family. You know, that is what we say. Nigerians are very insensitive. What about the people that died when you were in office? He didn't even care. All he cared about was his own life was spared, his wife, his children, and all the rest of it. That is the kind of life we live in Nigeria. Then one thing that caught my eye, you know, when he left, he was quiet, and I was like, maybe the guy doesn't, maybe he's even trying to write a book about what transpired in the presidency. Maybe we'll see what he writes. When things like this happen in other climes, when Trump left, we knew that the vice president, what is his name now, didn't say a word. But the moment they left the presidency, this guy began to speak his mind. He wasn't in support of Trump, but he couldn't talk because he was his boss. He couldn't speak against Trump, obviously, while they were there. But when the moment they left, it was anti-Trump. You know, he even tried to run for the primaries before he stepped out, and he knew he couldn't get ahead. But this guy, if he wasn't in support of the Buhari regime and he knew Buhari was committing atrocities, this guy went to a book launch that he invited you and you spoke well, you eulogized him. Even your body language, if you were invited and you didn't go, your body language alone will tell us that you weren't in support of your boss for the last 8 years that he was there. These people know what we don't know. That is why they are not talking. What deal did they sign with the devil that they can't talk? That these Fulani people from outside the country are running rampage all over the country, running rampage over our citizens. People dying every day, and we can't, no one person arrested, charged to court for such. Let's forget about what they did during Buhari regime. What about the Tinubu regime? The military, I don't want to talk about them. They're a bunch of incompetent idiots. And I mean, for me, I just yield the ground.
All right, thank you. Mazobe. We have to, let me just say this before you continue, you start. We've been on this topic for this is the second hour of the show, more than that. So we have to move on to other topics. So, but I want to hear from everybody, but maybe you can make it fast, please. Obi, go ahead.
My people, according to Ewe Laruchas Okorocha, greetings. Tunanja don't go. That formula we put for him back, so Blasey go help me for there. I won't help me calculate how many will be for Nigeria. Because the government of the day, see, they don't start with the share 50K to Nigerian middle or small scale business people in each 1 million in each local government. So that amount to 774 million business men in Nigeria, that 50,000 will be given each. So the last I checked, we are less than 250 million. But for them to identify over 774 million individuals who are business people, I don't understand the math. So, Tunanja, if you are hearing me, please, you tell your formula maybe to go a long way to bring us to where we're headed. Now, we are talking about the kidnapping that is happening. CM said something. CM said an enterprise. I would say is I would say is kidnapiocracy, because at this point it's pretty much an institution that has a lot of patronage, and everybody is complicit, including me and you. Now, what I say is kidnapiocracy is that I remember when it started about 10 years ago when the Chipo girls were kidnapped. It erupted all over the world, from White House to Beijing to Moscow. Pretty much everybody was involved, lending our voice to bring awareness, just a lot of things. That was 10 years ago. The funny thing is that it never stopped. Month in, years, every blessed day is pretty much my normal. If we stay 1 month, such shit doesn't happen. We have to like say, man, is everything okay? Just like during the election, everything stopped and we begin to say, what's going on? And as soon as everything comes to normal again, the activity starts. So that's why I call it it's a kidnapiocracy that is deep. It's just so much involved. There's so much money. People are making money and all that. I mean, we see what can we do, right? Talk about it. That's all we can do. But it just it surprises me that we are still expecting the people who know what is going on, who are the patronizer, who are involved in everything. We are expecting them to either stop it or find a solution that we will accept. That's what I don't understand. When my brother, the man with the big voice, was speaking, he talked about how from Seattle you can see whatever that's going on over the world. It reminds me again what I said last week when I go watch Abaribe interview when he said he visited the chief of naval staff office there in Abuja. From there they can see Akpabio, they can see everywhere. So they can see all these places within that office where are they those kids not in Nigeria? If you look at that video that Dr. Damage shows, you could see clearly where those kids are. Now there's a road there. That means that we will grow up a village. That's not like highway. That's not like highway. If you grow up a village, you're going to see that place na highway. If you close your eye, take speed in navigator. What am I trying to say? That road is busy. Now we're either that road to farm to some place that it's not easy to farm. But at this point, is that we take it upon ourselves and organize and go there, more David and that follow us. So I don't know. That's we should start talking about it, because it's been 10 years. It's happening every day. And we are saying the same thing. We're expecting the same people. Money, they pay tax, and they give the tax to the people. Like, the whole thing, no matter how you are trying to make sense of it, it doesn't make sense. So, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe in conspiracy theory or coincidences, because everything that is happening on this planet Earth, now we, directly or indirectly, they do harm. So we should start asking ourselves questions. And it's a question I've been asking for the past 2 weeks. If we want to carry statistics of these children where they don't kidnap, people don't get close to 1 million, and it's over 10 years, how come me and you never read from newspaper say councillor Pekin, chairman Pekin, so that the local level where all this things happen have been involved? I think they've been kidnapped. Is it that they don't live with us, or they don't go to school? Or those are the questions we should be asking the most important people in our community. How come their kids have never been caught up in all these things? Across the politicians, the religious leaders, the business people. They don't live with what is going on. I see that me and you are more concerned about this thing than the likes of the billionaires. Is it that we not get anything, that every day we wake up think how to survive, have more feeling than people who, if they are already made. And these billionaires don't invent anything. They don't make their money outside the country. They make the money where all these things they happen. It's a normal thing. So why are we talking about it? What are we trying to achieve?
Could you tell me what causes kidnapping? What are the causes? Just give us some kind of nutshell. What causes kidnapping in Nigeria or worldwide? You could even go worldwide. What's the cause?
I think at this point there's money involved. It's profit. We're making money. I'm not going to say it's poverty or those no. It's a big business. Real business.
So you don't know, right? You don't know. You have to know that before you go. I mean, Rudolph's giving you at least 20 minutes here to talk, right? You're going in abstract terms. If you don't know, then pass the mic. So because I want to talk, I want to tell you why.
Pass that. You want to talk about Sunni, right?
All right.
No. I could tell you. Rudolph, hold on. Let me just tell him quickly. Let me tell him quickly, because
no, you are not, Pastor.
No, I'm just gonna tell him.
No, you are not. Ovia, you are done. Henry, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back again. I went to Nigeria to go and see your shithole country. Yeah, it's still shithole. Still beggars everywhere, in the airport, everywhere in the street. What do you guys expect from Tinubu? What do you guys expect? When you went to UK, Chatham House, when they were asking him questions, did you see any solution there about Nigeria's situation? What did you expect? Tinubu don't have a plan for you guys. It's the same note. They have kidnapping, killing. They are celebrating their Muslim fest. Are you kidding me?
Hold on, Henry. When you said that, are you saying that they shouldn't celebrate?
No,
because
Nigeria should be in state of emergency right now.
In Gaza, they are celebrating. They find a way to celebrate.
Listen, you don't try to change the top. Don't try to put me in a different boat. Gaza, they are having their own difficulties there. But
Henry, they are fasting. That's not celebration. First of all, it's not celebration. They are fasting.
Okay. Let's assume they are fasting. Yeah, let's assume. But the same fasting they are doing, are they going to celebrate later? But it's not time for Nigeria government to declare Nigeria state of emergency. The America you stay right now, we saw things happen for one child kidnapped in that country, America you stay in. The government will just sitting down, clapping their hands, traveling from one state to another, to one doing it. I'm asking you, Paul.
No, Paul, don't answer that. I want people to tell us their views so that we can move on.
So, as I was saying, do you see any changes since this kidnapping is happening in Nigeria? Have you seen any change from the government, the security agencies? Have you seen anything? Nothing. The so-called DSS, SS, whatever they call themselves, Nigerian Army, they'll go and dance, Python dance in the East. They'll come and bring some old weapons. They say they got some IPOP, whatever they got. Why they don't do the dance in this northern part? Go and go to Zambisa, whatever they stay there. Why they don't go there? What are they doing? They are celebrating with their corrupt politicians. They should move their power, their manpower they used to attack people during the SARS time. They should take it to these people, take it dance to these kidnappers. In the country, in the society where we have technology, you use your drone, you can see, they can look at where they are. You see, you are just shocked. It's not new. Your vice president, he knows about all these things. Your Shetima. These are one of those people who sponsor these criminals. You not say you don't know Dr. Rudolph. You know these people who they are. You are journalists. You know about these things. Look at Gumi, who is coming out to say to the government to go and negotiate to the kidnappers. He says Israel negotiate with Hamas. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What are we doing now to rescue these kids? What are your president, because it's not my president, your president, Tinubu, Some of you rats in the comment now will be commenting. Your president, like Kulata, this agent of Tinubu, what are your government going to do to rescue those kids? If these kids are your kids, what will you do? Have you ever seen them? They kidnap those so-called corrupt politician children, not the poor people children they kidnapped. It's so sad. I wish the so-called bandits, or whatever they call them, they should go after the politicians and their families. We've been here talking here. We'll be celebrating. So you should not expect anything good coming out from Tinubu. Tinubu have no plan for you guys. The military personnel from Nigeria have no plan for you guys. You people will talk to tomorrow. I don't expect anything good from this government because I went to Nigeria, I saw this myself. The same system, the same corrupt begging, intimidating under Nigerian citizens. They intimidate people anyhow. I make video. I will not bring it to you guys. I make video of them every time. I see them where they intimidate young boys with classic cars. They should go after these bandits. What do you call them? Terrorists. You know, I don't know what you call them. The name, whatever you call them. They should go after these guys, man. I'm just sick and tired of talking about Nigeria. I'm sick and tired of talking about it.
Thank you, Henry, for coming on the show, even though you're tired. I know. Gladys, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. My Nigerian people, well done. Anyway, I was not at the beginning of the show, but when I came in, I'm hearing about kidnapping, people being kidnapped everywhere in Nigeria. Like my brother Pansat was asking, what is the cost of kidnapping in Nigeria? It's easier to say that is all on Tinubu's head, but actually this is a problem we have been facing for a long time, and we all should begin to check ourselves. What are we doing? Not only one person, okay? What are we doing to make Nigeria a better place? What are we doing? What is your contribution? Because tomorrow, if I'm there as the president, they will say, "Is Gladys? Why is Gladys not doing her job?"
Gladys, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but before you complete that line of thought, did you, in response to your what are we going to do? Did you remember a certain guy called Sunday Igboho, the action he took and what happened to him? Did you remember that guy?
Okay, can I finish my statement before you cut me?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you just try to
balance that. You had your time when you were talking. You had your time. It's not my time.
May your days be long for that response. Gosh.
Okay. So what I was trying to say before the brief interruption is, I'm a Nigerian. I don't stay in Nigeria now as we are talking, but I was in Nigeria in November of last year. And if you see Nigeria, the Nigeria I left some years ago, it's not the same Nigeria. Nigeria keeps deteriorating every year. Every year it goes down and it goes down. Actually, we have a lost generation of Nigerians already. That's what I saw, a lost generation of Nigerians. You have young men, they will go to school, study, go even up to masters, and they will graduate, no jobs. Out of boredom, they start doing things they are not supposed to do. So this is something, this kidnapping thing, this is something that will really, every parent has to address, every Nigerian has to address. Actually, it takes the whole of a village to raise a child, okay? So we all should pay attention, we Nigerians, we all should pay attention and see where we are lacking and come in and build this Nigeria of ours, because it's our Nigeria today. If Nigeria is bad, they will say, that is a Nigerian person. So let's not just push it only to Tinubu, okay? I mean, I was not there when it started, but that from all the conversation, that is the only thing I can say as at now. Thank you for giving me the forum to share.
Thank you, Gladys. Thank you so much. Let's go to Pansa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph. and hello to fellow panelists and those listening to us and participating in the comment section, and Nigerians at large. I know that our brother Henry Omorige, he's got the right spirit. He mentioned some things that are pertinent to the issue. People who are speaking in abstract terms, such as Mazi Ovie here, and John Abba, who's gone already. They're usually the people that come here running their mouth about the problems when we have other problems in the South. IPOB, this, and the particular they talk about, and they should. And when you have, I'm gonna tell, before I continue to present my main thing here, I'm gonna give Ovie the reasons why you have kidnapping, things like that. John Abba, people from the north, Muslims, right? This is the main problem. Since the first day I came here on this platform, I've been saying it, our problem, yeah, we have corruption. Corruption is a horrible thing, causes all kinds of things. But we have an ideological clash in the country. It's not of our making. We Africans, we're not used to stuff like that. But unfortunately, we lay at the intersection of the Islamic tradition, Muslims, and the Western tradition. Now, when we say tradition, it's nothing more than jurisprudence, way of life, right? When we say Muslims are the problem in Nigeria, we don't mean the tenets of their religion. Even though it's, as a Christian, I don't believe in their religion, right? I think it's a fake religion compared to Christianity that was there before. That's just a historical fact. You could grimace, Rudolph. One of the things you have to learn as a journalist.
You're making me to interrupt you. I wanted you to speak, but you
wanted to interrupt me. You wanted. Go ahead.
You're going so far away.
It's your show. It's your show.
No, Pansat, listen. What does that have to do with the question we're talking about? We're talking about kidnapping. You can go straight. Right. If it's tangentially, you can talk about it, but you go so off the topic. Look at your time. Look at your time. I'm timing you.
Yeah, but
listen. Hold on. By the time I tell you that you have to round up, then you complain that you've not.
But can I tell you when I start? Then I haven't started yet. I'm trying to summarize things. When I start, then you time me. Okay. I'll go. Ovie, some of the reasons of kidnapping are unemployment, poverty, illiteracy, Islam. Some will say religion, but I'll say Islam, right? In Nigeria, that's you don't have Christians running around doing any of these things. But let's say religion, of course, greed, like you were saying, money kind of thing, right? Then you have politics and then corruption. That's true, but you have to know that this unemployment stuff. Now, when you come to Nigeria, where do you have all these things? Just all over the place. It's not in Nigeria. They don't want to go to school. So when I come here and I'm harping on it, you're not going to school. You have no patents. You just want to rule everybody, but you're not having your people go to school. When you come here, you say, I support work and so I do this and do this and this. These are the things you have to bear in mind, the consequences of these things, right? So if we historically look at terrorism as in general, right? In Afghanistan, for example, that's when, this Islamic terrorism got its roots. Now, when we're talking about these terrorists, don't be looking at your wide-eyed, illiterate fanatics who are merely obeying orders of the evil leaders, right? These things are committed by educated people, well-off, normal people in our country. It's true. But they want to keep their population dumb, where they don't go to school. You have people like you. You come here and you're fighting Christians, Southerners who want progress. You see, look at him on TV. He's sleeping. I don't know if he's sleeping on a show that we're serious. You should remove him from the platform. Have you ever seen anybody like that on CNN?
I'm speaking because an unintelligent person is speaking, so it makes me sleep. No, because I won't sleep. Now they make me sleep. Speak intelligently, I don't go sleep.
All right,
go
fine.
Read book, you don't go read. Book, you don't know. You don't call it a royal mouth.
All right, thank you. So, Rudolph, we can come here every day talking about kidnapping. We know who's kidnapping our people. You don't allow us to say it. We have to diagnose the problem properly. I don't say these things because I like it. You only tolerating me now because they got hundreds of our people, of our kids in the forest demanding money. If I had come here on a day when there was no kidnapping for about a month, I'll be just booed out of this place as somebody who's causing trouble. And that's not nobody takes delight in that. What do I even care? I'm not in Nigeria. I don't have any need. But it's our country, and having this many kidnapping going on, and these northern Muslims, they think they're smart. They think they're invisible, that we cannot even talk about them. We can talk about them. And we have to stop them from doing this. All of them. By the way, sometimes people make it easy for you to be prejudiced. When you have 100% of a population hell-bent on terrorizing their neighbors, I mean, you go to Kaduna, you have southern Kaduna, and they're just killing them like flies over there. You go to Benue, people that's been their neighbors for hundreds of years, and they're taking their land and put them in IDP camps, and nobody can say anything. These are ragtag idiots that want to take over our country. We got inflation to 30%. So when are you going to do something about it? You want to come here talking nice and you don't want to raise some dust.
We have to pray about it. We have to pray for it. Pray.
By the way, prayer is a good thing. It's a virtue. That's another thing. You come here, you people, you want to knock Christians. You don't want to knock prayer, especially in the other platform over there at Niger Watch, right? Prayer is good. But what I'm saying to you now, all of us here, this habit of coming on this Rudolph show every week and every weekend, and we're talking, and these people are doing stuff with impunity. They don't care. They rigged the election. Muslims turned off our beaver machine. That we spent 400 billion naira. We enacted a law, 2022, right? So what I'm suggesting is that we'll go back, right, including these beavers that they turned off. We have to hold them accountable. That's what I was telling your guest here, Kenneth Okonkwo, whoever they loves, that gift of the gab is good.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to move on to somebody else, to Maxine. But I just want to make this clear and make sure that you understand that there is no proof that the person that turned off, whoever turned off, or if he was turned off, the Viva, the machine, that he was a Muslim. So there's no
what is the INEC chairman? What's his name? First of all, do you know his name? INEC chairman. What's his name? You don't even know his name.
So you're saying that INEC chairman turned it off?
Of course, he's INEC chairman, right? Yeah. I said it a couple of years ago.
So Pansat, you can say that INEC chairman turned it off, not that a Muslim turned it off.
No. Look, the Muslims are organized.
That's your view.
No, listen, I hear you. You talk the way you talk. You talk the way you talk, and I talk the way I talk.
Let me finish. Yeah. You said so many things that are not very, accurate. So the chief of defense staff, I wanted people to pay attention to this. The chief of defense staff now, Christopher Musa, is a Christian from Southern Kaduna.
Nobody with Musa is a Christian. You have to know these things. It's just nomenclature.
All right.
It's like John Abba, right? Listen, look, Rudolph. Let me first say this and hold your peace, Henry.
If we cannot agree that someone says, I'm Christopher, I'm a Christian, and you, Pansat, now decides that person is not a Christian because in your world, if you answer Musa, you can't be a Christian. Then I can't have argument with you.
Okay, hold on. But that's what we're talking about. Hold on. You did the same thing to what's his name here? What's the guy calls from Nigeria? What's his name? You did it. You were wrong. He's right, right? You basically cut off his nuts in front of the TV, but he was right, right? What's his name? I don't see him on the screen now.
Righteous man.
Righteous man, right? You basically cut him off, but he was right in what he's talking about Donald Trump. He was right.
About what?
Yeah, about Donald Trump. He was making his case.
With him was that he said, Pansad, you are smarter than this. He said that when Trump was president, there was no conflict, that there were no wars. And it was after Trump left, that war started again. And you think it's right? Is that right?
Yeah, of course it's right, 100%.
Okay, I'm going with you. I'm done with you.
That is wrong.
I know, but
let's go to Maxine, because
don't do this stuff of using your moderating machine to determine what's true or false. I mean, why are you doing?
Because
please.
Afghanistan, for instance, was going on when Trump was there. It was stopped when Biden came in. So why would we say things
listen.
Hold on. Pastor, hold on. In Congo, there's been conflict for 20 years. Why do people say things that make no sense? Why? What point are you trying to make?
Okay, let me tell you the point. Here's the point I'm making.
Take it back.
Afghanistan.
Accept defeat.
Hold on.
No, we're moving on. Hold on. We'll come back to you later. Max, welcome.
You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
There's no need. There's no need for an answer. There's no need. No, I'm sorry. There's no need.
Doctor, you're about to skip me. You know my network was free, so you kicked me out.
But Rodolph, you don't blame Pansa though, because there is a trending video of El Rufai boasting about the election Muslim ticket they reached.
Okay.
You understand? That is somebody that is influential. That is somebody that you can hold on to as a reference. I don't blame him.
But
this thing is subtle.
Olumide, I have no issue him saying that El Rufai turned off the machine or anybody, but don't say Muslim. If you know the person,
it's all a part of the conspiracy. He boasted online to clerics.
All right.
That we look up to in our society. That's supposed to be kind of honor.
Yeah.
Doctor, please, can you give me the opportunity? Let me just talk, and I'll also leave. I was free, so you kicked me out.
I thought you said about this up,
No, so talking about I just want to touch what Pansa was saying, and this thing with Muslim and everything. There was a time where kidnapping was rampant in the southeast. Maybe it's the Muslim in the southeast. There was a time where kidnapping was rampant in the whole south. Maybe it was Muslim in the south. Now let me go globally. Paul. No. Hold on. Let me land.
No.
Please. Let me land. I want to leave, please.
You are bringing it out now. You are the one.
I want to land. Let me land. You take over. You shut people down when people try to talk when you're talking. Please. There was a time when kidnapping was rampant in the whole of South, and he entered Southeast. Now he moved to the North. When he was in South, when they were kidnapping in Delta, Bayelsa, River State, Akwa Ibom, we call it what it is, and we know the purpose.
It's Muslim geographic.
Can you listen?
Hold on.
Can you listen? Let me land.
Answer that first.
Can you listen? Let me. When I land, you answer your question. But let me land. You understand? Let me land. Don't be an young old man like that. When I land, you answer your question. There was a time when these things were going on in the South. There was a time when it was going on in the Southeast, and we all know the purpose, except we want to deny. Now I'll move fastly to globally because I know it's not my turn. Kidnapping was going on in Mexico. Mexico are very strong Catholic people. These are Christians in your own case. We never call it Catholic. We call it Mexico. There was a time when kidnapping was going on in Colombia. Paul,
we never call it Christian.
Please stop.
Shut up.
Shut up.
There was a time when kidnapping was going on in Colombia. We never call it Christians. We never call it Christians. We never call it Catholic. You understand? We call it what it is. Kidnapping was going on. Now, globally, I just make mention because it is easy for us to equate these things to Muslims. That's why we can't find solution. When we start putting all these things to religion and everything, you said it as old as you are, which is the right way. We all understand poverty can bring this type of thing. We understand these things, no job. We understand these things can trickle down. But trying to say religion and everything, because we could not fight these people, bring these people to book, that they commit an act of terrorism, criminality, or whatever. It's not about religion. You understand? In the South, we are all predominantly more of Christians than any other thing you can think of. They never call it religion. When it was happening in the Southeast, they never call it religion. When it's happening in Mexico, they never call it religion. They are predominantly Catholic. When it's happening in Colombia, they never call it religion. Why do you people want to see all these things? And when you talk about North, to some extent, I ask you people, what is Fulani culture? What is some of these people, their culture? Religion.
in the north and their culture is almost synchronized together. To some extent, you just have for you to differentiate and everything. But the thing is that we have a secular country. Let's fight it for the way it is than try to put all this religion. When you put religion, we will never find solution. Pansa, you are too old. I won't lie to you. If I see you in person,
Rudolph,
I will
please.
choose not to respect you. I'll feel like slapping you in your face because you don't behave like an old man.
Let us speak the truth to one another. Stop hiding away from the truth.
All right, Rudolph, I'm asking for permission to respond to him just for a minute, right? Then I'll leave. No, hold on. Let me respond to Paul for a minute. It's only fair, right? Hold on.
No. I said no. I want to hear from Maxine. Maxine, honest.
Hi, Rudolph. We are here to talk about Verizon.
Oh my goodness.
My business partner, Gladys.
Jagun, and I can't reach him. So I was wondering what happened to you and him. Oh, yes.
Is it okay to do that?
We will still do that. Just give us another 5 minutes. Let me just hear from everybody, then we will do that. Okay. I this is the first time I'm seeing you, so I didn't think about it. All right. Thank you. Just hang around. You see our people in action, okay? And then we'll get to that. Let me bring back KJ. KJ, yeah.
Listen, I wish Paul was still here. Ladies, you're welcome to the platform. Look, you could always have a way of drawing the Southeast into these discussions. And when we decide to speak, you will say we are being tribalistic. I do not know any tribe in Africa that is not tribalistic. Is there anybody in Africa who is a particular tribe who doesn't like his or her own tribe? Africans are tribal creatures. We all go home to our various communities during the festive periods to go and celebrate our people. So see, one of the things I fought all through my life, because I grew up in the north. In my primary school, I was the only Igbo person in the school. They tried to force me to use my Christian name, and I said no, I'm Igbo. So when people come up here and begin to put up this, you guys drag the discussion to the east. We're talking about kidnapping now. You are going to say it's in the east. What was it called? The people you forgot that some of the few kidnappers that were caught in the east were not Igbos, and most of them spoke Igbos because they were born in Igbo land. They bear Igbo names, but they're not Igbos. Okay, the Archbishop of the Anglican Church, who told his story, which was worldwide, spoke about the people that caught him. So much as we don't want to drag it to a tribal line, let's deal with the national issue. The issue of having that many people are being kidnapped in Nigeria is becoming a tragedy beyond what we can discuss as a nation. And I agree with Flagship when he said if the government don't have any solution, they can call for help. And these things are not far-fetched. And we spoke here clearly. Okay? Look, there are many people in Nigeria who have been able to tackle insecurity in their states. One of them is former governor of Rivers State. Okay? Was Rotimi Amechi. We had an interview with Rotimi Amechi. When Rotimi Amechi came into government, there were a lot of kidnapping of oil workers. And he dealt with it. He had to have meeting with them and said, if you are not going to do this, he showed them a video. And I'm speaking, look, my face here. I interviewed him, okay? And I'm sure I can remember the interview. I was one of the journalists who interviewed Amechi at 4 a.m., okay? Now, he showed them a video of where they were, all of their locations in Rivers State. I said, I can take you out if I wanted to. I want to give you an opportunity to change your ways. So these things exist in Nigeria. They don't want to use it. They want to keep milking from the system and keeping the people poor. Are you telling me that a landlocked state like Kaduna, you will march out 300 persons and nobody sees you from the air? The Air Force don't have anything to see you? Even, like I said, even the common drone pilot who you use to do your documentary can give you an aerial view of these locations. And you can see the people if you wanted to. So let's not come here and begin to play politics. I don't like it when people begin to give comparison that you can't use for anything. The question is, we have a situation in our hands. How do we tackle it? Are the people who are in the position of authority willing to use that power? Look, it's only the government that has the monopoly of violence. It's only the government that can hold people accountable. It's not you and I. If we decide to form our army now, they'll call us terrorists and call us all kinds of names and decide to clamp down on us and put us in prison like they've done to Nnamdi Kanu. But you have a situation on your hand and you are not able to deal with it. Your army, whom you have trained in Sandok and all around the world, a general sitting on national news and telling you these people, where they are, can't get in there. Imagine a general telling you where the kidnapper, the stupid, useless people are, they can't get in there. Have you heard that before? If the army can't go in there, who can go in there? Oh, these people who are not even trained can go in there. But you, the trained army with all the equipment, with a monopoly of violence, as much as you can bring, you can't go in there. Look, you see, the peculiar situation in Nigeria is that.
Brother, what happened to that other lady, Maxine White?
No, she's here. She's back
when
in.
The truth needs to be told.
I want us to finish the conversation.
I thought she see fracas, she ja.
Hello, sir. Excuse me. When the truth needs to be told, let's say it the way it is. It will. You see, one thing I like the West is that if you are doing wrong, at least before politics, before people start censoring what is right from their own point of view or wrong, they can tell you you did wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh boy, this thing you are doing is not working. Okay? If the generals you are appointing cannot bring, why don't you remove them? Why don't you remove them and bring people who deliver for you what you want? And every day we're, throwing blames around and hoping that somehow, magically, it's going to change. I said here on this platform, the agenda is deep. It is now beginning to know that there is a reason why power was hurriedly given to this individual, despite every other thing against him. Okay? And he had made it clear to the governors. 2 days ago, he said something. If you give me land, I will stop insecurity. What else do you need to hear? That is the final point of it. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. This is what I think we are going to do.
Rudolph, hold on 1 minute. Because I wanted to hold on now. I know, but I want to ask KJ or you.
Pansat, will take so we have to really do something here. People should just treat this platform with respect. I know it's not, there should be respect for what we do here.
Yeah.
And the simplest one is you don't speak until you are called to speak. I go to other platforms, I don't just start talking. I don't enjoy taking people out from this platform. This is the most difficult thing for me because I believe in free speech. I believe you have the right to speak. But you don't have the right to interrupt again and again and again. You don't. So this is what I think we're going to do, because this conversation is going to continue. People want to talk about it, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to take a pause. We're going to bring our guest. We actually have a guest, and I think she has something to offer to 500 people who are watching at home.
Put me backstage. Backstage.
I will. 500 people watching at home and people who will watch this in days to come. And I think you guys will also enjoy the conversation. I want to bring our guest in, who is joining us from the United Kingdom, Maxine. Maxine, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Oh my gosh, it's so good to be here. I'm here with my colleague and business partner, Gladys Odili.
Okay. Oh, is that? Oh, I had no idea. People came in without introducing. I didn't know. I was expecting Jagun to be here, and when I didn't see him, I thought there was a delay. All right. Okay. So, good.
Yeah. Did he send you some videos?
So he did. He sent me some videos about what I'll play. I'll play one of them at least, and then
if you play one of them, then that would be good, guys. It's great to be here. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Maxine Morrison White, and as I said, I'm here with my colleague.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm here with my colleague Gladys, and we are both on the advisory panel of a Black-owned fintech corporation, and we have so many different products and services that we can offer you guys through our profit sharing programs, because you know what you find is that most banks and financial institutions, all they do is publish their results. They don't share their profits at all. So this is why Verizon is different. This is their unique selling point. We have different initiatives that allow us to sort of, you know, earn money from transaction fees that we would never normally see. So some of the things we're going to take you through this afternoon is our community profit sharing program. So that's for churches, sports clubs, charities, any good cause basically that is registered as a sole trader or a company can receive 27% back from transaction fees. We're also going to have our POS systems. So most businesses, you know, they are charged to use a card, say 5% or whatever it is. And again, we're giving back 27%. We have our student cards, which are going to be coming out soon. We have a payment gateway as well, which is an intermediary for financial transactions. And we have Ebony Villas, but I am going to save the best until last. So Rudolph, if you could just play one of those videos, because the concept is the same across the board for churches and for communities, and then we will just discuss again after. Thank you.
So much, Maxine. Let's watch this video and then we will come back.
Verizon is a fintech community profit-sharing bank that has been created specifically to financially empower any community that joins our profit-sharing program through the use of our free Verizon prepaid debit cards, which are powered by the MasterCard network. These communities will include those who are trying to bring about a better world through various religious or humanitarian causes, together with communities involved in the sports or entertainment industry. Church communities are very high on our agenda, as we recognize that many of them are in constant need of financial assistance with the upkeep of their church buildings and to take care of their congregation through difficult times. We intend to financially empower various churches all over the world by first requesting church leaders to encourage their entire congregation to apply for a Verizon prepaid debit cards and to use them as often as possible when purchasing products and services in shops and stores, business establishments, or when paying their household bills. Whenever church members use our debit cards to make a purchase or pay a bill, the shop or business owner has to pay MasterCard a transaction fee for the use of the MasterCard network to take the payment from them. MasterCard will then share up to 70% of these transaction fee profits with Verizon, because those church members will have used our Verizon debit card to carry out the transaction. Verizon will be keeping track of what each church has earned collectively by using our debit cards, and they will receive a 27% cashback of the total profits we receive from MasterCard, which will be paid directly to the appointed treasurer of the church on a quarterly basis. This newfound continuous revenue stream is there to be used by all churches that join our profit-sharing program to fund the upkeep of their buildings and to provide extra facilities or services to benefit their entire congregation. Any church or community can apply today by visiting VerizonLimited.com and completing the simple application form. Once this has been done, Verizon will contact them to discuss their application further. There will be strict KYC protocols on all church or community leaders before approving them to this program, which is necessary to ensure that Verizon is fully compliant with KYC and AML regulatory requirements at all times. We at Verizon intend to support churches and many other communities with the financial empowerment they all need for many, many years to come, simply by each of their church congregation or community members frequently using our free Verizon prepaid debit cards in shops and business establishments. So why not join us today and start living the Verizon way?
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Rob. So it's actually Visa now and not MasterCard, because Visa are doing a better deal for us. It's quite funny because I'm reading some of the comments in the chat, and people are saying like church is a scam. It's not just for churches. This is for sports, grassroots sports clubs. The concept is the same right across the board. So, you know, yeah, Gladys, have you got anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak. Actually, Verizon is here to empower every community, anyone that has ability to help any community. You can always use the Verizon card, and you get 27% cash back as community. So it's not only churches, like my business partner said, Mazim. It's not only churches. If you have any organization you're supporting, you can refer them to use Verizon collectively, and you are actually also empowering your organization by using the Verizon card. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, and everything that we do is wrapped around our card. I mean, it is just using the transaction fee. So say, for example, Rudolph, you're in New York. So you go to Walmart and you buy whatever it is that you buy, you tap your card, and you never ever see those transaction fees. You know, it goes to the card issuer and the third party. And so what Verizon does, because we have the vehicle, we have the financial institution. So this is what has been missing all along for us, you know. So the profits that we get from the transaction fees is what we then give back. Yeah, so that's basically how the community programs, profit sharing programs work.
All right, we will allow people to ask questions if they have questions. And let me clarify this. So if there is something like a Nigerian association in America that is interested in signing up, your organization will be able to do that with them. And okay, is that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. And if this platform, we want to raise money and our people here want to sign up, we can do that.
Yes, you can. Anybody here can do that. You could do that. Anybody else here who has a good cause and meets the criteria can apply for this profit sharing program.
Okay, very good. All right, let's see if anybody has any question for them. There's another product they have. I will play that video after this. Anybody, Flagship, Mazio Vie, do you have any question, anything you want to understand? Henry, do you want to be? Anybody? Okay, go ahead, KJ.
Yeah, thank you, ladies, for the brilliant opportunity you're presenting to us. I'm impressed, you know, especially the fact that I was trying to fire the community so far, that, you know, I being a Bible-carrying, church-going, tongue-speaking, hand-laying Christian, that we are not doing much in this industry, you know, banking and technology and all that. So I'm really impressed with what you're doing. My question would be, is it only for communities? Can't individuals themselves get involved, or must it be in a community? Because I live in a more white-dominated area, I probably don't have access to more of my community people than what. So how do I get in? Maybe as an individual.
So as an individual, it would be slightly different because there will be unique benefits for card users. So for example, you know, it would be something like travel vouchers. We are also talking about, you know, up and coming companies that Verizon will be buying shares in, and then they're going to do like a shares giveaway. So you won't be able to get 27% back unless you have a community that you can wrap it around, because basically the way that the money is generated is through the transaction fees of your community members. So ideally, if you want to run a community, you need to have like numbers behind you, but as an individual there will be benefits for using the card.
Can I come in there? You live in a white neighborhood. Maybe your child is in any of the sports community. You can also introduce Verizon to them, and then the parents can be using, if you have children of less than 18, the parents can be using the card, and by doing that, you're actually funding your football club or your any sports club that you are involved in. Yeah.
Okay. There's a question here from Kulata. It says, is this some sort of affiliate card program?
No, it's not. No, and the beauty about Verizon is that we are offering prepaid debit cards. That's what it is. We don't want people to get in debt. We're not offering loans. We're not offering mortgages or anything like that. And it's not an affiliate program.
Okay, this other question says, benefits as regards to their business. What is the benefits, the Verizon benefits as regards to their business?
As regards to their business, so what are we talking about here? We're talking about somebody's own business and what is the benefits to them in getting involved in Verizon?
That's what I guess he's trying to find out.
Yeah, so I mean, there are tons of benefits. You know, mainly the main thing is the 27% cashback. You know, I mean, that is an amazing benefit. And also, as I said, you know, unique benefits for card users. So, you know, for example, say you've got a business and let's say you're a barber. Okay. People come into your shop, they get their hair cut, they pay you, and then you get 27% back. So not only do they pay you, but you're getting 27% back. So you're literally like 30%, nearly 30% better off in sales. That to me is a huge benefit.
Okay, that's good. Let's see this other video about the other products you have, and then we have the conversation after that.
Okay.
Ebony Villas and Verizon Limited have collaborated in order to bring about the greatest and most innovative African repatriation housing project ever seen before, where each of the 1 million repatriation family homes we intend to build across Mother Africa will all be built to modern standards and will come with 4 ensuite bedrooms, private swimming pools, and most importantly, they will all be completely rent-free for life for all successful applicants. So sign up today and repatriate our way.
All right, what is ebonyvillas.com?
So Ebony Villas is a repatriation program. Well, it started out as that, as a full repatriation, but now it's kind of been more relaxed in that people can, you know, be in these villas. So it's 4-bedroom, all ensuite villas. Nigeria has been added to it now, so this is why we're here telling you about it. They are 4-bedroom ensuite villas. Yeah, I don't even know where to start. There's so much. What it is there's a longer video as well which explains it all. But again, basically, it's wrapped around our prepaid debit card. So there is also a shares element as well. So it's £450. Gets you your Ebony Villas shares, which you can sell a bit further on down the line. Now, this is a 3 to 6 year program. Yes. So, yeah, 4-bedroom villas, rent free for life. We have shops as well, which are also rent free for life. And the condition is that, you know, you have to use your prepaid debit card.
Can you explain further? So if someone wants to be part of this, what should they do?
So if somebody wants to be part of this, we can put the Ebony Villas website up for you. We can also do onboarding. We can like have a private call if you'd like to have like more of a private call to discuss it. Look, this might not be for everybody. Everybody might not be interested in it. But for those who are, you know, we're happy to, Gladys and I are happy to, you know, put on another call, take you through it properly, and take you through the onboarding as well.
So you said Nigeria was just added to it. What is happening in Nigeria? You guys building a house or houses in Nigeria?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're building 1.2 million homes across 6 countries in Africa: Nigeria, Ghana, the Gambia, Egypt, Lesotho, and Sierra Leone. So we are building in all of those countries. It started off a humanitarian sort of project, really, for John and Amanda, who are the CEO and COO of Verizon, because as far as they were concerned, we all need to be back in Africa. And, you know, at least to be able to go from the West to Africa and back, and just for us to have our own place in Africa. So that's where it's kind of started. That was like their brainchild, and it's kind of developed from there, if you like. So yeah, these villas, there's so much to say about them. It's not your run-of-the-mill housing development. This is going to be wrapped around like an entertainment center. It's going to be more like cities. There's going to be all kinds of services, shops, restaurants, you name it, we're going to have it. And it's not just about us going to Africa. It's about what are we going to do for those areas in Africa that we're going to. You know, we're going to bring, you know, we're going to improve the economy. We're going to be using local people, you know, local skills for as our workforce. So there's a lot that's going on that makes it a two-way street that brings, you know, prosperity as well to those countries that we are planning on developing in.
And if I may add to that, Mr. Okonkwo, many of us here may think, yeah, I have a house already in Nigeria, so I don't need this. I will advise you to need it, because this is a house you have, 4-bedroom villa with swimming pool, rent-free for life, just by using a card. Nobody is telling you pay these millions, pay that. Just by using a card, you have this. And you can, if you're not in Nigeria, you can rent it out as Airbnb. You can rent it out. You are allowed to rent it out. And whenever you want to come in is your house. When you are dead, you can pass it on to your children as long as you use Verizon card. Your children should also use Verizon card. The only thing here is that for every villa, 2 people must use a card. Two people are eligible to use a card to get a villa. That's all. It must sound too good to be true. It's very true. Just use Verizon card. Nobody is saying pay money here and there. Use Verizon card and register, grab your villa and get it now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions from anybody?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Again, thank you. Appreciate the offer. These houses, are they going to be in a particular location, or it is the location where the people will want it?
Gladys?
In other words, is it going to be in one particular state? I mean, let me clarify. Is it going to be in Lagos, Abuja, or my community, or my village? Where is it going to be?
Okay, that's a good question. We are coming to build 200,000 homes in Nigeria. So that is a city. And sorry, we are not going to reveal which state is going to be, which location is going to be. As at now, that we are not allowed to reveal. Because a lot of people are already asking, oh, tell us, where are you buying this? So that they will get land near there, and then their land will appreciate and all that. No, we are not revealing that. But the truth there is that Nigeria is one of the countries. So as a Nigerian, it doesn't really matter, grab your own.
Okay, so how do we get our card? Because I'm interested.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that you can do. It depends on whether or not you just want the card or whether you want the card to be attached to like one of our projects, for example. So if, for example, you wanted to get involved in Ebony Villas, you would have to go through the registration process and then you would get your card. So we could, have a chat about what it is exactly that you want to do, and then that would determine which way we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Anybody else?
I got a question. I suppose both of you ladies are in the UK, right? Somewhere.
I am. Gladys is in the Netherlands.
Okay. Are you guys familiar with timeshare properties?
Yes.
What's the difference between what you have in timeshare properties?
The difference with timeshare properties is that you can probably only be there for 1 week in a year or 2 weeks in a year. The difference is that this will be your property. So you get to decide how long you want to be there. You want to be there for 6 months? Be there for 6 months. You want to be there for 3 months and rent it out for 9 months? It's you're in complete control. So timeshare property, you're lucky if you get 2 weeks in a year.
So are there monthly fees associated with this?
Huh?
Are there monthly fees that owners are required to pay?
Yeah, there is a fee. It's not monthly. So the fees are, I should probably go on the website. The fees are £450, for which you will get shares anyway, and the shares are due to projected to increase significantly, and they're yours. That's your asset. Because what tends to happen is that people go to another country to live, and they cannot sustain themselves. They don't have a job, or they don't, they're not earning the same sort of money. So the shares are there so that you can sell them at a later date to sustain your life in whichever country that you're going to. So that's one thing. Sorry, I forgot the rest of the question.
No, that's okay. So it's a one-time payment of the $450, you said, right? So
it's a one-time payment of $450. That's it. When you move in, there is like a non-refundable, like a damage, like if you were to move into a flat and you had to pay like a deposit for damage, like a damage deposit, you would need to pay that. And that is it. If you decide that you don't want to pay the $450 all up front, you can pay it in installments, but then you'll need to pay an admin fee. Let me just double check what these are, because we do have them. Oh, I think that's everything, but let me just check.
All right.
Yeah.
I have one more question when you're done with that.
Yeah, carry on. I'll come back to you.
Well, I guess owning one of your properties is contingent to being a card member, right?
Say that again.
You have to have a card to own a property.
Yes, you do.
Are there tier levels?
Yes, you have to use the Moraisi card to own a property, but before using Moraisi card, you have to show your interest by registering and buying your shares. That is 150 shares at the price of £3 per share. That's all.
So when you say prepaid card, my question is, are there tier levels? Do I have to have, say, a minimum of £200 on my card to qualify to get that property, or is
No,
there more than
no,
that?
there's no minimum spend. There's no minimum spend.
Just use Morizing card. You want to buy fuel, you want to you're shopping, and let your wife also use Morizing card. Two people have to use the card to own a property, rent free for life. Okay, rent free for life.
Okay, I guess and this will be my last. It's with reference to the card. Is there a minimum that I have to have on the card, or it's just any amount?
Any amount.
Any amount. You can have you can put in as much as you can. But the truth there is that Morizing is not a bank that they don't want to save. They don't save your money there. Just put in your money and use, because the thing is about you are generating a fee, a transaction fee that you are not aware of, that is going between the banks. Okay, so when you deposit your money from your bank to your Morizing card to book your air ticket, you're actually generating a fee, and the more you generate, the faster, the better, actually. Yeah.
So I guess your fintech institution is insured, right, by some.
Oh yes. I mean, yes. At the moment, we are working with 2 partnering banks, but by probably May this year, we'll have our own principal license, so we'll be a fully fledged bank. We also, at the moment, with Ebony Villas, we have a promotion on at the moment. So the first 3,000 people get double shares. So you'll get 300 shares instead of 150. So that promo is going on until we reach 3,000 people. I don't know where we are at the moment on numbers, but that is a promo that is ongoing.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Henry.
I just have one short question. When somebody has a question about which of the states they want to build their villa, but she says she's not going to mention, but does it mean it's going to be in every state or going to be one particular state? It's a question. One has to know.
It's not going to be in every state. No, it's not going to be in every state.
Then I'm out of it. I'm out. Yeah.
It's not a problem, but it's not going to be in every state. Sorry.
All right. Any other question from anybody else?
Yeah. Now, do we have to use the Morizing card for life or for a particular time? During the duration of this purchase.
Can I come in there, Mazin?
Yes, please do.
I mean, if you're having the Morizing villa rent-free for life, you should use Morizing card rent-free for life.
Okay.
Yeah, you should use it for life, actually. And when you're no longer living, pass it on to your children.
Oh, I'll be living.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are here. We are going to receive Christ. We are the ones waiting for that coming of Christ. Don't worry about my health. I'm living.
No, I like that. I'm just telling you how it works. Okay, so that's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, what other card issuer is going to give you a home? Because technically, what's happening as well is when you are tapping your card, effectively, the retailer is helping to give you your home. So why would you not want to use your Morizing prepaid debit card forever? Because it's going to give you so much. Just going back to the fees as well. So there's a fees breakdown. If you buy your shares in full, then the admin fee is waived. So if you're not, then the admin fee is £112.50. That includes the cost of KYC, the shareholders agreement, and the share certificate. We talked about the £450, and fees payable after moving in is an annual service charge of £240 and a damage deposit of £1,500.
All right. Thank you.
Can I quickly say something? I read something, someone saying, how much do you charge for every transaction? Morizing card is free, okay? We don't charge for every transaction. And the transaction fee we are talking about, you don't notice, you won't notice it because it's between bank to bank, okay?
Yeah. Exactly. So the other thing, I'm just trying to think, because there's so much, there's quite a lot of information. You know, if anybody is interested, then, you know, why don't we, you know, there's no rush, but let's, you know, get together and go through the presentation. You can also have a look on Ebony Villas, www.ebonyvillas.com. And yeah, I think that's it for now. Look, it's not for everybody, it might not be. We are just here to share the information with you guys, and it's as simple as that.
Thank you. Righteous Man wanted to ask a question. Righteous Man, do you want to have a question? Righteous Man. Okay, he can't hear me. I saw him raising his hand. All right.
Hello?
You. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, can we have the website on the backstage, or so that we can all go there look at it? The website.
Yeah.
I shared the website. I will share the other website.
Share the website. Somebody on the chat asked, what is our background? Well, my background is working for Magic Circle law firms, and most recently, well, I mean, before Verizon, working for a global bank. So, you know, I am well aware of, you know, lots of things that are going on. And actually, you know what, working for Verizon is so much more fulfilling. You know, I'm not just an employee number. You know, what we're doing is empowering people. And I'm so proud of that. I will not be going back to work in any kind of conventional bank, let me tell you that. So just sharing that. That's my background.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Righteous Man, you have a question?
Yeah, I want to ask her a question.
Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please, are you affiliated to NNPC Nigeria? Because your logo and color is the same thing with Nigeria NNPC.
No, we are not. We don't have anything with NNPC Nigeria. And I'm 100% sure my business partner, Mazin, does not know anything about NNPC either. I'm actually from the Niger Delta, and I can tell you 100% that the owners of Verizon, they are not from Nigeria either, and they don't have anything to do with NNPC. Thank you.
How long have you guys been in business?
Verizon has been in business for about 2.5 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One other thing I meant to say as well is that the £450 for the shares is underwritten by 100% money back guarantee. So if you decide later on for whatever reason that you don't want to be involved anymore, you can also get the money back for your shares.
All right. Thank you, Maxine. Thank you, Gladys, for joining us. We will revisit this.
Doctor, please let me put in a question.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions. You're talking about shares. Are you guys listed anywhere, maybe in the London Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, or the shares you're talking about is just a private placement?
Private placement.
Okay, so it's not really covered to some extent with the SDE?
No.
Okay, that is one. Then, like my wife, she owns a small business. I just want to get it more clarity. Can we use it like a payment platform and use it to pay, or we just need to have the card to use it to buy products?
We have a payment platform as well. So we do have a gateway. So if, you know, your wife has her own business and she wants to use our payment gateway, then she can do that as well. I'm not sure what the benefits are, but I'm sure that there are many. That is something that is still it's to come. I mean, some of the things that we've spoken about today are ready to go, and some are, you know, in the planning. But the payment platform, the gateway, is definitely something that can be used. There's the thing is that there's so many different ways that you can earn money from this. You could have your community and get your 27%. You could have a POS system in your business and earn 27%. So there's more than one way that you can earn through Verizon.
Okay, so let me ask the last question, if you don't mind. So my last question goes, you talk about the mortgage. So now, if I purchase a mortgage from you guys said I will use the...
We don't do mortgages.
You don't do mortgage? You're talking about building and the likes.
Yeah, we don't want anybody to get in debt with us. We don't do mortgages. We don't do loans. We just, everything is wrapped around the prepaid card.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. So guys, you can reach out to me or Gladys. I don't know if you can put it in the chat. You can reach out to me, maxine.white@verizonlimited.com. And I don't know if I can type it somewhere. But yeah, if there's anything anybody wants to talk about, let's chat.
Please
chat, and hopefully you'll have us.
Please, where is the address in Lagos? Is the office in Lagos? And if yes, where is it located?
It's not in Lagos, no.
Our office is everywhere. As you can see, Mazin is in the UK and I'm in the Netherlands. And anyone can be in Nigeria and anyone can be in the US. So it's a fintech bank. It's not some First Bank or Union Bank. That's not what we're talking about. So you don't really need no office. You can just, everything is online.
Your company is an online company, right?
Yes.
Online company. It has no address, no location. Just the address is online.
Of course, every business have an address. Of course, every business have an address. So if you're talking of where the company is located, register, you will see that. You just go to our website and see. But it's not like, oh, it's a physical bank that you walk into and say, listen, this is why I came to collect mortgage, or I came to do this transaction. It's not that. You are just in your house enjoying Verizon products and services.
Sorry, Rudy, is there anywhere that we can put like the website addresses?
I put the website on the chat, but I can also, if you can send me I know you don't have my number. You can actually type in the comment section if you are in front of.
Yeah, it says.
How can we type? Because I was trying to.
Yeah, you can type there on the comments.
Join the chat, and then
on the chat. Yeah, you can. Yeah. There's a question here about getting a house. It says, how long does it take before getting the house, and where are the owners from, please?
So it's 3 to 6 years.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get into the chat. It's 3 to 6 years. And what was the next question? Where are the owners from?
Yeah, where are the owners?
So the owners are from London. They're currently living in Grenada. Yeah, that's where they are. I can't seem to get into the chat. Yeah, so 3 to 6 years, because we've got to get the land and we've got to build, and all of this is dependent on the transaction fees as well. So that's why we have that time lag, if you like. But time goes so quickly. 3 years, I mean, when was COVID? That was, you know, just, it seemed like it was just the other day, doesn't it? So time really does fly.
Can I come in there also? Listen, this thing we're about to do in Africa, not just Nigeria alone, in Africa, this is something that is really going to improve a lot of people's economy, okay? When we go in there, we are not going in there just, I'm so excited because I'm an African, I'm from Nigeria, and Nigeria happens to be a part of this wonderful project. So this is something we all can come in and help to start up, and it will help to flourish Nigeria, because it will also create jobs. We were here talking about kidnapping this year and that, because a lot of people don't have jobs. A lot of young people don't have jobs. As we are talking, we are recruiting from Nigeria, from Sierra Leone, from all over the world. Okay, so this is something. So when you come in and you register and you put in your support in this, you are not just helping yourself, you are helping the Nigeria as a whole, Africa as a whole. So that's something I will also want to put out there.
All right. Any final thoughts, Maxine?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think people do think it's too good to be true, and they get, you know, it's really hard to help people sometimes, you know. We have an amazing opportunity on the table, and either you see it or you don't. It's as simple as that, you know. Once the houses are gone, they're gone. It's a certain number in every location. So yeah, I mean, if, you know, £450, when you think about it, what does that get you? You know, so for some people, that's a night out. For some people, that's a pair of shoes. For some people, you know, it's not a lot of money to ask, and it's something that will bear fruit, you know, in the future. You could go out for dinner and spend £450. You'll never see that £450 again. So on that note, I mean, when you think about it in the scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. And to just use a debit card, which you would use anyway, you're going to use a card anyway, right? So you might as well use a card that is going to, you know, bring you some really superior benefits. So all I'd say is, you know, if you're interested, get in touch with Rudy. Rudy, we need to swap numbers. Yeah, get in touch with Rudy, and, you know, maybe we put something on again in a week or two, or whenever you guys want to. Just register your interest and we'll take it from there. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. And I promise you that as we see more people who are interested, we will bring you back. If there are questions for people to ask and for them to get answers to, we'll bring you back and we'll talk more about that. At that point, people will be talking about their experiences and what they felt about it. So thank you so much for making our time to join us. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Gladys, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care.
Okay, take care. We'll take a break. When we come back, we continue with our fight over the kidnappers and what we're going to do about Nigeria. Thank you.
No joke, now. Man, they use the belt. The Philippine.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo, mma olaga do ni biazugo, akwa wilo chio biko rapuzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko Abamba watara dasari Ibya unyane gana Ulagadori biazigogana Ulagadori biazigo Abamba wilo chilo Bigarabuzo Mazi wako Odogu na kwere zineka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni biazi Ibu go with the melody You got to go where you're for Odogu na chala noka Izi wane mliga dele mo Olagado ni bezigo Olagado ni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabaze Say Onyama zoro Amama wazoro Sorry Ibya muyano kwa namo Ofube Naro Olagado ni bezigo Nazaboy Olagado ni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora puzoro Anabazi Odogu kenero bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikechobo bele bege Hey you want Esi nwanne m ekene ịla polife nini na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ Zoro, 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 zoro Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for staying and joining the conversation we had with the people from Horizon. Let's go back to finish up the conversation. If if you were about to say something before we cut into our guests, we let you finish up your thoughts. I know that people like Pansat wanted to say something.
Hey, can I make a quick suggestion, if you will, please? Is it possible just to keep the conversation more friendly, timely, and also give us the opportunity to move to other topics? If you could time it strictly and everybody stay within that time limit and be respectful of others also wanting to speak, that would enable us to be able to finish up on one topic on time and move on to the next one.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. That's what I wish we could do, and I hope we can do it. So is there anybody that I'm leaving out that has something very, very important that we must hear, that we need this solution? Otherwise, it's a different topic.
I just want to react to what Paul raised the other time when Pansat raised the issue about, see, what we are facing requires us to speak honestly and candidly to one another. Nigeria is made up of different ethnic groups, culture, and different religious backgrounds. Not just Christianity, not just Islam, we also have our traditional religious people. So we have to be honest with each other. That country is facing an existential whatever threat. Sorry, there. You understand? There's no better time to be honest with one another than now. There's a religious and there's an ethnic coloration to what is going on, especially in the north. If the Niger Delta people agitated during Obasanjo's time, there was an ideology to it. Resource control. Right now, what we're seeing in the north, we are not saying it's not poverty. We are not saying it's not, more of poverty, more of lack of education, but there's a religious connotation. We can't run away from it. These people carry a religious ideology with it. Maybe it is a corrupt form of Islam. We are not going to run away from it. If people are killing in the name of religion, we need to say it out. If somebody kills in the name of Christianity or Catholicism, say it out. Don't run away from it. That is how we deal with the issue. When you begin to color, that is why they can't deal with it back home. Begin to give it different coloration, different connotation. Can't say it the way it is. I'm from the Southwest. I have Christians in my family. I have Muslims in my family. I have traditional worshippers in my family. We call it what it is. We are tolerant of one another. We love one another. But if some people don't want to exhibit tolerance and want to take their religion to a certain extremism, we need to call them out and deal with it. If they have broken our laws, they should be arrested, taken to court to face justice, so that anybody who nurses that kind of idea or ideology should perish it or face the wrath of the law. So don't be afraid of calling it what it is just because you don't want to offend somebody from certain part of that is fear. That is not respect. That is fear.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Man of prestige, go ahead. 2 minutes. We have to end.
Okay. Yeah. I see the way Pansat was coming out, coming to the narrative about what we are going through. But Pansat always come from the tribalistic point of view, which I dislike. But he made some point in reference to, there may be some underneath agenda in that. Besides this terrorism or something like that, maybe some people, I won't use the word general, there's some group of people, maybe they're trying to Islamatize the whole country. I mean, you can't hide that. There might be some agenda in that regard. So just the way Pansat come about it is what's so disheartening. Don't generalize everybody, but pinpoint say there's some Muslims or whatever, some Fulanis, maybe have a hidden agenda. We not know. We are just speculating. So that would have been a proper way.
Man of prestige. I'm sorry to say. I want to kick back. See, when a particular
Olumide, we have to going forward.
Okay, I'm done.
When he's done, you let me call on you before you speak. Paul, go next.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to first of all apologize for the way I ended my assertion the other time. I want to apologize. That is one. Then two, I see KJ try to talk some things and everything. It makes me laugh. When I use the word, KJ, from your word, I want to quote you. You say, Paul, you say this and that and this. The people who kidnap in the Southeast are not Igbo. I never used the word Igbo. I said Southeast. And when I use the word Southeast, I also use South-South. And I make mention of my own state, Delta State, Bayelsa, River State. And I say, we do the purpose. That is one. Look, let me tell you, some of us who don't really know about Muslims in Nigeria, or Lumide know much, much better. The Muslims in Nigeria, the Northern Muslim and the Southern Muslim, are almost different. They pray different time. They do their festival, their celebration, different day. That is how different they can be. If you think it's all about religion, it's all about Islam, and they think like that, I strongly believe that these same Northern people would have voted Atiku than Tinubu, because Tinubu is, to the Northern Muslim, Tinubu is a course Muslim. He's not a real Muslim. And you can see it where they said it even though to his wife, to him and his wife. So you must understand that part. All I'm saying is that I'm using my word carefully. If people commit crime, if people break our laws, let us treat these people, let us charge these people for the crime that they commit. But by the time we started using religion to it, you understand, it's just going to be very, very hard for us to bring people to book, because everybody have that funny sentiment here and there. Like I use the word Southeast, even when I use my own state and I use my own region, South-South. KJ couldn't list in all those parts. All he listing is that, oh, Southeast, I never call Igbo. He's the one called Igbo. And he said, oh, it's not an Igbo man, it's other tribe in the Southeast, even when I didn't say all these things. So sentiment will come. That's why I say for us to put sentiment down the drain, you understand, and pursue justice, is for us to just treat people who break our laws. Let us charge them for the crime that they commit. That is my take.
All right, thank you. Let's see, hear from Henry. Then
okay, no, KJ, let me say something from what Paul said. Let me contribute a little bit.
I called Henry after Henry. I didn't see your hand, KJ, but I'll come to you.
Okay, so Paul, when you say in Southeast they were kidnappers there, but the population, they about 200 children a day. In one incident happened. It never happened like that in the East. Just 200 something once like that. It's never done. I've never saw something like that. I've not heard something like that. And the same place there, we have this so-called military barrack. We're talking about this now. Most of the military men are, most of them are more Muslims there. You know it. All of our NDA, where is it? It's not Kaduna. They came to their barrack either as the dear Nigerian military. They came there to kidnap their convicts. Remember, like some years ago, around 1 or 2 years ago, they came to their barrack there. You see, when we try to romance because you don't want to talk about the North or this, sometimes you try to be like, I'm not that I kind of people hate the North. No, it's not the issue. If this can't happen in my state, Edo State, like that, they told us people they kidnapped them once. It's not going to happen like that. Never. It's not going to happen like that. You're supposed to know this, what I'm saying, Paul. It's too obvious that somebody is in charge of all this kidnapping stuff there. Your vice president, Paul, your vice president, Shetima, he know about these things too. He's the one staying in charge of security. What is he doing about it? When somebody talk about, say, the Muslim is causing these things, you try to run about the issue. There are the Muslim people there, they are kidnapping their children there. It's happening in the north there, where they have population of Muslims there. It is happening in the north there. Why they cannot do something about it? You don't want to call a spade because you are scared to speak about it, because somebody talk about it, you are not against Muslim. No. We have population Muslim in the northern part of this country. And this same kidnappings, 200 something, it's happening there. What are they doing? What are those so-called man of Islam people, Sheik, doing? What are they doing? People should not be scared of speaking because you're afraid of to talk.
Thank you, Henry. Thank
when
you.
People are talking, don't shut them up when they're talking. And it's the fact. It's happened in the north more. Thank you.
All right. KJ, after you then, Obia.
Yeah, my brother Paul, I don't get quarrel with you. Okay? I'm just trying to put the facts. because most times this discussion don't really have anything to do with the Southeast, but we are brought in. And when anybody mentions Southeast, there's only one dominant people in the Southeast. Because right now, you South, you're not part of Southeast any longer now. So Southeast only has to do with Igbo people. I don't know any other tribe that is in the Southeast that's not Igbo. If you know, let me know. But every other tribe that is in the Southeast, they have been removed. They are South-South or South something else, but not Southeast. So when Southeast is mentioned, it's talking about 5 Igbo states. If there's a difference, if I'm wrong, the one who's making that assumption, please let me know. That's one. 2, in Nigeria as a country, Kaduna State has more military formation and senior military cadres and armories more than any other place. In fact, the Nigerian Air Force Training School is located in Zaria. Okay? The Nigerian Defense Academy, the highest defense academy, is in Zaria, is in Kaduna. The Nigerian, what's that one? In fact, I can't remember that one, but it's a senior military training school. It's also
NDA is there too. NDA.
That's why the Defense Academy is in Kaduna. The base, there's more than 3 bases, Nigerian Army base, okay, and some of the largest in Kaduna. All right, and yet all these things. Remember, the Air Force, the Army showed us their drone, how they were able to manufacture drone that can fly around and give them area pictures of what is going on. And all these things are being done. It's in the same location. Kaduna is a landlocked state. It doesn't have any border with the Niger or somewhere else that will say the people crossed over. So they moved into another neighboring state. That's what country. That's what we have been told. These people come to Nigeria, and when they do this thing, they run to Chad, they run to Niger, they run to this. No, this one now is within Nigeria. And yet, the Army, the Air Force, the police, the Navy, nobody can find them. And there are over 200 people working. My brother, look at me, make you touchlight the thing very well now. There's no truth there now. There's no truth there. Okay? That's just what I'm saying. Let's not bring Southeast. We have nothing to do with it. Biko.
All right, thank you.
But there was kidnapping in Southeast. There was a time they kidnapped in Southeast.
Paul, please. Ovia, go next. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Anyway, there's a saying that said, in an age of information, ignorance is a choice, but it's not an excuse. One thing I come to realize about our senior citizens, to use KJ language here, is that they are in love with their problems. They are in love with the problem that we are facing. And that's why decades, all they do is to complain, and no action. Good news to you, Panthers. Your grandchildren don't see things in a partisan way. That's why it was so easy to get energy when they don't enter partisan politics. That has to do with religion, ethnicity. Everybody will get Muslim. You are talking, everybody, it's easy to point say, oh, now Muslim. This thing is happening in our territory for over 10 years. It's easy to point that. That's why, because when you see somebody is trying to identify problem that is actually solvable, that we can relate with, they go jump on us. Hey, what is this saying? You don't know the history of the religion that you practice as a Christian. Christianity is at the core of the slaveocracy that turned the world the way it is today. You live in America, you don't want to take advantage of what America has to offer, which is knowledge. How can you be here? You see the talk, you don't know the history that religion play to the way the world is today. Go and read your history, answers. Talking about Christian, nah. My brother that has a big voice, sorry if you cannot recall your name. He's talking about drones. Pastors, are you aware the most sophisticated warehouse drone in the world is just few miles away from where this thing is happening in Niger, owned by Americans, by Christian nation that me and you so much love and we are in. One of the greatest nations in the world, I have to put that. We are allies. Nigeria is as important to America that like every other nation in the world. Nigeria has the most investment. Excuse me, don't interrupt me. Nigeria has the most investment in America has the most investment in Nigeria as we speak today. The most sophisticated drone warehouse is right there in Nigeria. If it's not business as usual, if it's actually about Muslim that you are pointing out, do you think they would have helped us to eradicate those people? Because you are so blind with religion that you are pointing into the other religion, you can't tell who your religion is doing worse to you. Because your religion is built into capitalism. That's why you cannot see it. Even the art that those ladies share, that KJ was celebrating, was stuck to the church. You don't see anything wrong with that. But because the other religion decided to build their own strategy into leadership, because you said it, Pastor, when you are actually trying to antagonize me, you said it that these two religions is just to suck us into their way of life. So you have to look at their strategy. The Muslim took into leadership position to get you. Why your Christianity? You show everything into capitalism. That's why they can't advertise that they go to coach you. Collect the small money when you get in front of your church. You can't even say it. Now, guys, go and do your research before you come and point fingers. It's right there in front of you. Our problem is you and your generation. We refuse to see Muslim and Christianity as our problem. We refuse to see tribalism as our problem. You, my friends, are our problem. I'm sorry if I'm raising my voice on you. There's any other way put the block for God, them people go use and play. Go and do your research and study. Your religion is the most dangerous religion on this planet Earth.
Let me respond to that first before it comes to my turn. Rudolph, hold on.
I'm
because,
not here to debate you. I only debate
Rudolph, give Pastor time. Give him time not to speak now, please. Give him time. You have to
look, why are you muting me, Rudolph?
I will say when you speak, I will call you, please.
And I was asking for permission to respond to VA. He mentioned my name.
Wait for me to call on you, and I'll give you the time you have, and you speak within that time. And you have the final word on this. We are going to move on to Akpabio. So, Pansat, you can now speak. You have.
Yeah, but please
hold on.
Let me respond to him first, and then you give me my time. It's only fair. Why should I spend my time responding to him?
No, don't play double game here. You have your time now. Stop. Don't try.
You have 2 minutes to respond to him and 2 minutes of your time. So 4.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that the reason why I'm even talking is because I want our people to galvanize, because the provocation is so much that responding to that nonsense or talking nonsense when people are killing our people, right? So I was going to ask Paul, how many terrorists have been prosecuted? At least arrest and prosecute, so that because you want to lead our country, Muslim ticket. We've been having Muslim leadership because we Christians, we're more civilized. We don't really want to take up the provocation. You want to be in charge, go ahead. You cannot rule the country. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Our country is going down. Okay, but fine. That's not the discussion. But the point is that at least have some class. Capture terrorists, prosecute them. If they win in court, they're innocent. But you don't know one terrorist that's been prosecuted. I mean, that's treating us like we're stupid, right? Now, when we're talking about terrorism, it's not a tribal issue, because let me give you some stats. I know Ovie want me to do some research, but let me tell you, how many people are killed in Borno, which is the place that terrorists have done the most damage. Borno is 38,255, right? These are states most affected by Boko Harams. We're not talking about Fulani terrorists, because they have many names. The way I see it, 100% of Nigerian Muslims, now when we're talking about Muslims, we're not talking about Yoruba people who are practicing Islam. When we talk about Muslims, we talk about Northern Muslims, right? So, Paul, get your head out of your ass, right? You come in here trying to talk about anthropology of Nigerians, because as a minority, you and Henry, obviously, who's my friend, I agree with Henry 99% of the time.
No, don't call minority.
It doesn't mean what you guys do, because you're the major cause of the problems in Nigeria. Minorities, right? You let these people come in, they take our resources, we cannot say anything. Tell me when it's time for me to stop responding to VA, so I could then talk about
you should have stopped about a minute ago, but
okay, all right. So let me just say that, look, it's the manner. Okay, so no, right? That's why he's angry. The rat said it's not about killing him, it's by slamming on the ground, right? So how are you gonna tell us? Are we that stupid that you don't?
I am hungry because you are ignorant.
Hold on. They're not prosecuting any terrorists, right? So it's all of them. You cannot tell me even starting from Chibok girls. You're going to drive a van into our secondary school. Now, remember when I say our, now it's not Igbo. This is Chibok. Those are our people. These are students, Christians. They put them in a van and they disappear. Almost 300. Nothing happens. Lately, they've captured a whole lot more, 400, 500, because the Nigerian military is dominated by Muslims. So when they go and they commit crime in the southeast, now, Paul, this is to you. They're all over the place. If you call Governor Otom, former governor of Benue State, and say, hey, look, what's your problem? He's going to tell you that either he's going to say it's the Fulanis, but what he means are not Muslims, right? People like Erufai, people like this Gumi. Now, I differ from others. I believe that Gumi is an asset, right? I'm not going to, I believe that he should be listened to if he can ameliorate the situation by negotiation. Fine. But you cannot tell me that we're going to be in our country, right? That country that Igbos got for you, got the independence for you. Because you couldn't do it. You can't even protest. Look at how stupid the rest of the country is. We've been eased out. Okay, then run it. You can't run it. You gotta, and I blame people like what is he? Man of prestige. You're from Owerri. One of the problems we have in Igbo land right now is Owerri, they're almost Islamized. You got a governor, right? Or you come here and you always want to attack me, especially when I'm not. He didn't know I'm gonna come back. I was listening to you. What we need to do in that country is to galvanize, get ready, and rescue our people. They're defenseless. They're stupid. Right? You cannot have people killing people in scores. In scores. Every day we cannot talk about it. When we come here to talk about it, do you really think I'm here to just play around with you? It's hard to make me laugh because I'm normally a jolly guy, but in the last couple of years, it's hard to make me laugh because the problem is that we have to deal with these people. This is it. They turned off their beavers, and we have to do something about that. They're not going to get away with it. I don't care how long it takes. And let me tell you, no matter what you do, you may try to avoid it, okay?
There is a man called Pa Anthony Enauro. Do you know him? That's it.
All right. Pastor, thank you so much.
I know your name.
Allow him to wallow in ignorance.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I will let Flagship say something. Then I'll go to the next time.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to say my 2 minutes to the Nigerian government. It is inhumane. It will be inhumane for me. This is my opinion. It will be inhumane for me to sit here and address you speaking grammar and language while we have over 250 kids somewhere in the forest. And I understand from reports that there are some that are as little as 5 years old, away from their family, away from their beds, away from good food and shelter. We don't know what their situation is right now. For this reason, I will address you as the Commander-in-Chief. And I will go further to say, President Bola Tinubu, you know what to do. We need help. If our military can't get it and put it together and get this job done, please seek for help. There are other countries out there that have the wherewithal to do this for us. They're just waiting for you to say, come and help us. When COVID came in 2020, and many nations didn't know what to do and how to go about it, we received aids in the form of palliative to help us because we couldn't figure out what was going on. When the vaccines came out, we received aids from these countries as well. And more recently, we received aids from Ukraine in the form of food, which in my opinion is a far more humiliation. I don't see any belittling in you calling out and saying, please, come help me. When we get these 250 or 260 kids, plus the other Nigerian citizens who are taken out of their homes now, when we get them back home, then we can go back and put on our boxing gloves and throw punches at each other. But for now, there is a job to be done. And that job is to bring those 250 kids back home. So please, pick up the phone, make that call, and call for help. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. I think moving forward, at the end of every section, I will give someone a chance to talk to the government, and maybe that will help us to organize our thoughts in 2 minutes and share it. All right, let me move the topic to Akpabio. There's something that Obasanjo said about the National Assembly in London.
Must not go unpunished. It is a reality, which is a regular and systemic practice. Nobody should pull wool over the eyes of Nigerians. Ganging up to intimidate this and threaten the life of whistleblower is deplorable and undemocratic. What of the so-called constituency projects, which is a veritable source of corruption? These constituency projects are spread over the budget for members of the National Assembly, for which they are the initiator and the contractor, directly or by proxy, and money will be fully drawn, with the project only partially executed or not executed at all. The National Assembly cabal of today is worse than any cabal that anybody may find anywhere in our national governance system. Members of the National Assembly pay themselves allowances for staff and offices they do not have or maintain. Once you are a member, you are co-opted, and your mouth is stuffed with rottenness and corruption that you cannot opt out, as you go home with not less than 15 million naira a month for a senator and 10 million naira a month for a member of House of Representatives. The National Assembly is a den of corruption by a gang of unarmed robbers.
All right, that was Obasanjo speaking about the National Assembly when things were actually better than what we're seeing now. Right now, we have Akpabio in charge of the Senate, who by default is the leader of the National Assembly. And people are surprised at what is going on. But if you look at the history of Akpabio in politics in Nigeria, you shouldn't be surprised about what's going on. Let's talk about what we've had. Let me start with, where do I start now?
Henry.
I volunteer. Let me start and I'll leave. Let me start and I'll leave.
Doctor, just start with flagship. Just start with flagship.
I was trying to give him time to, he delivered a very, very important speech now. So I want to give him time to recollect that.
Obvious start. Let obvious start.
Obvious start.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to teach Pansat. Because now I would do now be that. I know
you have 3 minutes and it started, so you'll be.
Yes, but you started on the wrong notes. I don't know why you used that started with Obasanjo. Obasanjo planted the fruits, and now we are all reaping the seed. The food don't germinate. We are reaping everything that they are sown. So bringing him to come and talk is trying to remind, to compel our wound. What do I mean by this? Everybody, the young obedience, the Gen Z, should go and study Obasanjo National Assembly. If I'm not mistaken, up to like 5 Senate president Obasanjo gets during his time. Why? The great late Chiba Okadibo was one of those people. Uwerem, a lot of them, make I begin mention. Why? Because anybody way across his path is gone. Why do I say he's the one that planted all these seeds? When the military regime can scatter the arrangements that we are the Western capitalists are enjoying. After that finish, Obasanjo and come insisted all the agreements and even worse that put us where we are today during the administration when they governed the whole Western world in the name of debt forgiveness. People were not asking, what is the price of those debt forgiveness? That's why they are permanent in our life. Our economy is for them, our government, everything about us. But of course, our senior citizens will not see that. Now, soon enough, they are a problem, right? 10 years ago, talking about the National Assembly, 10 years ago, go where you watch interview granted by our channels to Dr. Philip. I don't want to destroy his last name, one of our brothers from the Southeast. When he made those grand revolution, how these Western capitalists are buying our senates. When Ike Ekweremadu and our brother from Delta, what's his name, the former governor of Delta, they were in charge at that time. They come via healthcare, just like the way it's done in the Western world. They come via healthcare, buying everybody. That was the revolution then, 10 years ago. Last year, this man still come out again and repeated the same revolution. How our whole Senate has already been bought. And to cap injury, to cap that with injury, when this administration come into power, the first few weeks, when we follow Atiku and Obi go to Chicago, they look for what is not there. The guilt and his cronies were in Nigeria, holding meeting with the vice president and the governors and the senators, promising that is going to invest over 8 billion in place of healthcare, education. Right? Everything about the economic conspiracy is right there in our media. We are in Chicago when all these did go, when all these people are being bought up. All this money where the shares, where did they get them from? But before you point and say Sunni, how can you invest $8 billion in a region and you look insecure, it's the foster, and you tell me that you don't know anything about it? That's a rhetorical question for you, Pastor, where they point out at the Sunnis. The gate has invested $8 billion in that region, $1 billion. But insecurity every day. Will you do that? If you decide to do that, that means you know more than we know. I'm still talking about how your Senate has already been bought. This is not me making revolution. Go look at your interview and your dailies. Billions of dollars are already invested in our institution. It's gone. So if you think Senator Tinubu, yes, it's a distraction. Every one of them, as I said, Obasanjo just started this journey. So this is just the beginning of what is coming. We are not paying attention enough. Soon in Nigeria problem. Muslim Nigeria problem. To say that my religion Nigeria. No, it's gone beyond that. I mean, they use this opportunity to call our Nigerian Christians through concerts, pray for 3 things. You should not believe in prayers. That they discuss the fight that is going on among our elites today should continue, and it should come in 3 ways. One in these 3 ways. Either it should come between Christian and religion, among them, politically speaking, they should go to war, right? Either between Christian and religion, they should go to war. Among the elites, or North and South, they should go to war. But the one I prefer should be a party war. But we never see the party here. We need an indigenous party with indigenous origin that will come and renegotiate our agreement with the Western world. Because that is the problem we are facing. It has nothing to do with religion, as Pastor is preaching because that's easy for him. No. We have individual North, South, and West Muslim Christians who are in agreement with the Western who are putting us where we are today. Then they give us money every day. Then they borrow us money, but then they tell us what to do with that money. So think twice before you accuse any group of individuals outside of the elites. I'm sorry for taking extra minutes.
Could I respond to him before it comes to my turn?
No.
He addressed me.
No. Don't start.
In Western jurisprudence, when somebody says something, then you have to give somebody, even if it's 30 seconds. And you're a journalist, you know that. Let me respond to what he's saying.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm not Western. KJ, you're next.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, let's face the fact. There's no need for us to keep pointing at Obasanjo. I, for one, do not agree with a lot of things he did. Especially Obasanjo helped to establish he called it at that time, the political Sharia. But we have come to know now that political Sharia has claimed a lot of people's lives. The last being very popular lady called Deborah, whose death has not been, not been properly, justice has not been served. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that if any country decides to be looking back at each time a leader or a past leader makes a statement that he must be coming from, a point which he was not able to do, then we will not be going forward. So right now, what we are looking at, even though, like I say that with all sense of responsibility, Obasanjo tried. Remember that Obasanjo took over from a military government. So the tendency at that time that we were all, if you read Nigerian newspapers at that time and some of the documentaries that were done, the nation was so militarized that everybody talks military language. You better do this forthwith. Even the governments who were governors and, we are still using that military term. You better do this immediately with immediate effect, with forthwith. This was the language of the Nigerian people at that time. Do you know who I am? I will call this, it was still going on, even though now it's getting less. So he took over a dysfunctional people, a people whose mentality is no longer civil, but each one of us have been militarized. So it was not pardonable, but that was the situation he met. And it's like I said, he can be pardoned. But moving forward, we have moved forward. There's no reason for that to still be found in our society now if we say we are practicing democracy. Okay? And then let us stop this thing of trying to, let's take the message and leave the messenger alone. He may not be the right person to deliver it, but he's the one who has found the courage to say it in the presence of these people. To them, okay? If we remember, Obasanjo shouted about Buhari before he came. He made enough noise. Okay, he made enough noise to the point that he was even threatened that they will lock him up. So this is not a question of say, okay, he's a bad. Look, there are some people in our communities who we know they are not good elders, but when an occasion arises, they are the ones who stand up to say this is wrong. We know they are bribe takers. We know that the ones who ask for snuff to be put in their snuff box. But sometimes, okay, network has stopped me from talking.
All right. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you actually, but
all right. So sometimes those are the people who go ahead to give the direction of the community. They speak the truth. Look, what I'm trying to say in essence is this: Nigeria has come to a place where we need to move forward. We need to move forward. Leave all these petty things. Let us deal with the crux of the matter, which is how do we move from where we are to where we want to go to? Who will point us to that direction that we need? Who has the leadership quality and the tenacity to dwell on the point and say, look, every criminality has to be brought to justice. Everything that's gone wrong has to be brought to justice. Those who are not doing what they need to do need to be punished in this order. That is what we are looking for. If a society can accept that, look, we all call America, but you see, how many countries would do to their past president what America is doing to Trump? Very few. Okay? And that's because everybody is supposed to be under the law, whether you are big or small. How many people will do that? How many people have even been able to call Buhari to question that, look, 2.7 trillion naira was printed by you. Where are they? Those are some of the things we should ask ourselves and answer. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let me go to Henry. Henry, you are next.
Yeah. First of all, OBJ, I don't support him most of the things he did, but he's still the best civilian government we have. He's still the best. You may not like him. You may go to places, but he's still the best. He have the balls to speak out, even though you don't like him. We made a mistake too, sure. But we should move forward. What he was saying about these senators today. Akpabio, you know about Akpabio, the position was holding before when somebody was off the mic. I think we know about that off the mic. Akpabio was involved too. All Akpabio life is corruption. You see, we know the right thing to do in that country. If they can introduce China law, all this corruption will end. If you're a civil servant, you steal from the government. If it's one error, you spend 5-10 years. They should make these senators, House of Reps, unattractive. They should work only 1 hour, pay the minimum wage. You will see some of all this bunch of lazy criminals that you call your senators, you call honorables. You should not insult them. You should not insult others. The bunch of rogue. They will stop contesting to become senators and House of Reps. Because how can they be paying them 10 million naira in a month? They don't 50 million naira in a month. I collect some allowances. And some of you will be supporting a bunch of criminals. When you people come, sometimes you say religion, you don't talk about religion. Have you ever seen that country? You are a journalist, KJ, you are a journalist. Have you seen where in the southeast or in the west, whatever, any Christian lynch a Muslim man because he called Jesus a kind of name? Have you ever seen a Christian lynch somebody that in public? Do they lynch Deborah? I've not seen. If you have seen, you always see everything. If it comes like this, you always see. But it's not the first time things like this are happening. It's not the first time it's happening in that country. Nigeria is not a Muslim country. It's not a religious country. We are a unique country. We are a multicultural country. We have only one law. We have one law. Freedom of speech, we have it in that country. So people like Akpabio and co should be locked up for life. Should be locked up. In this time of the year where we have crisis in that country, hunger, poverty. Come on. You see, if any of you here, all of you of the parliament, the comment section, make complaint what I was saying, may Nigeria happen to your generation. Because we are suffering. And this so-called, your people you vote for, your non-labels, or whatever you call them, they are sharing money. And you are here supporting them because it's from your tribal man or your party. I'm not a party man. We voted for Obi because we think Obi is better than the other politicians. We think it's after 40 candidates was the better one. But we didn't know this so-called government is going to be. We didn't vote him in. He stole it, but it's still there. And most of you, like OVA, support Tinubu to be there. But see what you got there. See Tinubu what you got there. This is what you got there. They don't have anything for you people, guys. They don't have anything. They want to dry Nigeria down. You need to call them.
Welcome consultant to Tinubu.
He wanted to.
But they Germany now. Did they Germany go drink beer?
No, he went. Your cock also went to Tinubu now to look for position. They didn't take him now. You forgot. So what I'm trying to say is this: we need to put people in jail. Akpabio is supposed to be locked up for life. Akpabio and co. But I still have time, right?
No, it's done. Thank you. I'm on a prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yield me your time, man of prestige. Yield me your time. You've been abusing me all day. Let me use your time to respond.
Okay, go ahead. Use my time. I come on your time. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, fine. We'll do it that way. Now, Rudolph.
Pamsat, please, if you will. I'll be kind to yield my time to you too. If you want to give me 30 seconds of it, and I'll add the rest to you.
All right.
Thank you.
Very well.
I appreciate it. And Rudolph, am I good to go? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thanks. And my apologies. I usually don't like to interrupt conversations. I listen and learn from everybody. With reference to Obasanjo, I think he's trying very hard to correct many of the things that we're dealing with today now, which were genesis when he was in office. So he's trying really hard, and I like to commend him for that. And I want him to continue to do that until we see changes. Well, when I read a book, I read it from three perspectives. Number one, the first time I pick a book, I read it from the view or the eyes of the writer. And then I read it again from the eyes of the reader or the listener. And the third time I read it, I like to read it from the eye of being narrated to. And I've picked up a few books lately to read on power, wealth, and politics. And I'm trying to place our leaders. The reason I'm doing that, I'm going back again on all the books that I've read. I can't seem to place where Akpabio sits. The only thing that seemed to come out to me is just comic. He's like, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't want to get help. He's just there doing the beating of whoever puts him there. So it's kind of hard for me to say much about them, but and also at the same time, very hard to place him. The two words I can use to describe him is incompetence and comical. Thank you. Pamsat, I yield to you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for using only 30 seconds of your time and giving me the rest of the time. I appreciate that. Rudolph, you've been quite hostile towards the truth today. Usually say, have your say. I used to believe, I say, look, stop this people. You say, look, I don't have anything to do. I want them to have their say. All right. But today you've been hindering me from having my say of all things. But look, thank you very much, man of prestige and the flagship. I'll try to use time and then give you back some of it. Now, Rudolph, this particular segment, you want to talk about Godswill Akpabio, the Senate president of Nigeria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know you recall the movie Casablanca. I don't know if you saw it. Probably others here have seen that movie, the flagship probably. In that movie, there are two quotes that are very famous there, but the particular one is where it says, "I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here." That's from Captain Renault. Godswill Akpabio is Nigeria's Senate president. Imagine, right? In that country. This guy is the epitome of corruption in Nigeria because he's very experienced. He's not a Johnny come lately kind of thing. He's been minister, even for that area, that South area. He's been governor. He's been in very big positions. And he was barely escaping before he was forgiven. The EFCs were waiting to pick him up. He was known to be a crook in the country. Everybody knows he's a crook. But the funny thing, though, is that why I don't want to resolve those things is that as bad as he is better than 100% of Muslims in the North. Do you understand? When it comes to corruption. This is not a funny thing. That's why when people like Henry Omoregie, the proffer solution for Nigeria, for example, say, hey, make it so that people will go to the slammer, to jail, right? Or China, kill them when they do corruption. The problem is that when it comes to prosecuting crime, it's very selective in Nigeria. You're going to have a bunch of Southerners killed, a bunch of Christians, a bunch of people in the Southern Kaduna, in some Christians in the North killed. Nothing is going to touch the real corporates in the country. It's like right now. Take for example, somebody like Dangote, right? The country gave him billions of dollars since 2021. He was paid to do a refinery, right? We don't see the refinery. This is something that the Nigerian government invested in a private individual's company. Forget about his other, whatever else he's doing. He got billions of dollars from us, and there's no refinery, but there's not even a talk of apprehending him and questioning him or prosecuting him. Rather, they pick up and demonize a Southern CBN governor, right? Charge him with terrorism. Don't even forget the fact that it cannot be terrorism unless you're a Muslim. You could do violence. Yes, you could do violence, but for you to do terrorism, you have to be a Muslim. So now what I'm saying to you right now is this. One corporate in the North, Dangote, the government aids him by closing borders and giving him license to do products. And then he does take advantage of that. He has no value-added products, but he has immunity. When you think about people who has all our money right now, he's one of them. He has all the money of the country in his pocket, right? So you cannot be proffering layers and layers of stuff to deal with us. If you have the Nigerian military buy the weaponry, they're going to use it on Christians. So we first have to tear that down before we do anything. We have to tear them down. Now, I was beginning to tell Ovie, because Northerners, they don't want to listen. Like when I'm talking right now, oh, that's a Southeasterner talking, that's a Christian talking. But they bear the brunt of all the problems we have in the country. Terrorism, when it comes to Borno, is, like I said earlier, starts 8,000. Zamfara, 6,800. Kaduna, 6,195. Benue, 4,391. Adamawa, 4,127. Plateau, 3,768. Yobe, 3,229. But you cannot go by that because those people are our people that are killing over there. Those are Christians or people who are not into. You can't say, oh, they are Northerners that are killing. All Northerners are not equal. You have an element of Islamic problem in the country. Now, who among you here don't know that? When you talk about it and you show that, oh, you're talking about Muslims. Why should not talk about them? Who the hell are they? Right? If you go to Israel right now, they can't fight. Israel is not doing what it's doing to Hamas just because it's Hamas. He's trying to lure them. If you're a Muslim, you like to fight. Well, here's war for you. Israel wants the other ones to say Egypt, all of them, Nigerian, northern Nigerians, go and fight Israel. They want a war. What is it going to take before you open your eyes? They're over there massacring, these Jews are massacring Palestinians. Just so you could say, you know what? Like, for example, if I'm a Muslim, I would have gone over there to fight. Right? Go over there and fight. Leave our villagers alone in the north who have no defense. These people they have nothing, no animosity against you. If you weren't cowards, if you're so tough, right? Go to Israel and fight them. They're ready for you. Leave our Nigerians alone who are in the north and just happens to be your neighbor. So I am urging from today, when we come here to discuss Nigeria's problem, I don't want solutions that's going to make things better with the structure we have right now, because you're basically making terrorists stronger. If you give them ammunition, if you make the economy better, it's just for them. As far as they're concerned, we conquer people, and we're not. We could beat them right now. Right? We could beat them, and there is a them and us, because go ahead and take a look at our government. Take a look at the government in place. Please, let's not demonize anybody who's trying to tell you the truth, right? I'm just telling you the truth. Now, I want to respond to Paul a little bit. This is not about Akpabio, because like I said,
there's no time
yeah. Okay. Let me conclude by saying that discussing people like these people, Akpabio, Wike, right, Tinubu, they have to be uprooted. We have to uproot them from that country. They have to be on the run. These are criminals, right? Violent criminals, but they're cowards. If you remember Tinubu, when the kids a few years ago rose up, he ran to France and he was scared to death. Tinubu is not a Buhari. Tinubu is a civilian. He didn't win the election. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's profiled up there by northern Muslims, northern governors in particular. That's who rigged that election and put him there. It's not out of his own genius. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's never going to learn. People like Akpabio, you see, finally, let me say this. Akpabio is like an Igbo man. Wike is like an Igbo man. So they're smart. They know that these northerners have their hit under Yorubas, obviously. Not Olumide kind of Yoruba. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Yorubas, right? The Mumu ones. They hate the Igbos, but they don't know that some of our Igbo people, such as Wike, all they have to do is to say, look, I'm not an Igbo guy, right? And then talk about Igbos, then they're going to bring you in. They're smart. They cannot avoid what's coming. People like Akpabio is like an Igbo man, because I don't subscribe to Paul and Henry's stand. As soon as you want one Nigeria, there's something called Wazobia, right? You belong into one of those. Wazobia, right? So people like Wike, they belong to the Biafra.
Don't put me to Paul.
Right?
I'm not with.
I know, but what I'm saying is that one Nigeria, you don't have Wazobia Edo or Wazobia. I don't know where the hell Paul is from.
All right.
Whatever it is. So
go and read about Benin Empire.
Wazobia, Benin. There's nothing like that. It's Wazobia. You belong into one of those, whether you like it or not. So if you see Akpabio, you're looking at an Igbo man, right?
Thank you, Pansa.
Taking that money. You look at Wike as an Igbo man, as far as the Wazobia is concerned. So we're gonna have to clean house by taking our country back by force. By force. And man of prestige, your governor and Owerri people, basically, let me put the whole Owerri, right? You guys, you are one of the persons who have an Igbo land. You're almost Fulanized. That's why you come here when I'm talking, you're grimacing and you're comfortable, because you're gone. You're not an Igbo man.
You are using his time to insult him. You are using his
not
time. You are
Igbo.
using his time to
Okay?
insult him.
It's not Igbo. We're gonna write you guys off. You're gone.
All right.
You have your governor.
Thank you. So let me say this. I saw people who were hailing him, Pansat, and clapping for him. I'm sure they don't really mean that. I have confidence that the masses, the people who are watching us, they are smart. I believe that people are smart.
Me too.
That they know that some of the things Pansat is saying, that deep inside, I don't think he means
Flagship, you gave me his time, and his time's usually big. You know what I'm saying? He took 30 seconds of his time. I should have at least 10 minutes from Flagship's time.
No, you're done. You're done. Thank you, Pansat. Let me go to Pansat, just in case you don't know, there's something they say, TikTok. I think it might be good that you watch it if you're not seen it. I think most people have seen it. It's called The Danger of a Single Story by Chimamanda Adichie. If you've not seen it, it would be good to see that. There's another book I would recommend, Chinua Achebe's Home and Exile. They all talked about stories and the concept of stories and how we narrate stories and how we deduct things out of stories. And, you know, it would be an important thing for everybody, really, not just you, everybody to watch it. All right, let's go to
Okay, tell us what is it? What is it? Tell us.
We're not going into that now. I want to finish up with people now. Man of Prestige, you're next.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yield me your time. Yield me your time.
I think it's still anyway. I think they're supposed to be about Akpabio, but it started with Obasanjo. So let me start my commentary through that Obasanjo. The problem we have in Nigeria didn't just start with Obasanjo time. You know, Nigeria has been moving to this trajectory where we are right now, and it has got into to the extent that I have made my, you know, I've just made my, you know, my realization that Nigeria will never be great than it is today. And I keep on saying that because of the deteriorating condition we are right now, where the present government has taken us, you know, I mean, there's nothing between Buhari and Tinubu. There's no difference. I mean, they're all the same party. And, you know, Tinubu has taken it to a different, you know, to a higher level. I mean, deteriorating level where we are right now. So having said that, Obasanjo always speak on corrective point of view. You know, I'm not going to come here and say, you know, everything that he did. He had his shortcoming, you know, during his presidency. But in my own opinion, this is strictly my own opinion. He was the best president we had from his achievement. Even although he tried to be a dictatorship, tried to anoint himself for the third time. But I mean, he has a right to speak, because you have some people that don't speak. Look at Gowon. Gowon don't even speak about what's going on in Benue. The only thing he came about talking about nonsense Biafra that, you know, he perpetuate, kill millions of people. You know, that's the only time I've heard him spoke. Maybe other people have heard it, but I've never heard him. So there's not the point I'm trying to make. There's nothing wrong with him speaking. So he's not the worst we ever had. So I don't see why people will be clamoring about what he did and all that kind of things. You know, Nigeria has been bad. Let's be realistic. Imagine them putting in Nigerian constitution. I mean, a nation like Nigeria, we're supposed to have our police. They have Hizbah. You know, do you all know that that's in the constitution for them to have an Islamic police? What kind of country are we living? I mean, you have a certain part of the country that's supposed to have their own whatever police they call Hizbah or whatever. That's the country just messed up, you know, in my own opinion. It's going to take a lot. I don't know, maybe not in my generation, not in my time, but I hope there's a trajectory that's going to come to show we are heading to the right direction. But I don't see that. So coming back to our Akpabio, I mean, we know where this man, you know, we know the man antecedent. He may have performed a little bit okay because of the money he was receiving, you know. The state is very rich in oil and everything, so they do get a lot of forests. So he may have developed, but the man was corrupt to the highest level. You know, who did he pick? Of course, Tinubu picked him. I mean, look at the people surrounding Tinubu at this particular time. Everybody there is corrupt, and you expect Nigeria to be better? Huh? I mean, look at Ganduje. You know, the son has been nominated to be the rural electric. Somebody's supposed to electrify the rural area. I mean, from corruption to corruption, Tinubu keep on practicing nepotism to the highest level. I mean, his son, they don't have a job. All they do is follow him around. I mean, he's just nominating his people. Well, Akpabio is not even, whether he stayed or not stayed there. Who's going to come there? It's going to be another Tinubu stage. He's still going to be doing the same thing, patronizing the whole country. Nothing good is, I don't see any hope for Nigeria for now. Maybe that will be in the next 2 years, 3 years, I don't know. But for now, Nigeria is pretty much gone. I will categorically state it. No hope for Nigeria as of right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, man of Prestige. Are we going back to Paul?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, before we do that, let me give Ovia 1 minute. Ovia, 1 minute.
No, not be 1 minute. I'll wait for Paul. After Paul, so I'll wait.
No, hold on. Ovia, I thought you spoke on this topic, no?
Yeah, we are going around now, baby. I'll go the second round now.
No. We are changing topic. We have so many other things to talk about.
Okay,
let me dare to speak to an righteous man. So they give you chance, and I know take it now. Take your chance now.
Let me take it now. All right, thank you. So again, opportunity for me to educate pastors and friends. Or you don't get friends now. 3 things here. Since we are in let me join Rudolph in the spirit of recommending books, right? Go and read a book titled The Slave Ship Called Jesus, written by Dele Ogu. In that book, he narrated how the Queen of England donated a personal ship to the slave merchants after the Pope run the British out of the game, and that changed the whole slaveocracy again. Go and read that. Has to do with your religion too, that you are so proud of today. Now, thank you, the flagship, for your insight about how to read the book from 3 perspectives, right? From the writer, from you, and from the other perspective. And again, from that angle, I will present to you, pastors and friends, for you to understand any story, just like Rudolph said about the single side of the story, right? For you to appreciate that book that Chimamanda talked about, you have to actually approach every story or every news from 3 angles too, right? The story, the characters in that story, and the presenter. Now, you have either start your story from the important one out of this series. Is it the presenter of that story? Is it the characters in that story? Or is it the story itself? And when I was making my submission, I started from the most important one, which is Obasanjo, is the presenter of the story that is saying. It's important as a journalist, if you know that, if you won't let go of his administration, as an historian, as a student, who I will continue, I will never forget. When the bandit founders of Nigeria negotiated our independence, what did they start with? Parliamentary, regional system. What happened? Obasanjo and his Ogas, the French colleagues, they come up and translate that process, right? It was also credited to him at the point of our YC that he was the one that handed over to democracy again. What system of democracy, right? Now, when military come back again, scatter that arrangement because you overfavor the Western imperialists. That's why they hated Abacha so much, even though we don't want to talk about that aspect. What happened again? They come back and scatter that. Who did they give it to? Obasanjo. He can come out and say he don't know what he did that constitution. But he was the architect. There's about 20 legislative that he make sure was inserted in that constitution after a 14-member panel was inaugurated. Now, sorry, no. This is very important because when you allow pastors, they throw away the hatred rhetoric. Let's educate him and his friends. So this is very important. Obasanjo is the one that supervised the Western influence over what we are experiencing today. There is no difference between Obasanjo policies that he brings from the World Bank and the rest than what Tinubu is doing. They are the same people. You were there, America, you need to understand the ideology of the two parties and what America stands for when it comes to Democrats and Republicans. You can say, oh, during Donald Trump, there was no war and all that kind of crap. But yes, you are right. But what is their policy in regard to how capitalism affects us? Do you know that? Because it's all about business when it comes to the Republican, and it's about ideology when it comes to
move
Democrat.
to Israel. Go and fight for your people. Stop making noise here.
See, ignorance again. You go to say Israel and your people because you are so ignorant. I was happy when you argue with Pastor about.
All right, okay. Actually, I just thought you were going to make a comment for 1 minute, and you went on and on.
No, because I'm not being I'm not being tribalist. I'm not
Rudolph, I haven't waited on that issue.
I know. Okay, thank you. We have to go on.
Obasanjo is the architect of our problem. Young people should know that. No. He said no. Let's talk. There's a very important issue going on in Nigeria today. Over 60 House of Representative members are going around lobbying for us to go back to parliament. What is Obasanjo doing? He came out and said, no, it is not good for us. Because that is his baby. This present system is his baby. There's every reason for him to stay alive and maintain it. So people are saying, leave Obasanjo alone. Let him leave us alone.
All right. Thank you, Ovie.
Obviously, my brother. You can't just come here to make Allah Obasanjo go. No. He is very important in today Nigeria. He is the father. We should own him respect. You understand why people that don't know parliamentary system, why is he campaigning against it? Why?
All right.
That's the question we should be asking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hold on, okay, please, because there are people who are here to say anything. I just want to hear them, and then we have to move. Yeah. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah. Then let me just start from here. We'll start talking about this man called Olusegun Obasanjo, who is saying all these things that's just so funny and everything. I know this funny phrase that they'll say. They said, let's treat the message and leave the messenger. I know this is where they hide some things, and it's just laughable. Obasanjo, when he came out from prison, he was almost bankrupt. He was left with 500,000 naira. Under 2 years of his government, his farm worth over 30.5 billion. This is how McDonald's couldn't find a way to Nigeria. When KFC come, they give KFC all type of conditions. You must get everything from Obasanjo farm, like a franchise where Mr. Biggs must get everything from USC. You know, so these are all the things that make so many businesses income and everything. Obasanjo make a whole lot of money. MPA give Obasanjo 1 billion naira then when Obasanjo wrote one funny book and everything. This is just funny. Then Obasanjo will stand so tall. I could remember with a fine information minister called Chukwuemeka Chikeli. You understand? Simply because he want to contest for governor, didn't tell Obasanjo. Obasanjo fired him and everything because he want to be in charge and he want to be in control. This is the type of man. So when people don't work with him, he demonizes them. You understand? As Obasanjo come out for the history of Nigeria with all the atrocity he himself must have committed, all the mistake he must have made, has he come out to apologize? As at this time now, he's calling himself a doctor.
Yes.
He went to school. Yes. He called himself at the time again. He's a born-again Christian and everything. Did he come out to apologize? You understand? One of the ways you can change people is for you to first of all calm down. Then people will follow suit. But if you stand tall with your ego and you want people to calm down to do the needful, I don't think it works that way. So this guy just looking with his hypocrite. If not, we hide under this our rich culture and tradition. I don't want to insult him because he's an elderly man. You understand? If not, those guys would have been insulting him. You know, Obasanjo did so many wrong things. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Is it that the Odia massacre? Did he come out to even say anything? Did he come out to come and give reasons and everything? So when he's saying all these things, I just look at him. Let me move quickly to the Senate president. Remember, even before we are talking about the Senate president, during the Obasanjo time, the 05 Senate president for the 05 state in the Southeast, they all become Senate president during Obasanjo time. You understand? From Adolphus Evers Ewere to Chuba Okadigbo to what's the man in Enugu? I forgot his name. They all flip round. Plus Pius Ayin, they all flip round. And everything, Ken Namani. You understand? Say everything, didn't even contest because Ken Namani know that he's going to lose. When Ken Namani deprive him from top 10. And he's saying all this thing. Look at the man who want to even go for top 10. If thought Ken Namani can fight him and bring him down. You know, when he's using Ibrahim Mantu, the deputy Senate president. Now he's saying all these things. He himself to want to control the Senate. Do you understand? Just like what Tinubu is doing with Akpabio today. So he created all this nonsense that people are working on with and everything. It's like the way I want to, if you ask me today about basketball today, I want to be biased. I would say the best basketball player in my time is Hakeem Olajuwon. Or I would say Michael Jordan. What do you expect my son to say?
Of course, I don't need anybody to say. He will say it's LeBron James. That's how it is. So it's just kind of funny. So Obasanjo should shut up when he's saying all these things. Calm down and apologize and leave these things like Ovie said. Then people will follow suit, not by blaming everybody like you make anything perfect. You sold all our assets just to pay loan with the way the IMF and the World Bank control you. And you are saying all this nonsense. Talking about Akpabio is just laughable. This is a man who almost writing his name in gold. Slowly, he just denigrate everything. The way he's acting and everything, it's laughable when I see people like that. These are guys who train their kids very well. They had money, they had everything. Why are they doing all this nonsense? In the name of power, then tomorrow you will live in our culture and tradition again. You see the so-called mainstream media will be interview all these people, you understand, as statesman, experienced man during my time. This is what we get. They will not give people like Showore will fight tire for them to even let him say something. Then they'll start bringing all these people to come and talk in the mainstream media. You understand? And they never do anything. All they tell you during my time, oh, he's a statesman. These guys are mediocre. They are laughable. That's my take on that.
All right. Thank you. Well, Lumide, you're next.
Thank you, Rodolph. I don't want to spend too much time on the Obasanjo talk about the National Assembly. He spoke the truth. I mean, it is all glaring to us that the National Assembly, as it is today, and even in the past, even during his own time too, they are nothing but rogues, thieves. But he himself is part of the problem of the country. I mean, he is free to air his opinion as a citizen of the country, but he contributed in no small measure to the rot going on there. When he was president, how did he preside over the nation? Did he obey the rule of law? I mean, he set the standard that today's politicians are now following, and even doing twice, 3 times more what he did during his own time. I mean, he would never allow a free election to hold, and in a particular state or constituent, it must be PDP, you know. So, and then he never obeyed the courts, like somebody else mentioned before me, the Zaki Biam order he gave, and even the way he handled the Niger Delta issue. I mean, he had an opportunity to, as the first civilian president of a new republic, a new time frame in 1999, he had an opportunity to set the country back on the right path, but he failed. So he's an Egbama like me, but unfortunately, I have no regard for him. I have to say that. So I have no regard, no regard whatsoever for him. Unlike Paawo and Ijebu man, I have a very utmost respect for him. But be that, I'm just going to leave his own side of the issue. So, I mean, for me, but I just want to highlight and something that we talked about, especially with addressing man of prestige, concern about people being tribalistic, and some people on the comment section. See, we need to be honest with ourselves. When we say this thing happening in the north that is bedeviling the whole country now has ethnic and religious connotation, we are not going after any ethnic tribe. Let me or any religion. Let me give you an example. If somebody look at my situation, the kind of situation the Fulanis are facing right now. If Yorubas in Benin Republic, Togo, other West African regions that we know them that they are in, are having problems finding a home place, and then we, the Yorubas in Nigeria, start to use our influence, or they begin to come into Nigeria under some kind of strange circumstance, begin to take people's land, kill people in their farms and in their, you understand? How would you see that? What would you blame for that situation? Who would you blame? Would you not point? And if the Fulanis, fine, it's their brothers from outside, not the Fulanis within us, are not speaking. If the ones among us are not speaking out, not one person prosecuted, not one person charged, then the rest of us will say, you know what? Our security, our law enforcement will deal with the situation. The country will deal with the situation. We will be at ease, knowing fully well that the course of law will take. But if the course of and the rule of law is not taking place, and you expect people to keep quiet and expect their own race to be annihilated from the earth, and their language vanquished, their culture vanquished, and you are saying is ethnic coloration, then you must have something to really think about. And then when we say religious connotation, Christians are being targeted in the north, southern Kaduna, Taraba, Jigawa, and then somebody says, "Oh, are Muslims not being targeted? Was it not Muslims that were kidnapped?" Which Muslim? You see the ethnic and the religious connotation. The Muslim that was targeted, which ethnic group are they from? How do they regard them? Do they see them as inferior because they are from another ethnic tribe? You see the link between the ethnic and religious? And we know the majority of those who are perpetrating this are Boko Haram, Kanuri people, Kanuri majority, and the others, Fulani others, ethnic connotation. You see the ethnic and the religious connotation? So we are not going to hide and wish, we are not going to hide under that frame that we've done in the past, that we've done for donkey years that have led us to this present state, and we refuse to deal with the situation. If we are one Nigeria, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Christian or traditional worshiper, if anybody breaks the law, arrest them, let the law enforcement collect evidence and prosecute them to a logical conclusion. That is what we want. If you don't want people shouting, crying foul, or creating conspiracy statements, if you think they're conspiracy theories or statements, then deal with the situation. We don't want any ethnic group wiped away from the face of Nigeria. Is that what we want?
All right, thank you. Righteous man. Righteous man. We can't hear you. All right, we can't hear you, righteous man. Let's go to.
He has given me his time. He has given me his time.
Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers before you. Let me hear from KJ. 1 minute.
Thank you for giving me that 1 minute. Now, I wanted to say something about Akpabio, and I've dealt with the issue of Obasanjo. Obasanjo has done his best, and his best so far is better than every other person who have come after him. Let's get that straight. Now, let's move on, because if we begin to dig, Igbos have a proverb that if you dig too much into the anus, you understand what you find. So now, let us move forward. Because I say that because if we dig back into even the so-called our heroes past, you find out that there are no heroes at all. So let's move forward. How do we get Nigeria moving forward? Now, we're not going to get Nigeria moving forward with the crop of leaders we have now. And I talk about Akpabio. What do we expect from Akpabio? A man who never contested the election is now the Senate president. What are you guys expecting? I mean, I didn't want to discuss this issue because there's nothing to expect. He has not followed the laid down rules and regulations of the Nigerian constitution. So you expect him now? In fact, more facts are coming out. Of course, we all now have come to realize that he paid $30,000 to legislators to even pass the budget unopposed. That is just coming out. Okay, for those of us who have been celebrating labor, celebrating this, all of them collect the thing. All of them collected. And you see, one person I have respect for is Abaribe, and he almost disappointed me in his interview last week. Not because I've not done that before, but because he has always stood out to speak, some very basic truths, especially when it has to do with the East. So, but in this instance, he also collected, even though his own wasn't up to 500 million, but he collected 225 million. Okay, let us see what he's going to do with his own. You see, the thing is this, and just like Obasanjo said, Nigerian people have fought this constitutive project for so long, and they have refused to release it. Just like we have fought the unnecessary security budget of a security budget given to governors over the years. Nobody has been able to account for it, and nobody has been able to do anything with it. Okay, so this money for the boys calls constituency project money. We continuously to spine around in the National Assembly. Remember, this guy is not the first person to have brought out what is going on there. Another guy, some just like a couple of years ago, Mimuni, okay, said the same thing, that there was a lot of pardon, for which he was punished seriously, for which he had to travel the whole north and all that, begging leaders of certain individuals, I don't want to call them, okay, to go and beg his colleagues to allow him come back into the assembly. He was eventually made to come and say that he wasn't correct and apologize to the assembly. We are dealing with a very corrupt system. And if you dare go against them, they deal with you. They deal with you in such a way that even your children will know that you have committed a crime against humanity. Is that the truth? No. So until the Nigerian people, for whom this government resides, who take the authority from the people of Nigeria. Remember, you see, as people who report news or who even follow the news, you will know that the Nigerian people have fought against that. It is a term they use in Nigeria. Once you vote as a Nigerian, you have given your sovereignty to the assembly. And for many, many months and many things, people like Arise News try to educate Nigerians that your sovereignty is not given. You only voted. Your sovereignty resides on the Nigerian people. Take back your power. Until we take back our power and let the people know that even though you are in the assembly, you are not Nigeria. Nigeria is. And so until that sovereignty is taken and we can take back the horn of the cow, we aren't going nowhere. There's still going to be more and more Akpabios coming up, and they will do the same thing. If you doubt me, watch and see. The House of Rep has not come up yet. Remember, they also padded. They've not been revealed yet, but somebody will reveal it very soon, and you'll see the same thing. At the end, sorry, I'm ending up right now. At the end, nothing will come out of it. Nothing will come out of it. Don't think anything is going to happen. Nothing will come out of it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me just
1 minute.
Correct something. Hold on, Obi. Let me correct something. There's confusion in the stories they're telling us. The actual truth is that the money they were given, the money that they were given.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, is it my turn?
Not yet. I called you. You were not here. The money that they were given was for them to pass the budget, the $30,000. Okay. So when Abaribe and other people were talking, they wanted to confuse the people by saying this is constituency project. That one is a separate money.
Yes.
That one is not illegal. That one is not, at least on paper, it's not illegal. Yes. And that one is not hidden.
Yes.
This was something they were given in a brown envelope, and they all put it in their pocket and went home.
No, Rudolph, the $30,000 was given long time ago.
Yeah, the general. I think when they
talking about. Okay. What we're talking about now, there's a guy I watched through his program. He went line by line and showed us where those monies were put in the budget. Okay, those are just statements. In fact, let me tell you one of them. That Streetlight to the farm. Streetlight to a farm. It has a budget. Okay, they didn't mention the farm, the location of the farm, or the reason for which the streetlight was going to be put to the farm. Okay, those are in the Nigerian budget. It's there. In fact, they went line by line, and at the end, we got 3-point-something billion naira for this alone. And so there are many of them in that order. That you just look at just single statement. So I don't know. I mean, all of them are accomplices. There's no one that is free. That's the truth. Whether you call them labor, you call them whoever, as long as they're in that assembly, they are collecting the same thing. They're just telling. In fact, King Gibe's wife, I'm even surprised because somebody I used to respect, she auto-collected. They're not collecting it. They're not collecting it.
All right. Thank you, KJ.
1 minute.
Ovie.
Yes. I just want to agree with KJ that we should move on. But the first step in moving on is to correct the past. And whoever found guilty in that past, Moku will give a channel treatment to them. And we'll see if Obasanjo is going to escape that past. Because we have to correct the past in order for us to move forward. Because the fear of young people today is that at the age of 50, 60, may they see the thought say, na Fulani, na Igbo man, na Yoruba man be their problem. So we need to go back to the past, correct it, then we move forward. That's the type of moving forward. Obasanjo supervised in 1979 Constitution. 20 instruments were given to him to insert, and nobody should actually go and interfere in those 20 instruments. These are part of history. These are out there. This is not the conspiracy theory. So it's part. When I say it's the architect of our problem, it's architect of our problem. You understand? So it is the past. So for us to move forward, everybody, they blame everybody now because we refuse to actually sit down and analyze our past. Right? We cannot get out of the situation we are without actually understanding our past and make the correction. So, yes, if you believe that he's the best president, he has nothing to add, then let's go back to the matter. Anybody that is found wanted, they will cut his head off. And we'll see if he goes escape him. So that's what I'm just saying. That's what the young people are saying. We are tired of these old people telling us, let's move forward. Like, yes, we'll move forward. But history, since we refuse to fight for history to be taught, to be taught to us, then that this is the problem you keep getting from each and every one of us. Because now generation actually supervise the fact that we should not be taught this, because now they classroom, then are teachers. They teach us. Now they teach us. Now the journalists when they tell us the story they are painting now that we should move on Obasanjo. He wrote a book under my watch. That is the title of his book. Go and read it. Under his watch, Bakassi was seated. Under his watch, he controlled all the National Assembly that we are experiencing today. We are talking about National Assembly, for God's sake. Let's go back to the beginning of our National Assembly and correct the wrongdoing. That's where the problem is. Akpabio is just a figurehead. It's just a distraction. That office is very powerful. So now clown that they put for there. People that will say yes, they will put there. So Obasanjo will not let them go because it's in our pain. So there's no way we can move forward with our head blind, because those people who came before our fathers, they're blind. They just say, God go do it, God go do it, God go do it. No, we go do this on our own.
Okay, thank you. All right. Before I go to Righteous Man, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have two ladies, beautiful ladies, who represented Nigeria at a UN conference. Most of you know that March is Women's History Month. So they went to the UN to attend some of the conferences that happened as a result of that event. So they will join us to talk about women's empowerment and gender equality in African societies. So one of them is Dr. Chinwendoka, and then the other one is Barrister Nkiru Joy Opala Perkins. So if you can join us tomorrow, we don't have enough women join us in these conversations that we have on this program. So tomorrow we are going to have them. We'll talk about the set of women in Africa and everything else around that topic. All right, Righteous Man. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah. Go ahead. We can't hear you, Righteous Man.
Tinubu network.
Yeah. Yeah, the network is misbehaving. Yeah, I have just one contribution and then a question to make. Contribution to make and a question to ask. Each time we come to the platform, we try to our problems befalling our nation. But at the end of the day, we've not have an agreement what the solution to these problems are. Every Saturday, almost every Sunday, we talk about these problems, analyze them, but we don't have a consensus response to what should be the answers to this problem. So sometimes when we gather to talk, we talk based on some theories we have gathered from schools, our academic theories. Some talks based on their life experience as men. Some talks based on passion and emotion. At the end of the day, the problem that is befalling our nation is not sorted out. I liken this platform as a mini Nigeria, where everybody knows the problem, but nobody is coming out to offer the solution to the problem. You know, I think we should go back to look at our value system. The North, the East, the South, the West. Do we have a uniform or a likely uniform, if it's not pure uniform, but a likely uniform value system? Because Europe is partitioned on the basis of some factors. And those factors is what makes Europe working today. Nigeria is a congregation of different tribes, different languages, with different practices, different value systems. How do we bring this thing together to form a workable nation? A nation that can function and deliver to the Black world the expectation that have been said. How do we bring this value system together? When I was growing up as a child, my father, after the war, after the Biafra-Nigerian war, there was hunger, total hunger in Igbo land, total hunger. We're eating lizard, we're using cassava leaves to prepare porridge yam. There was no groundnut. We're eating pancannel nuts, as we're using it as groundnuts. There was no going to school. There's nothing like wearing of sandals and all this and all that. So it was a terrible experience after the war. And then my father will always tell us, when he gathered us to talk to us as his children, he would tell us, as much as we are facing this hunger and as difficult as life seems to be, we must never enter any other person's farmland to pluck corn or to harvest yam. That is a value system I grew up. That is why it is difficult when I see people trying to play the God they are not. You know, it is difficult for me I can't, not it is difficult, I can't take what does not belong to me. Because the value system that have been inculcated in me, I grew up, is that you must not take what belongs to another person, no matter what you're facing in life. So do we have this uniform value system in the Nigerian system? The value of the Yoruba system is different from that. Is different from that Benue man. Is different from that corn nut. It is different from the Calabars. Is different from the Ogonis. Is different from the Jaws. How do we bring these value systems together to have a national value system that can project Nigeria to become the light of the Black world? Because that's our problem. The president, former governor, the vice president, former governor, secretary to the federal government, former governor, senior president, former governor. Just look at, these are people that have governed states. And look at those states they govern, built up on corruption. Their history, the background of these states they govern is nothing to write home about. Akpabio was accused of 82 billion, then, not now. You know, it was BSCC. So what kind of value system do we have? How do we bring the best out of this value system and have a national orientation that will make every Nigerian proud to be a Nigerian? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Righteous Man. Someone answered your question about what's the purpose of meeting here and talking without coming to a conclusion at the end of the day. The person said, which is accurate, that this is what we do here. We talk. Other people will take ideas from here and run with it. So you can also take ideas from here and run with it. So a good example is that next Monday, Ned Nwoko, former Commonwealth Secretary General, is organizing a dialogue, more like a constitutional dialogue in Lagos. On his own and his group, they call themselves Patriots. They're organizing a conference on the Constitution and what should be done. People do things like this. Even if it's only 100 people that will go there, they will document what we discuss and what their ideas and solutions are. And hopefully somebody will pick it up and run with it if it's good.
Where is that taking place, Damage?
Lagos. In Lagos.
In Lagos, or okay.
Yeah. On the 18th, which I think is Monday. All right, so that's on that. Let me go to forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. It looks like everybody has given up on the corruption level and the incompetence of this our leadership that we have. I wish it was just pure incompetence and just bad leadership. I feel like there's something worse going on there. Yeah, that $30,000 that they shared out to different people, is that not the foreign exchange we were saying that we shouldn't be using to make our own naira worse? And these our leaders use it as a form of exchange in this. It shows you the signaling is not right. These are not normal leadership. They are the way they behave. They don't behave like they are there to serve us. And this is why I was complaining even from last year that when you see all these your leaders going overseas, it's not a good sign. I don't see, whenever leaders go overseas here, they go for their people. But these are our leaders. They all seem to disappear into foreign countries. I think they're going to come back to serve you. They won't serve you. If you are not responsible for preserving them, they won't preserve you. But one thing, the only hope I have is that our people start understanding that they do have quite a lot of power. The idea that they are powerless to change is a big, big mistake. It's an own goal that they refuse to tap into. An example of this today was the video he played about Soludo, how he's trying to kind of, copycat this thing, the Abia State OT. Why do you think he wants to do that? Because he sees the OT is getting good publicity from what he's done, and is encouraging similar behavior. Politicians are kind of, they crave good attention. No matter how much they like the money, they do crave positive attention on them, and they also they also fear the people when the people come at them. But the problem with us is that we've not really come at them, have we? Have we really come at these guys? Have we held Tinubu to one of his his promises in the manifesto? This same President Tinubu promised us that he was going to recruit when he got into office. What is he recruiting? Has anybody in the media and all of them said, you know what? I know you said something about, you're going to be in charge, your mother-in-chief, you're going to tell them what to do. But you didn't say you're going to recruit more. Here in the UK, you have to itemize your manifesto. You itemize here, you talk about how much it's going to cost. Every single thing, every single detail. And when you get into office, they will be asking you every single detail. But we don't hold them accountable, and what do you expect? And the media plays a strong role in this, because they don't really push these people to live by their promise. And I'm a little bit surprised too that Peter Obi is a little bit quiet on this security part. Instead, he's moved on to start talking about give people good standard of living, give them jobs. They're not going to steal. They're not going to do all this thing that they're doing. When his own security policy, why is he not using his own security policy to knock the current president? That I said I was going to recruit 2 million into the military and into the security forces. Why is he not using that? But he's not, because they are all silent on it. This is what they never educate our people on. They make it look like the state is made for this type of HDI, KPI, all these metrics. That's what they are looking at. If you don't have the basic foundation of this nation that will allow the nation to think for itself in place, nothing is going to function. And I must say, part of that foundation is the people being vigilant to dangers. And this is what it comes back to what we discussed last week when the doctor was here, it's not about him. This is not about him. It's about something that I see in the Nigerian space that we don't do. Nigeria never defines itself against anything. We don't define itself for anything or against anything. Like just last week, America came out with a document talking about China being their biggest threat and all the rest. Who is the biggest threat to Nigeria? Nigeria doesn't even use Boko Haram as their biggest. We don't have anything we are fighting against. There's nothing out there. Our people just walk around like headless chicken as if the whole world is their oyster, when practically the whole world is their enemy. Our people are not being governed properly, and it's up to the people to wake up to some of all these things. And it's also our own job, just like I'm doing here, to wake us up to some of all these things. Just this week, when people always have this debate about, I'm just going slightly a totally different direction, about ancient Egypt and how now it's in Middle Eastern and all that stuff. This guy that used to complain about this Cleopatra, this thing in Egypt, the guy has almost 1 million followers. For him to come out and concede that the founders of ancient Egypt were actually black, not mixed, not anything, black, the black part of Egypt was the one that founded Egypt publicly, and this is something from even this in his own people that used to think that, oh, they are all Arabic or light-skinned looking people and all the rest. He had to come out openly to admit that, yeah, the part that founded Egypt was the black part, and those people were actually black. They were not like mixed race or anything like that. So it tells you that we had a great past, and we have fallen so far that we don't even know ourselves anymore. I don't even think most African countries, it's like these colonizers, what they did was they came in and they said, this is how you're going to portray yourself to your people. If you do anything else, you are a problem for us. You're not going to get IMF loan, you're not going to get World Bank loan, and we might even consider cutting you off visa. And all these leaders have told the line uniformly, because they don't tell us what they are supposed to be telling us. Other countries are the same. Other countries, if you go to the other, not the same, very different. If you go to other countries, they will tell you exactly who your enemy is, who your threat is. Who is our threat in this world, other than our own people? An Igbo man will say Fulani is their threat. Fulani will say Igbo. Yoruba will say Igbo. This is all we know. That is not a normal way, because what that creates is a situation whereby you see your leaders going towards the enemies and you will know. Your leaders walk into offices with your enemy every day. You won't know. They will go and sign contracts and agreements that will sell your future away, and you won't know, because nobody's pointing out the dangers to you. And this is why I said to the doctor last week, that if you see a snake and you are with a child, you are responsible for that child. You are responsible for the safety of that child. Your job is to let that child know that that snake could be dangerous. Not all snakes are dangerous, but some can be dangerous, so that they will be aware. And none of our leaders tell us these things, to be aware that this world is dangerous to us, and we don't, because of it, we are not careful about our security. It's almost as if we have a broken threat assessment. We don't treat threats dangerously. If this was UK, where people are getting kidnapped like this, the nation will be shut down until those people are found and brought back. That it will literally be shut down. That's how it is. But in Nigeria, they will say, oh, this one that is involved in it. People in the military are involved. Don't worry about it. That is not how it works. We, the people, have to push these people, otherwise they're not going to do anything. And I will propose to Dr. Damages that we start running a campaign for Tinubu to follow his manifesto demand to recruit into our security forces. And I also advise other channels to do the same, because if we pursue one thing at a time, let's say you force him to do a security policy, guess what's going to happen next? You move from that one to electricity. You move from that one to something else. Because you have to amplify the message so it gets to them. If you say it one Saturday, the next Saturday, because we are talking about so many things, they don't always, in short, they will be very happy to move away from that one, because that one, for some reason, they don't want to do it.
Recruitment is going on right now. There's a recruitment process going on right now, but I don't know the amount precisely. But
that is it. There's always give me 1 minute, please. It's always a tiny amount that they are recruiting, maybe 10,000.
10,000 police.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's not. It's not going to make a dent. The ones that are dying or retiring are probably more than that. That is the problem. They don't recruit enough.
Forefathers, let's pin you down on this. Rudolph, just allow me.
I followed the rules, though.
No. Okay, so this is what
I know, but everybody else is interjecting him. Can I have him explain what he means?
I just stopped everybody. So I wanted to say something before we continue. For forefathers, instead of saying we have to, I think what is needed is, and I've said this in this platform before, you can champion this. You can ask for people, like-minded people, to come together with you and say at the end of every week or every month, you put out a position where you can send out a message saying that we are holding this person accountable to something he said, like Tinubu and the security issue. And people will sign on that. People who, outside this platform will sign, who believe that we should put pressure on these elected officials. And you guys have to remember, during the election, the media was pushing for Tinubu to come and debate. And he didn't. He ignored it. And the people who have the power, it's not the media, didn't do anything. They let it pass, and the people that voted for him. Now that he's president, he has not even had a press conference. I'm not talking about, he has not even granted any interview. 8 months. He may not do it for the next 4 years. What do you expect the media to do? The media will go and force him to talk when he didn't talk, when people had opportunity to force him to talk to the people. So these are some of the things that people can take up on their own. It's not the media. Don't throw everything out to the media. The media will do this, media will do that. There's something the media will do. If the president does not want to talk to you and you elected the president, when he didn't talk to the media, he will act the same way. I don't know why anybody is surprised that he's not.
No, I agree with that. But his officials come to the news stations. They could be saying, why is because they talk about other things. They talk about padding. They talk about tribalism or other things that are going on in this, squabble between Fubara and. But they could ask, okay, people are getting kidnapped. What is happening with the security policy he promised?
Yeah, but that's not the president they are talking to. They are talking to
exactly. Those people will go and relate it to them, and maybe the president too is watching sometimes, or his Chetima is watching. They'll be saying, people are saying what we promised to. Why are we not doing it? You see what I mean? And they also monitor the social media. If we are pushing it here too, they too will start paying attention that okay, people are pushing for this. Maybe we need to do something about it.
Yeah, but
Dr. Damage, I have answer for righteous man.
My hand is up. My hand is up. So.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I have answer for
one by one. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that. We have to also go to another topic. All right. So, forefather, the most important thing is this: instead of waiting, you can do something, and you can take it up.
So, Rodolph, now that the forefathers knows that they are watching us on social media, so what is it that you want to push to them now?
He said
to who specifically do you want to push?
Okay, all right. Don't answer that, forefathers. Let's go to. I'll go around. Give everyone 1 minute to make a comment, and then we'll round this. I'll go for flagship. You want to say something? We can't hear you. You're muted. No, we can't hear you still. All right, we'll skip you for now. KJ.
Okay, I just want to say to forefather, Tinubu didn't promise you anything. He said, what will they chop? Agbado, this, that. That's all. And recruit 50 million youths into the army. And that is it. Now, but that is not even, we can't hold him on to that. And you see, you keep mentioning P2B. P2B is not an elected official of Nigeria, any department in the Nigerian government. P2B canvassed for the job you didn't give him. Now you gave it to somebody else and you want P2B to come and solve the problem for the person you gave the job to. Is this done anywhere? You chose your best. You gave the job to the man called Ahmed Tinubu. Or you didn't give him, or we allowed him to be rigged into the office. Now, let him solve the problem. Stop mentioning P2B. I'm not a supporter of P2B, but I don't think mentioning him is fair. Leave the man alone. If I was P2B, even he's even doing too much, I will fold my hands and go and sit in my house on the chair and enjoy myself. Okay? I won't say nothing. Because this has always been the issue with Nigeria. If you go through the Nigerian history, you'll find out that each particular point there is a man who is more qualified to do the job. It is never given to him. Between Shagari and Ekweme, you chose Shagari, who is this thing. Between all the while, you always choose the lesser person to do the work, and the work is not done. And then you turn her back and begin to blame the man who you didn't elect. I think it's unfair. Leave him alone. He's a private citizen. He has the right to enjoy himself. Leave him alone.
You are not even his supporter. I don't know why you are bothering.
Look, listen, there are many of them. Mr. Moka is a spokesperson for Tinubu. He's always defending Tinubu's government in the media. You can pick him. There Ngalari, Ajire Ngalari. He's there. He's a spokesperson for Tinubu's decision. In fact, they have more than 3 spokespersons on media, social media alone. They have about 9 people employed to traverse through the social media every day to look for who is insulting Tinubu. Speak to those people. Let them take the message to him. Leave Peter Obi alone.
Everybody is doing their own. Are you not online here? Why are you saying leave Peter Obi alone? Everybody is doing their own. We are saying that his own policy that he has for a security measure. Hold on.
What you are doing is tantamount to me and you go chase a girl. The girl agree you. And then you eventually got her pregnant. She should go in the hospital. You want me to come and pay the hospital bill? You want me to come and take care of her and pick her from the hospital? What are you saying?
How is that even related?
It is related because you people have given a job to another person.
You're talking about 3 people, but they are not. It's not 3 entities involved in this one. We're talking about the people.
You like to drag Peter Obi every time into the discussion.
No, I'm not dragging Peter Obi. You are not. You are. Look at this guy that I drag every day because he doesn't support Peter Obi. Now he's defending Peter Obi. See.
I just don't like injustice. I don't have to support him to say what is right.
But he has a policy.
No, leave him alone. You didn't accept his policy.
No, he's a national figure. If he wants to go home and sit down, he can go home and sit down. But he's a national figure as we speak, and he does have a say. He should be bringing back that his security policy that he campaigned on.
He's not a government official. He's not in the government. It's not in the government of Nigeria.
It's only Nigerian that will say, Trump, did you see Trump keeping quiet all this while?
Bola Tinubu. Can you just leave the private man alone?
Trump was talking for straight 4 years. You didn't even say Trump should shut up his mouth.
All right. So far, thank you. Flagship, try again. Let me hear.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think we've said a whole lot about this, and in my opinion, I've applauded it. This issue, and I believe they get the message. We all get it. Lastly, I would say, forefathers, I'm not coming at you. Okay, don't take this personal. I agree with Rudolph. Everybody here has a role to play. We don't have to wait for anybody. I've made several attempts to reach out to those from my district back home, from my state. I have messages for them. I've made 3, 4, 5-minute videos, sent it to them through the people that I know that can reach them. I've tried to ask for their phone numbers. I've also requested to see if there could be a meeting, town hall meeting that we could hold back home. And I'll be willing to go home to be a part of that meeting. Myself and every meaning person from Delta State in my zone that I'm from. You can do the same too. We don't have to batter the people here. We don't have to speak down on Nigerian people. We don't have to wait for anybody here to make a change. One man can initiate a move and everybody else can catch up on the fire. So if you do yours and we see that it becomes effective with your senator or House of Rep members, trust me, we would learn from you. Take the same thing to ours, and collectively, what you're talking about can be realized. So let's not wait for one person or one platform. You have a very strong message, believe me, but you are misdirecting it. And I think you need to put it together and go through those that represent you and those that are from your senatorial districts. Talk to them, reach out to them on their social media pages. Believe you me, you'll get an audience someday. I'm still working on mine, and when I get it, I'm going to try to bring them down here too. So it's not a one-time approach to this thing. It's got to be consistent, like you said, and hopefully someday we'll get this thing redirected and headed on in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Flagship. That's a good point. Henry, 1 minute.
But anyway, forefathers don't know where it comes from Nigeria, so we're going to direct it to. You don't know where it's from. Nobody know where it's from. Me, I'm from Benin Kingdom. But anyway, when you always talk about Peter Obi, You put in support to Peter Obi then, but now you're calling him. Is he the president now? It's not the president. Why not always call Atiku, Kwankwaso? Call those people there. Leave Peter Obi alone. You say people said it's not good enough, but we choose him. He have a plan. Tinubu didn't promise you people anything. He promised people he was going to recruit something million soldier, 50 million, whatever, 50,000, 50 million. I call them. Akpabio, people going to chop. They're going to recruit the police, military. Where are they from? Repentant Boko Haram. These are people that are recruiting. Repentant Boko Haram. How you going to scare your country? How? Tell me how. It's only in Nigeria a terrorist, a killer, a raper, it become repentant and become they among your military. It's only in your country, Nigeria, forefather. What are you recruiting? What are you? Your vice president is a Boko Haram sympathizer. Your former, what they call it, Platani, is a Boko Haram people. You are here talking about recruiting. Go and join them. Who's going to recruit? The best, the 1 minute, 30 seconds.
God. This is
the only thing they need in
unbearable.
that country, they should introduce, the Nigerian people should come out and introduce channel law. When you corrupt, they put you, they buy you. That's it. All the senators, like your Senator Akpabio and others, and Tinubu and others, and concubine, they should go to jail and rot in there. That's the solution for that country. We need hot hand for that country.
Sorry, I think this stuff I said has been twisted now to mean all I said was if you are present online, it makes sense for us to amplify our voices on all the platforms to make a change. And suddenly everybody say, "Oh, don't do that." And I see that it's funny, even funny enough.
You have your own platform. Go and do your platform.
Can you let me just finish? Can you just finish?
You have your own platform. Go and
so what is wrong with the rules of doing it?
Why? Why you have to do it?
Because platforms sometimes even news channels they champion a cause. You see, now you've started your conspiracy nonsense again. Can you please let me finish? Even news channels do champion one cause. Sometimes they will say it's girls' rights, sometimes it's equality, whatever. But we have a massive issue now. I think if all the channels amplify these positions that are the same position, it's going to make a significant difference. I agree with what the flagship said about doing your own personal stuff. Doing personal stuff, this thing that we do, individualistic and going to do your own thing, is not always very helpful. When you have a chance to come together and do something, and you kick that one away and say, let's go and find another way to do it individually. That's what we'll be doing nationally. Where has that gotten us?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Pansat. That helped me. Pansat.
I know it's paining you to come to me. That's okay. I was thinking maybe you owe OVA money or whatever. The way you're giving them time.
Your 1 minute is over.
But, I was gonna address forefathers, right? Because it comes here with distraction, not only here in every platform. Comes in many ways. Diversion, obstruction, hindrances. And sometimes goes up to madness level. You're talking about recruitment. Everywhere you go, everybody's admonishing you. Hey, look. So let me first start by asking you. I'm going to ask you questions that are like yes or no. You see, time is a very expensive commodity.
That's we don't have time for it.
We don't have time. Yeah, but please, Rudolph, you let him go. Let's
Pansat.
Yeah, I understand.
To come here.
I think I would take up that offer, but at the same time, I enjoy my presence here as a panelist. You're not going to have me to kick around very much because I'm about to boycott your show. The way you treat me today, without respect. I know it's okay.
We will pray for you when you boycott the show. We have Janaba here.
Let me ask you, forefathers, right? As far as security in Nigeria is concerned.
I will lead the prayer.
You're very concerned about security, and that's laudable. That's a good thing to be concerned about security. What countries are the Sahelian part of Nigeria? Do you know which countries are involved in that? The Sahel.
Are you serious?
No, but you just yes or no?
Yes, I do.
You do know that, right?
Yeah.
You do know that those countries also have similar problems as we do.
Yep.
Like Cameroon, Chad, Niger, all those areas, right?
Yep.
Now, are you familiar with what's the name of the person who founded Boko Haram?
Is it Sheik? Not Sheik Gumi, Shakao, isn't he? Was it Shakao or someone? I don't know.
You don't know, right? That's a good
I
answer.
don't know.
Hold on, we don't have time. So if you don't know, you just say I don't know. I want to see how much you know about the area that you're concerned with. We're blessed with that. Do you know when Boko Haram resurfaced? What year?
No.
That they, for example, that they attacked United Nations headquarters in Abuja, and the police.
No.
You don't know any of those things, right?
No.
All right. How many girls were it was notorious that they kidnapped, abducted 276 girls, right? You familiar with that, right?
Yeah.
What's the name of that? The school.
Chibok, you mean?
So you do know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you're talking about defending Nigeria, it's both enemies internal and then external, right? Domestic and foreign. That's security, right? So would it be proper for us to, first of all, take care of internal security problems that we have, right? Would you be objecting to that? Let's just say Nigeria says, you know what, we have Islamic terrorism in Nigeria. The secondary schools have to be safe, right? And that we have enough soldiers to at least do that. For right now, they need better equipment, not recruitment. That they need intelligence. They need to go in there and find out who are the ones sabotaging the country. Because the United States has complained that they're going to stop cooperating with Nigeria because when they have any deal, it looks like somebody is working from inside, right? So you also know that if P2B is trying to have people not to be so poor, to be educated, that is all part of security, food security. You have to have the North go back to the farms, things like that. Do you recognize security that is not mainly recruitment as part of security? For example, education, food, jobs, things like that. Is that security to you?
Yes.
Okay. So now, if you come in here with hubris, you showed right now you lack the knowledge or even the geography of the area, the corporates. You don't know who they are. And you come in here with arrogance. When somebody's admonishing you, telling you certain things, you look conceited in your face. There's haughtiness and pride and vanity, self-importance. You're pompous because Rudolph is letting people like you have a show. You have your own show, which means you're part of the media. And then when KG says Henry says to you, go to your show, carry that on. But you're counting on Rudolph's, I guess, teenagers have this thing of trying to belong. What is it called? It's called, what is that? Peer pressure, right? Rudolph, please, it's my time. Please, it's my turn, please. Let me. So if you are counting, you come here with pomposity, right? I ask you right now, who founded Boko Haram? You don't know. In order for you to carry that on your shoulder, you have to go and study these things. If a Nigerian says to you, our problem is not recruitment of more terrorists in the Nigerian army, instead of having maybe 200,000 terrorists, because most Nigerians, if you're not from the South, say terrorists in the Nigerian army. That's a fact. Wow. So if you go there and blow them up to 1 million, you're trying to kill us. You're not doing us a favor until the structure is changed, the psychology, whatever that the Nigerian army is operating under. If you go there, make them big, then we're done for, because they will have enough to capture Benue, capture Yoruba lands, southwestern lands, capture the Igbo lands, because you just went out there and made a huge terrorist army. So when we're telling you, we Nigerians, right, we're telling you we need to solve the problem in the country. We need jobs. We need a constitution. We need to curtail Islamic. No. This is true. I don't come here to play it, and I don't think I'm coming. I don't think I'm coming back to this show because Rudolph has changed all of a sudden, right? Because he's got this peer pressure. he wants Muslims to like him. You know, John Abba, Maze Ovie, people like that. So if he's dumbing down on me, a Biafra, right, son of the soil, right? If I'm here, if he's dumbing down on me, then he's gonna make sense.
We are all sort of the fake soil, eh? You are the only one.
So when teenagers smoke cigarettes, right? When teenagers smoke weed and cigarettes, it's from peer pressure. They want to belong, right? Teenagers, women, they get pregnant. So what Rudolph Okonkwo is doing is trying to get along by pushing us down. Now, if you go and watch his shows that he does as Dr. Damages, then he's more like me, or even to my right. If you watch his show, he will be talking about all these bad actors in Nigeria, and he does it with drama and does it very well. But here, he's gonna let you don't know your ass from your mouth about the country. You don't know anything about security, right? God. I don't even know if you went to college, right? So what I'm saying is that we're not coming here to showboat and try to have hubris. We're serious here.
Assad, thank you so much. We're serious, and I agree.
Yeah, let me land by saying that when that many people are killed, we're not here to play. I'm not here to play. That's a lot of our people getting killed there, right? It's not a joke here. So I'm warning you, you in particular, forefathers. I'm warning you. Everybody's told you stop distracting us. Positive distraction, all right.
You would think I said kill all the Nigerian masses. What did I do?
All right. No, okay, hold on. Let me just say something to Pansat. Pansat, thank you so much. We like you. We'd like to have you here, just like everybody else. But when you say things like there is no refinery, when you were talking the other time, you were referring to Dangote, and you said there is no refinery. You know, these are the things that make me, you know, and I think for intelligent people who are watching this show at home, there are a lot of people, you'll be surprised at people who are watching this, and they do get back to me and tell me what they're hearing. You lose them. It's not that you don't have points, but there are certain statements you make that you know that is not true. And when you do that, it diminishes the points you are trying to make.
Such as
when you spoke now, you sounded better than the last time you came here.
No, but look, how many gallons of crude oil has been refined with Dangote refinery? When's the first time you said it's not refined?
You can say that the refinery has not produced anything, but you can't say there is no refinery.
No, listen to me. Listen.
And say,
first of all, when I speak, right, there's something you have to learn. Don't be dumbing down on your show by thinking that everybody who appears here doesn't have anything to do. When I come here and I speak, I am not going to say one thing that is untrue. Not one. I want you to know that, because in order for you to say that, then stage a debate between you and I. So we'll have a debate, right? You
be the guest.
No, but that's fine. But what I'm saying to you is that I will consider it. But when I talk here, don't forget, I will never say anything that's untrue. Now, when I say there's no refinery, I've been saying it for 2 or 3 years. I know there's not going to be a refinery, right? But I respect you. Let me say this in conclusion. Rudolph, I respect you.
We have to go. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Let me make my final submission. I have somewhere to go, please.
Okay. You want me to skip Janaba so that you can make a final submission?
Yeah, you will give me time, sir. So.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Happy Pastor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity again to educate Pansat and friends. Right? Pansat, you do Buga for 2 nights. I say you don't know the geography of that place there. Hawa was my first ever girlfriend. She's from Chibok. Nobody say we meet for Lagos. So you understand? At Chibok. Domboa, Chibok view, where Kusar Shani. I'm a playground be that. As a kid growing up, I know all those areas. So talking about physical location and geography, I will tell you how that place be. They do Buga for 2 nights because you hear people talk around for news. No, now we grow up for that area. So if you all accuse me, say I be full and you are right. At the point, I still do food plenty. Within that region, there's Bra. If you are assuming that the Chiboks are Christian, yes, you are right. The Bra people, Bra view. Your former Minister of Defense, your former Defense Chief was from View. So if you pass you to Shani, from Shani to Gombe, then you come our area. So if they do Buga, I just to educate you, look at the Bra. Now, our righteous man challenged the platform that we should always talk about solution, and every day we recommend solution. I will use the Pansat strategy and actually provide some solution here. Rudolph, let's say you want to sell $100 to Pansat in California, you are in New York, and the rest of us in the platform has to lobby, you know, to take that message. And I was able to campaign around the platform, and everybody voted for me, and you agreed to give me that $100 to take a platform to talk to Pansat. But before I leave, I say you go buy me first flight ticket to fly to California from Texas. You go put me for 5-star hotel. That's also place that too, and you meet all that. At the end of the day, I leave there, I meet Pastor, I shake him, and I give him $5 inside. I tell them that they come back. Right? I don't chop the money. Will you say I am incompetent? It's a question, Rudolph. Is that how you are going to accuse me? That I'm incompetent when I chop down $100 after you meet everything when I demand for? You will not say I'm incompetent. So why are we telling our leaders they are incompetent? This man, they call the campaign. You give them money, they request for Jeep, you buy Jeep for them to work. They carry your money, build us for everywhere around the world. Does these people sound like incompetent people to you? Just like Papa was alluding, they are serving other interests. It's not just you and me. They are the smartest people among us. These guys are everything when you know they know them. They are once young. They are some of the best institutions in the world. They have the resources to get the best brain to work for them. So it's not that they are not competent. It's not that they don't know what to do. It is deliberate. So keep me and you docile so that they can keep ruling us. And if you keep thinking that now only Muslim they do it, I am disappointed because now everybody do this strategy. That's one. Another way again.
Can I ask you a question on that point you made?
Please let me make my final submission. I'm just listen, learn. Don't listen to argue. Listen to learn.
No, I want to ask you a question.
Just hold on. Let me finish. You have time to answer. You have time to ask me a question. Okay? People are learning if you don't want to learn. Dr. Damage, the second submission that lead to us as a solution is this. Dr. Damage today, if we find out say he collect money for Bola Tinubu campaign, that's why he no be come out campaign for Obi and the rest. I promise you, before the show finish, half of the subscribers go. We go begin insult them. Some quarters around the world, if you go, they go beat them. Why? Honorary citizens just collect money work. But in the same realm, our leaders are doing worse to us. We come here to make us people that are incompetent.
But Rodolph, actually, did you?
Can I finish? Why don't we apply that jungle justice to them? Because that is the part of solution. That's just like they are listening. Because if I call you, yes, I steal today or I do anything, now go rush me, bomb me to death. Why can't you do the same thing to the people who are doing more damages? So you directly. But we will come because
what are you waiting for? Go and do it too. You know in Nigeria, go and do it.
Another pastor friend. Then, my brother, Pastor has been complaining about Fulani for the past 50 fucking years. Excuse my British. He's been complaining literally that Fulani is before 50 years. Stop complaining. Do something about it. A couple of months ago, he said Nigeria go scatter everywhere. Where is that freaking energy? Because they are actually doing damages to you now. That's a promise that they promise. And you could see they are promising. I promise they don't promise. I'm talking about the people that won. Now they are actually implementing their promise. Where you're gone and your bravado? Where is it? I see provide platform for you to come. They move to run our mouth. Still, you are still taking advantage of that. You know what? Where is your fucking solution? Where is that old energy? I am addressing you like this because you belong to the generation that are nourishing the idea of the imperialists, the neo-colonists.
The generation that went to war. That's who you're talking to. You cannot protest. We went to war against them. You can't do it.
Let's shut up. Okay, it's not making sense.
Stop talking nonsense.
Stop smoking.
we went to war, which you cannot do.
No. Let me
went
now
to war against the same corporates.
You're right.
Right?
You went to war. Because
Right.
under the same statement that you're trying to advance to Nigeria, you say we Nigeria, that you are Nigeria. And another, before you finish that statement, you say you are a Biafran. That's confusion. That's okay. Now, my last submission, people should not pay attention.
Rudolph, how much do you owe Mazovia? Let me pay it so you could get them out of here, right? He's talking like you owe him some money. I mean, you don't even stop him no matter how long he goes.
All right.
You gotta stop him.
Thank you, Pansa.
No. Let me just finish. No, let me finish with this.
No, spend more time.
No. Let me finish with this line, please. Please, Pansa and friends, go and study the speech of Nkrumah 1963 in Ethiopia. Go study him. Go read that.
Professor Ovier.
When you study him, you go understand what is happening to you right now. You understand it. Because your rhetoric is actually fueling the neo-colonialists. They decide that you are taking because you are so blind. Go and study that speech. Because the world has changed. It's not changing.
All right.
It's changed.
Thank you.
Not two monetary system now did the world. You don't understand that. That's our assignment.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I drop my...
Wonderful. I will miss all of you. Yeah. Dr. Dominic, where have you been? You know, you left me. This is not the same platform you used to know. Now
I know. Look, I've listened. I listened for what, 5-10 minutes, and my head is already starting to spin. No, Rudolph, you know I'm very busy now. We text now. I'm very busy.
I know.
But I heard somebody yabbing at you small, so I tried to jump online. I don't think some people have enough appreciation for the level of freedom and the opportunity this platform offers them to air their views 24/7. Being on this platform is a privilege. It is not a right. And I always say this. I always come to Rudolph's defense. Sometimes Rudolph would not want to defend himself. Nowadays, he's starting to do so. He doesn't earn any dime from this show.
Because it's abusing me. That's why he's beginning to defend himself. It's only me. He's defending himself against me.
My guy at the top. Wait, my guy at the top. Don't worry. 2 minutes, I'm done, and I will leave the whole show for you guys to continue talking. We've learned a lot from this show. We've been able to meet like-minded people, people that I've never crossed paths in Nigeria, and we're able to exchange ideas. Look at Ovie and his ideas. Look at the forefathers who I always clash with, his military industrial complex and all of that stuff that he talks about. But I would never hate on him, right? I'm always here to have an open mind. So, like I always say, I always encourage everyone to have an open mind. The audience are there. There are people who don't want to show their face, but they still want to contribute. They contribute in the comment section. If you are here, please respect the rules. We don't want to guard anybody's mouth. We don't want to censor anybody. But if you are here and you're not respecting the rules, the hammer has to come down, right? Rudolph is starting to do that. So at the end of the day, this show is for you and for all of us. If you don't respect it, this show will become nonsense. Go and listen to other shows out there. I won't mention names. Some of the people that come here and blow all types of grammar, including the ones that are not in the dictionary. But when you go to their shows, it's always a mess. So please, 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 let us respect the rules and have civil discussions here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dominic.
Continue. See, I had to take 2 minutes from my busy job to come and
come and defend me. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No wahala. Right.
So, welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
I thought it was my turn to talk.
Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Okay. Go ahead, Tone. It's my younger brother.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening past earlier today what everybody has spoken. See, we can never say it enough as it is. I personally, what we just don't realize that our nation is in a state capture. Even people's mind has been captured. That is why people can't even do anything. If you go to Nigeria right now and all that, the so-called even obedient movements now, you offer them some small money, and they will take it. They will compromise. So the revelation that we just gotten about only God knows how much have gone under the river, under the bridge rather. And when it comes to light, everybody will gasp and say, "Oh God!" So now so. Better I do. Let me just remind you guys, it's almost been a forgotten thing. No prosecution, nothing. Just a pat in the back. She's working. She's still an active, I believe she's still an active member of the criminal APC administration. Nothing will happen. Like Henry did say, it's not just the China law is the ideal thing. Not just even going to jail. They should be, I mean, Akpabio should go to firing squad or be hung, and Tinubu and most of them. But who is going to do it? Who is going to do it? You cannot expect criminals to make laws that will catch them out. The only solution is going to be a revolution, either military revolution or the People's Revolution. And somebody was having discussion the other day that somebody was telling me that Nigeria is too complicated, that there can't be any coup. Who says that? That there can't be any coup? Yes, there will. The other day, since the CDS was warning people, anybody that calls for coup, I know that they should know that it's an offense, that the person will get picked up. The question I should be asking him, when he went to the NDA and he swore to defend the Constitution of Nigeria, is he defending the Constitution of Nigeria? Everybody knew it was so apparent that this guy never won the election. He stole it. So are you defending the Constitution of Nigeria? Chief of Army Staff, with all due respect to you, sir, are you defending the Constitution, what you swore when you were being when you swearing during your swearing ceremony and all that as an officer of the Nigerian Army? Is that what we answer that we're going to defend? But sadly, it seems that you guys are just backing personalities and certain parties. It's not right. We can't move forward. And we have the Nigerian Army and all that. Our country is strewn with all sorts of criminals. The Nigerian Army cannot mobilize and send all these people to hell. And we say we have Nigerian Army. What kind of army do we have? What kind of army are we operating? We say we have Nigerian Army. Boko Haram is just they are free. They move. They move with utmost confidence. Anytime they want to operate, they operate. Even the NDA, I know and all that. When you get on the NDA grounds and all that, I mean, there's some sort of awe and respect. But terrorists were bold enough to go in and capture officers and murdered one. And we say we have the military. Man, we've just got to repent, if you guys understand, because we don't have a country any longer. Criminals have captured our country. Criminals have captured our country. That's all I've got to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom. This news that broke today. Early this morning, some armed men, in military uniform, went and picked up a Nigerian journalist, one Olatunji, in Lagos. They did not give any reason why they picked him up. They didn't inform the family where they were taking him to. They just picked him up, and nothing has been heard from him. This is Segun Olatunji, editor of First News, online news platform. So that's a dangerous sign. Most people have forgotten that this the job that journalists do is a very dangerous job, especially in a place like Nigeria. If you check very well, probably there was a story published that has something to do with the military. and they picked him up. It may look like an isolated incident, but it will cause a lot of people to panic. People who have come to assume that you are in a democratic society where you have the freedom of speech, and if the government feels that there's something you wrote or said that is not appropriate, that they have opportunity to go to court, but not to pick you up in the middle of the night or without informing anybody, without taking you to court, and without telling anybody where you are ending up. All right. Thank you, Ton. Where should I go again? I think I'm done.
So, sorry about the journalists.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, Fafara. Before you say something, let's go to Janaba, then I'll come to you. Janaba, go ahead. Sorry, Janaba.
I'm gonna be quick as usual. I promise Pansat I'll be back. I'm not a coward. I keep my word.
I appreciate that, but please talk about the terrorism in the north, right?
Well, the terrorist is a barbaric act that is going on all over Nigeria, and also the notion that you have a big clock on your eye and you don't care so much, or you try not to be man enough to own or to accept that there is something going on in Nigeria that no single person can be exempt, that somehow there is no Igbo terrorist, no Idoma terrorist, no Yoruba terrorist, or if they mention any terrorist, that one good example of one man kidnapped, say he was kidnapped by this person, become a talking point that exempt any other tribe. That is dishonest.
Okay, let's deal with numbers then. John, John, hold on. Let's deal with numbers, okay? Let me indulge you. Let me first tell you how many people Boko Haram has killed in the last 2 years. Hold on, let me give you the numbers, right?
I don't need your number.
It's 22.9 thousand deaths between 2011 and 2020.
Get into your skin, have a temperament. This is a discussion people are watching. This is exactly how you go too far, that a man at work that's supposed to be saving life, Dr. Dominic, now come back instead of doing his job.
Jonaba, I'm sorry to burst in. Yeah. This is the point. This is the point.
No,
you are defending. Listen.
You are a distraction right now.
Wait. Listen,
you ask me. Whenever you guys are talking, I have enough God and to wait for you guys. Show me the same respect and show yourself the same respect. Let me finish, please. We are here all night. So that is the dishonest and that is disingenuous. Especially those of us or those of you that risk your life, journalism and anything we are saying here, this is not a cheap talk. This, we are putting ourselves out there. And the value we place on ourselves.
I'm sorry, I just can't hold it, Rudolph. What about the killings going on in Benue?
That is
who is responsible?
Rudolph, please mute this guy. So this is the reason why Nigerians cannot work. Lack of temperament. And this is people who have come to the Western world and they cannot learn anything just to wait for your brother to finish that submission. You don't have that, but you have the audacity to blame people who are going after other people, who are silent people for their own freedom of speech. And you are doing it when you interrupt somebody like that. Don't take it lightly. And it is about time for us. It's about time for us to understand that we, the people of Nigeria and of this platform, we own ourselves one responsibility, that we ourselves have to speak truth because people are listening around the world. And when we show that kind of bigot, tribal issue, that, okay, if it's affecting you, in the east of Nigeria, demographically, sit at home every Monday, people die.
How many? Since 2011.
Whatever.
Give me the number. No, hold on.
And the intellectual knows that is not a good
number now.
Listen to me. They understand that. Please, let me make my submission because people like us are not too many here. So your bullying thing, it doesn't work with me. I've been here for many years and I'll talk with you guys. Either you learn how to deal with people like me or you continue to lie and we'll continue to have the audacity to push back on your lies. Every part of Nigeria, the reason why they use the word terrorists is a general language that you do not have to stereotype a kind of a tribal because it's not everybody from that region that does it. So there is a reason word means something and word means something. And when your word does not, your word is supposed to be your worth. So let us put things straight because we cannot come here and spin this thing and make it look like this is only happening in this region. Now, we sympathize, and I said it clearly, that those that pick those children to use it for bargain chips, it is shameful, it is unacceptable, and let the military and whosoever have to do anything return these people to return these innocent children to their parents. And there is no reason that should happen. You see, this is the reason why we can't move forward. Please, this is not, we are not in a psycho hospital here.
Okay, John, hold on. You promised to come back and talk to me, right? So hold on. I just want to tell you.
No, I didn't come to talk to you. You asked me that I should come back, and I come back. I'm referring to all the things you guys are spinning is uncalled for. I straight to say that the Benue thing, and I use it that the Benue is a case study of Nigerian failure. Because these are the people who have resources called Benue Cement, and they went and sold it to Benue Dangote, and they never secure their people. And I am straight about it. So I cannot spare them, and I cannot say this, okay, for this reason, don't mention anybody. It's not your right to talk about what happened in our place, but you have the audacity to talk what happened in my own place. How does that happen? And how does that fare?
All right. Can I push back? Let me, Rudolph, please.
No,
this is
I
serious.
just am here. You want to
hold on.
I'm going to leave.
Will you please? You give your submission now. Disingenuous. You use that word, right? You're being deceitful right now. Duplicitous, mendacious, insincere. Trying to draw a comparison between 22,900 people killed by Boko Haram in our country. Most of it in your state. A lot of it in your state.
I'm not a speaker. Don't join me with
Boko No, but hold on. Please,
I'm not
please
a Boko Haram person.
Be quiet.
I do not endorse.
Rudolph.
I'm telling to tell you that everything like this happened. Please.
This man has no shame whatsoever.
If
I'm him, right? I'll come here and I will apologize for what my people are doing.
For what? Am I?
Right? Will you be quiet there? Shut your mouth. Now.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Yeah, Dr. Damages, you said something about the journalist, how he they came and took him, that he was writing something about the military.
No, I'm just saying that if you go behind the story, they've not told us why they picked him up. And I'm sure if it's the military that came to pick him up, it must be something to do with the military. Yes, but I've not seen the report has not said what he wrote recently or any byline, but it has to be most likely.
So let me just ask though, in Nigeria, do they have any procedure where if somebody comes to your door claiming that they are from the authorities, to check whether they are actually from the authorities? Because it will be quite scary to just follow anybody into the wilderness. You don't know where they are taking you to. Is there no procedure?
What procedure? Who
like
by that?
Like
this for the military? Have you seen this? We slap you for questioning them. People will say to the police, your Inspector General of Police said you cannot search my phone. They will slap you. You say it again, they slap you again, and they threaten to shoot you. What kind of? That's Nigeria for you.
Yeah, it's a tough place for journalists, that's for sure.
So sometimes
people... Thank you, brothers. Exit for now.
Right.
If I join later, KJ, relax yourself. There's nothing too big.
All right. So I think on this note, I want to thank everybody that joined us today. I really wanted to give people a chance to record a 2-minute video or to just talk for 2 minutes as if they are talking to the government. We can blow the video up. But I want to maybe from next week, people will think about it. If you're ready and you think you want to do it, we will come to you, and then you'll be able to do a 2-minute video. We can blow it out there as our own contribution to passing across messages. But what is not acceptable, and I think I don't know why I'm becoming a little bit worried about the tone that we use here. I don't mind people challenging people and people, sometimes picking on people, but what is not acceptable is this interference and interruptions that disrupts, and using words like "you are stupid" or "get this." No, that should not happen. That should not happen. I've told you guys, I don't know why I have to repeat it all the time. There are young kids who are watching, and not even adults can say that somebody is crazy and go on and move on with their life. But there are young people who do not understand these things. They are American, African children born abroad, in Britain, in Germany, and people have their kids when they watch this and they tell me, we hear this from adults, people they know, they are like their fathers, talking like this. It's not good for us. I'm not even thinking about the platform anymore. I'm thinking about the perception of Africans as adults, as people who can govern themselves. Someone used to say that if some powerful people watch some things we do, they will just think that we should just go and take over these people, and because they are not. Anyway, it shouldn't be happening. I hope that people will, on their own, talk to themselves, adjust. I don't know. Maybe that's a personality trait that people have who can withstand these conversations and come here and talk. I don't know, maybe. But it's not good. It's not good for you, your own reputation. It's not good for Africa. If you don't do it for the platform, do it for your children, your grandchildren, who may watch this and see you act this way. What would they say? Najaman, welcome to the show.
Dr. Dami.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Dami. Good evening to everyone. Please, Dr. Dami, I just brought in just for a few minutes because you want to go. I just want to say something to you, please, because you are the owner of the platform. Please, I just want to, if you can help us, because just to caution, because you said have your say. You can't have your say without caution. People have to have caution. Mostly, you need to warn Pansats. Please, if you want your platform for people to respect themselves, you have to respect my right and respect your rights. Majority of all of us here, we live in the Western world. We know what is right. If I have my opinion, it's my opinion. You don't have to come and be talking about what is wrong with this guy, man. If I have my opinion, it's my opinion. If you can't have a gentleman conversation, you don't need to come to the platform, or you don't need to have a conversation. It's my opinion. Whatever I think, whatever I say is my opinion. You don't have to come back and start insulting me. Even when I'm not in the platform, you have to take on what I say. That is my own. You say your own. That is it. That is the conversation. Everybody has to come with his own conversation. Maybe one day we'll pick something out of it, out of everybody. And while I said Pansat, mostly, if you want to speak, you cannot tell somebody, don't speak about Igbo. Majority of them, KJ, CM, all of them. But they will never leave the rest tribe. And bully people, forming a supremacy, mostly Pansat, I can never take that. But last week, that is what it said, calling my tribe all sorts of names, and forefathers deny me the right to respond. This is too much. This is what it did in every platform. This is what it did in every way, not only here. That is why they bully him. They don't let him come to any platform. They ban him. Please, you cannot be causing chaos. If you want to respond to people, respond to people, respond to issue. You cannot expect him to bully my tribe, talk down on my tribe, say all sorts of words that he cannot substantiate, cannot prove, and he expect me not to reply the way I like. I can go more than the way he said his own. Please, that is all. Because I see you are going, I just let me put in and just explain to you. Thank you very much. That is all I have to say.
Thank you, Nigel.
Yeah, last week he was really really, really angry. He wanted to basically blow up here because of what Pansa said, but I had to keep it on that check. That's why he said I wouldn't let him talk. But because if he had said some of those things, you can't take it back. So I felt like he had to try. I had to try to contain him. Pansa went over the line. He just keep going. You know how Edo people, there are certain things you say about them individually, you get away with it. But if you say it about their kingdom or anything, problems. And Pastor crossed the line that day, and he was really, really crossed about it. And but I had to try to keep it under control, so I kept kept him backstage.
Okay, KJ.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm a bit amazed at his response because you, Rudolph, you can go back and watch some of his program where he has featured and I featured. He's one of the first persons that made me to, leave this platform. That same guy, and Forefather was the one the host that day. So I'm surprised because I never even bothered myself to exchange words with him. I mean, I don't have any reputation to put here, but I have myself to respect. I have my self-respect. So I cannot bring myself begin to come and shout over. He has said a lot of very nasty things to me on this platform. Okay, he himself. I'm not talking about any other person. He himself. So for him to come and call out people, you see, that is people who normally people who kind of go out to throw jabs at people. Most times can't take jab when it's thrown back at them. And so if you don't want to receive jabs from people, don't throw also. Don't call people stupid. He has called me stupid on this platform. He himself has called me stupid on this platform. He had told me that I don't know what I'm saying on this platform, that I'm just lying. Okay. So I don't know why he's coming now to be annoyed. You see, you cannot take what you can't take back what you have been giving to other people. You see, that's what. Look, there are certain things as a journalist you see and you just
They
relax.
were going after his people, not him. That's what I said. If you are talking about him, it's a different thing. But when you start talking about his people, you know how Tribe talks about the Pansa talks about the other ethnic minorities.
You are quick to defend him because that's something
No, I'm quick to defend him, but yet he's the one that said I wouldn't let him talk.
When you take over, you hug the mic. You don't even let us contribute, and that's why, like I said, I will not even waste my time to be on the platform once you're here because
You contribute as much as you want and stop going on.
That's the same thing
You like to twist things.
Okay. You were here the day he was calling me names here on this platform. You didn't. Did you defend me? You didn't.
If he was calling you outright names, yes, I will put him backstage.
So, what's the difference? What was it a personal?
No. If he was telling you, if he was saying idiot and all that stuff, I wouldn't let anybody be calling each other idiots.
What the
The
difference
only person that does it and gets away here is a Tone that can get away with it.
What's the difference?
Who gets away with it?
A Tone, when he's abusing the people on the chat, he's the only one that gets away with it.
All right. So let me one last thing before I go. The flagship.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get more people like you? Make more people like you? No, I'm just saying. It's actually like diversity, different people with different temperament. But
believe you me, Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, there are people that are far better than me that are right there in the chat room, the comment section, but they will not come because of these behaviors and conducts. I hope that we will get it together someday so that we can allow those people to come. They are there. There are many of them. They are watching us. They are making comments. Some are not even making comments. But the environment and the atmosphere is not just conducive. It's not everybody that can take this kind of heat. Like I said, I always like to hear everybody. There are great minds that are out there that will say one or two things better than every one of us here that are talking. But they won't show up because it's just
you
too
have
hot.
to speak for yourself, right? You can't
It's
speak for
not about speaking for yourself.
But Rudolph, you're not going to listen to one to judge two, are you? The Japanese say you cannot listen to one to judge two. You're supposed to
let him finish. Then
you're supposed to come to me so I could respond to what they said.
No. I decide when I come to you now. Let him finish.
It's respect. It's respect, mutual conversation, the understanding to know that You can say what you want to say. You have a right to it. I don't have to agree to it. I don't have to agree with it. I can choose to. I can, for the sake of peace and continuity, say it's okay, even though I don't agree with it. It's your opinion. I can't force you to believe or accept mine. Mine is mine, yours is yours. If we agree, great. If we don't agree, let's be respectful about it. I mean, I felt like hiding on I wasn't quick enough to shut off my camera when the lady came the other time, and that's what I'm talking about. And we're talking about our nation as in problem and trouble, and we have guests that were just sitting there looking at us, just trash talking ourselves. Makes no sense. We can't get along and get ahead like this. Even if we have the solution right here, we cannot be called on to come and elaborate on it, on how to get Nigeria out of it, because they just look at us like a bunch of guys who don't know how to conduct themselves. We just have to get past this one. And I know we can. Everybody here and those that have logged out, I know we can. We can't behave like school kids. Believe you me, like you said, Dr. Rudolph, there are younger people looking at us. When I say younger people, I'm talking about those that are 12 to 18, maybe 20, 25, that are trying to figure out a way to see maybe we can give them a hint or some sort of idea that they can work with to get to a better Nigeria tomorrow.
Rodolph, can I say something?
Listen to me.
Can I say something?
Not yet. Please.
Not yet.
I don't like to do personal attacks, but man, your attitude, man, you got to work on it.
I think your attitude sucks too, Flagship. If you want to hear from me, if you want to come at me,
that's great.
I want to.
That's great. Listen,
let me tell you. Let me say something. Rodolph, please let me react. Let me.
Mute him out, please. That's fine if you think it sucks.
No, Rudolph, that's going too far now. He cannot tell you to meet somebody out and you do it.
No, he didn't tell he crossed the line.
I mean, you guys need to sit down one day and go listen to panels on news stations where they have panels come speak. It's not done. You've been in the Western world for what? 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 years. And you're acting like you just came yesterday. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I don't need to talk on anybody. Let's get past it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think the simplest thing we can demand from anybody who is a panelist is I don't mind taking on people, challenging them, correcting them. I don't mind. It's not an issue with me. But at least
before you talk, can I react?
No,
I'm not trying to counter.
No,
but what I'm trying to say is this. See,
when I finish,
from my own understanding of
Olumide, hold on. You will talk. Just calm down. Okay, that's what I want to say. So I think the least we should be able to demand from people here is that at least you wait until you are called to speak. And don't tell people to shut up. It's totally against what we're doing here. They are here to have their say. And learn to listen to them. It's not everything I'm listening to that I agree with, but I'm here listening to you guys. I have my own view. But you should, so that your right ends where the right of the next person begins. It's well known. And if you can just think about it, you have the right to air your view, whatever it is. But the other person has the right to also air their view. All right, having said that, I don't like this editorial. And Sheik Gumi actually mentioned that we spend more time here every day talking about behavior of the panelists.
So Rodolph, I'm sorry. Rodolph, see.
The
problem here is that
I've not finished. I want to come to you when I finish. Yeah, let's see if we can get that, at least that one.
Yeah, I don't have baritone voice, so
it's not about your voice. So your voice is very good. It's just that one after the other. So let's go to Pansat first. 2 minutes, Pansat.
Thank you very much. Let me push something for that's happened in Delta State here for you and the flagship. Flagship is cool. We want calm and collected heads, such as flagship, who makes a lot of contribution from the first day he came here. Now, he's not a saint here, right? And there's something we're pursuing here. We're not here to find who is the best gentleman, who could take forever to talk. That's not what we're doing here. If we're doing that, you win. But if we're here because there's outrageous conduct in our country, and then you couple it with people who come here, who think they're entitled to rule over us, to talk nonsense when we're talking about things that are obvious. There are some debates we're not supposed to be having anymore. Who's causing what we call terrorism in Nigeria? Not violence or people defending their right to self-determination, and you have Nigerian government infiltrate that area and causing problem. Maybe they or like NSAS, who are with our flag, and they're protesting against police brutality, and maybe the DSS would infiltrate them and cause problems. That's not terrorism. There may be violence there. That we do know who those who have an agenda. Yes, they do come in our regions and use some idiots and criminals in our area to perpetuate the agenda. They have a clear agenda to take over farmlands and to dominate us. So that's different. Now, when you have people come here with hubris, being disingenuous, playing on people like Rudolph Okonkwo, whose role here is to have a good show, have a lot of people come, especially from all across Nigeria. He wants to see people from the north. He'll baby them, so he just won't be Southerners here. And unfortunately, he still doesn't have as much as he deserves. He should have a lot of Fulanis here because he protects everybody. He's fair. But that's not what I'm here for. I don't give a damn if you have one single Fulani here or not. It's none of my business. Don't come unless you're gonna come in here and condemn evil, right? So that's why we're not all here for the same reason. Now, Rudolph should have asked forefathers, who is here? Okay, what did I do? You saw that kid come in here running his mouth because people from Edo think, oh, we cannot touch people from Edo, but they run their mouth about everybody else, right? Edo people, they run their mouth and they were on the wrong side during the war. They were our enemies who fought them during the war. Just because they're doing the right thing now by voting for the best candidate, we don't owe a cookie for that, right? So what did I say? Forefathers, you were the host. What did I say to that kid?
You were insulting him that what did the Edo people do for Peter Obi? And I told you that they voted well over 50% for Peter Obi, and you just kept teasing him about that, and you went on to say other inflammatory things about Edo people.
Right. Okay. So now that is exactly what happened. He's insulting the Igbos. Now remember, Peter Obi is not. He
wasn't insulting Igbos.
Will you be quiet? You just said what I said, and I'm gonna explain. Just be quiet, right? Because we get to the truth. They weren't here. So here's what I'm saying, right? The Peter Obi is a national candidate who we all think is best qualified for the job. Whether you're Edo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, it doesn't matter. Peter Obi was not an Igbo candidate, right? He's a good candidate for the country if you want Nigeria, right? So now this kid here, when I said to him, look, I gave you the statistics, I gave you a link to show how many Edo votes we got, right? The total votes that Edo only has one state. And we're happy that they voted the right way. They didn't do it for me, but I'm saying that the trouble, no, it's not what the trouble. I'm saying keep it. Go to your people you never vote for before, right? That was it. I never insulted any. I'm saying here's the vote. The entire thing that we get from Edo is maybe 200 and something thousand votes net, right? Is it worth it for them to be insulting Igbos or being against Biafrans? I say no. That's what I was making the case to Igbos. I'm saying to Igbos, look.
I think what he was
hold
doing,
on.
what he came here to do was to say that why do you always have to go on about this issue when we are talking about national issue?
Please hold on, right? Well, he came here to report to Rudolph that I am insulting his ethnic group. I never insulted anybody. I gave you the link, right? On the private side, I say, show it on the screen. And I'm asking the Igbos there, say, Is it worth it for Edos to be always insulting Igbos and try to pick out P2B as a good guy? So out of the whole Igbo land, we only have one good guy for them. I'm saying it's not worth it. Don't vote for us again, especially for Biafra. Because somebody asked me, he said, hey, who are you? Are you speaking for Peter Obi? I say, no. I'm speaking for Biafrans. We don't think that we need their support to get Biafra. I'm saying that they're small, right? That's what he's talking about. I have more people in my village than his entire state. That's what I said, right? So now he's mad, but go and listen to what he says about Igbos. Before I cleaned up this platform, you would have been here now with all your group talking about Igbos. I'm the guy that came in here and cleaned it out. So I've got the arrows on my back.
You didn't
That's
clean
why I'm not a
anything
good
out.
guy.
You made everything worse.
Yes, I did.
All right,
Yeah, I cleaned it out.
thank you, Pastor.
At least you talk about the people who are actually causing the trouble. Igbos are not your
You're
mates.
literally attacking people that voted, even Peter Obi. You're attacking them too.
Take it. Do you think that, look, if Peter Obi becomes Nigeria's president, it's for Nigerians. It's good for you.
But then why should you attack them for it?
Then it will make people like me say, okay, you know what? Maybe they really mean business. They want to get a good leader. But if you don't get a good leader, it's good for me because I want that country divided. Right? You go with your
This
people.
is crazy.
You take your people and you go.
They don't vote for you, you attack them. They vote for you, you attack them. There's no win.
Either you get it right or we're gonna make you get it right. That's what I'm telling you right now. Right?
Thank you.
You're small.
Thank you, Pansat.
Okay, and Rudolph, I'm not coming to your show again. You can forget it. You pick on somebody else. I'm
All
gone.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate the time you spent with us, and we hope you have. I'll call you. You know, I normally call you. I'll call you. Olumide, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. So I want to first react to what my friend Flagship said. I mean, I like the fact that I had to speak before you could really come out to say who exactly or you were thinking about when you were trying to suggest to Rudolph to censure people. I mean, you can't censure people from having their own say. That is wrong. That contradicts the very reason why you are living in the United States of America. You can't censure people. That is wrong. See, I can't speak like you. If you want to speak baritone, gentleman, fine. You understand? I'm a healthcare practitioner, and I may come out to you as somebody who is a little bit, because of the way the issue burned me. Some of us react differently. You understand? I react to issues. I don't care whether you are Hausa, Fulani, or this or that. For me, I react to issues. I see issues the way my peers will see issues. You understand? I don't have anything against anybody, the way they talk on here, they react. I've had banters with so many people. I don't stop them from coming next time if they want to come. But don't tell somebody how to run their program. That was what I told the caller the last time. Tell somebody how to run their program. Don't come here and censure anybody. You understand? I was always on a daily program of one of these bloggers. They call him Nigeria shit or whatever. I personally left his program myself. I left his program. You understand? Because of the way he handled the particular issue that I thought burned me. You understand? Somebody on his platform was saying that the Chibok girls' adoption was a scam. It was all made up. When the whole world knew what happened there, and this guy did not address the issue the way he was supposed to address it, and was taking sides with the woman. Maybe because of the many few dollars he gives him online. I don't freaking care. I mean, you can't censure me. The only person who can say censure me is the owner of the platform. So that's just my own. I don't have anything personal against you. I come at issues, whether you are Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani. Do unto others what you want others to do unto you. That's my philosophy. That's my life. You understand? I love my tribe as a Yoruba person. I would wish that we have our own Yoruba country. If Nigeria is not going to work, it's a living hell for everybody there. I'm going to speak the truth. You understand? I don't freaking care whether you are Muslim, Christian, or this or that. You understand? If I see you derailing from any discussion, because you are speaking to the world, like you said, you want to derail and make up stories, or you want to banter, you want to sidetrack, I'm going to put you back in line. And if the owner of the platform or the, feels that I shouldn't have to, you understand, he also will have to give me a reason why, you understand? And I don't insult anybody. If you feel my statement is insulting, you tell me what I've done. If I insult you, I've never called anybody a fool or that. Or in comments, I might make very, hard comments in the comment section. I do agree, but I won't come on the panel and insult anybody. But if you find my commentary going the other way against your statement or what you say, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with you. That's just it. I just don't. I mean, I'm not going to talk like you. I'm not going to be like you. That's why we're all different. You understand? So if you expect me to come and talk in a certain way, a certain manner, or be like you, if you speak out of line, I'm gonna cut him. If the owner puts me backstage, tells me to keep quiet, fine, I'll do that. But you can't come here and tell us. I mean, they are killing people in Benue. We know those who are committing that atrocity, and you are telling us not to call out names. Why not? Our president is a Yoruba man. The Senate chairman of the budget is look at the lies that guy told the whole nation about the budget. He came out to tell the whole world that they deliberately did not put in certain amount of appropriation in paper for people to see because it gave a very flimsy reason, security threat for the people's money. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be party to that as a Yoruba person. So, I mean, wherever I come across, cut across to anybody, I'm not here to please anybody. I'm not here to, I'm just going to have my say like Rudolph says. You like it, you don't like it, shikina.
Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to be on the show today. I wanted to sign out, please.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, flagship. I want to also thank you. I see the evening shift. They are here. I want to
good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Evening shift.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Who joined us today?
Doctor.
I think all of you are very important. Everybody.
Doctor. But I say one talk to you.
Your wife?
Yeah, I want to talk to you, but not be now. He said, if you have a doctor's number, I want to talk to doctor.
Okay, I'll give you my number. I think I have your number too. I'll give you.
Yeah, I just want to talk to you.
No problem. I want to thank everybody who joined me.
Yeah, bring the best in me, in the husband.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. KJ, thank you so much. Olumide, thank you. Tone, thank you. The flagship. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Amadioha. Thank you, Lokopi. The only crack reporter that actually did his job. I sent out one the other day. He couldn't do what you did in London. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So tomorrow, like I said, we are going to have Women's History Month. We are going to have two wonderful women talk to us about the state of women in Africa. So if you can join us, we will appreciate that. We hand it over to those on the comment section. Thank you so much. I do read your comments. There were people who were complaining that the comments were removed. We will get into that and look into what happened. And those that supported us, I don't do enough of that. Thank you so much for your donation. We appreciate that. Forefathers, over to you. Thank you, guys. See you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Bye.
Yeah, the discussion regarding the way we conduct ourselves here, I wasn't allowed to respond to it, but my take is that quality matters. Sometimes, even with quality, you can have rowdiness to an extent, and you can have sharp words. I just heard a debate from Finkelstein and some other people from the Jewish community that had a debate, and the debate was sometimes heated, So one was calling the other one Wikipedia, this thing, and all kinds of names, but it was still substantial. And I think at the core of it, that's what it needs to be. No, yeah. That's what was going on there. One is a bookworm, the other one gets information. It seems younger, so the other one was insulting with his age. It's just a little bit, but the debate was substantial. I watched that thing for 4 hours without even knowing it. I was listening. It was so compelling, and I think there is something to be said for that. There is room for people like Flagship. There's room for people like pains me to say it, Olumide, but still, people like Olumide have to be factual.
The truth is there. What I say here is, I don't know. Nobody has seen any. Okay, maybe I don't know. But for me, majority of us have not seen each other here before. So why not just have the balls, to put someone in your cage if they just go out of line, even if it's a little. Because if you give them a little chance, they're going to take a man. So if they are just
censure people, look, I disagree with you.
That's why we like unite. Come just keep quiet.
You can't censure now.
Wait first. Look, there are uncivil things, right, that one can say, and first strike you are out. Once you are just being uncivil for any reason, just take you out. Not even mute you, because if you mute you will to unmute yourself. So take you out. Just take the person out first. You understand? Don't even say anything. Then bring the person back again after like 5 minutes. If the person still do the same thing, take the person out. Trust me, the person's brain will auto reset to like, I think I better watch what I'm saying. Trust me. Because when I say this is open over and over, maybe people like Pansat come and this and like, I'm like, now wow, I mean this guy is just for now. What we say, he does this over and over again, and he still has the leeway to do it.
I think it's because he's he's entertaining.
Look.
No.
Being uncivil is not entertaining.
Look, listen. Look.
Yes, being uncivil is not entertaining.
No. Everybody has something they give.
See, you're still getting that point. Look, listen. Uzo, what I'm telling you, I said being uncivil. Are you telling me you are condemning being the uncivil behavior of this place? No. You sure? Because they say something
okay,
like,
what is considered uncivil then? What would you consider uncivil? If somebody says shut up, is that uncivil?
You're an adult now. Come on. I mean, there are some things, like, come on. Somebody cannot be telling somebody you're shut up there, you're stupid, shut your fucking mouth, this and that. Come on, man.
Okay, yeah, when you get to that, yeah. That's not good. That's not good. I think I think if you want to tell somebody off, you have to style it a little bit. You can't just call somebody shut up, get out, and all that stuff. I get that.
The idea of actually, for instance, Father does this a lot. And when you use mistakenly, okay, I think it was in Paul earlier. Paul was saying they were the kidnapping in the southeast. KJ took it personal. Why should they mention the southeast? Do you understand? I mean, the narrative that Paul was even giving was even different. What KJ is thinking. You understand? So somebody cannot just say something about you. And but when somebody, your brother, is saying the same thing about somebody else, you will not caution the person. I know, Pastor, don't say something like this. It's not nice. KJ will keep quiet and just be looking. You can't say anything. But if somebody also, kidnapping was also done in the southeast, and it's not a religious issue, it is a criminal issue, KJ will first of all pick that. So when you see people who pick, you do pick and choose. I mean, come on, you're not helping.
Look. If we are becoming here for a year now, all right, we don't understand each other in this platform. That means we can't work together. Let me say this.
Let me say this.
All right. Let me say this.
But for the platform, it's not nice. Trust me.
I've seen honest people have conversation. But many people you see that come here, they are not honest.
But for the platform, it's not nice. Trust me. I tell you, for the platform, it's not nice. It's like
can I say this? I'll put it like plain. All right. You're honest as forefather. You're honest. For me, it cannot be I'm honest. It can be fraud. You think that you're honest about what you say, you see people still coming to question you, but you feel that you're honest. And for some people, you're not. Just like Loco said, if we have come here for a year plus, we don't understand each other. That means we don't know what we are doing here. Understand.
You are misunderstanding it. Let anybody be mad. No problem. Stop being uncivil. Period. Understanding you.
This even mad people say. Natural Holy Communion when church don't close. What did I mean say? As much as forefather try to put everything together, people still see him as not being a good person. All right, for him. No. I don't try to make a point for you. I don't try to make a point for you. This like it's a platform where many people comes together on different ideology, different way of life, different thinking. We are not. Listen now.
No problem. No problem.
So don't take what people take. My issue is this. You understand? If people have listened to me, my issue is this: don't judge person, don't judge a whole people by one person. Judge everybody individually.
So for me personally, I think I have come to realize that what offends one person may not necessarily offend another person.
Another person, yeah.
If anybody feels offended, what I would suggest, look, if anybody feels offended by anybody's statement, let us weigh it among the panelists and let everybody agree.
Yeah, I may be surprised. Why are we glossing over the idea that Amadio had just made a sweeping statement that people think I'm a bad person? Is that what he
Yeah. That's life for you. No, that's life.
I'm a bad person. What did I do to be a bad person?
Majority of people, I would say, I used to belong to that category. The majority of people who have said that should not handle the panel.
Wait, guys, wait. Olumide, wait, I beg. Local P, I beg, I want to understand something because I've been listening to people. Are you referring to the panelists or are you referring to the people in the comment section or everybody?
Okay, now when it comes to comment section, guy. No. It's not about. I tend to ignore these things. Wait, let me finish. When it comes to what's it called, comment section, guy. That's why I call you guy. Like, you pay attention to those ones because anybody can be maybe a Trojan. Like anybody can be a spy. Anybody can be sent to destroy the platform by typing nonsense. You understand? So we know we have. Some people can be that combination. They have 5 accounts. They can be commenting, only them commenting in 5 accounts. It's possible they can be there. So I don't want to put my energy on that place. My energy will not be on who I'm seeing because you as Tone, you cannot disguise yourself to become Olumide and so far you be talking 2 different things. It's not possible. But you can have 5 accounts on this platform, on the conversation, and be typing whatever you can say, just to whatever. It's possible. I will not focus my energy on that. That's why when they insult people on platform, I don't care because they can be anybody. But it's you that I'm saying, it's you that can address, you that I can hold responsible. Those on the platform, on the conversation, I cannot address them because I don't know them. I don't know if it's a man or a woman or if it's don't do whatever. I don't know if it's being sent by somebody else. But it's you that I'm saying that I can address. You understand? So if I'm telling you that I'm saying, just be civil because of the people watching. You understand? You can imagine there was other time. I was shocked when somebody like what's it called, Bumi, and 2 other boys, Bumi and 1 boy, and 1 other guy, young chap. You understand? You can see what was coming up from the head. So those are the ones watching us. So I think those are the kind of people we think we want to give the baton to take further from where we stop or where we left off from. You understand? So just being civil is a way of life. It's not about you being bad or me being good. Your being bad is your lifestyle, in a public forum like this. The least that we expect from each and any one of us is just to be civil. I might not agree with what you said. You might be a bad person. It's your choice. It's your lifestyle outside. But in the public platform, we just be civil and respect to each other. Period.
Let me add to this. Let me add to it. Civility is important and it's on a sliding scale. And sometimes when it goes over, because you're allowed to get away with just a few snipes here and there, but when it goes over, one has to rein it in. And also depend on the topic too. If the topic is highly sensitive, you don't want people to it's a work of art from that point of view. But for me, most importantly, I think if we are going to get somewhere, we have to have certain understanding of certain concepts, words that we use. And also we have to be open to conversation, not just debate for debating sake. Because what you tend to find is that my experience is that if people are honest with their discussions when they're having conversation with each other, they tend to come up with better ideas because it's a kind of minds meeting, and this one agrees, this one concedes, this one concedes. Before you know it, you actually have the real picture of the problem. But when one side closes up, what I find here in our conversation we tend to have here is that people come to just read their own this thing and not necessarily want to engage. Some people might think that I'm not that way, that I don't want to engage. I do. Go after my argument, rationally knock it down, I will concede ground. Why would I hold on to a stupid idea? It's a stupid. I will be extremely stupid to do that. And if I come here with my time, and I come here not to be honest with myself, I'm wasting a precious time that the creator has given us. So I'm not here to have that kind of petty argument. I feel like people should also think about that. When we come here, we should also be honest, because I think you are going to enrich the viewers immensely, because they know when people are having honest conversations, because they will hear when somebody concedes a point, and that's all I'm saying. And I think civility, honest conversation, and talk with evidence. If people challenge your evidence, don't be afraid of it, because if you are challenging your evidence, they want to check whether your facts are true. What if your facts are not true and you're saying it? Is that not a good thing that somebody cleans it out so that you too clean that garbage out of your mind? I think it's nothing to fear. I don't fear people. That's why when people want to check my facts, I don't care. You go and check. If you find out something that I'm doing wrong, I will back off. I've made mistakes before. It's nothing to be ashamed of, to be making mistakes. If you make mistakes, back off from it, correct it. That is the right thing to do. That's the right kind of mindset to have. Thank you all for joining us. And age doesn't make you smart. That is very true. And there is something going on in Delta State now that everybody has been reporting. I see that. Let me see if I can share this so people can see it. It looks like the Nigerian military, they are on a ramp. They are getting a little bit crossed again now with some locality. Whose dog is barking? That's a Nigerian dog. Oh. It sounds like a Nigerian. That sounds like a Nigerian dog. What's going on? So the Nigerian military, the Nigerian military, I think this is serious actually, because they killed some officers and 12 soldiers in somewhere in Delta State in the riverine areas. And for what I gather, it looks like they're already reacting to it. That's not going to be funny. I hope they don't do the kind of stuff they did in OD. And there is also this warning here. This was in December. The intercommunal crisis, Okoloba community calls on governor to intervene. The issue has been occurring and they've been trying to mitigate it. As a matter of fact, they described the case where they caught some of the people that were involved in these attacks and they didn't do anything to them. It was resolved peacefully. And somewhere along the line, the stuff has gone out of control now and resulted in the death of soldiers. Yeah, that's the problem with insecurity. That there is a state that refuses to make itself strong. This is the nonsense you keep getting inside the country. We shouldn't have to be putting up with this. We should be dealing with higher level problems, not these kind of, local problems that we keep having in Nigeria. So I don't know if anybody knows anything about this, and if anybody wants to say something about it. When I talked about our people doing recruitment into the military and everything, people keep attacking you. It's like, what do you want? You don't want them to go and if some people, why are you not for even doubling it and doubling it and doubling it until insecurity goes away? Why do people just push against doing something that is going to secure the country? I don't understand. If you are putting forward the argument that okay, it may be that they will recruit only northerners. That's a good argument to have. Or it may be that they will spend all the money. That's a good argument to have. But to block it, I don't get that. I don't get that. At least deal with the lower level problems, or like the money this is stealing problem that they have in the military, and the tribalism problem that they have. Deal with those low level problems, but don't be against the idea that they should make the forces responsible for securing the country stronger, because clearly the country is too weak, and they are kidnapping our people, and now they are killing soldiers too. They are killing soldiers too. How do they even kill a major? They killed a major and 2 senior officers were killed. No, 4 senior officers actually, not 2. Senior officers were killed and 12 soldiers. That's going to cause a lot of rancor, and I'm sure they're going to be very pissed by that. They're going to look to act strongly on that kind of stuff.
The argument to have against your opinion is that, do we have the money to pay the large recruitment you want? The current recruitment, they're not paying them well. They're not well equipped. How do you pay? You don't just gather numbers for numbers' sake.
We have the money now, because you see, the money you are going to save because of having a secure nation is going to pay for itself. So you don't even spend money. That is how a no-brainer the situation is. You don't spend money because the money that you're going to save from making the nation secure is going to pay for the military itself. It's the most cost-effective spending that the government can ever make.
But forefather, you're getting so many things wrong. You know why I say so? Like if people enter the military years back, I've been saying this because they have a passion for it, defend the country with their life. But now people enter the military either for safe, like they want to be lifted high, for money, for what? That will be enter military now. Do you know that during the police recruitment last month, I had in Abia State, they have our 700 open. Nobody's interested. They will join the police anymore, or will join the military anymore. When they have their slots, nobody's interested in it anymore. All right. Then what do you talk about that? Even as it is in Nigeria now, if you open up a recruitment processes, all right, people are no more interested because they're not more interested to even join it anymore. But years back, as I said, when my uncles went for the military, the villagers will gather and celebrate, kill a chicken, kill a goat, and pray for the person to go and come back. I still have this prayer. Kill the enemies. May the enemy never kill you. May they never see you. They will pray for the person. But right now, nobody is ready to do that anymore. So
in the southeast, it's true.
I didn't say southeast. You see the problem you have.
You mean only the entire country? If it's in the entire country, then you are wrong. Then
listen, you see the problem we have, and I keep pointing this out. Immediately we start, we behave as if we love Nigeria. But if you want to make some statement, we put it on one side, and put it on one side, and put it on one side.
No. I'm saying that because the reason why I say just hear me out is because I saw a report saying that the military had to deliberately go to the southeast to recruit more people. That's why I'm putting it in. I thought that's what you were referring to. That's why I put it down.
No, that one I'm referring to. That one I'm referring to. That was
okay.
Referring to. So what I said is this: as much as we people are not interested anymore, the way they use military, even in civil defense, civil defense themselves, people can only tell you if I want to join, I have to be posted to social parts, Rivanna area, Delta State, Bayelsa State, where they have guiding pipeline. They make a lot of money in do that. Nobody wants to defend the country anymore. So that's a major problem we have in Nigeria because there's no benefits. As I said, let's tell you this thing, further. If you want to recruit 1 million people today, the only way to do it, you make it attractive. Give them whatever they want. Insurance place, good package, good benefits. People will die for it. Because right now, the military and our Nigerian forces, if they die, you die for nothing. Even your people know they are even dead. The people, those measures, we collecting your salary, collecting your pension for 1, 2, 3 years. They say you have been posted, The guy is dead, but they are collecting their salary, right? So that's the problem. If you want to make people come on, I'm not if I'm going for war. If I die today, my 3 children will go to school. They have money left. They have things left, all right? But right now, the military are not being taken care of. The Nigerian forces are not being taken care of. They live the high poverty ratio in Nigeria. Have you got the police barrack, army barrack? Have you got to some of this barrack? You'd be sorry for them. Is it put in Nigeria with their hearts? If they take care of these guys, make life comfortable for them. I tell you, my brother, people will be keen to join the military. But you can't tell somebody that when you establish that forest for 8 months, 1 year, 2 years, coming back, for him to feed his family, he have to drive Okada.
Yeah.
No, I know so many of them, for them to feed their family, they have to buy Okada and drive Okada for them to put spam in their after spending 2 years defending Nigeria in the Sambisa forest.
Yeah, I think let me just correct one statement that I made earlier on about the Southeast. It wasn't the Southeast actually that had shortage in recruitment. It was Delta, and River State. I don't know, maybe those people are busy eating oil bodies.
The South. No, all the whole South have shortage in recruitment. We all know that.
They said the recruitment army woos River State indigene to join military because they were not applying enough. Because I think those two states, if you think about it, they do have oil and
no, don't call two states. No. Forefather, you're making mistake. Don't call two states. All the states in South, starting from all the states in Southwest, Southeast, South. The people are not ready to join the military or police anymore.
Yeah, it looks like the southeastern people don't have that problem.
In Abia State, nobody want to they don't even get 10 people for the slot. It's all over.
But you are saying this thing, but I recently I know of people that were looking to bribe to join the military. See, I say it because it is true. Because if you the reason why I say it is because when you think about it, in Nigeria, a civil servant job, they don't get property. In military, you do. And they give you all kinds of different benefits when you're in the military compared to just hanging on the street.
Don is here. Don have been in Nigerian military. I work closely. Listen, I work closely to Nigerian Air Force Base, Ikeja, or to their highest commander. I work with the body camp. I go to their village to work. My brother, I will tell you like, Don is here. All right. If you see what is going on there, you'll be surprised that even the lowest person, as I told you, all right, they will serve finish, they will come back and ride Okada to take off their family, to put 2 spare men in their houses. That's what is going on. I don't expect to open for you. Anybody that enter military now, that's why we have problem. They are there because of the power to extract people. They enter bus, they don't pay. Start on the street side collecting bribe from people. People that enter the police and military right now, that's the expectation to collect bribe to get it up. That is what
I think there is some truth there, but even in America, you can say that the military they don't join the military for the salary because they are relatively lowly paid.
My brother, listen. Don't say what you don't know. A military person here, right? Don't say what you don't know. The benefit that attach you being the military is more than the salary itself.
Yeah, but that's what I just said about the Nigerian one too.
Yeah, if they put up like your housing, you can they have even though we would have houses here, they have their own process of getting a house, being a military person without going through its process and going through.
See, they are not.
I think Nigeria has some of that too. You don't understand. Nigeria does have some of that for the military too.
We are not saying pay them.
If you're going to buy a car, being a former military person here, you're going to buy a car. You have a special that they give you a special treatment.
We're not saying pay them
special treatments.
Stupendous amount of money.
Not the money.
Pay them a living wage. Even in the US, UK, whatever this.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that, but it shouldn't be an obstacle to going to fight these people. These people that are causing the problem in the country, we need to confront them.
You're not getting me at all. You didn't get me at all. I said when the Nigeria forces are taken care of, insurance, wages, not the salary, at least to secure their life and their families, people they will go there and fight for their life. But not when you die on fighting for Nigeria, your family, they will 1 month. The commander will start tossing your wife before you know it. You know, agree. They go just come out for the barrack.
Uzo, wait first. Make I talk something before I forget.
How many people wife can he toast? Can he toast all of them?
Look at this guy.
They are dying.
Officers mess for God's officers mess. What's going on there? Yeah, here talking, but you don't know.
No. I think there's an element of
Amadioa. That one happens everywhere now. Even in the West, people cheat. So
exactly.
No. But that's not what I'm talking about. All right, it's not. Don't serve the military. You know what I'm talking about. All right. If you go the senior officers mess or junior officers mess, all right, where everything go down. That's where everything go down. Where you hear everything that go down. If you like serving, every you want to serve, all right? And then he be posted from this location. That's why you hear the story, what is going down. What I mean, the baddest thing in this world is that your husband left for a call, stay 8 months, he was killed on duty. The commander will come back and try to, what David did, try to sleep with the wife. If the wife agree, he stay. If the wife no agree, the next month is out of the military house. They throw her out instantly. Instantly.
Let me ask this question. What is the purpose? Can somebody explain me what is the purpose of people posting fake recruitment sites online for the army? And even the police had the same problem in Nigeria. It's like when they want to recruit people are going to put a fake site so that people go and start signing up there. Why would anybody do that?
Everywhere.
It happens in the US too.
Yes,
but why would they do that though? What is the logic behind it?
That is the same logic why people open fake accounts.
No, this scam.
Do fraud the people's account. That's the same logic.
It's a scam now. People are scanning everybody.
Before I forget, forefathers, see, this currently in Nigeria you're better off being.
I'm coming, guys.
You're better off being in crime than being in the military. I'll give you a good instance. In the South, in River States, in the South, River States more especially, those boys doing bunkering, selling diesel, they earn more than the military officers. That's why the military officers in the South, they most when we did that revolution, they were escorting diesel trucks and having their own diesel depot. You understand?
True.
How will you pay somebody 50,000 in this current economic situation in Nigeria? Why would I sign up that I could die tomorrow while I could be doing my bunkering, building all them? I don't want to mention names, but most of the people on social media, I mean the militants, ex-militants, or whatever they call themselves, you see the life they live. Even in my community, most of the boys, that's what they do. So why would I want to live that life and go to get 50,000 to be in the military? I'm better off being in crime and doing crime than.
I think there's some truth there. However, when you look at sometimes you actually go into the numbers, most Nigerians earn a lot less. It depends on how you look at it, whether it is true, because even if they show that, okay, they are earning 30,000, 40,000, but in reality, they do other things to make a lot of money, like they go to business, sometimes they don't show up to work, and all kinds of different things are going on. That's how they survive. But on paper, if you look at the amount they pay the military or lecturers or some of all those people, and you check the average salary that the entire nation makes, they tend to be more deviated from the average salary on the high side versus that of, let's say, the US. If you look at the salary they pay, like the lowest,
no, you can't fit it, especially the military. You see how I'm not.
See, I agree with you on that. I'm just
outside. You as say, for instance, a junior military officer. Do you think you can skip your post or skip this thing to go and do hustle, side hustle? You can't. Because you'll be disciplined straight away. So how if I believe that 50,000 they're paying them, that's the 50,000.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Maybe I agree with you on that. But if you think about the military, one of the things that they tend to get is that their children will attend army schools in the barracks. If they are in the barracks, they tend to have property. They tend to have a few other things that normal people that are employed under federal government, civil servants don't get.
How many barracks have they got? How many junior officers do you think they will give them accommodation for their wives and their children? And what is the quality of education in those military army school? What is the quality of education?
I think it's
to a school that has no seats or roof.
I see what you mean. I don't know how it is now, but before it was quite good. It wasn't as
it was quite good, but now, I mean, there is no incentive to be a military officer. There is no incentive.
But yet somebody was willing to bribe to join them. The point I'm making is that in Nigeria, people are so jobless and doing nothing on the street.
The reason why anybody would want to join currently is just that in Nigeria we have that authority or what they call them, the fear. So let's use that influence Someone can call you as a military officer. Okay, this guy is a recruit. Even just as a recruit, someone will call you that my friend is just joined the army. Let me use him to go and bully somebody, to go and extort money, or to go and do this.
Yes.
So that's so that's for that name of I've got a friend for a military officer.
How about some people are born to protect? Some people understand protection. That is what they are good at, and
but they're
they
sending
will
it to
join
meat
it whether, no
grinder.
matter. Pardon?
They're sending it to
Yeah.
meat grinder.
See,
So
the average age of the Vietnam soldiers was 19, and America lost thousands of them in Vietnam. So it's not entirely new that, and that is not even fighting in their own nation. They send them somewhere to go and die for not really great reason. But this is our own people that they are being kidnapped, and we have millions of youths on the street that don't have any better job.
But
So
I told you last week that I said last week or so that what we are suffering from in Africa, in Nigeria, most especially, is mutual suspicion. So it doesn't matter whether you take people from the north to go and to go to the north to defend the country, or you take people from the south. The person from the soldier from the south will suspect, why am I being posted on the forefront? The same soldier from the north will be thinking, why am I the person in the front? So everybody will be like, oh, they are sending me to go to be the first one to die because of this. So even the morale among the troops, or whatever they call the battalion or what, is very low. Coupled with the fact that you'll be thinking about, say for instance, your wife, your children, the welfare, even you've not eaten. What will 50,000 do for you?
no, I agree with you on that. The salary should improve, and but however, if you have a problem on your hands, you have to do with what you've got. And I believe that, let's say, if you want their salary to improve rapidly, you want to get them in there, and the economy starts improving and their salaries start rising, because I believe the economy will start improving very quickly. Nigeria is a major country in Africa, like the most populated country. Investment should be pouring into Nigeria. Like, if any investor, any business wants to come into Africa, Nigeria should be their number one stop, because it's by far the most populated country and quite influential in West Africa too. So you can see why Nigeria should be getting far more investment. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Now, if you don't fix those things, you don't fix your security, you don't fix your power supply, you're going to keep having all these other problems. As a matter of fact, without power supply, people will still come in, because those people that are coming in will come and provide the electricity as a service to us.
But Father, where are you, self? Now you talk last 2 months that those companies leaving, it make opportunity for that indigenous company to rise up. Yeah, you say investment to come in. Who want to come in?
No, I'm saying that even Nigerians will come in. Nigerians from overseas will start pouring in, because now they feel safe in Nigeria. You know, I'm taking it that you are in Nigeria right now, because it sounds like you're in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria, but you're always watching your back, aren't you, to an extent, because of the nature of the country you are in. And can you imagine a foreigner coming there, or you coming in with your white friend, or you're gonna like be worried all the time. You want a situation whereby people coming to your country, that dog is proper Nigerian dog, barking, making sure nobody comes inside the building at all, ready to bite. Those Nigerian dogs scare the life out of me. They mean business. It's not like UK dogs. When they come here, 99% of the time, UK dog will just slide past you, very polite. Nigerian dogs, they will bite you if you screw around. They will bite you. They don't play around. So the point is, Nigeria is a focal point for investment in Africa, but yet we do everything to repel it. Why should we do that? And if we get other investment, we can pay our soldiers as much as we want, our doctors as much as we want, our lecturers, anybody you want to pay. How much is it? How much do we pay them right now? Even if you double the salary, it's still not a lot of money, really, when you think about it. So we can do better than this. And if you can argue, I like some of the argument we're having today, where they say, okay, some people distrust each other. Why are you sending them?
Let me come in and see. The day I saw Nigerian soldiers trying to push an armored vehicle, I know that in fact, I know we've lost it. Soldiers pushing armored vehicle. So if they can push armored vehicle, what do you think? What weapon would they use to even currently now? This one, the story. I don't know if is it you or somebody that said something about Delta State where the military or something like that. I can assure you that the militants in Delta State, they have better equipment, better weapons compared to whatever soldiers are going there. And if it goes back to 2004, as it was 2003, 2004, when Obasanjo called for that before they declared amnesty, if it goes back to that period, if say they wind the clock, those guys then they were selling oil on the Atlantic. They were selling crude oil on the Atlantic, exchanging it with these gun runners from the West. So they were better equipped than our soldiers. That's why those guys, they couldn't tackle with their gunboat. Each time they bring gunboat to the creek, they sink the gunboat constantly. So it's just like you're bringing soldiers to come to Port Harcourt that time. You're just bringing them to a slaughterhouse.
I get what you mean. If you have a robust enough setup, I don't think you have a lot of problem. Quinty this type of statement you are making is quite naughty. You know, you can throw me in there. You know, you can't bring young people into it. We are trying to be civil here. Don't bring young people
This
into.
is Eddie, no? Eddie, that's you, Abi.
Quinty is Eddie.
We don't feel if you that.
Oh,
If
no,
you
that's
like
Eddie. So I get what you mean about you don't want them to go and encounter insurgents that are more equipped than they are. I think what I'm saying is that we need to deny them space. They have too much space to operate in Nigeria. Look at what just happened in Delta State. They are trying to catch people in the north. Now we lost 4 senior officers and 12 soldiers.
If the way when military, I don't want to be biased on this. So if not the way when military they react, if they lose one soldier and they start, if they take that way react, if they lose one soldier and the north, Boko Haram they don't go dating now because they react differently when they lose a soldier in the north than when they lose soldier in the south. If they lose soldier in the south, they will not go to make good finish them. The Boko Haram, even they will kill 10. Nobody even hear about it.
Yeah, but we've had of cases. We've had of cases where they kill. We've had of cases where they kill quite a lot of people in the north in one go, like 200. Even the other one where they bomb by accident.
Let the military react the same way.
About
They
100.
react when they kill soldier in the south. Let them react the same way to when they kill soldier in the north.
That OD one is an exception, though. The OD one is an exception. It's not something that happened.
OD cannot happen this time of our time. It can't happen this time of our time.
I don't think they're going to do much. This one, they were asking for it because those people.
The way they react is different. The way they react is different than other places. The way they react is different. They can't do OD in this time of the time. They can't do that. They can't do that.
I think should we. Okay. Let's. I want to settle. I want to settle.
During OD, Nigeria was just coming out from the military regime, so that military fear and everything the people body not now anymore. It can't happen again now. I don't send their way. It don't happen again.
Okay, I wanted to settle something. Are we all in agreement that it's a good idea to have a larger military to be able to deal with this insecurity problem? Are we all in agreement, apart from let's say all the problems that comes with it is resolved? Are we all in agreement that we need more? You see, 1, 2, who else is in opposition? Let's get all the people that are in opposition.
I will support you. I'm in agreement.
I don't
caring for the military. A better way for the military. That's the only way I'm in agreement.
I don't agree. I don't agree at this point in time.
That's it.
Okay. Tone, what's your position, Tone? Are you in agreement that we should recruit more into the military, even with all the problems that comes with it? Let's assume we solve all the problems that come with it, but we should have a significantly larger security force.
Numbers is not an effective. It does not mean effectiveness when you come talking about military. How effective the military force is. It is how what's the word now? How motivated are they?
Tactical.
How motivated are they? What is the quality of their training? That's the two things that the Nigerian military.
Okay, good. You see, I'm taking this sample because I will go to an American panel and ask the same question. I will go to an African panel and ask the same question and hear what they say. Because it's really interesting. And maybe go to a European panel and ask the same question. Because there's something, if we find that there's something seriously wrong with us, you guys will have to hold your head in shame. Because if that is true, I asked exactly the same question to them. I said, do you have any problem with increasing your military if it's going to increase the security of your country? That's the way I'm going to put it. If most people say, oh, I don't have any problem with that, because if it's going to secure my country against so and so enemy, I'm going to support it. If most people support it in different other communities, it will tell you something about what's happening within our community. That because I'm really curious about that. Why
they don't have the same setup as Nigeria.
That's wrong.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The point is they all have different.
No, you're missing it.
You
It's
don't
not the same setup.
You know what?
You cannot you can't compare you cannot compare U.S. Army or the British Army with what is happening in Nigeria. I don't think it's
so. But the way I look at it is that. Okay.
If you talk about security for here, I will blow your hair. You were here when Pansat was asking you security questions. You couldn't even answer one. He asked you the number of Chibok girls, how many were there. You that was claiming security, you don't even know about security in Nigeria. You could not answer. He asked you when they did the what's it called, the United Nations bomb blast in Abuja. He asked you the year. You could not even tell him the year. He asked you 3 or 4 security questions about Nigeria. You could not even give him one answer. Pastor will ask you, and you're here telling him, if you talk about security, I will slap you.
So that is how. Hold on. That is really funny. I can go and ask a doctor a specific question regarding medicine, and the doctor won't be able to answer. Does that make him less of a doctor? No, because you are making a kind of assertion based on a few questions that he asked me. That I may not know about that issue doesn't mean I don't know about the different aspects.
Forefather, please, if you don't mind, can I come in?
The best and only formula in Nigeria security. Who told you that?
That what?
That your formula is the best and only solution for Nigeria when it comes to security.
Because one of the reasons why is because some of the I saw the data for myself when I saw that other countries that have better equipped military.
Why do they stop coming, gentlemen? Coming now.
Why do they send mercenaries, right?
If you don't mind, can I come in?
Follow, stop coming, gentlemen.
No. Where did you get mercenaries to do that?
They only send mercenaries. Hold on now. To tell you, number is not the problem. Why did mercenaries can take out a whole army unit?
No, mercenaries cannot. The mercenaries have to come from a highly more powerful nation.
Nobody cares. Mercenaries to tell you, mercenary. Whether they come you think to yourself now. You said they have to come from higher tactical, whatever. That's to tell you.
They have to come from a very, very powerful country where the country's technology is a lot more advanced. But mercenaries don't defeat a whole country.
That's to tell you, numbers do not play a factor. You see, you are even shooting yourself in the foot. That means numbers do not play a factor.
See, mercenaries can only operate. Stop! Why you keep interrupting me? Mercenaries can only operate in a small environment. They don't defeat entire nations.
Okay,
why you don't see that
let me come in with your assertion, with your case study, like you talk about. If you want to ask an European, you want to ask an American. So I want to talk land in respect of like an American soldiers and that thing. This is a country where the American soldiers in the streets, in the airport, in public place, they buy things, they don't pay taxes. You understand? In the airport, after they call first class, they will call them. Every one of us will clap for them. We'll keep telling them, thank you for serving my country. Do you know why? They never abuse their people. They might go out there, go abuse other people. And they train kids while they were born that these guys are fighting for you. An American soldier in Niger is fighting for you in America, 2 different continents. An American soldier in Cambodia is fighting for you. This is the mindset that they have. We have a mindset of our soldiers that constantly abuse us. Whenever our friends join the military, Father, it's a different mindset. So you see the perception of that American that you want to interview, that Britain kid, that man that you want to interview in Britain, because they respect themselves so well. They respect themselves like they don't have say inside the country to command, to rule, to show that military might, that strength, and everything. It's not there. So every time they see them, they are representing their country. They are protecting the territorial boundaries of their country. This is the mindset that they have. We don't really have that mindset. And when you are talking about military, let's tell ourselves it. I know the America have what is called National Guard. Why let's just let police do their job? Let's just train police to do this job so that the policeman in Meduguri that they recruit in Meduguri will understand the boundary. But even though the way we're bringing people from one zone to another zone and everything, it's causing a whole lot of problems. That's why I say I don't really support. The army might come in, but let's use this time to even recruit more with police and train our police and put police there. That ordinary mere security in my town and in your town, guess what? Many of us respect them because they are doing more of a policing job. In as much as some of them will abuse it and become bully, they are still doing technically what we call policing job. So if you recruit these people and if you put power in their hands, I think they'll do better than bringing a military to come and do this work that they'll do good today. Tomorrow they might abuse it because that's not their training. And you don't want to put too many training in them. We all understand that in all every forces there is a police aspect on every forces, but it's not that much. It's also police to check and balance they themselves. You understand? It's not to go out there to go do this work that you are expecting. It's a different thing. So we don't want to train them to do policing and at the same time to do the work of a soldier. That's what I mean.
I think your argument is that the military has abused the Nigerian population one too many times, and also that it's not their job to be doing this type of job too.
Correct. Yes.
They shouldn't be participating in this type of activity. So that they should train more. So in other words, you are in support of getting more police officers.
I will support that. Yes.
Okay, so you see that is why it's good to be having this conversation, so that because now you are still advocating manpower should be improved on the ground. Regarding the issue that you have with recruiting in the military, you can have those issues and still be in support of your military being stronger so that your nation can be better protected. But you want to take care of those problems, like in terms of the mindset of these military people abusing their citizens. You can argue that, okay, we can recruit more, but has to be done when we are training them. This mentality has to be removed from them, that their primary duty is to protect Nigerian citizens, not the other way around, not to abuse them in any way.
Father, you know, when we say so, I'm not just talking about that soldier in the street that you just hit, maybe a girl talk to a boy, something they go call it to go abuse. I'm not just talking about that one. For the many years that the military dictatorship, that ruling and everything. So even though a colonel in the army feel bad where just a local government chairman is talking to him, you understand? When you see their canteen and they just feel, where is this going? Yesterday, can this one talk to me? As a colonel, I'm good enough to be a governor of this state, and a local government chairman is talking down on me. So that mindset is also there from the you understand, from the top too, you understand? They can't share mind together. Like, it's not comfortable when they invite these military men to say, let's talk about security. And you just see one man with Agbada started talking to them. They just look. Yesterday, even though if I'm not... Let me land, please, let me land. I know you're in the military.
No, where you go put yourself for a local government chairman to talk down on you? That is what I'm trying to say to you guys.
No, I'm not talking like talk down, but you know the mindset. During military time, a local government chairman cannot even say, let's call for security brief meeting with a colonel. They are going to the colonel to go beg the colonel, how can you help our community?
That's what I'm saying.
You see the mindset? So there is no mutual conversation. I'm not talking about like the local government chairman talk down on you, but for a local government chairman to invite you to say, oh, you are a military person in this community, how can you be of help? How can you do this? No, he's expecting you to come and beg him. You understand? To come and do that mindset, that power thing is still there. You understand? The military people.
Paul, you're generalizing this issue. It's not always. It's not always the case. There are still some fine officers in the
Oh,
army.
definitely.
Okay,
That is true.
but
I'm just saying all the old layer why we should just let military be. You understand? Let police do this work more, because we are having purely domestic problem, and we empower our immigration and our custom. You understand very well.
The training of the police and the military leaves a lot to be desired about. That's my point, and nobody seems to be listening. Forefathers keep saying, like Tinubu, recruit 1 million, recruit 2 million, recruit. But the level of training is poor.
See, I think the way we look at this thing, we don't look at it historically. We just look at it from our experience of the pathetic Nigerian police or security situation. If you look at it historically, nations have gone through similar stuff as we've gone through. They've gone and recruited so many. So it doesn't mean the military didn't have problems, but by and large, they meant well for the nation that they are in, and the nations did well from them. The idea is that, yes, are you going to have problems? Have problems, deal with those problems. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't. It's like saying, I'm going to a gunfight. I need a gun, but I have to worry about it. That gun is very clean, and the gun is not dusty in this part and that part. You can worry about that, but have a gun first. Because when you need it, you really need to be out there. Sometimes the gun might not be very clean, but you need it to survive. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that all these problems are true. All the problems you are describing, but they are downstream problems, if you want to look at it that way. Let's find a way to deal with those problems and still have a strong security. You saw that truck that Dr. Rudolph was showing today. Long trails of truck taking natural resources out of our country. We don't know who these people are, but the reason why they are able to do that is because they are stronger. They can come and do as they please with us.
Forefather, it's not like that. They didn't do that. That truck thing, that Benue truck thing that you're talking about, they didn't do that. You must understand. There's a type of limestone, something like that. I don't know, in my own town that they discovered. You understand? The people are so happy. The people are so happy to sell this thing. They don't even know whether they are selling something for that worth hundreds of dollars and they're selling it for $1. But guess what? The host community that they are taking that in, it just creates some type of job, because our government too don't even know how to protect their mineral and their natural resources. And our government too does not even spend money on the science and technology to discover or invent some of those things. So these people don't really know. So these people are so happy that this thing has been with us for donkey years. We don't even know that sometime we'll be making money off it. So it might just be few people that is a bit enlightened that may be seeing all these things. So it's also a failure from our own side. You understand? Our government is just so concerned on one thing: oil, and oil alone.
In a way, it's similar to what I'm saying, and the reason why we are kept this way, because it benefits because those people that are doing it, they don't want us to tomorrow come and start asking them to collect more money. So now they too have incentive to make sure we remain this way, and this is why some people are accusing the Chinese and some foreign actors of ensuring that all those rural areas are cleared, so that they can go and mine some of all these things. And they never show us the mine. You rarely see those mines in Nigeria being shown. And yet they are all over the country, probably hundreds all over the country. But you barely see them because the reporters are scared to go there. If you go there, you are not sure you're going to make it out alive.
Forefather, because we're in the time of social media, we can talk to each other like this. When the Indians were in Nigeria, 80s, between late 70s, 80s to 90s, tearing Nigeria apart, nobody was seeing that. Nobody was saying anything about it. The Indians tear Nigeria apart, and when today now India have grown the economy and everything. All right.
I'm very sorry, brother. Can you bring yourself out of the background of the light so we can see you?
India have their own communities.
I don't know if you can put that forward to
a particular local government. India dominates 70% of people living in that local government in Lagos State. Paul know what I'm talking about. When they are there, don't do all these things. Because no social media, we didn't see it, but now we can see all this is happening right now. All right. The issue we ask ourselves is this: why we import cocoa, export cocoa, I import back chocolate? I work with when I was growing up, I work with a woody company. We do wood. They sell timber out to Italy. I import paquet, ceiling. They refine it. I'll send it back to Nigeria again. That's what we're talking about. All right, that's what they're talking about. Now, coming to military size, what they're talking about here. If there's no benefit in something, even in the United States here, Nigeria has entered military here as a reserve. What is the benefit? Either they have become citizen or they be trained in some certain skill. That's where they went there. They be trained in certain skill, either as a nurse, as a dentist, as this, and the military themselves, they use them to treat their own people, and they give those guys their own benefit. But in Nigeria, what the military can to gain to go and fight war? Nobody wants to join military to Nigeria today. Their aim is to like collect bribe, enter boss without paying money. My friend here, my brother, he traveled with three. He was telling me he was being proud. I think he is stupid. But he told me the story. He said for December. He went back that he traveled with the family. He had to pay 3 military people to guide him. Somebody parked a car on his present of his mansion. They beat up the guy. He did that. He was so proud. I said, "You're stupid." So he traveled from here to Nigeria to go and be the poor man with the military people. That's what is Nigeria. How a private citizen go to a barrack, pay the commander, they give it to military people to come and guide the private citizen.
Yeah.
What's up are we?
Because there's no security in the country, and the soldiers need money.
That's something we are talking about. The soldiers need to eat, they need to feed. I tell you, if they have a good package for the military, people will you are saying people are queuing to join the military. My guy, anybody that joined the military today, and then the person, listen, the 80% of people that want to enter the military today, not just like a normal, other the person, they are tired of life. They're tired of life. They want just a way out. This isn't like the police. This is my way out. Nobody like that's what I had. For you see in the south, you see people join the military because we see that there's no money, there's nothing come out. So you have already joined the military from the south because they see that there's nothing in there. As me, you have something that, hey, let me go there. I will get my family to enjoy. People will be rushing. Anybody that goes there now, when you see them, when they post them, they messed up. What is
also just put it this way: nobody will leave their banking job and join the military in Nigeria. Nobody will leave anybody that have a job will leave it and say, "I want to join the military."
Because there's nothing
you understand?
There.
That's how bad it is.
They make something to be there. There's no incentive. People go there. That's like they hear. They make military here to be like we know what it is. Some days they map all this date for sort tax free. This, that. It's not that some guys in my school, they just serve like 5 years in Egypt. Those guys, they say, let me show you something, guy. So they're all snappers. They retire with their snapping. So what do you need their boots? Me, if you catch me, they give them as a package. For you to retire as a snapper, you have to go with this, your snapping. See the rough with this guy they carry. They appreciate them. Me, I go love to if you go, so they can't come with this. The guy, they retire with it. They retire with many things. They buy cars. They go to school for free. They buy cars, buy houses, get it for like discount prices because they are military. You understand my point? So, but in Nigeria, nothing. They all go there to die for nothing. You die. For that time you say you die for nothing. Before you even tell your family you died, the commander already take over your wife. Chase the children come for the barrack.
Also, 35% of what will make you bankrupt in America is medical bills. If you join the military for only 4 years, not like Nigeria 10 years, only 4 years, you already have your VA benefit for life. So, forefather, I may be doing very well today. Medical bill can make me bankrupt. One illness now can send me $100,000 that I don't have plus interest. That will make me bankrupt. I can lose my mortgage that I've been paying for the past 18 years.
Let me ask
you understand? But if I join the military for only 4 years, I'll have VA benefit. I will be enjoying what you are enjoying in the UK. You're like your NHS. I don't have medical bill problem.
Paul, do you know the highest employee of hospitals in America? Like 80% of Nigeria are working there. Where?
VA.
It's VA. VA. 80% of Nigerian nurses and doctors are making money. They're in VA. What is VA?
Yeah.
VA. Which one is veteran? Is it what's that VA? Is it veteran something? What's that?
Yeah,
That's
where they take care of their veterans, their hospitals, their everything.
80% of Nigerian nurses and doctors, there they work. There they're making money.
You understand? Father, you cannot talk about anything about medical in the UK the way you are. My brother, is a big thing. We save our pain.
People are proud to go there.
I can't, me, father as I am now, I can't go see my doctor from January to July, except emergency because I don't want to die. I will save my pain because of out of pocket. Just imagine what I'm going through. But if I join the military for 4 years, that problem solved. So people join the military for this purpose. It's like me now, I want to go join the city to go carry trash and everything, to go carry trash. Do you know why? Because of the medical insurance that they have. You understand? Because now with my age now, I started thinking, considering my health, that jumping to hospital from one hospital to hospital every year and there, it's costing me a lot of money. So let me join government just to get that thing. You see, that incentives is there. But in our own, these things are just not there. Our government really need to do more. Then even though the military schools, father, you make mention of the military schools. The military schools back there, we have few military schools like we have the private one called the Unity schools. We have special military schools, not all. There are army schools in the barrack, you understand, not the special one. I'm talking about those special ones that parents will lobby and everything. Pump money there, where you see that these kids will come outside, they are well grounded. You understand? These are the incentives. But the incentives that is there, they look like nonsense. Even though the army man is spending money now to send his kids to school. Very many of us send our kids to Jos because of military schools, send our kids to Kaduna from Lagos. You understand? Because of those good schools. But these days, they are not there. You understand? So with all those little touch, those little things that can bring those incentives again, it will also help. Then this age and time with technology will help tremendously. Father, you yourself, you know how much technology is taking a lot of job from people. What you can do with computer today, 10% of your, maybe 30% of your colleagues who did not follow suit some 10, 15 years ago when it comes to IT, it cost them their job. You understand? It cost them their job. This is the power of technology. This is the power of information technology today, what we can use IT to do. So we can still train our military very well, put certain things where they will be useful, even though if they leave this place. Then maybe another thing again, we can still try this American format, where you don't need to think that I must work 35 years there, or I must do this 10 years to get that pension. You understand? So that you open up, like the way people keep living and new people keep coming in, fresh minds and everything. I think it will help. It will bring a whole lot of competition and everything. It will help. You know, go to the best universities, go recruit. And if you can't get students there, go to those small second tier or third tier universities. Get these guys there and train them very well, who already see themselves that I can't compete with the first tier universities. You understand? And you train them very well. You make them useful. You make them stand tall over time. I think it will help. So there are little things we can put here and there that can also help. So far, what you're talking about with the military, I 100% support you. You understand? But we can try some other format. Uzo, I beg, just 30 seconds. I'll finish this thing. Fofara, do you know Police College in Ikeja? It is the military that built it. The military are the best in Nigeria back in the days when it comes to, you understand, constructions and the like. The military are good. Do we really have all those things, those training? You understand? Those training where these guys will know, even if I won't leave, I have these skills to myself. You know, certain things, I think it will help tremendously.
Go ahead.
To Niger. First of all, even though we want to raise we want to sanitize people's mind on that what military. Listen, I was a man of war cadet. On my mind, they had to beat and flog people koboko. That I think my mind be that. Years back, on my mind now, just if I put that uniform on, if I enter bus, I don't will pay. A driver tell me say we have money. Now to beat that, I in my mind. No other thing. Nothing again that I think of is to have to like see. We need to sanitize people. All right. Since I come to this country, all right, I've been in this country. I never take my eyes set at more than twice military person with the military uniform. I've never. Only once I see the military people is when they went for one parade in that town. They went for their weekday stuff. I see military people passing over. I never take my eyes see military people around. You see my point? But I heard my friend will tell me my wife is a military, my husband is a military, this is a military. I never see them with my two naked eye say if you are in military uniform, in the buga, so the military. You see my point? So in Nigeria, that uniform, the cadets, man or war, they're like they are on top of the mountain. They are untouchable. They are untouchable. So if you want to recruit, you are saying we need to sanitize the mind of people. To let people know, military is not about power. It's not about I'm untouched. I own the world. That's what military is all about. So for me, I will tell you this, forefather. As much as Nigeria, you love military, as much as you love military, as you said, you need to do more research and see the way to help individuals in that same military you're talking about. In Nigeria we're talking about, if you can be able to put these things in place, all right, give them a really good stuff, they need to die for the country. But if you are not ready to put all those things through, you will not get the perfect people to be in military. What you always get is people that are tired of life. They just want to go there and waste people's life. You only get, as I said, I go closer to military people. If you go to junior officers' mess, senior officers' men, something that happened that place, guy, you gonna say life now. This life is not true. Life is what? If you have not been the junior officer's mess or senior officer's mess, you know what I'm talking about. In Bonny Campo, in Nigeria Air Force Base, in Kejao, in Army Barrack, or Chanty Barrack, if you never enter senior officer's mess and junior officer's mess, where the two, you know, say, yeah, nothing. All right? You cannot say nothing. You had some discussion you have from your ear like this. Yes, ear they pay you. You go be like make you block your ear. You will not make it if you have some stuff. All right. So my issue is that if the military have been taken care of, if they be taking care of police, if you go to police barrack, if I give you food, I don't know who barrack you have gone to. If you want to use police barrack, if I give you food in that barrack, you will eat it. Because the smell of the barrack and the smell of the food and the fallout of the whole thing, you feel like the food is also smelling the way everything is smelled. You go to Ikeja military barrack, we all know. You go to Ikeja military after the bomb blast. No, that place has not been built now. After that bomb blast that happened years back, even before the bomb blast, that place already dying up. And after the bomb blast, that place has not been. And the Ikeja military cantonment, I think that will harbor over millions of military men, wives, husbands. That place is like a village that cannot even have no water to drink. They cross PWD to come and fetch water to drink. This is where I grew up. They cross highway to go and get water. I don't know now, but when I know they cross over to go and get water to drink. And you tell me those men will go there and fighting for you to win it. They just go there to look for money to come and feed their family back home.
I think the reason why they are like that is because of the mentality we've grown up with. We always think that we expect things to be good without going through the difficult periods where even if you are not paid, even if you're not paid enough. No, it's not about Tinubu. It's not about Tinubu. Come on, can I say something? You've all had your say now. Let me say something too. Let me say something. See, the poor will remain poor, just as they've remained poor for 40 or how many decades now, because nobody is willing to do the hard thing to get them where they need to get to. When in the case of the Chinese, when they were poor, living on rations, and somebody put all the hustle to get them, look at what they are enjoying now. You can say you care about the poor, but what is the use of leaving them in that poverty? You have to do things to get them out of the poverty. If you care so much about them, you see, the idea that I love the military, that is not the point. Report this about those people that are suffering and our own people that face the risk that comes from not taking care of these things. If you don't take care of this, there are consequences. It's not free. This world is not free lunch. It's not. I don't know how to make it clear. You watch movies all the time. You all see these American movies. They tell you if you are weak, you get punished. And if you look at the world, if you are weak, you get punished. We were weak once and we got punished. And what are we going to learn from that? We are going to pretend as if it never happened. Is that what we are doing here?
But
we have to face the reality of our lives and deal with the problem.
If it's left for me, I will advocate for let's take care of the military personnel forces.
I agree with that.
Try to get them a good.
But it shouldn't be an obstacle to doing the right thing. India, they were living on rations.
My brother, a military man is leaving house without no food on the table for the family. How do you want him to go and defend you out there?
Indians were living on rations when they went and built the India.
Living house as a man with those military people, because there's exercise they do. They are physical fit. They bomb picking. I think they bomb like, but now 5, 6, 7 because they are because they exercise. They are very everything they rise. They bomb.
I agree with you. They should have those things, but it shouldn't stop you from securing your country.
No food to eat.
But for father, when China was going through where they were going through, they were putting infrastructure in place. You understand? When China was going through what they are going through, we all understand that the people were underpaid, the people were working tremendously, but they can see the dividend. They are putting infrastructure in place. Look like those rail that they built in Russia. You understand, when they were going through their pain and every other thing. But in our own case, why the people want to sacrifice, like in the military now, like you argue every time with these universities and lecturer, you see the top ranking in the military, they enjoy like any other military in any other part of the world. You understand? Look, Father, when Uzo is telling you, go look police college, Ikeja, go look army cantonment, go look army resettlement camp in Oshodi, the other side of Oshodi, go look police college. In European quarter, Apapa, one of the biggest police barrack, Queen's barrack. Go look. When you see all those things, you just look. If you don't even pay the people well, but you put some other things that make them understand that, okay, they might deprive us this, but we are seeing that. But when you just tell people to sacrifice and the proceeds that you are getting from them that they are sacrificing, they are not seeing it. Come on. A prime minister begged in South Korea, begged the whole country that IMF is killing us. People bring out their wedding ring. People bring out their ring, their everything to pay their IMF debt. That is how South Korea could get out of debt.
Nigerians would do that? Nigerians would just like, get away from here. Did I go and borrow the money? Mind your business.
Father, when the prime minister is begging, was the prime minister going with 20 BMW convoy? That is the question you ask yourself.
So you are saying that the leaders need to set example, good example.
Exactly. The senior staff in our military, they are living well.
I agree with you on that.
When I was in Air Force Base, I was doing a contract with them. Just a second flight, what they call it, their row. Just graduated from NDA. I think second flight corner.
Yes, you're 306. Yeah, I know.
The guy don't live for barrack. Now, Abacha is saying they live. If you want to see where this Abacha is, you know Abacha stay for Ikoyi.
I know Abacha. All of them is their family member. Uzo, I live in Air Force Base all my life while I was working in the airport because my uncle is in the Air Force. So I know Air Force Base very well. I live there not to go home.
He come on like this, gets more power like this. They scatter everywhere. Scatter everywhere. He goes, yeah. Now let's continue the waka with leave a koi with and I look at the laugh. If your wife pass, all those small officers, their wife found way pass like this, they'll kind of call senior officers mess. They don't born you when they say no. Instantly, you don't call senior officers mess.
Yeah.
Let me highlight this statement. This McAnally is this thing. I see. I think people find it hard to understand where I'm coming from. They really find it hard. See, if you have studied or read some of all these things that happened in the past, and you see how it happened and how bad it was at the times when it happened, and how compromised we must be, because if somebody comes, conquers your country, takes over the whole thing, colonize it, what do you think happened to your women? What happened to your children? They control their minds, they control their women technically, and this has to happen generation after generation. And what do you think those people went through, the trauma they must have gone through to go through all those things? We seem not to remember what those things entail. We have to take this thing seriously. There are consequences. We are living through them. It's not if you have been, you know what I always thought? I thought if somebody was shouting like me during the time when the British came here the first time, maybe Ovaronwe would think twice. Maybe the Yoruba kings would think twice about the way they welcome them. They will be more agitated and they will be more prepared. But nobody was. Everybody was welcoming them. They were buying schnapp, doing all those things. And guess what? Where we ended up. And today, we are still doing the same thing. Anytime anybody tells us, protect yourself, why do we fight against it? It's really strange behavior. Why do we fight against when somebody says, protect yourself?
If I may, forefather, I haven't spoken today.
Yes.
I've been watching, but I welcome, thank you, everybody, and I greet you all. I've been busy today and run up and down. I even slept off when the two ladies, Maxine and Gladys, came on board to speak about Horizon. I was supposed to be there on the platform at that time. I slept off because I haven't slept in 24 hours. I've been run up and down. However, the conversation as it's going on now is quite interesting because it is a question of perception. You know, when we look at the old days when the Europeans first came, it's an interesting point you bring. Yeah, it's because there were many tribes who met them in the first instances. They had varied approaches to the Oyinbo, and I'm talking the one that took place before slavery, so to speak. So in our interaction with the Portuguese, it was mainly the Shekiri, Robo, Benin who were understanding them. On the western side, the Yorubas, they knew that they were there and they were watching. By the time they came again when it was the British forces that were coming in, the Yorubas, for my understanding, they knew that they couldn't defeat these people, especially after fighting about 100 years war already. Man was tired. You know, you have to try to understand what it was like at such a time. Then I think it was largely the Easterners, the Igbos particularly, and those in Benin particularly, who had a established way of repelling the European, and we all know what took place after that. So these things have come in different spheres, and then a place called Nigeria has been created, where, as you and I both know, Nigerians, as proud as we may be of the name in whatever way of who we are, we haven't necessarily become Nigerians amongst each other. We know who we are, and really, I don't take umbrage with these things because I think they're quite significant. So I don't want to do away with the different tribes and peoples that call themselves Nigerians. I would like to see a full enhancement of our collective countrymanship, if there's such a word, where our people are really together and strong in this world for themselves, for us as a black nation, for us as Africans. But what's taken place is that we have to understand where we are now, especially in accordance to where forefather comes with the whole idea of defense, militarism, and the forward progression of a military force in Africa and the world. You see, Nigeria is not at a place where we're going to get there anytime soon. I know what you talk about, forefathers, extremely oftenly, but we're not there. We're nowhere near there. We're nowhere near where you're coming from as an aspect to where Nigeria is actually right now in their mentality, especially of our leaders, and in the infrastructure that we have in any geopolitical zone in the country. Our infrastructure is failed militarily, our infrastructure in education, our infrastructure in institutions, our infrastructure even in the government and the judiciary, as we have seen. These things are they're all failures. So how you get to where we are now, to where you're speaking about, forefather, it's not instantaneous in any means. It's not overnight. It's definitely not here now. So when we're looking at these things, I think we have to be a lot more practicable about how we build from here to there. And unfortunately, politics is in all of our way. The politics of Nigeria is in the way of Nigerians. So if we don't tackle that politics, we don't get nowhere near to the security measures that you are propagating, forefather. We don't get anywhere near it. So it falls on deaf ears, I'm afraid, when you speak on a military level as you do, and the people are hearing you, knowing that Nigeria is a piece of shit. What you're talking about is of a sophisticated nation. We are far from that. We are not a sophisticated nation, as much as we want to pat ourselves on the back that we are. We are not. We are not playing the game of the world. We are only playing the game of Nigeria, which is an aspect of its own. And I feel that unless we're tackling these issues, we don't get to the next step. I submit that.
I think I hear you when you said there are political issues to address before things can be done. For me, the people that are getting kidnapped every week, or for my family members, people are dying too all over the country. They're just like the incidents in the Delta State too. And power stations are being vandalized, power towers are being stolen. The entire system is falling apart because of one simple institution that, for some reason, the people themselves act against it. It's almost as if, and the truth is, I've seen it on the ground in Nigeria. Everything we see here from fellow Nigerians, it's not shocking because I saw it in Abuja, an example of this in Abuja, to show you how chaotic we are as a people. We were traveling, I was going to the train station in Abuja, and we got to this junction, and there was paralysis. Nobody is there. And I saw a traffic warden, two of them standing by the side of the road. And I asked the driver that was taking us to the station, that why is it that the traffic warden is not doing anything about the cars blocking the road? He said because they don't have any power to do anything. Then I said, but why don't they give them the power to be able to control the traffic? He said because if they give them the power, they will have abuses. So that's why they prefer it, so they don't have the power. Let them be in the chaos. That is real life experience that I had. And it took a military guy with his jeep and his soldiers to come to that junction, clear it, drive through for our own driver to follow and go through. That is Nigeria, and that's what we see here. We literally prefer chaos than an organized society. But when they later on will say, oh, our society is not prospering and nothing is working in the country, but it's for some reason. And I think it's a form of, I don't know where it comes from, where I think distrust of authority is so strong in Nigeria that it's now eating itself. It's like, when somebody has hoped for light for so long, and later on when they see light, they start thinking light is fire. In a way, that's what is happening to Nigerians. But we shouldn't see it like that. No matter how hard things have gotten, there are people that have gone through far worse. We should always go for the right solution, no matter how painful it appears to us, no matter how it appears as if we don't feel like it. Because by doing what we are doing now, it's not helping people that are getting kidnapped regularly. It's not helping us get our 24/7 power supply. For me, it's just illogical behavior. Even if I understand why they are doing it, it's illogical. I think it's because of distrust of authority. Because they literally said it. They said, if they're giving the power, he's just going to abuse the power. That's what they said. So better that he's there and they live in chaos. They literally said it.
Forefather, I was listening to Arise News. I don't know who was Daniel Bola. They were, you know what the guy said? He said if Tinubu wake up tomorrow to tell the service chiefs, if the 200 kidnapped lady are not back in less than 3 days, all of you are fired. He said, "Did you know that those guys will be back in a day?" Because nobody hold our service chief accountable for anything. I know he will not. He will not. He will
What
not.
if you tell them that they go and overthrow him? What if they are saying things? They are saying things you don't push.
You see the same thing we are saying right now. I was telling you. There's a time I was telling you that the military, the Air Force, and the Navy, they are. If the militaries are working hard, the Army is working hard. The Air Force at Badazin, they say it's a lie. It doesn't work that way. I think in Nigeria,
I think the way he should have done it, sorry for interrupting. I think the way he should have done it was during the recruitment, because I saw Tinubu when he was recruiting when he was having meeting with his recruits, the people he's appointed into a position. I don't know how I call it. The people he appointed, his appointees. He should have told them, this is a serious job you are taking on before you take it on.
No, because
these are the consequences.
The issue that they appoint not on merit. At least if you want to appoint somebody in some positions, what is their medal level? What is their merit to be there? Not somebody they are all political appointments. Somebody, okay, let's get. I was saying let's get somebody from the Southeast. Maybe the person have not even been to war. They have not know how to shoot a gun because the top rank officer they put in there, and leave somebody that has the experience in the North.
See, but it's not going to succeed. I think something we keep missing. I don't know how many times I need to say this.
No, you keep thinking that we have. Mr. Amadou, can you move your background?
Yeah.
Because I can't see you.
Yeah, Amadia, the God of Thunder, is hiding in the shade.
Why?
See, if my person wants to see what I've told that is not even here. I'm outside.
Toad is completely in the shade. He's not even trying to hide in the shade. So I think we need to get something straight. I think let's get some agreement here. I think part of the problem we are having is that a lot of conversation we have with some people believe that the Nigerian military can actually deal with insecurity, but they don't want to. And I don't think so. They don't have enough.
No, they have enough. Do not have much.
That is where sometimes we disagree.
You know if it equates the job for the military on ground with the job of intelligence. Nigerian security service supposed to have intelligence agencies where go collect these informations and how these terrorists or whatever they move, they operate. Then pass them over to the military high ranking. The military high ranking will come organize with battalion go there. So we now they put things on the men on boots and the soldiers. Nobody soldiers supposed to do this work. The work of intelligence gathering are supposed to be for that. They call them MI5 or MI6.
We're supposed to have NIA, DSS.
For Nigeria, but those are the jobs they're supposed to do. Those are the people who should hold responsible for this insecurity, not the soldiers.
Okay, let me ask. Let me ask everybody. Let me ask everybody on the panel. Hold on. I want to ask a question so I'll get a kind of baseline.
I'll ask you this: does it take Nigeria anything on those bike, healers vehicle? They are giving it to all those kidnappers for them to put a tracker on them. All right, they will give them a bikes. What does it take them to do a tracker on those bike?
They're making it look like those people are stupid.
Uzo, you're going too far. See, they
are criminals. They are not stupid. They may be criminals, but they're not stupid.
You know where they're not stupid? You know where they're not stupid? You know where they're not stupid?
Of course, they are sophisticated people guiding them.
No, you know where they're not stupid? You know where they're not stupid? The person that's going to put the tracker, you see, the same person that will tell the guys, you have a tracker on that. So,
oh my God.
Uzo, tracker na 1990.
It's not always true.
Tracker. Now, with the drone, you can see the landscape.
So you hold on. After you see it, what are you going to do?
That's what I'm saying. Wait, see, that's what I'm saying. With intelligence gathering, Nigerian army has no excuse of how 200 plus children will move from point A to point B. At this point, we have no excuse. Before you say, oh, the forest is very thick and all that. Yeah, for Met Police, if they need to find somebody, maybe you run enter farm or land. There's a drone where they take thermal imaging. They'll find this heat source. They'll find you. So they don't need to.
See, you are assuming that these people don't know how to hide, and also Nigeria is massive.
There's no way you can hide with.
You can't hide from thermal imaging. See, this is why I keep saying you people don't know human beings. Human beings are terrible.
Are you giving them excuse? Are you excusing them?
No, I'm not excusing. I'm telling you what people can do. How do you think people fight Israel? You think they are just fighting them, showing their thermal imaging signature? They know how to hide.
You can't hide. You can't hide. You won't hide 200 plus children. You won't hide. You won't hide the bike. The bike where they produce heat. How do you want to hide those things?
You can hide it.
You can't. You can't.
Depends on what you use. You are saying you can't. If you want me to start online of how to hide it.
You are going on an operation. You are going on okay. If you watch, go watch Ukraine and what they call them, Russia-Ukraine war. You see, the only way they find these equipment, they will disguise these armored vehicles and all that. But the heat source will give it out from drone. There, you see the movement and they take it out. So how you want to use high engine where they combustion engine? How do you want to hide that? You can't. Even electric car, you can't even hide an electric car that is on motion because it generate heat.
See, they have so many ways to obfuscate this thing.
Anything that does combustion, you can't hide it. Besides,
they have a way of hiding. You can't just say they.
Let's forget about hiding it. Let's forget about hiding it. If you keep a drone, you place the drone at the top. At least you will capture image. If you don't get the heat source, you capture image. You will see dust particles moving. I mean, then they glide for air. I mean, then get.
Okay, now let me give you one other thing. Let's say you saw somebody in a very remote area where it took the aircraft 1 hour, 2 hours to get there. By the time you have taken a snap of them, then you have to head back. Now you have to get people to come there. By the time those people get there, they
you're
move
talking
somewhere
about
else.
1990 Vietnam War strategy. At the top of currently, you put drones at the top there. You have mobile phones. You're signaling. These people are moving right. They're moving left. What do you need?
Yeah, but see, the drone cannot arrest them.
No,
how do you get the people there?
The drones are there to give you pinpoint location. That's why you have your mobile phone. That's why you have GPS.
Eddie.
So these things are things that security agencies are supposed to do.
It's true.
It's not for the military. It's the security agencies and the intelligence gathering agencies are supposed to sort this out.
Eddie.
When you guys finish talking, let me know.
Igbo people say, that means that when the military they know what's going on, all right? Can you? I see so many people tell you that when these kidnappers are being caught after collecting ransoms of millions, they still look like someone that have not eaten for 3 days. What is going on? That question going in Nigeria right now. The question everybody's answering is this, and I know the father will not like it, and this is the truth. All right. The military know what is going on. Kidnapping Nigeria has become a world syndicate.
Oh my God! Let's not do this. This is what people like to believe. This is the bottom of the barrel thinking that people like to believe all the time. That's why you never want to advocate any solution, because you've convinced yourself that your entire thing is a corrupt situation. That's why soldiers are dying every day.
People are providing solutions, and you're kicking
No, you are not. I think you are providing solution, but this one is going into conspiracy theory area.
The solution. What I'm telling you is this: is that I said earlier on, what is in the pocket of a tortoise? All right, what tortoise is looking for is in the pocket of a tortoise. That's what I said earlier on. All right, that solution you're looking for, the military has it.
You see the kind of stuff he just said, you know? No, but you see all this now proverb. Hold on, let's dissect the proverb. What is in the pocket of the tortoise that the tortoise was looking for? Because you can't just say that.
In the pocket of the tortoise.
What
And tortoise will
pocket?
go
What is in the
outside.
pocket of the tortoise that the tortoise is looking for?
No,
You
listen.
can't just say stuff like that.
Wait.
This is the kind of conspiracy theory we are talking about here.
Something that tortoise is looking for
About
is
your
not
hand.
the tortoise, because tortoise know what is going on. The
But
military
you can't
know
just
what is
say
going
that.
on.
How does the tortoise know? How do you know the tortoise has the thing in his pocket? You can't just say stuff like that.
Like,
You see
you
how they just make stuff up? You just make stuff up. What is there to understand? That is the kind of stuff that confuses people. You can't just say stuff that is not substantiated.
They will tell you that thing that tortoise is looking for, tortoise still have it.
Yeah. Why does the tortoise still have it?
Because tortoise, they see that they're tricking somebody.
You see the kind of stuff he's saying?
I start looking for it.
Is the tortoise a genie? If you say it's a genie, what the genie is looking for, the genie has got it, because genie has everything. But what if the tortoise is looking for AK-7? How does the tortoise have AK-47?
I start looking for it. That's
No,
the aspect of it.
That kind of statement, you have to substantiate it with some context here. Tortoise does not have everything in his pocket.
If you don't have, it's not on some of the context. My context is this, all right? What I'm telling you is this. What is happening in Nigeria about the kidnapping student, this, that, adding for trillions of dollars? It's a syndicate. This is not ordinary. People in the high places.
They are destabilizing the nation and they know what they are doing. That's why they're asking that kind of ridiculous amount. They are traumatizing the nation.
Their business, they're turning to business. They're turning to business.
Business interest, national security interest, political interest, all of them are interwoven to create this reality that we are seeing. And even foreign interest put on top of it.
Don't
to
put
defeat
foreign interest here, I beg.
Of course, there's foreign interest. You see, you guys. Come on. Let's not do this.
Come on, foreign interest.
Of course, for foreign interest, because like this is the kind of people that go on to become leaders in Nigeria. They will see snakes somewhere. They will not tell their children there's snake there. They will pretend as if snake doesn't exist.
Somebody go to my village to kidnap people, then I start bringing foreign interest in there.
The thing is, you understand things on a kind of national, tribal, or regional level. You don't see things on the global stage.
This thing you're saying now, sometimes you talk about something happens to some Christians, they say it's devil. When devil is on their own.
No. That is not what I'm saying here.
No, you don't understand.
Why are you so keen on protecting foreign interest?
Some department, they say it's devil. Devil have no hand on it. That is something you're
Actually,
saying.
devil does have his hand on it.
Guys,
sometimes, see, some things can happen, and foreign interests have a role in it. Domestic interest has a role in it. Political interest has a role. Religious, all of them. In short, the fact that this manifest tells you that there are various things that are interested in that thing coming to life.
I agree with you, and there might be external influence in most things, but Nigeria is still governable. If I'll give you an example, like the DROC. You see the region where that has the most part of this stuff they use in making
coltan, the East DRC.
Yeah. So that region, no matter what they do, that region will never be stable. If they they kick out the M23. That region, for the fact that they have external forces at play, that region will never know peace. If they kick out M23, what they call them, Kagame, or what this man?
It's because of Mumu Africans that refuse to act. Look at what even Taliban is able to do. Taliban that they are living in caves, they were able to fight Americans to a standstill until they kick them out of their country. Mumu Africans let Mumu things happen to them, and it's the men, no. The men that like to protect, they protect all these things. Don't say it's only. See, I agree with you. Foreign interest play a role, but Mumu Africans are the ones causing the problems too.
In Nigeria, in the case of Nigeria, if there was, if foreign interest, they were seriously behind, because everything, the government control every part of Nigeria currently, every part of Nigeria. So if there was foreign interest in the problem of Nigeria, there will be a side of the country where government can control. Then you know that these guys are in operation. They are doing with their cronies. But Nigeria, everywhere they pay tax. Everywhere is governable. So I don't see what will benefit the foreign, at least for the foreigners. They say the investors, they want Nigeria to be stable for them to be taking whatever they're taking.
Yeah.
But if it was all man for his own, like say for instance, Niger Delta split into different warlords and all that, who are you
I think
going to talk to?
it's not in their interest yet for that to happen. See,
So Nigeria, we have more of the problem.
Let me say the state that they want us. Let me put the state. Let me describe the state that they want us. They want us strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to develop. In other words, ready-made cow to milk whenever they need us to milk us. And sooner or later, they might decide that they even need our own people to come and fight their wars for them when the time comes, all in the name of Commonwealth and all the rest of it. And they're already preparing for war. They are preparing for war. But we are the ones that are always like, I don't know, man. The juju that they did to us,
no, they are ready. But me, my fear is one day these guys will turn up on our shores and there's nothing we can do.
Our mumu wear trousers. Our mumu wear trousers. I tell you.
No,
the very, very strong juju. Whatever you use, it's very, very strong. Because
after all, they get military base for Niger.
As I said,
they have them in Niger. They have them in Burkina Faso everywhere.
Benin Republic. Rats where they house go tell us where the house where the fish they.
It's true now. Is that not what I'm saying? Is it not our people that our people are the ones that's why I say Africans are the ones causing the problem.
Outside whatever you want to call it. Now still people when they say Nigeria go tell they say so it didn't happen. They don't just come like that.
Oh yeah. But
secondly, whether I like it or not, all right. Let call a split display, all right. What's going on in Nigeria? Nigeria have the technology, have everything to take care of these guys, but they fail not to. As I said, you guys may disagree with me, all right? You agree with me. It needs healers, yes. Get the healers with trackers, so many things on it. But the issue that's someone that are going to put that tracker, the commander are going to tell them, the guy that they track on these healers. That's where we have the problem. That's that Nigeria
the thing you don't understand is that when you venture into this wilderness, that sometimes you can travel for miles into sometimes the area don't have road. That's why they use bikes. The area don't have road, and they know the terrain. They can move in stealth. You have your military people go in there. They could face ambush and massacre, and it's happened before. You know that it's happened before.
There's nobody. There's no bandit. No Boko Haram that are more powerful than a country of itself. A military.
Yes. Normally.
If that they can get Nigerian military can get there in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if they're willing to do that.
Let me give you a scenario now. One, if you are command defense minister, you have Akwa Ibom, oil producing area, very important. River State, critical, oil producing area, great cities there. Delta State, critical, very, very important. This is Edo State, very important. Ondo State, Lagos, exceedingly important. Then you look at Abuja, very, very important. And you look at Kaduna, very important states. So now, if they tell you, these are just about 7 states. If they tell you to station security forces and military there to protect that state, given that it's strategic for any nation, how many would you station in those states each?
Forefather, I don't know if you have a military background or not, all right? But as I said, I will tell you this, all right? You station, it depends what the operation is, what's going on, all right? For people always say this, if you, Nigeria now, if you want to like send people to like the north, half of the people will tender resolution letter, they're not going. If it's okay, I want to like, today in the first base, I want to send 10 people, 15 people to go to the north. I'll tell you 10 people will like decline, they don't go, they resign.
Yeah, what I'm asking, how many would you station in the East State to keep it safe?
They have problem or have no problem. Have problem or have no problem. The military have no rights. They have no rights to station in any other state. When you have police and civil defense,
They have to be present in almost all the coastal states.
Listen.
Just for national security alone.
No. National security is not. It's not national security. What he just mentioned now is inter.
Including external. That is, there's water, body of water, right? Coming.
Where things work. If where country was, military is not even the one that going to go after the kidnappers. When you have police and civil defense.
Into that remote area.
No. Military is the way things work. It's not like in America now. They kidnap somebody around me. If you say military to come and take care of it, when we have that is rubbish. Military, if you tell military come and pursue a kidnapper, they will like, are you stupid? That's not their job. Nigerian military are not doing their job. That's what this speed. They're not doing their job because they are doing the job of police, a job of civil defense. We have police and civil defense. They're because we doing all this job. We're not doing it. So the military, as we said, military is even like doing a job of a security in Nigeria. Military will be guarding house, doing traffic control. Military will be doing traffic control in the street, in the traffic place. That's the problem we have. One problem we have. Military have no job on being in oil field. What are they doing there? What are they doing in Niger Delta? What are military doing in South?
Of course, they have to be there now. Jesus,
what?
So you wouldn't protect your national assets.
Which national asset? What the police are doing? What the police?
Okay. Now let me
explain. Military. What is the job of a military in every nation?
To protect the border and this in
external what?
No, territorial integrity of the country against internal and external threats.
Then what are they doing? What are they doing in Delta State? Where guys are taking oil. What are they doing there?
Because they have to be. Okay, now let me explain this to you. Maybe you don't necessarily understand what it takes to keep a nation safe. You have to protect your borders. You have to protect your critical assets. Let me explain to you now.
Who protect the borders?
Navy, that's part of the military.
Protect the borders, Navy.
That's what they put. Oh my God, that's why I'm talking about the waters.
Wait, in the world now, the highest border crosser now are in America between Texas border and others. You won't find military, Texas Rangers and immigration. You won't find a single
reservist. Okay, yeah, in the America, you won't find I don't know who actually protects the borders in America.
Texas Rangers, they're like police. They're like in Nigeria, we can call them forest guide or. And
the waterways, who protects the waterways then? Coast Guard.
Waterways. You say waterways different,
but they have what they call Coast Guards.
Foreigners, military no get any business. Navy no get any business.
Hold on now.
In the UK, yeah. Now UK, what do they call that? The border force. Now they patrol.
But you don't get any business.
So the Navy hasn't got any business patrolling. We are not at war. That the Navy will be.
You are not at war, eh?
No, I'm just giving you an instance. In the UK, I'm saying in the UK, we are not at war. So the military has no business protecting the borders.
Actually, what do you think? What do you think the American military there and the UK military, they are protecting their borders so much that they even leave their shores to make sure that every area
they are protecting their
own interests. Hold on now.
Foreign policy is different. Have you seen? Okay. Have you gone around Dover? Have you gone around Kent to see Navy vessels around? No, you won't see. You only see UK border force around the waters. The same thing in the airports. You only see UK border force at the airports. You're not going to see army or see police or see soldiers at the airport. You only see them patrolling just to show themselves present to deter crime. So,
Nigeria
is a complex place where different people take. Nigeria is a complex place where people authority and power. So in Nigeria, it's more of power, not authority. Because UK authority, respect authority. In Nigeria, na power. I wear that uniform just by virtue of wearing that uniform.
Okay.
By virtue of wearing that uniform, I'm powerful. You understand? If not, what is the business of Navy on the sea? in the
Okay,
code.
can we agree that all these forces you describe are security?
Yeah, they are security.
Okay, good. So it doesn't matter what form they come, they are protecting.
No, it does. It does.
No, they have divisions.
There is
now.
no business.
I...
There is no business for the army man to be checking your travel documents at the airport.
Okay. You are saying, hold on. You say it doesn't matter how, but that's why America has a different type, the UK has a different type, France has a different type, everybody has a different type, but it doesn't matter.
No country you go that you will see the military doing immigration check. Is there any country in the world that you go that you see the?
But that is, I'm not talking about immigration check.
No, but you said well, what was the last statement you made now about
protecting the borders has nothing to do with immigration check.
They are all security. You made a statement that they are all security.
Yes, in terms of the different types that protect the sea, the water around the waterways of the nation. So you patrol it.
See, that's what I say. The military, you can train these agents. UKVI, you know, the Met Police has what they call them, armed police. They have armed police as well as they have unarmed police. The same thing with the border force. They have armed patrol as well. So these and most of these guys that move from regular soldiers that transition into UKBI or into police or whatever, they already have this training. They're specialists in weapons and tactics. So you don't need people from the army. People from the army are supposed to be doing either in their barracks or overseas on missions, not patrolling your waters. And there's no aggression from any other person. So in Nigeria, but Nigeria is a totally different.
So what is a coast guard? What is a coast guard then?
What do you call them?
Coast guard. They depend on the country. I don't know about America. Yeah, coast guard do what they call them.
They take waterways.
Coast guard. Even we don't even have coast guard. What we have is those lifeguards, isn't it? When you go for, say, you did Bournemouth Beach and all those other beach to help like those. Is it RON Airline, something like those guys that if you are distressed at sea, they come to rescue you.
Life guide.
So I don't know about America how they do.
He's calling them lifeguard. See, you see what is going on here. You see what is going on here. What I'm noticing is that
listen.
No. You've had your say. Come on, let me say something. What I'm noticing here is that it's almost an automatic immune rejection of security from Nigerians.
Nobody's rejecting security.
Now, I think what I'm observing is that I think this video is going to be very interesting, because what I'm observing from Nigerians is that what I saw on the road in Abuja is the same thing Nigerians portray. They say they want one thing, but they go for the other. They say they want order. They do everything to create chaos. You can't eat your cake and have it. There's a reason why people say that. You can't say you want order, and when you see the things that you need to do to get order, you choose the chaotic one. You make every excuse not to go in the direction of order. That is a tragic situation, because of that action, because of that nature of ours right now, we are passing difficult decisions to the next generation.
This statement are ambiguous. Explain. This statement are ambiguous. I don't.
No, because when we say we want order, we want people not to be kidnapped. Then when they say we should build our security forces to do the job, we say we have enough. Even if we show you that we don't have enough.
Who is saying we have enough? That is.
Amadioha was saying it now. He was saying that we have enough. If they want to do the job, they can do the job.
But the point is not about having enough. You have ill-equipped. The word is failing me. You have ill-equipped, you have ill-motivated troops, and you have troops. You are sending them to the meat grinder without intelligent gathering. So you're basically sending them to die, because you don't send soldiers during war. You don't send soldiers just to a battlefield where they don't know. That's why you have spies. That's why you have intelligent people that will gather intelligence to go on an operation. You don't
I
send
agree
people like
with you
that.
on that. When I say security, I'm talking about the entire security envelope. It's not only military, secret service, everything. We need to have a lot more of them. But the way but the idea is that our people are against it, and which is a very strange situation.
Why would
They are against it.
Now, why would they be against it?
We did hear the poll on the panel when you ask them they should build your security force. They are against it.
You because the way the way it comes about this recruitment. It's like Tinubu calling recruit.
That's what you are hearing when you hear Tinubu.
No, the way
I don't blame you.
For the beginning, the way you always sound about recruitment, you sound like Tinubu calling recruitment.
It's really weird that Tinubu actually said that stuff and had a brain fail.
What the
I don't know how he managed to stumble across a critical solution and fumble it up so badly that people are associating that to a negative thing.
No.
I don't know how that could have happened.
He said a president, a recruit, what they will eat is corn, agbado, this, that. If you don't tell them, okay, recruit, your medical will be taken care of, your family will be taken care of, you will paid. People will come in. But you know, tell them, say, agbado, corn, now you want to feed them. Recruit them, you give them, come and they chop. But they give them, you know what? Wait, you know what the military eating when they go out to fight? Beans. Without nothing, boil peas, boil water. If you go, what they eat up, that's what you're trying to tell them.
Let me show this about some Coast Guards at work. I think these are some Coast Guards in this. That's why I was trying to confirm what you guys call Coast Guards, because these guys don't look like they're just ordinary police. When they became this thing, their ship. When they came out, this in the Filipinos.
Coast Guard handled them. They are, I don't want to know, but I was saying they are a divisions of like military, navy, some sort of Navy department in Navy.
I'll give you assignment. I'll give you assignment. Me, I go. I don't know. You should go on high sea fishing. Go on high sea fishing. You will see these vessels. This more high tech naval vessels being operated by the UK Border Force. Just go around Dover on fish. Just go on fishing trip. You see first. So
yeah, you see Coast Guard that the one monitor like the fishing company.
Yeah, that's them there now. Like, that's them there.
All those ships fishing like a fishing company, like all these cargo ships. See, there's one that
so in that country, maybe they call them Coast Guard. But in other countries, they have different names. I don't know the name they call them in America. But they're not American Navy or American military.
It's an English word.
Hold on now. Hold on. You see that? Can you hold on? Jesus Christ. I don't know whether you are sharing anything that is existing. We are trying to see what is happening, because I need us to get somewhere. All this stuff we do and go away, we need to actually get somewhere with the conversation we are having. At least that's why I'm trying to get to anyway.
So where does Coast Guard they go?
They go after the Philippines. They don't want them to come near their water. Them and the Chinese are quarreling over the space in the water. This is how people guard their country. They don't take nonsense. People coming around their areas like that. And the thing I'm trying to highlight is that we have 220 size military, about 50% of them, 50,000 or so are paramilitary. They call them paramilitary. They're like they are forest guards and all those this thing. And then the active military that is around 140, 50,000. Not all of them are combat soldiers. Remember, some of them are engineers, cooks, all kinds of different other things.
Musicians.
So the ones that are combat soldiers, they may not even be 120 or 100,000. By the time you finish guarding the all the national assets and all the rest, how many do you think is remaining to go and chase those people in the bushes? In this thing. This is why I said that they don't have the people. If they go the way they are going, they are going to get massacred. And you are going to hear it. They are going to get massacred if they rush in without the necessary numbers. But if you go and recruit 100,000 now, and those 100,000 are fighting men, you send them there, they will clear that area. That is true. But you don't have them now.
With their hand, they will use their cutlass.
Oh, you have weapons. Nigeria has weapons.
Nigeria has weapons. I just told you there was a video online that was trending that Nigerian soldiers are pushing armored vehicle, and you said Nigeria has weapons.
Just because they are pushing armored vehicles, Russians are
gave,
pushing armored vehicles to stop going on. Just because they are pushing one armored vehicle, it means they don't have weapons.
Wait.
You know they have weapons.
Eddie,
videos of Nigerian soldiers complaining that they are ill-equipped.
They don't even need armored weapons to defeat these people. They don't even need armored weapons.
If you understand Fofana very well, he's not talking about only military. He's talking about police, every divisions of armed forces. All right. I've given a situation. You call police, they ask you to disable for fuel before they start coming.
Fofana say they get equipment. Maybe it's a long time.
No, they do have guns. They do have guns.
You have guns. You're going with Dane guns. You're going with Dane gun with people that have MPG and what they call them submachine gun. You're going with Dane gun, Hunter gun.
So, but basically, what you are saying is that you agree with my position that we need to bolster our security forces.
Not be just recruit with the problem.
See, you have to recruit.
That is the problem.
Why do you hate recruit so much? Why do you hate it so much? Look at the man how he's fighting not to be secure.
The issue that my problem is that you have not taken care of the ones you are under your payroll.
Okay. Now, let me talk now. Let me talk. The reason why is because you already have the people on the ground. That's one thing you don't have to buy. You have that. Then you can now go procure the weapons you need, whatever you need, buy it, give it to them to go and do the job that they need to do. You know why you can do that? I don't know why he's laughing. It's because it pays for itself. Nigeria is losing. Can you just? I can't tolerate this. I really can't tolerate grown men laughing at something very, very serious like this. The stuff pays for itself. Nigeria is losing $50 billion in GDP every year. $50 billion. Do I need to repeat it? If you are losing $50 billion, why are you complaining that you're going to spend money to hire people? Tell me what other investment. Hold on, I will ask you this question. Tell me what other investment Nigeria is going to make that is going to generate $50 billion worth of GDP. Tell me one other investment.
Forefather, let me say this. For example,
you're not going to answer it, but you're just going to move on to another ignorant point again. You're just going to circle us over and over again.
Your position.
I'll give you one. If they invest in electricity,
how much?
It will make more than that 50 billion.
Electricity that they're going to do.
24 hours electricity.
Hold on. They've invested in it and they've stolen all of them.
Invested in what? Position a military.
They've stolen all. Are you not hearing that they're stealing everything? Good luck doing that now. They've stolen everything that they've invested in.
The one they invested in Abia has they stolen?
Just wait now. Wait for that one. Wait for that one. No. They just started it how many months ago? Don't have security here. Wait and see what happens. That one too will fail.
Here why they still have more cable. They still copper wire here. The America they still everything still level here. If you like, it's on the news. Google it.
You are saying that they steal in America too?
Look at this guy, you.
Okay, so no. You see, the thing about America is that when you steal, they can replace it. Some of all those things are even insured. But Nigeria doesn't have those facilities.
Listen to me. I want to say this. Imagine a wife of a military guy, all right, go to hospital. No baby. Everything is covered. Eat good food. Enjoy good life. All right. Then other wife will looking at the lady because the husband is a military man. What do you think the other lady will be thinking about the husband on his own self? What will the other lady be thinking? This is why he's a military person. When the children are sick, they have a free medications. They eat good because the husband is serving. The children are good. Some other co-wives around them, what do they be thinking? They preach the husband, take the form, join the military. So we can enjoy what our families are enjoying. But in Nigeria, he will say, it's on my husband to go to the military, and my wife will be like this. God forbid. That's what you go to hear. God forbid this kind of thing be this. A wife will be a husband will be serving as a forest for 1-2 years, even after I'm not.
But is that not mumu thinking?
Deploy, the wife will be there.
Hold on, but is that not mumu thinking?
Eh?
What kind of culture breeds a people like that? Is that not mumu thinking?
It's not mumu thinking. My thinking is this: if the military people are taken care of, the military will overwhelm by the kind of employment they're going to get, because they're not taking my position is not the same thing. You will now employ. But me and
all we care about our
take
problem
care of people you employ. You will not have problem of recruitment. People flood. People that will be flawed if you take care of people that you employ.
They don't have problem. You keep thinking that, see, that's another point you raised. This is what I was talking about, because you go to another point. They don't have problem with recruitment.
Who said
That is
so?
not the problem.
Who said who?
Because I've seen it in Nigeria. It's not the problem of recruitment. When they even put an advertisement for police recently, 500,000 applied. It's not. I don't know why you keep saying it's a problem with recruitment. You know, you can say you are done, but it doesn't make it real. Because the facts are there. I can pull up the images. Let me pull up the this in. How many people applied for police? 500,000. Does that sound like a problem for recruitment? Nigeria police. So that you see it, recruitment. Let me pull this up so you see what I mean. Let's see. Where does it say that 500,000? Look at that. Recruitment. 547. 774,000 547,774 applications received 1 week to closure this in of portal. So Nigerians are applying. Like I said, I've seen it. They bribe to get into military. They are bribing to join.
So, Fabaras, what is the percentage of unemployment we have? What is the rate of unemployment we have in Nigeria? If you're basing your
I think it's quite high. Most people are underemployed.
And 500, and you're bringing 500 as a shows that they are applying. When you have the age bracket for the population of Nigeria, you have more than 70% within this working force age, working age from 18, in fact from let me say from 15.
Oh, so now you know
60.
we have 20-something million people that are not working.
You're saying 500 means that they are applying. 500. If you look at the percentage of 200 and something million people,
but we don't have up to that in our military now. You're complaining. You don't even have that up to your entire military. That's double the entire military that you have. What are you talking about? I'm saying you should recruit more. You're complaining that this one is too little, but we don't even have this in your military now.
See, my own thing is that from the time of me, even if I'm not old enough, but at least from 2014, when Sambo Dasuki Gate scandal, when he came out to play during those their investigation and court, you see that even the money that man that they found with guns that was trying to ship guns from South Africa or something like that. Do you know it appears that we had outdated military equipment, guns and all that. We had outdated military equipment. And even the outdated ones we have, the ones we are buying, we are still the budget that was made for that for purchase of arms. These guys, we are still slicing it. That brought about all those. So, what do you want these people? Are they not human beings? You're just sending them to their graves, saying recruitment. Because you know what's gonna happen when they finish recruiting them. They send them like that. Give them one magazine and
give them call
See, I've done the calculations. It is easily doable based on the gains we are going to make if you secure. You know it now. If Nigeria is the lot more secure, you are going to want to travel to Nigeria. Anybody that wants to start a business in Africa, the first place they will want to think of coming and that will cross their mind is Nigeria, the biggest market. It's a very powerful tool. The idea that we are not doing, I don't understand it too. If I see a way to make money, I thought Nigerians like money. You do everything to get it. But when it comes to making money, truly, if we say we like money other than this of our head, we balk at it. And the truth is, we actually balk at it. I've seen it happen on the ground, and I've seen it happen on panels after panels. We say we want one thing, and we do something else. We really have to ask ourselves, why do we behave like this? Because we say we like money. Why are we not going for money?
The connection of lacking money and recruitment of
Okay,
right now.
one, you know, if you want Nigeria to grow and so that you can make all that money, and even our rich men will make even more money because Nigeria is growing. People are bringing investment as the biggest. Well, no, as the biggest market in Africa. You secure the country so that people can feel safe in the environment.
Who wants to secure the country? You that coming to do the business to make the money.
No. The people have to secure the country so that the people can come in.
Are you talking about the major, the commandant, and the generals that they will give them 1 billion for weapon? They'll buy a weapon of 500,000. They're making their money there. That's what is going on.
See, if you see the way they do these things is that if you have to fight one battle at a time. First, you have to get the size up to the standard. Some people will argue that maybe they have merits. They will argue that you have to stem the corruption first. But what I see is that there's corruption everywhere. Even in America, there's corruption.
So
my argument is that you don't use corruption to block Nigeria from developing. You actually recruit that number in. Then when they get in there, then you can now fight down corruption, because when you have your nation a little bit more secure, because no matter what you do, if you have more people in the military, you are generally going to get more security.
Listen, it's just like what is going on in Nigeria now. The Senate President, Akpabio, cannot tell Tinubu, don't do this. Tinubu will checkmate him. His allegations of corruption will come out. So what we are saying now is that everything we are talking about here, it comes from the head. It's come
but it comes from the people too. It comes from the people too.
You tell me that I should invest, I want one Nigeria to grow. Everyone want Nigeria to grow in a secure environment.
Sure, people do.
All right. Yeah, but it's not my duty.
They want God to come from heaven. Almighty God to come and do it for them.
And you also want that, all right? And some people that volunteer, okay, I will secure the nation, all right? They bring their budget, buy a weapon for $1 billion. They give them the money to buy this weapon. They buy local made. So they will go and construct Akorako. Those, if you shoot it, the head of the gun will like break it to two. Boom, the head will, like the AK-45, those are Akorako and motor, the head will fall off one time. They supply it. It's the same thing. They'll supply it. 1, 2. All right. The same person, the president that appointed him as the chief of staff, don't even have power to take him out. Because you know why? Because a friend of a friend of a friend is one that, okay, this person give the position. This
but that's a feature of democracy. It happens in America too.
Nigeria is that's the corruption in Nigeria. Even in America here, a Nigerian man a Nigerian person, he has seen it. So Nigerians are in charge here. Nigerians are in the top positions here. And the best Navy commander is a Nigerian, I think.
Of course, they are very, very good servants.
Yeah,
they are very good at serving other people.
Merit.
It's as if we are bred as slaves.
It's merit.
Nigerians are thoroughbred slaves. They tend to behave like the best slaves of all kinds. And they are, I think it's funny because I think the Africans are making a mistake. The black race, they are making a mistake of thinking that Nigeria is likely to be their savior. The reason why I think it's a mistake, because Nigerians at the same time are their biggest weakness. Because Nigerians are some of the worst Nigerians. Some of the worst black people you meet overseas. If you go overseas, if I go to an office now, if I see a Nigerian in that office, I have a problem. But if you see a Ghanaian, a Jamaican, a Nigerian,
don't say that.
To stalk you and wreck your life.
May I go fight for this one?
You can fight all you want.
Because of one person. Because of one person, this something doesn't like. You don't put everybody.
No, it's not only one. No, it's not only one. I'm telling you multiple times. I've seen it.
I'm overseas here. Don't tell me that.
Maybe in America, where it's a bit different. I'm telling you in the UK.
We put that in our head a lot. It's not true.
It's true. Oh my God, you don't know. I've seen it. multiple times, not once.
I have helped a lot of people here, and people also hate me, Nigerians. Me, I'm not so. You coming here
if you go to an office now, you have that perception that because somebody is Nigerian, that things will go wrong. Is it the perception you carry around?
See, I've seen a case whereby somebody come and meet me, and they are the one that first, because they knew I was Nigerian regarding a matter. They told me, "Oh, we are Nigerian and everything." You know, see the way this person came at me and ambushed me. Use our own Nigerian as a weapon against me. Then that's just one. That's just one. There is another one where the Nigerian, the moment you start talking to them, they start asking 1,001 questions, making life difficult for you. And while I was talking to this person, the line went off. Then I called again. Then the European picked it up, and it just went smoothly.
So
Nigerians are just problematic.
How many Nigerians help you? No, only one that all help you. They talk. How many have helped you?
Okay, let me ask you. Let me think about it. How many Nigerians help me in any official capacity? None. Zero in the UK. They've never helped me. Like the people that are linked to my family or anything, yeah, they may help you do something. But if you don't know them, you go into an office, they don't help you. If anything, they do everything to sabotage you. It's almost as if they put them there to pepper the Africans.
No, stop that. No, stop that one.
I'm telling you. But if I see a Jamaican there, I know my day is going to be okay.
The way you think.
I'm telling you from my experience. It's my experience. That's all I can tell you. If I didn't experience it, I will not say that. And you know, I'm not going to just start picking on Nigeria.
So next time, if you are saying the same thing, you talk your experience, what someone did to you, not be Nigerians. Nigeria, you're putting me in that bracket.
You're putting 200 and something million people in the
same bracket.
See,
in the same cup of kaka.
Why are you surprised though? Why are you surprised? Yeah. If you go to the Nigerian embassy here, you see the same behavior of Nigerians frustrating fellow Nigerians. The moment you step into Nigeria, you see Nigerians first. So why are you surprised that when they are overseas, they see fellow Nigerians, they frustrate them too? It's a consistent behavior.
Listen, see, it's some. Don't put everyone in the same cup. Like
no, it's some, of course, it's some. Of course, I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
My brother.
I can't blanket state. I can't make a blanket statement like that. I'm sure there are Nigerians that will not be like that.
That's usually the same problem we're having. One or two people make you the way they do it, he doesn't like it. He don't put me, put another person.
Oh no! I'm not. No, you are different. And see, and I agree with you. To be fair, it's not like I've not met a Nigerian that had good experience with, but it's not in an official capacity. Most Nigerians that I meet in a normal situation, they are fine. But in official capacity in the UK, it's not. Especially if I don't know them.
I don't know the capacity you are talking about. But for me, if what I'm doing is right, I don't need anybody. Being a Nigerian, being on who to.
You don't need favor from anybody.
I don't need favor from anybody. I scared through on my own.
No, you don't need favor from them, but you don't need them to cause problems for you. But what I'm saying that they cause problems.
No, but if you're at work or if you're in a corporate, you keep it straight, innit? You keep it professional.
So yeah, but that's what I'm describing. I told you now that when I made this call, a Nigerian picked up, was giving me all kinds of problems, asking for things that is not essential. Then when the line went dead, I tried to call her back again. Then some other person picked the call. And the person that picked the call, another is a European lady now. Everything went smoothly. No drama at all.
It's inexperience. Like yesterday, my wife, my internet have issues here. All right. I use about 1,000 megabytes to my internet. This whole person they call, he was giving my wife issue. My wife's okay. Drop the call. Let me switch you as manager. All right. Even something happened, I moved. Something happened. It's okay. I'm trying to. If you're going to delay payment, I will not pay it because it's my first time. The lady who can't. No. We must pay delay payment. My wife like, okay, the line cut. Somebody else call. The second I call, he told my wife, okay, we can let that go. This that. It's like that person now know his job more than the other person. So it happens. So one thing happened or two.
I don't know why people find it hard to believe that people do have this experience from Nigerians. I don't know why they find it hard.
Like the way we talk, I will not, because of one person have experience with somebody, I see everybody as the same thing. Like here, when I first come to this country, the first person that helped me here is a white guy, the redneck. He took me to a Lowe's and bought me 2 swords $4,000 without asking for the money back. So when I see somebody else condemning a black guy telling white people are bad, they are racist, I wonder. I said, because it means somebody that is bad, that means another person is bad. You understand my point? That's what
I agree with you. The African Americans, they accuse even what I'm saying here about Nigerians in the UK here is similar to the similar findings that the African Americans tend to find, that Nigerians come around them and they just like want to act like they are the best employee of the year for their this in European and he knows what I'm saying. He knows what I'm saying.
Nigerians are hardworking. Nigerians are hardworking.
No, they're not hardworking. They are just very good. They are just very good thoroughbred slaves. That's what they are. They are not hard.
They are thoroughbred slaves. Nobody is as, if you compare about
they serve the purpose of the colonizer.
The Asians have more work ethics than us. The Asians serve more than us.
Yeah, but we do serve. We serve among our community. We serve like crazy.
Even your Bible say, if you don't work, you no go chop. So what is the problem with serving?
We follow our belly more than our heritage. We just follow belly like as if we don't understand anything more than belly.
I know quite all right. Yeah, you like African American this. That is about them. You want them, like as you say. If you see what our people are facing here on hand of these guys, you will not be saying this you are saying. My work in the hospital.
Of course, there are people that are also rubbish among them. I agree with that. But it doesn't mean that you guys are not doing those things. Because as Nigerian, I know how Nigerians behave. We are very chaotic.
Someone have approached my wife. You know what they told my wife? In the hospital there, you Nigerians, you can do everything. You come here, you work as hours you want. You feel free. We'll beat this country. Just not because somebody is doing his job, doing 12-hour shift, doing back and back, still have some overtime. It's not your business if you have overtime. You're angry because somebody is having overtime. You see my point? So leave that chapter. Everybody have their own way of life. All right. Listen, most Nigerians, we are loud. Yes, we are loud. All right, we are loud. So some of them will be angry because you see them, they ride good cars. If you see them on the party, if it's okay, let's company have party. You see Nigerian ladies, they come out like a queen. They don't come out like started. They wear the best. If you see a American, they don't wear jeans, no makeup. They don't come out groom with slippers. If you see a Nigerian lady come out like a queen. You see my point? You're like, okay, you are dressing too much. You are doing this. You want to drive the best car. You want to show, all those kind of things. Put together. So leave that chat away they go. Leave the chat away they go. You know what time? Because I did this country. I know how things they work. But at the end of the day, all of us, and see, I'm not scared of anybody.
Are you seriously trying to defend Nigerians that we are not behaving? There's a reason why fellas sand Kolo
we are not so.
We are some of
the I'll give you an example. I'll give you one example.
If you think Nigerians are Kolo mental, what about Ghanaians or Ugandans?
They are bad too. They are bad too.
In the spectrum of people in Africa, and diaspora, Nigerians are one of the best.
I'll give you one example. Very good example. I'm going to give you right now. All right. Good example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 Nigerian guys are going to a spot bar to go and drink. 1, 2, 3, 4 Black Americans are going to spot bar to go and drink. You understand my point? You walk to the bouncer. The bouncer will look at you. You wear dress. Your pants is up there. Your shirt are wear iron. You wear dress up with a good pair. Like 3 pair, nobody walk in. Then you got this other person. The pants is at the nail with slippers, with all those stuff. Or you see under my pants. Then you allow you enter and say this go. You become angry. All right. Now you go to the bar. You sit down. All right. You comfort yourself. Taking your own sip of whatever you're drinking. Enjoy yourself. If you buy a drink for who you want to buy a drink, enjoy yourself. You don't send anybody. you feel okay, if you are showing that you have too much money, that you are doing that. We all see this, but I will tell you this thing. I'm here. I know how things work. All right. Now, they think that Nigerians have come to enjoy what they don't deserve.
I don't think that's what it is.
No, that's what it is. Because they feel that Nigeria.
You are not listening. You are not listening. Even when they tell you, you're not listening to them.
You are not here. You only hear from people that.
You see, you don't want to even listen to me here. Why would you listen to them? You're not even listening to fellow Nigerians.
Tell us why they feel
when they see us, they see us cozying up to the people that have tortured them for centuries, that we sold them to. That's what they see us doing.
Yeah,
and our people don't care. Our people don't care. And if anything, our people, when we go there, they do everything to stay away from them too. I know that they too torture our own people when our people go there. No, it's something we've had this conversation. They even talked about how.
Can you tell what we are doing that cruise to the people that sold them to slave? What are we doing?
Like a kind of being brown nosing to Europeans when you are working for them, and distancing yourself from Black Americans like you're better than them, kind of, and all that type of behavior. They see it as the people that are not aware of themselves. So when you say they think you are coming to enjoy what they have, some of them have that feeling, but where the core feeling comes from is that you behave like traitors to your own race. That you are willing to throw them under the bus just to get ahead.
These I disagree with if this is the people the Americans you've met, if this is what they believe, then they're suffering from.
They've had different opinions.
Either low self-esteem, majority is low self-esteem and envy, because Nigerians, they didn't travel how many miles from Africa, or let me say all Africans in general, they didn't travel how many miles to America to start from the bottom to get to where they are, and then you expect them not to live a comfortable life. You expect them to suck up to lazy African Americans.
You go far. I beg. Don't use that language.
No. See, what? No, I didn't say any derogatory.
Now you see what I mean. You need to see it. All you have to do is see Nigerians and you know.
You did.
No, I said
they don't know. Even you that think you know that you two are doing the same thing. You guys don't know how far you have fallen.
Listen.
You don't know how far you have fallen.
Let me tell you one thing we get. All right.
Yeah.
A Nigerian person is not thinking only for himself. He's thinking about the family he left at home. He's thinking of everything. So he's working hard more than expected. You understand my point now? But I'll tell you, 80% of people here, when they think about themselves, just feed, pay bills, enjoy themselves. Even their kids, age of 18, they're already like, okay, you can go and have your own job, get your own money. But we Nigeria, we don't think that way. Nigerians are working hard here. I won't tell you that is true.
We're working hard. And so why will people
then when you spend the money, I don't tell him for father how it goes. It's not good. See, Nigeria, we are loud. We are loud. Like, if you go to a Nigeria bar, you ask yourself, you go to a Nigeria sport bar, Nigeria club, you ask yourself, where are these people making this money? Then you go to Harvard, right? You just come on there.
What money? I'm sick of hearing all this. Oh, we go to this bar. What money? We don't have anything.
I'm telling you, let me
what is nonsense that we show up disgracing ourselves publicly thinking that we have something. We don't have anything to show.
You go to ask ourselves, where are these people making their
only go and dance and bend our sides and go with Nollywood and we think we have created something. We've not created anything.
Hold on, 5:30 a.m. in the morning.
If you don't speak your praise, nobody will sing your praise.
Those guys
leave praise something that is worth praising, not something that is for slaves.
If you don't, what is for slaves? What is for slaves?
A slave is a jester. That's what we are. We are a jester, and we are there to serve. That's what we are. Make no mistake. It's our place.
We are not
a people to reckon with. No, let's face it. We are not a people to reckon with. We go around thinking that we are so much. We are basically a jester. What do you think a jester is? They entertain,
why
we
are
dance,
we better than?
and then we go and work for them
than most Africans? Even African
it's
Americans.
Like measuring height among dwarfs. What good is that?
Yes.
You're measuring height among dwarfs.
That's the measurement you're making.
Yeah,
we are better than
we are among our fellow dwarfs, and you're measuring heights.
Most of us are better than African Americans in America. Most of us are better
Actually,
than even the
no, you are not.
Europeans. Yes,
African Americans are still well ahead of us.
Me, I give you instance of myself. I came to this country with my book and my suitcase. I didn't come with anything. I didn't come with keys. I didn't come with anything. And I went to school, I finished, I worked hard to get what I have, and then you tell me that I should suck up to somebody else.
No, nobody asked you to suck up. They just said.
So what's the talk about slavery? Are you not supposed to work to eat? Are you not supposed to work to eat?
Hold on. Let me explain it. If you see an Indian from India come to America and you see one from Uganda come to America, their behavior, they know they are in sync. They know what they are doing. They know they belong in one crowd. But when you see Nigerians, they are all for themselves, like they do in Nigeria too.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. If you
and
say
this
that,
is
I agree.
This is why when African Americans see us, because African Americans are more racialized, Nigerians are not. Nigerians are still in their tribal brains most of the time.
So they are more
so when they see us,
themselves.
I don't know.
African Americans kill themselves in drug and
yeah, they can kill themselves, but it doesn't mean they don't see the difference between themselves and other people.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
If you're saying that they are racialized, how come they're killing themselves more in drugs and
see, hold on, you are missing my point. They can kill themselves because they have that crime.
So I'm bringing back.
You are not letting me answer. Come on, man. You can't just ask a question and keep interrupting the answer. Hold on, let me answer. If you want to hear the answer, because it appears you have made up your mind.
I'm not made up my mind.
Can I just answer?
Okay.
They can kill themselves and still be more racialized. In other words, just because they are fighting amongst themselves doesn't mean they don't see the difference between them and the Europeans. While we don't see the difference. As a matter of fact, we worship them.
You can speak for yourself.
If anything, no. Our people generally, I don't know about you, our people generally, we do everything to please them. We go out of our way to please them.
Please who? Who am I pleasing?
The Europeans, let you know that.
How will you please the Europeans?
Forefather, for example, now, I came to this country with my bag, and my lawyer, and my passport. I come here, right? I look for a job. I get a job. You are telling me, and the person, my CEO of my company is a white guy. All right.
I think my mic, they said, is a bit too loud.
Yeah. What Forefather is telling me right now, I should not work my hands up. I should not respect the owner of the company.
Of course, you can respect the owner of the company. My point is that.
And my duty there every day is to come to work my hours, 8 hours, go home with my family. Next day I come back to work again. That's what I have with you.
You can do that like an Indian person does it and still know who they are.
But when they see you, don't know. That's why we are playing Owambe. That's why they are playing Owambe every Sunday, because they know who they are. They are traditionalists. Most African Americans, they don't even know where their ancestors are from. So
why would they know?
How can you say?
Why would they know? Thanks to the Africans, that sold them into slavery, that has not done anything about it at all.
Let me say, the way you speak, if the American hear you, they will put all of us at the same angle. That's the problem. See the way you are speaking, the way you speak, you are hitting is not it.
You look at the that he's talking. He too is in the box, so he's thinking you are outside the box.
No.
You are just as bad as you. They don't know how bad they are coming across. He doesn't know how bad you all are coming across.
He's very serious about it.
I can't take you from African America. It's just like British, black British, to tell me that I'm not more cultured. I'm not.
It's not about culture. They are more racialized. You know
they're not racialized at all.
Hold on now. Let me just say this.
You're making the same statement.
They see you as a traitor, a racial traitor.
How?
That you are willing to sacrifice your own fellow Nigerian and fellow black man for the European.
How?
Like your leaders are doing right now, just like your leaders are doing.
No, don't abuse our leaders, because I can still.
You are the same as your leaders. That's what I'm trying to tell
American leaders. I can still talk about American leaders.
I'm trying to tell you that you are the same as your leaders.
No, you can't make that. That's not right. That's not right.
Your leaders are willing to sell their people to Europeans. And they see that in you when you go to America, that you are. Hold on, let me just clarify something. Sorry, I'm going to let you because I'm not. Let me just make this point now. You see, I have the mic. Let me make this point. This guy. See, the point is that there is a class issue here sometimes. Like when Nigerians, middle class, come to America, they live in underclass areas. So sometimes they stay away from them. And African Americans misunderstand it as being snobbish, but it's not snobbish because even middle class African Americans don't stay among poor Americans. That plays a role. But there is a bigger role where you have professional African Americans and Nigerians working together, and you see that the Nigerians are often they don't care too much. They don't see any issue with sacrificing any of their own to please the Europeans. And when it comes down to the wire, they see that we don't seem to understand the racial dynamics going on at all. We don't care. And this is the issue I was talking about, that why is it that our leaders don't warn us and tell us, oh, these people are not necessarily your friend all the time. Nobody warns us about that. And that's what they see in us. They see us as traitors to them. And we sold them into slavery, by the way. At least our ancestors did. And when we come there, they see us parling with the people that we sold their own ancestors to. It's double slap either way.
You are still very, very far from the truth.
Of course, I'm very far.
You are very, very far. The way you are speaking, you are very, very far.
You know what?
Listen, guy. I live here in America. I know how things work. I know their fears. I know how I work my own. All right. As I told you earlier on, I won't, because of first time I come here, a white man give me the opportunity to be where I am today. Then I see every of them as a bad person. You see my point now? There's bad, there's good in everybody. In every society, you see bad and good. And we often say this in this platform. Don't because of one Igbo person is a criminal. You tie every Igbo person criminal. Don't go of one Fulani person, keep person. You say all the Fulani people are bad. Don't go one Yoruba person do something. What you are saying now?
No. My generation is qualified, of course.
He's not qualified. You're attacking every Nigeria. You're attacking every Nigeria. Here.
No. If that's what, okay, I know that's what I said. But you know what? If I am okay, I did blanket, didn't he? I apologize for blanketing, but most of us have that mentality.
Just like I will tell you this. I have two in-laws, the African Americans. They came to Lagos. They come back here, all right? They come to our party. We party or together. We enjoy ourselves, all right? I still have people I work with. Listen, when I run my business years back, I have people that the way they behave, I look at them like, even a damn person in Nigeria cannot behave this. But I won't judge that person with another person that behaves in some way. I have people that the way they behave, like, guy, why are you doing this? Why are you in such a manner? All right. I don't think of somebody else somebody will behave that. But I won't, because of that, and start seeing another person and say this person is like this, person is like this. Listen, they have good, bad, and ugly. But at the end of the day, I told you my wife has so many experience. Friends have many experience. Once in the hospital, somebody you don't know, because if you're in Nigeria, you approach, you have not met him before, you do your 12-hour shift, you go home. Somebody will approach you and start insulting you because you're a Nigerian. You think you can take on the whole job. You think you can work as much as you want. You think you can do this, you think you can do this. It's just an insult. With that, you don't know who the person is because you see you work, you come to work every day, you go every day. You see my point now? So some people are like that. And some people also have friends. When she during the COVID, when she traveled all over the country, she was with some Black Americans. They are friends. They ride in one car. They live in the same house. They move. They use. So it can't, because one person do say that, then I will start saying every other person are this. I can't, because I have experience of how somebody behave. Then I will see every guy and I behave like that. No, listen. Everybody have good, bad, and ugly. That's how life is. So let's not start quarreling. Let's not start a fight.
I still believe it's a complex issue.
Yeah, man.
I agree with you. There's a little bit of complexity there.
If we're talking
but by and large, the line is that we are less racialized than they are.
How can you say we are less racialized than they are? That every day.
Have you not been on this panel? Have you not seen what goes on this panel?
No. Subconsciousness. Our subconsciousness. We are always tribal. So how? How many times have you seen? How many times have you seen Americans? Wait, let me finish. How many times have you seen Americans, Nigerians that migrated to the diaspora? How many times have you seen them shooting themselves?
Yeah,
if
but
they're
that
not, if there are no brotherly love
They shoot too.
they have
no.
less number.
Then
They
they
have
should.
less
I'm talking
number
about
too.
no. Do the percentage. How many times African
Yeah,
Americans
it's slow.
don't
It's
shoot
slow
themselves?
though.
No.
See,
You go do percentage.
if you go by number, the
Yeah.
the underclass in Nigeria are not present in America. Remember,
The what?
the underclass of Nigeria are not present in America.
So
The
who is
people
in
that show
America?
up, some of the best people that some of the best Nigerians are the ones that show up in America, the middle class and upper class ones.
Guy,
And the
let me tell
underclass
you,
do show up,
forefather,
in
hey,
very low
hold it there.
numbers, and
Hold it there,
this
forefather.
violence tends to show up in the
Forefather,
underclasses.
listen. When I
So
come to
it's
America,
like what is going on in Nigeria now. Compare what's
let me
going
tell
on
you
in
something.
Nigeria, what's going on in America.
Forefather. When I come to America, all right, I wasn't in middle class. I was on that class. But today I work my ass up.
Because
I work my ass
you
up to
have
make
a
my
middle class
standards.
mindset. You grew up in a
You
middle
can
class in
talk the
Nigeria.
mindset is different.
Mindset
is different.
But you not grow up in middle class in Nigeria. You grew up in middle class in Nigeria. That's why.
Don't say that.
Amadio, wait, let me say something. Forefathers.
It's human being.
See, is there any, I'll give you this example. In Britain, you know they have free education till after secondary school, university. You get what do you call it? You get a student loan, so more or less free education in university as well. Is there any excuse that you from Nigeria you will migrate to the UK, you pay your fees without whether with scholarship or not, you pay your fees as a foreign student, you finish, you secure a job, you start working, you start developing your life. Are you supposed to apologize to somebody that had the opportunity to go to primary school free, secondary school free, university free, and yet they couldn't make anything out of their life? How are you supposed to apologize to that person?
Nobody asked you to apologize to them. What
Because
they are
that is
saying,
what you're saying. That Africans
apologies. When did I say you should apologize?
No, I'm using
never said
apology.
anyone.
I'm using apology as a phrase. I don't want to. I don't know what exactly what you. But I'm using because that's what you're saying, that we shouldn't live our life. What did we do? We worked hard from the bottom to where we are, and then you're saying we are selling out. How are we selling out? Are we supposed to go? Are we supposed to go and be doing white and black stripe in our place of work? In your place of work, would you go and protest with because you're black and let's gang up against the white people in your place? Will you want to do that?
If they can gang up against you, you can gang up against them.
How are they ganging up against you? These days, it's not.
You
it's
see,
not
that
like,
is your problem. You see, in your head, this goes to what I'm saying.
And you need to explain.
This exactly goes to what I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense.
You just assumed that Europeans don't gang up against you.
Why would they gang up against you? If you follow if you drive safely.
Oh God!
If you drive
now
safely,
you just made my point for me.
No. If you drive safely, will the policeman stop you for stopping sake?
But they are more likely to punish you than punish their own.
How?
If they stop 10 of you and stop 10 of a white person,
I've never
they are going to punish. If they stop 10 of you and stop 10 of white person, they are going to punish 8 of you and punish maybe 6 of white people.
So, fathers, you know that today, you as you are, if you're putting your pants below your bottom and you're walking on the street and you're doing a gang sign, why would they stop you?
Yes, they will stop you.
Why would they stop you? If you live the life, if you live that life, it doesn't matter whether you're black or you're white. If you live that life, they will stop you because you're providing yourself.
So you are assuming that it's only black people that commit crime that deserves arrest.
When did I say? I just made a mention of white and black. As I made mention of white and black. So where are you getting?
But they are not arresting the white ones at the same rate. That's the point I'm making.
No, but the area you're living in. Let me say, for instance, you're living in Peckham, and in Peckham, you're moving in a group of pack of 10 youths, of 10 black youths, and you're putting your pants on below your waist. Who lives in Peckham? Is it the middle class or the upper class? No, I'm just giving you that. I'll give you instance.
It doesn't matter what class you look. It doesn't matter where you look. If they catch 10 white people, 10 black person, they are likely to prosecute or move forward with a black person more than they would do with a white person.
The statistics in UK, where are there more knife crime? Is it in the black dominated areas or in the white dominated areas?
Okay, knife crime is more in the black-dominated area in London at the moment.
So
it
where do
depends
you
on
expect? Where do
the
you
part
expect
of
the
the
police to
UK.
be? Where do you expect the police to be? You expect the police to be in Buckingham Palace?
Are you listening? It doesn't
No,
matter
you
where you
expect the
are.
police to be in Buckingham Palace when you
Hold on,
have
hold on.
crime in
Calm
the
down,
southeast.
calm down, calm down. Let me try to explain what I'm trying to say here. Even if you are in that Peckham area where there are more black people, and they found five white people with knives and five black people with knives, more of the black ones will be prosecuted and punished harsher than the white ones.
It's
That's what I'm
knives.
saying.
I'm not arguing. See that there is what do you call it? The Metropolitan Police, they've come out to say they're systematically institutionally racist, which is fine. But it doesn't matter whether a knife crime is a crime. Possessing a knife is a crime, irrespective of whether you're white or black. If you subject yourself to carrying knife on the public on the street, you prosecuted whether you're white or you're black. It doesn't matter.
You see, this mentality is exactly the reason why I'm talking about.
There is no mentality.
You don't understand.
You make a blanket
But in
statement. I'm trying
Nigeria,
to tell you.
hold on. But in Nigeria, the same people will be very, very happy to call out Fulanis. Oh, there's a conspiracy somewhere. You know, if somebody even the people that got kidnapped, they are trying to argue that the people were not kidnapped. Like, maybe they were not kidnapped. Where are the people that are crying for the girls? It's like you can do that for other people, but
those people need to be enlightened.
Hold on now. Okay, that is not you. That's not you. But that's the point I'm making. You are even making the same point. I'm saying when they watch you, you don't even know how far you have fallen. You don't even know that you are in a situation where there is a war going on, and you are not even awake. You are busy being the perfect servant. That's why I said we seem to be the thoroughbred slaves that do everything thinking that we are anything more than that. We are jesters. We dance, we make movies, that's it. What else do we do? And get people to come and treat them. And now we have a lot of us come overseas to come and wash their backsides. And what else again? Is there anything else we do?
So what is wrong with washing their backsides?
You are the thoroughbred slave now. It's all right.
No. What is wrong with washing their backside? You can't demean people's occupation. You can't demean people's occupation.
My point is that if
in Nigeria, are there not nurses washing backside? In Nigeria, are there not nurses?
Is there using internet for free? Go back to Nigeria if you pay you.
You need to understand the context I'm speaking. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to wash backside.
You just made a mention like to mock people doing in
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not,
the statement. That's what I could read out from what you said.
I'm saying
that you're glorified slave.
I said from the point of view of our nation overall. Of course, it's not everybody like that. There are a lot of nuclear scientists, physicists, and all kinds of great Nigerians out there doing other things. But I'm saying by and large, what we do is train our people, send them overseas to go and work for foreigners, and we serve them very well, diligently. And this is the one our Nigerian authorities are proud of. Abike Dabiri, she's very, very proud of Nigerians doing very well overseas. Never worried about them doing very well in Nigeria, but they're very, very well overseas. Tinubu is very, very happy to ship our people overseas. He even bragged about training more of them to ship overseas again. That if they need more, we'll supply them more, like people that are supplying slaves. Like I said, we have a terrible mentality. And then when it comes to our own nation, we want to kill it. We do everything to kill the nation, kill everything about it. There's something wrong with us, I'm telling you. And the black people that are mistaking Nigerians to be their savior, they are mistaken. They really need to watch themselves, because Nigerians are going to send them to oblivion. I'm telling you, Nigerians, their mentality is so far. They are so far. Nigerians are going to send them to oblivion. I think. Oh, is it? Oh no, Masca is not frozen. Welcome, Masca. This discussion got heated, and we're talking about the treachery of Nigerians against their states. Sorry, go ahead, Masca. What do you think about what you've heard throughout today?
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I don't know the name of the gentleman that have been speaking. That says age doesn't matter. Well, it makes you wiser. And it's only in Nigeria that smartness is really is elevated to a place where it really is not where it should be. You should be wiser. The issue is to be wiser, not smarter. Being smart is a momentary thing. I think the ultimate is to be a wise person. And that is what the forefathers is telling you. And to start with, I really am not happy with the way the conversation is going, because the reality is, if we subject ourselves and demean ourselves to just, like he said, measuring our height among us dwarfs, it doesn't make sense that your best comparison is to the Black Americans. Why are you not comparing yourself to the white people? Are you suggesting that you've given up? They are already better, or what is the point? I think the key issue really, it's okay, I agree with you. If I work hard, I should enjoy myself. But I think ultimately the bigger objective of a wise person is to know that feeding yourself, there's a Hausa adage that says to feed yourself, it's not something that you can't be proud that, oh, I'm feeding myself, I'm living well. The whole idea is to impact people's life. And I think the point forefather is making is that we should live as people who are there. Yes, we help our families, but the ultimate game plan is not family based. The reason why you have to travel, leave your family behind and go to another man's land is because the whole world has been configured at a bigger level than the family level. And we should all be wise to that. We should understand that as Black people, whether you are a Black American, whether you are a Nigerian, whether you are a Cameroonian, the game plan for the white person is one and the same. And forefathers is right. Are we planning that our children should also leave Nigeria and go there, and our great-grandchildren to be leaving Nigeria and going to go and work in a one-smart? We continue to build their land. The Black Americans, the forefathers of the Black Americans are the people that built America. And you can see how the Black Americans are being treated. We need to be wise enough to know that their game plan, beyond even tribal line, not to talk of family, not just helping your family. You have to think of, okay, as a race, as a people, how do we do things? Let's start saving out of our little money to say, how do we support a cause that will elevate the Black man? Because that's the ultimate thing. It's our resources that we go there and process anyway. So let me stop here so that I will not also be like forefathers to be ranting and ranting.
Exactly. You know what? You got that one right, because I see how you cautioned yourself because you were thinking about me. Like me, I just keep ranting and ranting. That was a good one there. See, you see what I'm saying, and they refuse to understand it. I've seen Nigerians are chaotic people. Masker, I stood here and asked them, do you want your country to be secure, and why do you want to recruit more into the security forces? Most of them said no. And it reminded me of my experience that I had in Abuja, where most of the people in the checkpoint, there was no traffic, chaos in the checkpoint, in the junction. And they said they have traffic warden there, and they said, and I told them, why are the traffic warden not doing anything? They said, because the traffic warden cannot do anything, they don't have the power. I said, then why do they not give the traffic warden the power to be able to control the traffic? Then the Nigerian said, why should they do that? That if they give that traffic warden the power to control the traffic, that the traffic warden will abuse the power, so better to remain in chaos. This is a lived experience that I had, and my mouth was open that day. I was like, how did you get to a point whereby we have become so cynical of order that we rather live in chaos? That is what Nigerians advocate every day, and they will tell you that they want order, they want development, but what they actually do is different from that. And I don't understand. I try to marry both sides. I'm not equipped for it, I'm telling you. And I really wish people have honest conversation about it. We did make some progress. So like Paul said that he's fine with having more police officers. Some people describe that corruption is the reason why they don't support, increasing the military. And I think the smart guy said it's because of conditions, that the condition of life for the military is not good. So why would you recruit more into this thing? But for me, I feel like there's always a state that you are in. You have to accept it for what it is. Act, hope that that state should improve things. If that state improves things, then you improve their lives. It's not when you are going to a farm. It's not because your belly is full. Your belly is not full. You go to the farm so that you get more food, and then hopefully the next year you get bigger farms. That is how it's supposed to be. You can't say, "Oh, let's start with full belly first before I go to the farm." You see my point? So that is my logic. And that's why I keep saying we need to lean forward and do what we are supposed to do. All the presidential candidates believed in it. They are not stupid. You are muted, Masca, if you're saying something. You see, Masca, you have silenced them now. All these the rebels, they've now retreated.
No, the guy is a young man now. The guy is a young man, so we need to school him to understand that, look, it is okay. I understand that we have to go to the Western world. I mean, we live once. You have to make what you can make. But the reality is that there has to be an ultimate game plan for the black race. We can't continue like this. Look at India, for instance. India is a classic example. They've been going there. They've been going to the top, but you don't hear them brag about it. If you go to India today or watch an Indian movie, India is as good as almost the West. They are building their homeland. So it's not every Indian now that is aspiring to go there.
Yep.
Here in the UK,
there has to be an ultimate game plan.
Masca, do you know how many Indians and Chinese are crossing the Texas border?
Yeah, we saw them. They are coming to take over.
Okay, so if let's say there are 100 Indians, okay, and there are only 20 Africans, how does that help us? We can't be comparing even ourselves to the Indians.
You start to propel that as if they are more better than.
No, you shouldn't see like that. I'm afraid. If I may, my brother, I believe that when you're looking at the Indian, African, and Chinese diaspora and what they actually mean to their nations, then we are falling way behind the progression that India and China have made over the last 20 years easily. They also have a major issue, both of them, with population, as we do, but they're in the billions. We're in the hundreds of millions. There's a vast difference. It's not just to say, oh, they're better than us. It's not about that. It's about what is on the ground at this present moment, given their own level of industrialization. And when we look at that, we are failing haplessly. And unless we're ready to appreciate, as said, the situation that we're in, then we just enter into vanity upon vanity when we're doing very poorly. It's not sufficient for me, man. That's how it is.
And to support what Jagun is saying, Amadioha, there are many things you need to look at. Okay, if you look at the total number of Indians in the world compared to total number of Nigerians in the world, in sheer numbers, in sheer nominal numbers. So in percentage, even if it is the same number of Indians that are crossing the desert, it does not call for comparison. But the point I'm making, I've worked in India actually. I think
still having that problem.
Why I can't hear anything? Am I mistaken?
I think Mascal is
his audio is gone. He just remained quiet. For a moment, I thought my audio was faulty.
No.
Yeah.
As much as Mascal, listen, as much as Mascal is saying, all right, we are Nigerians, all right. Yeah, we have our own different way of life with Indians. I still remember. I still say, where did India got it right? And Nigeria was like America to Indians, 80s, even all the way to 90s. Nigeria was like America. I said this one. There was one day, Bavrejan, his brother, according, they bought a bicycle. The guy was so happy that he bought about the bicycle in India. The guy was so jubilating that his brother bought a bicycle. All right, I was bicycle that a village boy would just buy. Somebody buy a bicycle in India. You are so happy about. How did they get it right? We all know that Nigeria was like India, like when you see Nigeria going to America, that's what Nigeria was to India by 80s. By the time I started knowing India people, communities, 80s, 90s, even all to before I left Lagos, they have so many India communities where they do their business and they were propelling good. So I don't know. By the end of the day, people are different. Way of life are different. You can't compare my own way of life to the India way of life. We are different people, different culture. All right, different.
They have one thing in common with the Chinese, with the Europeans. They understand that they are a people. They are not just a tribe.
I don't know what they're doing.
They understand they are a race.
Do you know the highest sex traffic in America?
I don't. I'm not so sure.
It's Chinese.
Not Chinese.
So, what does that mean?
So, did Nigeria do that? They're different.
No. What does that mean?
You have to do several.
But anyway, it doesn't mean that. But they are not jesters. These are nuclear power spacefaring civilization. We are a basic jester right now. No, Jagun. Let me ask Jagun. Can you honestly say, in a crude way, I don't mean the entire race, and it's a figure of speech, so people don't hold me accountable for this. Basically, if you compare us as a people, what have we got other than ourselves that we used to go and serve other people, and the space that we occupy?
You compare you, not my son. I'm nobody. I work, I get my money.
Of course, you serve nobody. It's all right.
I serve nobody.
Okay. Of course, you serve nobody.
Tell him about the American stuff.
The God of God that serves no one.
Talk about the American stuff you talked about.
Let forefather ask his question. Let forefather ask his question.
So the question I'm asking is that, given where we are right now, we are able to take ourselves, train and go and serve. Then
sorry, forefathers, I was young, but I wanted to make a submission to the gentleman there, just to remind us all that China and India today, well, at least India. Let's talk about India. India is a nuclear power. So the idea that we are even going to compare ourselves to India, I think, is out of it. They have gone far. They are in the space.
I can't really understand Idiot's confusion, to be honest. He's bringing up all these defensive points, but they're just smacking of defensiveness. Like you're not dealing with the reality of the fact that you know these things. You know that China and India as countries are well developed or on the way to they're on the way to passing the Europeans. That's where they actually are. So to look to say that Nigeria is amongst. Nigeria's not amongst, Joe. Don't fool yourself. Let's be serious.
That's the point, and Masca is right about the point he made. We are not in the same category.
We're not, man.
These nations went nuclear in the 60s. They laid their foundation then.
It's not yesterday.
And what were we
you're talking about the 80s. You're talking about the 80s. These populations are massive. And in the weight of their population, they are spread throughout the world. There is no country that you're not going to find an Indian man in. There's no country you're not going to find a Chinese man in. More so than the Nigerians that we proclaim Igbo have taken over the world. No, my brother. The Chinese and Indians have done that to a much deeper level than we have envisaged. The only thing really that ties us as Nigerians to the depth of a diaspora is because of slavery and because we have been spread throughout the world for different circumstantial reasons. And given that, we have a global reach that we are not actually making any use of. This is the issue. This is the issue.
We are thwarting it every turn we get.
Come on, let's be serious, man. We're here to have conversation.
And this is now the conversation is beginning to elevate now. Now you all begin to see. This is what I was saying. Now I was trying to ask Jaguar about it because I think he's already made the point anyway. That if you look at us now as a people, we have the only space they allow us to offer in terms of soft power is music, and it's relatively limited, and Nollywood. And even that too is very, very limited. They can yank it off any moment.
Basically, sports and arts is where
which is what they allow African Americans to. We are jesters.
So how
is
that the problem of the African? So not African Americans, the Africans that migrated to the diaspora. How is that our problem? That why will the African Americans take it up on us, the Nigerians?
Well, no, your question isn't clear. His question, let his question be clear. Because
Fafad has made a statement saying, Fafad has repeated your statement. This, I can't really put how you made it. Something about the African Americans having some sort of beef or something with the Nigerians.
You notice if the Jamaicans come from the Caribbean, especially the Rastafarians, they come to America, they don't have that much conflict with African Americans. It's not because they don't have different ways of life. They have totally different ways of life, even different worship and everything. But they get on because they are on the same page on one thing. They know who they are. They know we are black, but they also know they also know that they are different parts of America. But when we go there, we are blacks, but we act as if we don't recognize them, one. And secondly, the way we behave towards Europeans, they feel like it's like we are completely oblivious. Or even if we see it, oblivious of how they treat us.
You see, forefather, you are not in America.
Can I guide?
Not in America, one. Secondly, what you are saying
in the
is what you hear.
I see similar patterns.
Well, let me tell you. Everything you are saying now is what you hear people say. What you hear.
No,
I hear.
No. Let me say this to you, bros. I beg you this moment.
I'm not talking to you though.
I know.
Forefather is not here. Forefather is not here. Anything he said,
Forefather is here.
Somebody told him. True or false?
Well, he meant I'm not there in the UK.
He said?
He meant I'm not there in the US.
You're not here, yes. Are you here?
You don't need to be there.
I spoke to African Americans,
everything you said, that's what I said. Somebody
Jamaicans, all of them. Okay, fine.
Somebody told you.
Let me give you, forefather. Excuse me. Let me give my brother. Let me give my brother the actual facts. The actual facts. Where Black America is concerned, we all know as Africans throughout the diaspora that in their history they have done a serious job of work, of resilience, of campaigning for the betterness of the Black race across the world. For them in particular, they're where they stand. And they have a legacy of this. We now, as Nigerians who have come in later, much later, and impacted the American polity as a whole, I believe the Nigerians in America have done extremely well and can still do better. Where the Caribbeans come in, they have been entering into the States from the 60s, 70s. They've been entering into America. And in their initial entrances into America, again, the people that went to the Americas from Jamaica were of the elite, mainly, or at least the middle classes of Jamaicans. And they went to America and they worked. So when the white American was seeing the performances between the Jamaican and the Black American, they saw to themselves that the Black American was much more progressive as individuals and as a community. They were all doing very well. So this made an angst between the Jamaican and the Black American. This happened on every level: Jamaican, Haiti, Barbados, wherever you're talking about. The Black Americans saw themselves as different, and that these aren't the kind of niggas we dealing with. These are the kind of this ain't my nigga, as in their own parlance. That's how they took it. For us in the UK, I was brought up here in the UK, and for me and my brothers, when we first came here, it was physical fighting. because they took us as African bubble bastard is what they used to call us, African bubble. And we would say, what the fuck are you talking about? We used to fight. Me and my brothers were fighting until they gained our respect and vice versa. And then we began learning about each other's histories. And given this, we know that we come from different levels in our history of oppression by the West, by the white man, by England, France, and Spain particularly. So we're all coming from different areas of the same headache, but we like to point the fingers and fight amongst ourselves because we're not taking on the real issue of the obvious oppression and where it comes from. This is how it stands. The rest now pure nonsensical politics.
You see why I highlighted that point that Dr. Kenneth made last week, that I felt like I needed to highlight Ikolala's comment, because that is where we are lacking. In Nigeria, we don't have a space where we warn our people or enlighten them on these things to let them know themselves in the world. When you are going into the world, you need to know how you align yourself. You need to know how you carry yourself. Be careful. Know that whatever you are doing, you can be open, but you don't be so open that you compromise yourself and compromise your own people. Because when you do that, there are consequences to it. Because that's why we are so easy to divide. And Nigerians are not equipping us with it. Can you imagine if a Nigerian leader tells a Nigerian, when you go to America, remember, we sold these people into slavery. Remember that they are our brothers. And also remember that some of all those people that we sold them.
What do you mean that because they
let me finish the point I'm making. Let me finish the point I'm making, because I've not made this point before. Let's remember that these people, we sold them into slavery. And at the same time, when we go there, let's also remember that we are all family there. And there are sometimes the other people are going to treat you in a way that you don't expect. Hold on now. Sometimes the other people are going to treat you the way you don't expect. They don't always treat you right. You should also be prepared for that and behave yourself. Don't go and fall into the traps of their welfare system or their what they call it, family law and all kind of things that destroy our communities over there. So if your country people are educating you on these things, when you arrive in the West, you are far more equipped. The Indians, they know this already, just by default, by coming. They are so expert. This is why they don't mix too much. Why do you think they don't mix too much? The Chinese, when they come here, they already know that, because their countries are telling them. If you go to China now, they are talking about it. If you go to India, they're talking about it. So when they get here, they know already, and that's why you don't see them looking to mix too much. They do mix, make no mistake, they do mix, but not as much as we are so eager to please.
As much, listen. You can say what I want to say, forefather, right? If Nigeria can easily be mixed here in America than India or China. It's the reason why the color. There's no difference between me and if I don't speak, there's no difference between me and a Black American person. Who can always, the mix is easy, but the language have a very major role to play by a Chinese person. We all know that 80% of Chinese people that come here, they don't hear English, so it's very hard to mix up. India, the same thing. When you see they speak, it's difficult for them. All right, but a Black Nigerian person, when they come here, they miss instantly because they understand they speak English. They can always move their way. They can always, nobody will differentiate them from being a Black American or a Nigerian. All right, they cannot stop you if you are driving and ask you something, because only if you are stopping you, you may be a Black American guy. So that is playing a very big role here. But the other thing I want to tell you is this: I will not because my, just like this thing we are saying here now. Sometimes when we come to do something about us, we think that it just will so. I come like me, yeah, it's difficult to say, but I won't, because of not only America only that the slave was sold or player was sent to. And I won't, of course, okay, my father or somebody I know, or somebody like me, something happened to me, I would dwell on that. I have to move on. All right. I won't, because okay, they saw my years back, my people were a slave, I see myself as a slave. No, I would jump and pass that level. Tell you that, man, look, I'm not. All right? I'm not. Why will I do that? With the way I behave, with the way that I move myself. All right? I will not see, like, I know some people, when I used to have my business, I carry some guys. If you tell them this is a white people's, but they're not going in there. Why? Because they will look like that somehow. I said, what? Because they look at you and say, nobody's chasing you away. Nobody is chasing you away. Let's go have some law. They say they're not going in there, but you say only white people that own that place. Are you scared of them? You see my point. So the issue is this: you guys should not understand what I said. If you are not here, you don't understand what is going on. Not what people told you. They have some good people, good Black American boys. They have the bad people. Nigeria has the good, the bad. The whites have the good, the bad. Everybody have the good and bad. So everybody here is not bad. Everybody is not good. Everybody here is different. So
everything you said to me is exactly what they said to me too. The way you are not passing the information, it's like you see everything the same way, like somebody that is working in the UN. When there is nothing like the UN, somebody created it. You need to see a conversation I was listening to today. How many times Jewish people were saying, or Israelis were saying, forget about international law. There's nothing like international law. They were just throwing it out of the water. But we think that there is a wall like that truly exists. There are good people everywhere. We all know that. But you have to know when there is that balance, when you have to really know where to side with, you have to side with your own group.
No, for example, now, let me tell you this now. Will I say because I see a cheap house in a white neighborhood as a Nigerian and have the money, and I love it. Because that place the white neighbors I'm not going to leave.
You are of course entitled to live there. What I'm talking about here is like
they feel that you're not entitled to do some of the things.
You know, bros, brother Amodia. It seems that you're conflating two separate things in order to cause your argument. The things that you broke down earlier were taken as given. We understand that that's how it is. We understand that Nigerians have a different culture and are cultured differently than Jamaicans or African Americans or such like. And Nigerians in this country, I tell you, there are areas, just to underline your point, there are areas in this UK that ordinarily black people don't go there for nothing. They'll see them as racist areas. It's a no-go area for black people, this, that, and the other. Now, they listen to such nonsense. They just go there, plonk themselves in the middle of hardcore racism. Wait, they'll plonk themselves in the middle of hardcore racism and somehow make it work for them. You understand? Where now this becomes a community taking over. I think you know the area called Thamesmead, Forefather. This area back in 1960s, 70s, and 80s, 90s was pure Oyumbo, pure. Our National Front, the one that hate black people particularly. You understand? Najazo, they went to put themselves in the middle of that kind of level and just establish. If you go to Thamesmead now, it's just another Najaville. You understand? Now we don't take over. You understand? For real, these things definitely happen from the kind of individuals or the kind of difference that we have as Nigerians. However, the trajectory of all black nations is a trajectory that wants to be as close to Oyumbo as possible. This is when we, as black people, believe we have made it. And we are all suffering from that same disease. If we're Nigerian or if we're African American or if we're Caribbean, if we're wherever. And this is the issue. The issue is, when are we going to understand how to stand for ourselves as a nation of people globally? This is what we're dealing with. So let's get on the same page, is what I suggest.
That's Nigeria. Listen, Jago, that's Nigeria issue. But what you just said now, right? There's a place here around here. It's called, I think, Jasper, right? There were years back, a black guy was killed and was drugged with a motor in the street. So black people see that place as, I don't know how the guy was killed and tied in the car by the white guys, and they drove him around the street and kill him, just something like that years back. So they see that place as I don't know. So I have this business I do It's a franchise. They have a 3 locations there on the same place. I have some black guys that work with me. I say we are going there. They say they're not going. They say they're not going. I say why? They didn't explain to me. I took another crew and went there. I did my job. I come back, be going there. So one day I was telling somebody the stories that I went to Jasper to work. He said, being a black guy, he went to Jasper. I said, yeah. He said, we don't know what happened in Jasper. I don't know. He said me the story. But what happened there? You see my point now. So of course, okay, that's why these guys were scared or they were assaulted not to enter that city. That's why I went there to work and nothing happened to me. They were like, the black guy going to that place to work. I said, I went there to work and nothing happened to me.
No, that one is a totally different thing. There's nothing wrong with breaking new grounds and succeeding, and especially though succeeding is a very good thing. That's what you are there for, and everybody will support you to do that. And I think African Americans will support that too. I think where we lose track is that when they see us being divided and we are doing everything to please the Europeans, and they know they've played this game before. And they see it and they just feel like, okay, these guys are not ready.
Who doesn't
my problem with you,
migrant that will come
tell
UK
Nigerians in Nigeria, not we here. You are pointing, he has pointing black Americans and Nigerians in America out the way you speak. All right.
No. I'm just trying to say that even in the UK, when I walk into an office and I see a Jamaican in that office and I see a Nigerian in that office, odds are that every time I meet a Nigerian, especially in an official capacity in the UK, they tend to make my life hard, including the Nigerian embassy. They tend to make your life hard. They just are there. It's like the moment they see that they are standing in front of a fellow a Nigerian, they want to make your life hard if they are in an office. Some of them now, again, after a while, they tend to try to be a little bit warmer, but they generally, I don't know whether it's a racial self-esteem problem or
no,
national self-esteem
I know
problem.
the thing you're talking about, forefather. I know that thing very well, and it's a case of understanding that we are all politicized and we are all playing a game, and sometimes you have to opt to actually play the game, and maybe at times when things are becoming quite ardent, that you don't want to play the game. Like, this is fuckery. Why are we dealing with each other like this? And that thing there, when I'm on the streets of this here called London, the way I flex is completely different than anyone else, because I understand that everything I see before me is a complete game. I'm telling you this for free, and I shouldn't really be mentioning this on air. I don't pay to do anything in this country. Everything I get for free, and the way I get it is through pure communication. Pure communication. Well, I on the bus, if I want to get on the bus, I just get on the bus and go to where I'm going and get off. And I communicate this thing easy. When I'm on the underground, now pure communication. People are getting trapped and getting themselves in trouble with the law. Me, that doesn't faze me. I'm going through regardless. And it's about pure communication. I'm allowed. I've allowed myself. So therefore, everybody else allows me. And I do this out of understanding that out there in these hair streets, doesn't matter where you are on this planet, there's a horrible game being played. And unless somehow you draw your own cards and you start to play your cards correctly, you're going to be fucked and you're going to be complaining all day long. That's the way I see this planet Earth here. And I'm being as earnest as I can be to my brothers who are suffering under this horrendous game playing that we are all under. You understand? Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of the experience I had in the UK was like when I was traveling during the COVID-19. You know how difficult it was to travel during COVID-19, and I even missed a couple of flights. And then when one of the days I wanted to travel, it was this Jamaican lady that was, I don't know whether it was Jamaican, just Caribbean lady, the way she spoke, that was on this in kiosk there, and the way she went out of her way to assist me, that she even called the people over there, and she said those people are being funny. They gave the wrong information, and she corrected it and flagged me through. And I looked into that woman's eyes. I knew the reason why she's helping me this way because I'm black. That's why she's helping me that way, because she knows some other person will send me back. And that is that line. If it was a Nigerian person, they will not make that effort for you.
It depends who,
Swing you
you
back.
meet now.
Most
Stop
of them
that.
anyway. Most of them.
This guy,
Most of them.
why they
Most of
condemn
them.
Nigeria? They say we are bad. What we
Okay,
do.
some of them. Some
Okay,
of them.
Formula, let me give you this instance. Let me give you this
Some
instance.
of them.
And
Not
you tell
most of
me,
them. Some of them. Some of them.
Formula, hold on. See this instance. There was the time after when I was at uni, I was working in Waterloo Station as a ticket, what they call it, ticket inspector.
Attendant.
Yeah, and some guy, was it a guy or lady? She hadn't got a ticket, and then she flashed a fake ticket, something like that, and so we were having a conversation, and then she brought out, why didn't you stop the white man? I said the guy had the ticket, although the ticket wasn't working, and you haven't got the ticket. So for bringing that statement, usually I, like when I see young boys, when I see young boys, I was like, it's fine. But for bringing that statement, why didn't I stop? Because I felt like she had a perception that because it's a black guy, let me walk up to him, and maybe you're not going to do your job properly because of saying you
Yes,
black.
sir.
Let me just allow her. That type of this thing.
Yes,
So some of these things I said to her, no, it doesn't matter whether you're Nigerian or, and she brought that Nigerian this thing, and fortunately, the Nigerian.
Nigeria. What
I
do
say
you
wasn't.
expect?
It's not about this thing. Not me. I'm not gonna lie. Then anywhere I see, I don't know the type of Nigerians you meet, but anywhere, even in my current role, in my current this thing, I still meet Nigerian engineers and all that, but I get that kind of joy, especially when I meet a brother, black brother, or whether Nigeria or this thing, generally. But for that lady to tell me at that time, 7 years ago or so, for she to tell me that stuff, say because I'm a black, that one just throw me off balance, But that thing always stayed in my head because I feel like she was racially profiling or something. I don't know.
She was just
I don't
playing on the
understand.
fact that you
What
are of the
happened
same.
that
Let me try to say that you felt like, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. That you felt like she was playing on the fact that you are in the same race to get away with something she shouldn't.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You guys. So my this thing was that for her, even for normally for young boys, when I meet young boys, but for she to bring that thing up, I was like, no,
No,
I'm
bro,
going to get to the
my
end
brother,
of this.
we understand you entirely.
This
I
story.
understand you entirely. And this is why I underline the point that it's all a game. And in this planet, we have to know kind of how to play the game. It's not easy to ascertain how to play this game precisely. And over the years, different peoples have come into the UK, for instance, from all kinds of areas of Africa. When the Somalians came in, there was a big fracture. The Somalians came in. Are they part of the black community that we have brought and grown in London, or are they completely separate from us? And this whole phase went until now, where we are more imbibed as a whole black community that includes the Somalians. I'm talking about the psyche of the people that come in and when they come in. The woman who came to you and felt that it is going to be an easy shot for my brother to put me through. Sometimes we as Nigerians have to accept that that's not the game. You can't jeopardize my job because me and you are of the same culture, that you want to jeopardize my job. You see, when I'm doing something like that throughout the years, I'm going as far away from the black man as possible. To be honest, if I want to just go through.
Exactly, you are right there, because what you see, you were not trying to make her life difficult. You see that she was playing.
She bumbled.
The racial card needlessly.
Yeah.
But the one I'm talking about is Nigerians going out of their way to make your life difficult, or not going the extra mile to just help you solve a problem as a good staff. But if a European comes there, they will make the effort to help that European. Like that lady I gave you an example at the airport. She made an extra effort. She didn't have to do all the things she did to assist me in going. And if it was some other person, a European, or especially some of all those wicked like Turkish people, they would just find a way to just ruin your trip so that you go back home angry. So, but if it's a Nigerian, she will not make that much effort. That is the difference. I'm not saying, oh, somebody doesn't have a ticket, you should just flag them through because they are Nigerian. I don't think that is ideal. If anything, that lady is irresponsible to put you in that position. You see what I mean? It's not a proper thing to do. But it's when sometimes you need to go the extra mile that you should. You see, those areas, those nuanced areas, that's what makes those little things, you'll be surprised, it makes a big difference. You know,
but do you see now? Do you? I mean, for what you're saying, and I hear everything you're saying, forefather. But if you take it on board that we have in this country over the last, let's say, 60 years, as a black community grown, and the main base of that growth comes from the Caribbean society, the Caribbeans as a whole, Jamaicans, Bayesians, all of them, and then we on top of that as Nigerians. As I was there at the beginning. As Nigerians, we were always going back home to Nigeria to settle. We were never, even though we were comfortable here, always very comfortable, but we were never felt that, bang, this is our home. Because in our minds, from our parents, we were understood that Nigeria be home, or this now one place. You understand? Even though I'm growing up in this country. And it eventuated that we didn't actually go back home. We have houses built back home that we've been in, we've lived in, but right now they're empty. 3 big Ras Clark properties, empty. Are you with me? My father has died. My mother is here. Are you with me? So this is what's happened over the years with different kinds of people coming in at the same time. And over that, there's a way that we haven't ever organized in order to make our community work for us. We only come together when it's time to defend some situation of a calamity where we have been treated unfairly. Or that we are making some celebration like carnival or whatever festival we have. That's the only time we come together as a black community. Apart from that, we're individuals and we're extremely
and that is not a position of power, is it?
Not at all.
It's a position of victim and complaint.
Yeah, that's where our politics lies. Our politics lies in victimhood, basically. And I detest it. I hate it. And I always say, without organization, we're not moving from where we are. Simple.
It's scary to think that nowadays, I'm not just being funny or being racial, but the things in Essex, the shops, the African shops you would see are being run by Asians. All the African food are being sold by Asians. So I started thinking to myself, why is it like this? Why? I mean, back in those days when I was at uni, around Peckham, I know Peckham had some Nigerian dishes, but still you still see Asian shops still selling those African foods.
Brother.
But now, down in Essex, in Barking, in
they're everywhere now. Milton Keys everywhere. They are everywhere now.
I'm thinking, how did he? How? I mean, we are losing everything.
It's
We're losing
the very
our
word,
identity.
brother. I'm glad that you're bringing this up from a point of view of your own observations being in this country, because we have had these observations and we have tried to organize, but our community, which isn't big, we are only 3.5 million black people, all in Nigerians, Jamaicans, the whole lot of us. That's our numbers in this whole country of 67 million people. So to be honest, given that we're only that small 3.5 million number, but our spend power in this country called the UK is 20 billion per annum. We 3 million people spend 20 billion every year. Now you do the maths. And tell me that every individual black person in this country shouldn't be a millionaire if that's what we're spending. If we're spending billions. But we're not organized. Now, if I tell you about the Indian community and how many times their money circles their community before it leads into the mainstream. If I tell you what the worth of the Asian spend power in this country, and you can separate them, Chinese and Indian, Afghan, you can separate them. They are worth numbers, and they are earning the money. Are you with me? Are you understanding this? That's what's running. Don't get it twisted.
And Indians, based on their continent, they tend to be relatively docile even, and yet look at how far they've come. Because and given compared to us, they are far more organized. If you think the Indians organized, try the Chinese for size. The Chinese, the Chinese are like termites. They are in lockstep. Like they don't break racks at all. You know, they don't mess about.
Real talk.
So those guys are organized to the extreme, and this is why sometimes when and these things mean something. We are not just saying it because they are just organized. There are consequences to either being disorganized or being organized.
There are serious consequences. The one that got me finally was an African restaurant. If you Google it in somewhere in Essex, Taste of Nigeria. Guess who runs it? Is an Indian or Pakistani.
That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Taste of Nigeria. I thought it was a Nigerian Disney. I went there to buy food to take away. I ordered on Uber and I went to pick up, and it was an Indian guy, you know, whether Indian or Pakistan, one of them. But it was there running the place.
You don't see this. You don't see this with Chinese restaurants.
My own problem is that you can't see even an off license for a black guy running an off license.
Exactly.
You can't see a black guy running an off license.
I'm telling you, man. You know, I don't want to generalize. We are jesters. We are just jester of the court. That's the kind of stuff we seem to be doing. It's embarrassing to say.
Even Caribbean food, this thing. When you know this pop-up market that comes up in the sometimes Fridays, sometimes Saturdays. All these type of open air market, something like that.
Yes.
You still see Asians selling.
See, I've seen it now. Where like in North London, yeah, so one of these major shop, we go and buy African food. It's not owned by Nigerians. It's owned by I think Turkish or kind of people. They are the one that own it, and we have to go there. What choice have we got? And they sell the Nigerian food. You don't even see the Nigerian yam there. You don't. There are so many things that.
But the thing is, they even sell it. They even sell it better than we do. Here in Bedford is a black area, but as you all we're being served by Asians of all kinds. The one Niger shop way down there, whether they sell Niger cloth, I see they sell Niger food as well. When you enter this place, so now higgledy piggledy, you don't know left from right or in this place. I mean, normally I just walk out because it's like fucking out. Excuse me. It's like this whole nonsense what I'm looking at. You know, it's nonsense that they sell pomade on top of metalaton, on top of rock. They come with cloth on side. It's just ridiculous. It just looks like icky. This is not how to serve people now. This is not how to understand. It's disgusting.
Some people don't do a very good job too. They don't do a very good job.
They don't do a good job. So you can't even patronize them, even if you want to.
Yeah, that's true. And because some of them take the mentality of Nigeria, the standards of Nigeria, and take it overseas. And they don't understand that. And even, it really scares me sometimes where you see some of our people, they will see everybody living around them, how they live, and they still go and set their Nigerian standard there. And they don't even see the difference. They don't see that this is off code.
Terrible.
And you know what? Like, I think, was it Peckham or somewhere in London? You know, they were showing streets of London, and somebody traveled from overseas, came to London. I think from Kenya. This lady, African Tigress, came to the UK.
I saw that.
Yeah, she was traveling. When she went to Peckham, it looks like a desolate place, man. The place looked like some of the worst areas in London. It's like, why is it so messed up? The roads are dirty. Everything is just all over the place. It's like, is it Nigeria?
It's not. You see,
that's causing this problem. Yeah,
my brother. That, you know, the thing is very interesting, and how you underline it as well. Because you know, when I was looking at it, you know, she was coming from an area that this is my area. Where she was the southeast London that I know extremely well. I know London extremely well, but southeast London I know I'm like back of pocket. So as she was coming from Beckenham, which was rather clean, and you can see that the air, it was cold at that time. I think it was winter period, but there was a bright sky. So she got on a bus, and I can understand the bus she got on, and she went through to Peckham, and you can see the streets. When she landed in Peckham and she was going around, she had a little bit of trouble here and there. But Forefather is right in terms of the look of the place and how it looked. You know, these areas, they have a pan, a kind of down pan, submissive atmosphere. And what you saw was that, Forefather, that in this part of Southeast London, the brightness of being alive isn't always there for the people that are down here, to the point that they're dowdy. You can tell that they're under pressure. Sometimes you look at it like that. Now, spiritual covering with this, what's going on here? Because that thing that you saw is a real thing. It's real. You know, it's like this thing that
people were rude to her. Even it's like she was like, "Oh, people are rude here." It's like, what's going on? You know, I was like, look at the place, man. It's like this is where we Nigerians live.
See, North London and West London are a lot brighter than South London. When you go to those areas, it'd be like say the Sunday Scrooge from that side. You know what I mean? Because people are brighter. There's more affability. There's more money rolling around. There's more manners. There's more conduct in how to be. Down here in that rough edge, that's how you see me. That's how you see me with rough edge, or more. You didn't take off.
Well, I don't know. Is it the because is it Nigerians that are present that is causing it, or is it the council that is just somehow not funding?
Bro, that's a great question, mate. Honestly, because I ponder upon this thing. You see, my brother, it makes me. Anytime I see a situation, I'm looking at business issues and business practices. I've got this company that I'm writing now. I've begun the company, but I'm happy. It's called Streets. The Streets. And I want to look at the high street. And what I've been studying is that there's been and over the last 10, 15 years, there's been a big pull away from actually being on the streets. A lot of people don't go to the high street for nothing. If they're doing any shopping now online, they don't do. So the streets are in pain. No matter where you are across the UK, the streets are in pain. However, this area that we come from in Southeast London particularly, bruh, we are a locked-in villages. That's how Southeast London is. And it is actually a beautiful English suburb. And if you understand the village mentality, that is what we have in Southeast London. And there's a way that the streets can connect us all from Brixton, basically from London Bridge, Elephant and Castle, Kennington, all the roads that lead off there into what we call South London should be attacked by our community, whereby we are the ones who are now owning these streets, whereby these businesses are now ours, whereby we are serving not just our community, but the whole community. And if we engage in this kind of ideology, we will change our shit overnight. And that's how I think.
This is why earlier on when I said that we need to be tackling one problem at a time, I was a bit shocked when most of the people on the panel were turning against the idea, because like the point I was making was that if Tinubu promised that he was going to recruit and secure the country and he's not doing it, why are we not holding him accountable? That if this channel, Naija Watch, One Man Went to Move, everybody sync themselves and start demanding one thing as a campaign for 1 month, you might be surprised how far it travels in the corridors of power. And most people were like, go and do it by yourself. You go and do it. It just goes to reveal that individualism again. Go and do it on your own. And the first, and Dr. Name, one of the first questions he asked was that, when you have this idea, you can go and try it and do it on your own. If you do it on this stuff, you don't have to do more. You just have to put a banner on the screen that this is what we represent. And now and again, you play this thing and say, it's not a lot of stuff to do. And so that everybody's on the same page on what is actually going to help the country. If you do that today for security, next month you do for electricity, that's something. Then if it doesn't mean that we are not going to do our individual stuff, we can do it. But everywhere I turn, everywhere, maybe it's me, maybe I'm just very, very dislikable and disagreeable. Maybe that's why people. So I shouldn't necessarily hold them accountable for totally. But the way they kick against it, I feel like it's like somehow there's something about us that I don't know whether we fear order.
No, my brother, I'll tell you this, forefather, if I might. You see, again, these are good understandings to try and understand, to try and get deeper into our own growth. You know, when I think about Nigeria and Africa and the complexities of dealing with the Black global positioning, you know that if you are given a platform to speak to everybody who is Black at the same time, do you know the level of mess that anyone would make of it in not understanding how to pitch their speech, how to pitch it, where to position it so that people can actually hear it? Because even if, like me, I'm quite a forthright person, and if I'm giving as much truth as I think I'm giving, but it's actually not being heard because of the way I'm giving this truth, where only a section of that audience can understand me. The 5% understand me, 95% are thinking I'm talking not only rubbish, but I'm just not getting to them. This is the position that we're in. And understand, because you know, sometimes you can hear somebody's speech and everything that they've said has just hit home. It's just hit you that the thing that this brother said and the way this guy has said it, I have to salute. I'm a part of that movement. You know what I mean? I know of myself. I've known about many things for a long time. And just the people around me in my friendship group, there are those of us at the very beginning that didn't understand a hell of what I was talking about, even though we know each other. They didn't care. They thought I was going crazy. All kinds of connotations that they will put on my head. But you have to forgo that thing and still move forward in your own understanding and learning. Then you come to a point whereby those people who were scoffing at you yesterday have now all of a sudden come on board because they've seen what you were talking about, what you saw earlier, and that they didn't. They couldn't even communicate with you because they didn't see it. Then you move on whereby there's information all over the place and people are more confused now with the information that we have out here than ignorant. So our job is largely to separate the wheat from the chaff in terms of information. One. And then we still have to do a job on ourselves in being able to deliver these understandings. And I think these are things that every orator, everybody who cares about the community, everybody who understands what they're trying to do, again, should always look at, reflect upon, look in the mirror for. Because you're going to pull it out yourself rather than pull it from anywhere else, to be frank.
Yeah, that's true. And we need to develop ways of being able to talk to each other. I think I will be doing some extra work to try to find better ways of communication, you know, because I think often when we communicate, we talk past each other, thinking that we understand each other. Sometimes we need common ground. We need to know what words mean. You know, when we talk about, let's say, you know, corruption in Nigeria, we want to know where the person is coming from, or tribalism, what they truly mean. Because sometimes tribalism, some people mean slightly different things from the next man, and we don't necessarily know where they are coming from. So we just you know, say, okay, this person is just being tribal. Like sometimes on the way you sound jargon, somebody can say, okay, you are just being tribalistic in a negative way, but you may mean slightly something different from what someone like Pansat. You see what I mean? So that's why it's often good that one tries to find out where the person is coming from in terms of their use of specific words. Then when we know where both sides are on, then you can move from there to the next layer. If we can do that sort of thing, maybe we can start getting deeper in terms of understanding where both sides are in conversations.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you're very right, especially with the examples you gave.
Yeah.
Because Yeah, I
Go
believe
ahead.
that
Go ahead.
I believe people do get me wrong a lot on this platform. Not all the time. I think people give me enough grace, or for those who want to understand, can. However, I feel that sometimes when we are dealing with difficult subjects, punchy subjects, subjects that need exploration, we don't necessarily allow ourselves to get deep. We put banners up that disallow people from speaking. And then we start being authoritative about how people should speak about X subject. And I think whilst what you are saying is, I think, accurate, I would really like for people to see people's questions, as being intelligent and observant and peculiar to them, in that they're asking honestly and openly to discover more. And I think we're accused on this platform a lot of the time. I think probably everybody would feel this. We're accused a lot of the time of asking the wrong questions, or how dare you ask such a question? And sometimes that hurts my head, man. It's like we don't want to understand. We just want to throw stones. Pathetic.
And I think generally, one thing I will be clear about is if somebody's having a conversation honestly, when you ask them about specific definition, what they mean by certain things, and or you can even ask them, okay, what is it going to take you to move from this position to this position? Or what is the outcome of your belief? There are certain things you can ask. It might start revealing their thinking, or it might even reveal to them maybe they have not thought the idea through based on what the other person has said. So what I'm beginning to think that when conversation is being had, we need to be asking questions. And when you want to detect, you also have to detect the ones that don't want to be reasonable, that don't want to have an open conversation. Some of them, they literally come here to just propagate certain ideas and then go back to where they come from. So you want to also know the difference between that, and to know the difference between that kind of person and someone that just comes on, honestly, didn't know, and they're just asking a question. You don't just shut them down just because they ask a question. If they are honest, you don't do that.
Right.
Because sometimes I ask some questions that somebody will tell me, how do you not know that? I don't know.
No, the thing is,
That's
we
what
all
I'm
know.
asking. Exactly.
Yeah, the thing is, what we all understand, those of us who communicate and speak a lot about deep subjects, we all know that you can ask a stupid question. I mean, anybody. And it will be, amongst intelligentsia of your friends and neighborhood groups or your chat group, we are trying to propagate mind work, intelligence. So within this game, we would assume or associate what is a stupid question. Me and you and the next person may allow ourselves to ask what may seem an obvious stupid question for some deeper sense, maybe. But sometimes we make a faux pas in asking an absolutely stupid question.
No, sometimes
It's
it can
almost
be
like
so
one
bad.
should be attacked for it.
Yeah, I don't. I think I have to be absolute about it. No matter how stupid the question sounds, if somebody is asking it honestly because they don't know, I think they deserve to have an answer for it.
Claro, yes, I believe
One
so.
can't dismiss them outright.
No, you're right. But I'm just saying it happens. And sometimes we know why it happens because, we're on the side that is, the superior in knowledge. Or it's as though you don't belong to this group. And it's a funny thing. So there are, again, nuances there, which is why, again, communication and knowing the art of it is very important. Because, the practice that
let
we
me
have here,
ask then.
if I could just say this for really quick, the practice that we have here, for me, I don't know about anyone else, but for me, it's been extremely good. Because one, I've been able to listen to people who are more articulate than I am. And two, what I've learned from my listening has empowered me in my understanding. And once I'm empowered with understanding, I'm a hell to deal with. And that's how I like to be. I like to be dangerous. And this platform, I believe, gives us this offering that we should take quite seriously. Because soon we're going to be off this arena and in our own worlds, having to do the same shit for real.
I think you
So,
have a point there. And the question I wanted to ask was about okay, we welcome the stupidest question as long as it's asked honestly. How about when somebody is saying something that is highly divisive, highly problematic societally, that could lead to conflict even on the panel and stuff like that? When does one draw does one draw the line and say enough? You can't do
Bro,
this publicly.
brother forefather, another really fantastic question, brother. I swear. I like that question because this is where the fuck we are, to be honest. And what I'm trying to put forward is that I like that question. You know, when you watch news channels from across the world and you see how people are obviously coming from a specific viewpoint and they are trying to launch this viewpoint upon the whole planet. This is where you know that the game is being played at an extremely high level, because you see them hardcore sword fencing about things that both of them don't believe in, but they're sword fencing about it in order to allow something to slide in the dark. And this is where observation and communication and the expedience of language to describe what some of the things that we're seeing has to be able to come to the fore. Because, as I said, all things are played as a game on different levels, and they keep getting higher, and they're rather never ending because of the nuances between all and the amount of data gathering you have to take on board to be able to assimilate these arguments. And unless you are even able to ask such a question, there are many people that would never get to that point of questioning, where that, how about this position? A lot of people, that question will go over their head because it's a deep question. And it's a question, especially when it comes to the divisive nature of mankind and everybody trying to push some alternative agenda. And then there are those that you can see quite plainly. They are men of their word. They are honest men. They are men of value and valor. And they come on board and speak clarity. When you see this kind of species, you know it's completely different than all of the funny, almost obvious politics played by other commentators. And then you see a voice that just cuts through the bullshit and hits the nail on the head. These are what you're talking about. And I understand it. I wouldn't even know how to necessarily pronounce advice upon how to deal with this particular level.
Yeah. I guess when it gets like this, it becomes a work of art, isn't it? You have to you have to know how to navigate it based on
You have to know what to
situation.
appreciate. Yes, yes, it is
Because,
like that.
because sometimes someone like Pansat can test the limits of tolerance.
You see, the thing I had with Pansato, initially I couldn't like the guy for a second. And then again, because of the show, we become more and more used to each other. And then there were one or two things that he would say that kind of mushroomed some understanding, even though I didn't want to offer him the fact that, yeah, okay, what you said there was reasonable. Then it came to the point where I'm actually meeting him on a one-on-one basis at the background. But the guy's a nice guy, mate. He's somebody that I know. If he's down the road, I'll go to his house to check him, to have a word with him. He's a nice brother.
Oh no, he's a nice guy. It doesn't mean he's not divisive.
No. I haven't ended. And let me end. I'm just saying my understanding of a man like Pansat. And that the fact that I've now appreciated him as a human being, as a brother, as a fellow Niger, as somebody in the world who's active. Once I've ascertained that from him, he still returns to the same Pansat that I always understand to be an obtuse, rather ignorant plagiarizer, philanthropically, brilliantly abusive, which is what he plays most of the time. So I take it, the way I take that now is I take it as a joke. Because one-on-one on the issues that he's talking about, I have to issue some hardcore slaps. But for me, I'm just letting it all go over my head. It doesn't matter. That's Pansat. That's the way he behaves. This is kind of bullshit that comes from his mouth. Fair enough. Done. That's me. You know what I mean? And that's how I've seen it across the board where this panel is concerned, because this panel has irritated me. And then I've got to the point where, why am I being irritated? Allow it. Allow all the irritation. Just continue to be yourself. And that's where I am, where all these things are concerned.
Thank you. Thank you. Odi. The only Pan-African. Your Pan-African credential, we have to put it under review. But
It is. Hardcore. We have revoked your stamp. We don't take them back home.
No, why? You know, really, and that's why I came, because you know, you guys were, you know, like I listened like all day, you know, it wasn't really interesting for me to come in. But, you know, when people are, I think you mentioned a few things, you know, about the UK, Peckham, and, you know, why, you know, the other communities are kind of on the upside, and then, you know, we're like, where are these guys, you know?
Yes.
So that's why, you know, it's still about you kind of trying to focus on you, right? I think the individualism that you talked about is a valid point. But, you know, look, let me bring it back home to Nigeria, you know, and look, I just, you know, I live in the United States. You know, Nigerians are collaborating here. Nigerians are doing a lot of stuff. You know, I don't know what the UK, maybe it's the population, maybe it's because many people have gone there very, very early and maybe become part of the community. But I'll tell you here, you know, Nigerians are finding their ways to do business together and do stuff. Well, there are so many opportunities. But, you know, going back to how do we get the best out of ourselves to have a united front to rescue the country? You know, I think you talked about communication, how to, you know, I think all of us are work in progress, right? We all just need to get better. But I'll tell you something, what I hear most of the time is, you know, we start a good discussion and everybody has the same kind of endpoint. You know, we need good leadership in Nigeria. I think that's what everybody would agree on. And but you know, how do we get there? You know, then we all scatter, you know, in different directions. I'll tell you something. I have a few friends that I have very solid you know, very good friendship with. But you know, when we had the last election, look, if in this last election we had three main candidates, you know, no disrespect to what's his name, you know, the man from Kano, no disrespect at all to him, but there were three main candidates. If you looked at those three candidates, you could not, in all honesty, see that one was better than the others. This is where our problem starts. If you know, and if you try to make some excuses for that, the other guys, like we tried to have like a debate. There were attempts at debate, but what happened? Tinubu evaded debate. I heard forefathers talking about, you know, Tinubu not having had even an interview. Atiku could not even have a live interview. He had to have a pre-recorded interview. You know, guys, you know, if we can't come to the point that we see that, no, this is better than this, then this is the start of our problems. Because by the time you elect bad leaders and you try to fix them, you say, let's call out Tinubu. Look, we can call, everybody's calling out Tinubu at this point. But trust me, you can call him out all you want. The man doesn't care. If you look at the trajectory of what's going on in Nigeria, these guys are planning for the next election. That's what they're doing. You know, they're putting all their friends and their families in strong positions that will protect them. You know, given all the, you know, like his votes came from the Northwest. Of course, there's a lot of problems going on in the Northwest. But you can see that the strong actors in the Northwest are being given stuff to shut them up and to make them happy. We're not going to make any progress that way. That's the way I see it, but if you that's the way I see it, though. If we can't agree, on the first principles that what is good is good, then there is the problem. Look at what's going on in Haiti. I don't know if you know the history and how they came there. It's about.
I know about the assassination of the last president.
Yeah,
what is going on now? Actually, I know that the prime minister was due to resign after formation of a kind of transition council. I don't know whether you know anything else, any developments.
So the problem started with when the kind of US rigged their own election, sort of, in a way, and they didn't want the guy. But all these problems degenerated, of course, after the earthquake, and they've been trying to get themselves. Haiti is still a picture of us. They have not had the leaders they've wanted. The guy, so after they assassinated the last, prime minister, then they had to just put somebody else. It wasn't elected. I think kind of consensus kind of gig. But, it's like putting someone, let's say you put Ojus Okalo, let's say something happens to Bat, and you put Ojus Okalo.
Yeah.
Most people in Nigeria say, we don't want this guy, right?
Exactly.
Just, the guy they have there is unwanted.
Of Ojus Okalo that they put there. Ariel Henry was never popular, and so he was suspecting him of being involved in the death of Jovenel Moise, which was the last president. So, and I don't know, and he was supposed to run he was supposed to organize the election, and he kept postponing it and postponing it. I don't know, man. What is wrong with black people? So I tell you, why did he not go do an election? He was supposed to do one, but he kept postponing it and postponing it until the country has gone almost ballistic, and now he cannot even come back home again.
Yeah, so this is more, so here's the point of disagreement between you and I. I don't believe it's a racial problem, right? Look, if you go to, every other country, Venezuela, who they are ranked as being Caucasian. If you go to Egypt, they are ranked as Caucasian. Morocco, Saudi, even Russia, even Hungary. If power gets into the hands of strong men, they want to keep it. It's just, from the Roman times, people love power. Power protects you, makes you superior to the other man. So it's not us. Here's the difference between us. Haiti is being run down. I'm sorry, Hungary. I'll give you an analogy. Hungary is being run by a strong man, someone the people do not really like. But guess what? Hungary is in the EU. I think they're in the EU, and they are also in the NATO. They're getting billions of dollars for free. If you guys, you guys have been in Europe for a long time. You know how Poland was like 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Poland. These guys dumped money into Poland. Look, this is just a choice. Look, the first world countries can decide, we're going to invest in this country and develop this country, or we're going to screw this country. Except you have leaders who say stubbornly, we're not going to let this happen. Let's say like Rwanda, or even like Libya, right? Before, look at what finally they took out Gaddafi, right? As bad as he was, everybody knows that Gaddafi was protecting some type of monster from exploding in Libya. Even Saddam Hussein. Iraq was a beautiful country people love to go to. But after he died, see what happened. Look, Bashar al-Assad, I'll give you, he's not a very nice guy, but he's a doctor. He's a very smart guy. You know, Syria, people used to go to Syria, but now, right, Syria, you can't go there.
Americans have completely
It's completely insane. So people choose, we're going to fix this country. Oh, this one can go. I'm telling you, just like people sat down in Berlin in 1886, yeah, that was 1870, and decided to split it. They're still doing the same thing today. When they go for G8, they'll look at this one. We'll do this, we'll do this. And that's what's happening to Haiti, unfortunately. But Hungary, they're not going to let Hungary go bust. They're going to give them billions of dollars. Even the Hungary guy blackmailed Sweden, you know, and got money before letting them into NATO.
Into the NATO, this thing, yeah.
And he came here and hung out with Donald Trump. And everybody lets him. If Trump becomes president, do you know how many billions he's going to send to Hungary?
You see? That's how you do it now when you want to do your own politics. But we don't play this game. This is why what I see in our leaders, I cannot say I don't see it in our people. You see that often in our people too themselves. They don't hide it. The things that they are supposed to do for their people, I don't know how to describe it. It's like they say they want something, but it's almost as if they are waiting for the leaders to manifest it. Because they always say it all the time. They're like, it's the leaders. We're waiting for the leaders.
Like what? Give an example.
An example, like if for security now, they will say they want the president to give the order, for the president to set the example, you know, and for corruption, the president has to, and also even for the president to do that, the president has to show he's not corrupt too. You know, that why should the president be able to, you know, order soldiers when he is corrupt, and you know, he cannot live by example because he too is corrupt. It's almost as if they expect their leaders to be, and to be fair, it's not a big ask to say your leader should not be corrupt. But when you are living in a country where there is an element of corruption, something tells me that even Sri Lanka in the last decade, when they fought the Tamil Tigers and took over their country back and everything, I'm not sure there was no corruption. There was corruption too. But they still went on to do, they still went on to do what was necessary. So something that I feel like Nigerians are not ready. It's almost like they are not ready, because today I asked a panelist of people, I asked them, do you support, because all the presidential candidates supported recruiting more into the security services to protect the country. I said, do you support it? All of them, at least only one was for it. The other four were against it. One of them was for recruiting police. But the other three were fundamentally like, oh, we don't have enough uniform. We don't need, we don't have enough equipment. We don't need more soldiers. We just need the ones that are there to be able to do the job.
Sorry to interrupt you. Why do we need to, you know, I think, you know, Tinubu can just do it, right? Does he even need, look, there's been a lot of suggestion that the Federal Road Safety in Nigeria is a moribund organization, you know. So why don't you just give them a little training and give them guns, let them become police, or one word, something or the other? You know, why do you have all those duplication? And this is an active conversation. If the president wants to do it, he can do that. Look, you know, when people say, and I'm on that line that said the president needs to lead by example, I continue to refer to the time when Buhari came in 2015. Before he appointed his ministers, Nigeria cleaned itself out. Do you remember? Like nobody knew what he was going to bring. You know, nobody wanted to take bribe. Nobody wanted to do play hanky. It was after immediately he nominated his cabinet, people knew it was, you know, it was old game, and they all went back to doing what they were doing because he talked tough, and everybody was waiting. Immediately he's announced his cabinet, and the same thing. Immediately Tinubu announced his cabinet. When you put the Zamfara governor who destroyed where the hotbed of terrorism as the Minister of Defense, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Look, did you see the story on First Post, that Indian station?
Yeah. Man,
About
that was embarrassing, man. That
his,
lady embarrassed
no,
him.
not that one. No, that lady has been doing that even to before, even to Buhari. He was calling Buhari out, but people don't like Tinubu a lot, and his people on Twitter, so they are bringing her. The Oando story. Have you seen the Oando story?
Oando. I think I've no. Go ahead, explain it. I
Oh
think
no,
it sounds
really,
familiar.
Godfather. Just since you
Are you
can
talking
bring
about
it,
Delta
why don't you
State?
play it?
Which one is it? Delta State one or?
No, First Post. Just all you need to type is First Post, Tinubu Oando. That's it. You
Oh
get.
yeah, I thought I saw that. Now that's the one. This is John. What is? I think he played it now. Let me see. Oh,
No, what he played was, I think he played just the Boko Haram one.
Was it not the one where
You know
Tinubu was going to
the one that he went
rename
to
it?
name the airport and. No,
Yeah.
that's not one. No, people are not. I just shared it with a few of my friends. There's a huge, like people are cleaning out. Like Tinubu's
Cleaning now. What do
family.
you mean?
Oh, so there's some oil fields that were in court. In court by some, I think is some European kind of country. So what they did is Tinubu now, after he came into office, he now stopped the litigation that Buhari had with them, and the people sold all the assets to his nephew, who is Wando. And this is, I'm talking about, this guy is going to have at least $2 billion, $3 billion before Tinubu leaves. That's the real problem. Go find it, it's there. And this thing just, and people don't even know. That's the real, so the focus for the president is corruption. It's just enriching his friends and family and nepotism. It's just hard today because with that amount of money, they can buy everybody in the next election, even if you put beavers, even if you want to transmit from the, but it's there, just, like, that's even the biggest story since Tinubu entered. That guy, that Oando boy is the person, is going to be richer
Did you
than
say
Dangote.
Oando?
Did
you say Oando?
Oando, yeah.
Oando.
Or you can just type First Post Tinubu. First Post. That's the name of the station. You just Google on this thing, you see it.
Okay, First Post Tinubu. Okay, First Post is one.
Because they have all his stories there. First Post. That's the Indian station now. You see in Tinubu slam for nepotism. Son-in-law, not the okay, that one is another one. There's it's a mess.
Is it the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu appoints son-in-law?
No, the other one.
Kidnapping.
That one is appoints son-in-law. That one is the small story.
Wando, is it OA or OU?
Oh, I think OA or Wando. Petro. So the problem is when somebody is doing that, First Post. Let me, I think I need to get you on. I can forward it to you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
You can
I
send
think
me your number or something on there. Let me
you can
afford
send
it
it
to you.
to this thing. Let me send my email so you have it.
I think I should have your email. Let me forward it.
You do now. You do have it, I think, already. Yeah, these issues that we have been having, I think the trick is to be able to also better be able to reach agreements on things, because I believe that some of these things I talk about here, we are all in agreement to an extent. It's just that we have different ways of perceiving these things, and sometimes it comes across as if we disagree. And I'm going to try my best to try to listen a bit more, so people can say, listen. You're not listening. I will try to listen a bit more
I don't.
because. But
I'm
if
not
I
sure
if
how I
if I
can say
if I was
that.
on the ground in Nigeria, though, I would be a lot more.
Okay.
I guess if one goes to Nigeria, you have to be in Nigeria for a while before you feel comfortable getting out and about and getting rough, as they say with them. But Lagos will be Lagos is quite easygoing. I know Lagos quite well. I should be fine there too. Abuja is okay too, but Kaduna is a little bit off and down. I don't know about Kaduna. It can get very hairy very quickly. If you want to feel generally, moderate. Okay, you feel safe in Lagos. The only thing you have to worry about Lagos is city crimes. You know what the average crime you see in cities. That's all you have to worry about in Lagos. In just Nigeria, other states, you worry about all these, national level crimes where you get kidnapped, you end up on the news, or somebody goes and does some crazy stuff and you end up on the news. That's the kind of one you worry about in other states, where you don't see these sort of crimes in like Lagos. Lagos Island is one of the safest areas, actually, the main island. Especially in all those CMS, all those areas, even if they have their own rough there too, but you do feel safe there. Yeah,
It's
go ahead.
interesting. It's interesting because when you talk about how you would be if you were in Nigeria, it's an interesting question, because you see, when you land in Nigeria, you are presented with a couple of options and opportunities, and as I don't want to say a foreigner. I want to say I don't even want to say expat. As somebody who hasn't necessarily lived in Nigeria in terms of earning money by going to work or these kinds of things, you now have to ask yourself, how are you going to finance yourself? That's the first thing. And then the second thing, what am I going to do with what surrounds me, which is a whole heap of bullshit. And from there, somebody like me who I know Nigeria as you do in terms of those cities that you underlined, my safest place in Nigeria is my village, where I feel the most comfortable, where I'm living in nature, and where there is a certain culture that I can buy into, and it's easy. You understand? So when I'm in a place like Lagos, I'm active like I'm in London, where my eyes are fucking open all the time. My eyes are sharp because things are going on all the time. And I think
I do like Lagos Island, or the
things are happening on all different levels.
Of Lagos Island. I do
By
enjoy
the time you want to be like, say, you be gentleman of town, you just don't enter Ikoyi now. You just enter one or two places. Cool. By the time you want to follow for some hardcore business, maybe they Ikeja, maybe they Surulere. It's an interesting place, Lagos. But it's not Nigeria. Even though it's a microcosm of Nigeria, it's not Nigeria. Because by the time you go to Abuja, wherever you are, it's extremely cool. It's quite cool. There's nothing, unless something happened, or there's nothing really urgent. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing that I fear Lagos is that you could disappear easily, and if you are not careful, nobody will find you among
No,
millions.
that's you to be like that. You be like, say, you don't get connection for Lagos, because
Yeah,
Lagos is
you have
tight.
to have links.
Yeah, Lagos is tight in terms of connection. Do you know what I mean? Me, I can go up and down the whole Lagos with relatively no problems. And I have cousins in nearly every vicinity, every area. Surulere, Mushino, Ikeja, Ikoyi, right across the board. I have my people there. You know what I mean?
It's crazy. I know people there too. I know people in the island and the mainland, different parts of the mainland, like all those places you mentioned. Surulere, I know somebody in Surulere areas, and the Ikeja area. Maybe there was one other place there that I used to know somebody in Ogba and all that places. They are Lagos is okay to stay in. It's just that most of my activities are in Abuja now, and Abuja is not exactly it's opposite of Lagos, really.
It is. It's calm. Abuja is calm.
It's calm, so calm. It's not even funny. Yeah. Abuja is very calm. You have to give it to it. Yeah, if you come with somebody from overseas, like if I was going from the UK to Nigeria, I think okay, if you're the kind of person that doesn't like culture shock, you may want to take them to Abuja. But if you want somebody that can take the heat, take them to Lagos. Then they will get the full treatment, the Nigerian treatment. That's where they experience it. Jagun, thank you for joining me today, and
respect,
I really appreciate your time here. And let me shout out the people on the chat so that I can round up for the day. Somebody was coming that the person went back. Mark Enelli, I see you there. I see you are happy that I said I was going to listen. Don't get your hopes up. You know, my listening seems to be like, hey, I'm just to be listening, then I don't listen to anything. At least when I don't change my opinion, you say I never did any listening. But I do. I will try my best. And I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Karen Bar. I see you there, Boom Boom Ray. I see you there, Ray Aboa. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for you. It seems you guys have been having a robust conversation there amongst yourselves. And Ify King, I see you there. Is that the normal Ify that we know? Ify King, or maybe it's someone else?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's the other person then. Ify King is there. And the people that donated, let me call them out. Kulata is always donating. Oscar Blackstone, One Nigeria. Oscar Blackstone again. One Nigeria. Kulata. Alexander Gomez, thank you for the donations and all, with all the dollars and all. Kulata again. Oscar Blackstone. Kulata sure does donate, you know.
Yes.
Emmanuel Onyedika blog. Thank you for the 5 euros. The euros are euro. I don't know what that currency is doing really. It's just them being boring. Kulata.
Euros, okay.
Yeah. Euros is just them being boring. I don't know where it belongs. It's just like in between the
That's
pounds
an
and the
interesting
dollars. Oscar Blackstone, Kulata, and Alexander Gomez. Thank you all for joining us. And Dr. Damages is going to be in today to introduce the 2 guests, the ladies that will be talking about interesting topics. I hope you all join us when he's back till later today. Bye all.
Take care.